Chapter 1: The Ascendancy of Supreme Grandmaster. In Thegriat Zaudinasti, within the sacred capital, there lies a secluded hall of Pinnacle. The sound of cantin echoed soft lie through the air, gradually fitting into silence after a brief interlude. Guyuin, the 13th Zaudinasti, set aside the scripture had been reading gone gaze to Tathagent Ledrizzle, his expression laden with profound emotions. Guyuin, a soul from Anatherium, had traversed into this world. At the tender age of 7, his uncle, the pacification envoy of the province of Shu, raised a rebellion they tended defeating execution. His mother, the beloved consort, was also ensnared in the turmoil, meeting her tragic end befitted Creofa 3 foot white as silk. Though Guyuin's original self did not perish, he was confined to Yinjin temple, accompanied sololibeth the scriptures. In the span of Morelier, Azure Job Melancholic long extinguished the spirit of the 13th prince, paving the furnace to awaken. Now, Guyuin had resided in these world for a decade, dedicating each day to the recitation of scriptures, never straying far from the temple. His unlike connection to the outside world was through to Tomasharia Dan the disciple soft he templiwa broadamils. At last, hope glimmered on the horizon. Guyuin with excitement. As a transmigrator, he possessed de son aniki advent to Jesitherwise, he feared dwood havja comid toads bear long ago. With thought, Guyuin found himself enveloped in a void of chaos. Beneath the divine light, a small tree, radiant with shimmering brilliance, emerged faintly. Rooted in the chaos, it emanated boundless light. Wily stream of information flowed past them. Tirtri. Dao fruit Xinwil. Progress 99. This was a sight that Guyuin had been able to perceive kes arrival laser tofcheat. Ifial. The principle was straightforward denarius watonsos. By planting thesency of Dao, on ultimate libersits fruits. After Guyuin inscribed the word soft he first generation master of Yinjin temple, the illustrious Yinjin Daoist, Tencyclosophtomy manifested, representing Gare. The so-called Yinjin will was the fructuous destineto harvest. Now, after 10 years, Thetomy had finally arrived. As moment sticked away, went the final cycle faded, Guyuin sensed something awakening within him, drawing in thesence from the unfathomable realms beyond. There were in a golden lotus esracing from thirth, nor in extravagant displays of celestial phenomena just a simple, ordinary moment. In an instant, the myriad realms of Theane te Grandmaster Tohim. A powerful and ethereal martial will erupted from within Guyuin, manifesting as visible waves Sophinergith thought stirred he air like tumultuous tides. Yet, this force remained confined within the hall, not escaping in Yoda. Guyuin rose slowly, extending his right hand, and felt as if the very heaven, similar pointable before him. Was thighs what tight me and Toby Anane, te Grandmaster? Hainhole deeply, striving to calculation swelling within him. He had anticipated the potency of this advantage, but he had not fathomed it would be so formidable. Thoth confined to this solitary place, he was acutely aware of heavisness of twirled around him the 3 kingdoms soft to divinalond, the lineage of his sacred paths, the esteemed clansan sects, they mortal islands beyond the seas. It was an unfathomable expansive realm of celestial martial arts. Martial artists possess the ability to soar through Heskies and traverse earth, to command the varieties of existence. They could breathe life into thiorescence, cultivate ether foundations, refine ether true energy, and transcend into etherealms of the divine. These was the Nino layer soft martial arts. The fierce 3 layers constituted the foundational realm of martial arts, collectively known as the Kayan blood barrier. Ascending beyond this, practitioners scuda levitether chi, transforming it into formidable power with myriad forms, termed the chi refinement barrier. A thistage, one who esteemed amaster within the martial world. The latter 3 layers represent ethereal of divine intent. The transformation of ki and ta spirit permittedni toward death a wind sand traverse the void. Progressing to ethereal of comprehension, wherein the heart and mind became a pure, one could forge an indomitable martial will capable of cleaving Mount Andrivers with ease. The Grandmaster of Xianjin Templi Wasa Martial Arts Grandmaster of T Comprehension Realm, a figure of considerable prowess in the vast expanse of world. Toda fifth natural lordranch te pinta theanaterium, refining the profound manifestation soft martial arts, rendered in Iacolos, the divinalond. Guyu and Hadel Riadi placed in foot firmly in the rank soft hemostellite individual se crossed hierom. After all, the fierce generation master of Xianjin Temple adreched the Pinnacle of theanaterium, a figure vereta sumpraleld. Watten told strength lay within the true essency of martial arts tata now, possessed? An unprecedented sensation of liberation flooded the art. Tenai earsoft solitude and tenai earsoft despair had finally drawn to close. Thevistness of thuniverse, the beauty of Tivershi could, no behold dan traverse themal. With the consistency of te mysterious ancient tree, what could possibly confine hymen no longer? Guwensia sparkled, radiating a brilliant seth they eliminated the dim hall, while his soaring willivin compelled the flower sandplants outside Tobel in response. Guyu and Gavino thought to the origin soft ancient tree, nor did ponder the reasons behind these events. Life ice beautiflating journey, me anto belived ferneself. Since heckled not fulfillment, Hekasi instead erlish the present moment. His shard ablaze, his spirit like the boundless sky, Guyuin swilzord like Ianazu re expanse, disregarding gal obstacles as it pierced through the void, cascading over the vast earth. In an instant, it enveloped the majority of the sacred capital, leaving countless martial artists astonished. In the celestial realm, an elder within the Astral Observation Bureau suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the extraordinary presence, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Hoist this unprecedented figure?" Calculating with a flick of his fingers, his astonishment deepened. In Thismet, how could such an unknown Grandmaster emerge within the sacred capital? How intriguing! Within the flower pavilion off the western city, a beautiful adikladin red cradled apipa, hervoeseftis hemist, the dragon-slaying schemus about unfold what to an expected variable shevarison? Such audacity! In the steamage residency of Marquisofwan, atowering maneripted with fury, shattering the tikup in his grasp. This man was Fongtianqing, a figure of finata Grandmaster caliber. How Darien uni act trekla sly beneath the emperor's gaze. Fongtianqing grosito his full height, an array of martial prowess emanating from him, reminiscent of a battlefield warrior ho fearless ly traversed world. Suddenly, he cessance clashed with the overwhelming will that pressed upon the sacred capital. Boom! Like smoky and mist, like lightning and light. In a merriment, Fongtianqing's expression shifted dramatically. Heffeltaz thought a hazy figure of Fadawa stappered before him, as if the very heavens were a continent within the palm of tapping. A mere glance from that figure bore through a tofty heavens, crushing gauny semblance of resistance within him. This was Fongtianqing's colossal frame trembled violently, his turbulent true energy surging like a tempest through his meridians, distorting the surrounding space. An invisible shockwave emanated from the Marquisofwan, sweeping Gutward denal directions. Fortunately, the presence of Thethid crashed upon him was feeding, vanishing gas swift lies a thadcum. Had it persisted, few within the vast estate would have likely survived. Yet astonished expression on Fongtianqing's face remained unchanged. Such a realm, such oppression, such a sensation. These was the Pinnacle of Finate Master of the Supreme Grandmaster. As the azuresque eye receded and thu ill subsided, as Supreme Grandmaster Hayden noun, said this arrival to theme Tyre sacred capital. Chapter 2 Breathing into Essence, the Sanaf Luo sect. As theme Tyre Imperial Sitai trembled in shock from earlier upheaval, within the Xianjin temple, Guyuan exhaled a long breath. This Xianjin Daoist was indeed worthy of his reputation. His singular strength had exerted an overwhelming pressure upon the sacred capital, albeit for only a fleeting moment, yet it was sufficient to leave a lasting impression. This Hu dynasty trilistu desaditan among Therium, with this sacred capitaler boring such formidable figures. Thurasing will hot effectively surveyed a significant portion of the sacred capital. Master Sand Grandmasters, those who hodra fined here martial will, shona liked the darkness, easily discernible. Of course, some methods scood concealonus presence, butin the sacred capital, beneath the emperors' scrutiny, it was soon like Clithitanion could hide themselves, save for a few clandestine figures. Within the sacred capital, there were 4 open lie recognized in a Grandmasters. Guyuan's expression turned contemplative. This who dynasty was the Hartoftirum, and the sacred capital stood at was nojer pristo fins mina powerful individuals. Now the Tannen a Grandmaster had merged, it seemed that his previous plans might no longer suffice. With a shift of thought, Guyuan produced Dasmal Woodenbox. In Sid Laowi du pruded from the temple's garden. Tier 2. Dao fruit heavenly dragon grass, 200 years old. Progress 1. Originally, Guyuan had intended to plant a martial art. However, the highest year of Wathi Hadrivia Slagathird couldn't la yield no fruit, which, at present, equated merely to truinage practitioner. For an Anata Grandmaster, such a yield was sutter lie inconsequential. Onlithe heavenly dragon grass proved to be of significantly to Guyuan, a sick cold invigorate kion solidify the foundation of an essence. Shu dis physique robust, the enhancement to his strength would be even more pronounced. Yet, as Guyuan himself acknowledged, his earlier plan had become outdated. For an Anata Grandmaster, what could done no takwire twill? Inhaling deeply, Guyuan felt this surge, every scene resonating gas energy within him roared like thunder. In that moment, Hebertha dashed off true energy, quite rapidly proliferated, yielding a magnitude kin tatato fat true ina practitioner's lifetime of cultivation. Should Thishnab witnessed be outsiders, their I swood surely wouldn't in disbelief. However, for Guyuan, it was mere superficial manifestation. With the Suprema technique case off the Supreme Grandmaster, even in the absence of true energy, a single will can't subdueth a wandering martial artists. Even a master of profound understanding is merely a larger on in comparison. Thus, the assistant Seehofers cannot be deemed non-existent truther. Itis entirely futile. After all, an intitio fiscaliberis likely unparalleled throughout Hienal sophistry in the divine continent. Itis essential to devise a full strategy, yet regrettably, without hindsight of a Grandmaster, even comprehending a martial art independently would not be an arduous task. Guyan tightened the garments ben his body, and suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed his countenance. He discovered that the mysterious little tree had sprouted an additional branch. It seemed that a new location for planting had emerged. Moreover, as Guyan surveyed his surroundings, he realized that the information couldn't be triggered as proximity. Now, as long as an air remains within ascertained range, everything just crystal clear. Aridius often hang, perhaps, since a thy subject escape a of transformation, is thera way to accelerate the progress of deofrut? An unbidden thought arose in Guyan's mind. Heckwell at his motion sand patient lie awaiteth the passage of time. Astus descended, in the halof nurturing heart, Marquis Wuan, Fongtianqing, Sadathello Ursiat, histamine nor tranquil, revealing no nofty early air distress. A thuperseat, that true sovirig nofta 49 estate soft grades presided Emperor Zhou, Guchongjiu. So, have ye out discerned Daniruts? After a brief pause, Emperor Zhu spoke. I am incompetent and have not been able to unveil the truth, Fongtianxing respectfully replied. Among the Grandmaster soft divine capital, Helene had engaged in afflating exchange of wills with the enigmatic Grandmaster. Yet, ha gleaned wan sight sinto his origins. Alt hoth der maspectres umbled thato fadawist, the force within Deo is sector intricate and multifaceted. Since Deo is patriarch imparte teachings, the three majority sect shave governeth Taoist world. Beneath them li kala salantidia such as Xuantian Dao sect, the Pure Yang Dao sect, and the Kunlun Dao sect, which rank among the top 10 sects. There are also emerging powers like Xianjingguan and Balaojiao, which have produced Grandmasters in the past. Among the mountain sandfields, numerous Grandmaster soft Deo have also merged, unbound by sector faction. Emperor Zhu paused, setting aside memorial ha held, andrized disgaza towards Fengtianqing. The Astronomy Bureau on the Black Dragon platform have a conveyanide funative inisides noti our fault. The Emperor side, a Grand Master of the utmost Pinnacle, yetik no not from whence hiles. The divine capitalist the Artoth Great Zhou, and Countels ascending within. Such a commotion, in a time, will likely reverberate throughout Hiram, known bile. Countless speculations will surely arise. Itis not the machination soft a demon exect therefore sesramainen moved, Fengtianxing pondered. Yet, thistaming gistu coincidental. At this words, a glintoff cold light flashiden emperor's eyes, and a scoffed, how could Thefragman tediminic sectionerchers, formidable presents? The Aramir lefita service t vanguard off the hologrounds. Fengtianxing sexpressing Rusalem, your majesty, rest assured, those treasonous subjects hall beetled with bias for the court. The aeronaut the crux situs those hologrounds. Emperor Zhao's demeanor turned frosty. Evenas the Sovir commanding 39 estate San million soft troops, Theman Shanaft he Zykes great the lineage swayed heavily upon his shiart. The greats who were Hassanli endured for 400 years, wily each of tos hologround scantrace their lineage back millennia, their foundation thimable. The establishment of great Zoert self-relied on the support of tos hologrounds. It was in lijuito the grand strategy of great Zhao's founding incestord hat the influence of the hologrounds was mitigated. Unlike ithested soft chwandiwe, which cherry entire la puppet softy hologrounds. Now, after 4 centuries, the conflict between the great Zhou and the hologrounds, boythray. This time, I twill undoubted Libby fear see contest the victor maver will eyes control off these divine continent. In the midst of the struggle, Almanid toiled. The dragon chi grandere hoskabite de slight flaw changes may bayman intin thecoming days, and stability must prioritized. Emperor Zhu commanded, the monitoring office must oversee the imperial sitai, their capacity illuminated. Theroya luncalis from the borders, welcoming Northern Yuan's imperial master. Currently, only ormainen the imperial city, so itis not the Timito be distracted. After Marquis Wuan, Fengtianqing, Tukasleeve, Ashido wappered behend Emperor Zhou, seemingly having stewed vigil all along. And what toft hater 10th prince? Emperor Zhu inquired casually. Thechi Funikov department tof writes, weigh in, Bodra Shedden Dreplead, your majesty, our remains normal. The 13th prince has not left Xinjiang to shad no contact with any suspicious individuals. It seems their so-called divine chilled holds little weight. Emperor Zhao scoffed, since the Thaden not take the initiative, then I shall send Somianetum. I twill bear revealing to thee if thee possess the capability to nurture a thebla doft great Zudragon. Your majesty me ansto. Chooside for the 13th prince da visit Suizo, on ascertain if these foreign sect sindeed hava theminsto fosterth great Zaudragon lineage.
Chapter 3, The Three Extraordinary Swords of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. A malevolent visitor approaches as the moon ascended to the treetops and a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Gu Yuan slowly emerged from his meditative state. After confirming that he was alone, he took his first step outside the hall he had inhabited for an entire decade, though the space was vast, replete with magnificent structures of all kinds. An overwhelming sensation surged within him as he crossed the threshold to it was the essence of freedom. His spirit expanded slightly, and the true meaning of martial arts descended upon him, allowing him to grasp every change within the Xianjin temple. Avoiding the patrolling disciples, or rather, choosing to disregard them, Gu Yuan silently made his way towards the main hall of Xianjin Temple. He sought suitable objects for cultivation, and the scripture pavilion within the main hall might just be the most appropriate place. After walking for a while and bypassing several patrolling disciples, Gu Yuan finally arrived before the main hall. At first glance, he noticed the immense Tianshan stone carving situated in front of the hall. It was said to have been acquired by the Xianjin Taoist after defeating a master from the western regions. As he approached and caressed the stone, streams of information flowed through him. Level, Tier 3. Tao fruit. the three extraordinary swords of heaven, earth, and humanity. Although the name of this sword had never been heard within the profound laws of Xianjin, the Tier 3 Dao fruit was undoubtedly of the innate Grandmaster level. Corresponding to 10 cycles of time. As he continued on his path, Gu Yuan felt as though he had entered a realm devoid of obstacles. Ultimately, he discovered a total of 4 Tier 3 Dao fruits. Nevertheless, he opted to cultivate the three extraordinary swords of heaven, earth, and humanity, for it was the only one that bore the essence of 10 cycles, equating to 10 years of time, according to the principle of growing stronger with time. This item should be the most formidable. However, as he turned to return, Gu Yuan's expression shifted. He unexpectedly noticed two figures lurking outside his hall. Initially, he had assumed they were disciples of Xianjin. But upon closer inspection, he realized the situation was more complex. After all, what Night Watch disciples could possibly be two martial artists at the divine travel stage? Such individuals within Xianjin Temple were typically elders or stewards. Before departing, he had confirmed he had never seen these two, meaning they must have arrived only after his departure. But what time was it now? The dead of night. What kind of decent individuals would come at such an hour? Who could they possibly be? In the past decade, Gu Yuan had not strayed from Xianjin Temple. Encountering no outsiders, the great Zhou had paid him no heed, as if he were an inconsequential prince. So who could be seeking him at this moment, and why now of all times? Why not earlier or later? Was he truly the fated child of destiny? Did his rising power herald the unfolding of a grand narrative? Gu Yuan mused humorously, yet he quickly dismissed this thought. With a swift movement, he glided towards the location of the two figures. In the darkness, the two figures stood in a corner of the hall. One was tall and thin, cloaked in black with a masked face. The other, similarly clad, had eyes that glimmered with a coldness akin to a venomous serpent. Oddly, there was no trace of life within the hall. The tall figure whispered, his eyes flickering with confusion. It seems our prince has his own secrets. The cold-eyed man snickered, his tone laced with mockery and disdain. Clearly, they had come specifically for Gu Yuan. If he doesn't return soon, shall we just wait here? The cold-eyed man's voice held a hint of dissatisfaction aimed at the tall figure. This is not the academy. This is the imperial city of Great Zhou. Let's not even mention the elders of Xianjin Temple. Who could you possibly defeat? He chastised. Unless you are the Grandmaster who subdued the entire city yesterday, the tall figure retorted. The academy has entrusted me with this task, and I shall command accordingly. Just as he was about to continue, a curious voice interrupted from behind them. What's this? Who goes there? Alarmed by the sudden sound, the two intruders turned abruptly beneath the dark sky. A figure approached, draped in a dark robe with a jade belt, a handsome visage unmistakably belonging to the 13th Prince Gu Yuan. However, the scene before them was entirely different from what they had envisioned. They could not fathom how a youth untrained in martial arts could approach them so silently. As the guest, it is I who should inquire about your identities, Gu Yuan remarked with interest. His tone unperturbed, yet this calm demeanor sent shivers down the spines of the two intruders. It was too strange, too uncanny. The cold-eyed man, was about to speak when his expression suddenly shifted, revealing a murderous intent. This brat is deceiving us. He has only just refined his true energy. Evidently, Gu Yuan's attainment of true energy had been mistaken for merely beginning his journey in martial arts. At that moment, Kei's face flushed crimson, not from anger, but from the surging true energy within him, akin to a raging fire. Do not kill him, the tall figure interjected. He understood Kei's temperament, which was prone to violence. If Gu Yuan were to die, the consequences would be dire. Simultaneously, he produced a black talisman and tore it apart. Rest assured, I have it under control. In the next instant, Kei's form surged into the air, the black fabric of his attire rippling as he propelled himself towards Gu Yuan, his outstretched hand aimed to seize him before the attack could connect. However, Kei suddenly faltered, as if he had struck an immovable mountain, unable to advance an inch further. What? Kei's pupils contracted in disbelief. His grasp had not been gentle. Decades of overwhelming true energy should have subdued any ordinary martial artist. Yet now, it was halted by Gu Yuan. This realization left Kei astounded, prompting him to retreat in haste. At this moment, Gu Yuan leisurely completed his prior statement. What leads you to believe I am merely a fledgling martial artist who has just refined his true energy? In the spirit of courtesy, allow me to return a gesture. Gu Yuan chuckled softly. As he moved, the essence of martial arts swept forth. To Kei's perception, the environment around him shifted dramatically. The once serene hall transformed into an expansive wilderness. A blurred silhouette appeared, connecting heaven and earth, its eyes surveying the realm like celestial bodies gazing down, a manifestation of divine might. Impossible, Kei cried out, fear etched across his face, as if his very blood had turned to ice. leaving him paralyzed. That he recognized the force before him, but it was precisely this recognition that filled him with dread. Reports had claimed that this 13th prince had never trained in martial arts. How could he have gone from refining true energy to manifesting the will of martial arts at the transcendent realm? There is nothing impossible, the figure proclaimed, as though delivering a divine decree. The towering silhouette raised a hand, palm forward, and forcefully pressed down in Chapter 4, the Jingwu division, the sacred fire cult. There were no intricate techniques, no flamboyant transformations, merely a simple, unremarkable palm descending with undeniable force. Yet to Ke, it felt as though the very heavens were collapsing around him. He could even hear the tumultuous roar of the world turning upside down, rivers reversing their flow, echoing within his heart. This was no ordinary transcendent realm master, it was an innate grandmaster. In the fleeting moments before his demise, Ke finally realized the truth. He had encountered transcendent realm masters before, yet none possessed such boundless prowess. There could only be one explanation: an innate grandmaster, an 18-year-old innate grandmaster. What kind of monstrous talent was this? To perish at the hands of a grandmaster would be a source of pride for any martial artist of his ilk. Just as this final thought crossed his mind, a dull thud echoed, and Ke was crushed beneath that single palm. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan remained rooted in place, as if the preceding events had no bearing on him. As light as a feather, It felt as though it were not a formidable martial artist who had been vanquished, but rather an inconsequential speck of dust. 10 years of nurturing the heart. 10 years of solitude. From the very beginning, Gu Yuan had understood that this world was one of predation, where the strong dominated and the weak bowed in submission. In such a landscape, he had no qualms about taking a life. Even if it was his first. Suddenly, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. The absorption of fortune, its infusion of nourishment, and rapid growth. Streams of information flowed through him. Instantly, the progress of the Tianlong grass and the 3 extraordinary swords of heaven. Earth and humanity underwent a transformation. Level, Tier 2, Dao Fruit, Tianlong Grass, 200 years, progress, 51 level, Tier 3, Dao Fruit, the 3 extraordinary swords of heaven, earth, and humanity, progress, 21. So the progress has increased by 2 years? Gu Yuan realized with clarity that there truly existed a method for acceleration, and it was through seizing the fortunes of others. In the numerous ancient texts he had perused, he had encountered descriptions of fortune. Having previously dismissed them as fanciful tales, now, it appeared this world indeed recognized the concept of fortune. Perhaps he should pay a visit to the Qintian Monitor. The Qintian Monitor oversees celestial phenomena, decrees fate, and gazes into the future. It is home to countless extraordinary individuals. Should he find Dao fruits related to fortune there, it would be a fortuitous endeavor. With a gulp, the tall figure, who had witnessed the entire scene, swallowed hard, his heart pounding like a drum. He gazed at Gu Yuan, who was looking his way, and opened his mouth to speak, but after much contemplation, he finally fell to his knees, pleading, "Please do not kill me. I am willing to serve as your slave, your servant, whatever you desire, as long as the 13th prince spares my life." In that moment of life or death, all notions of a martial artist's dignity in the face of his academy could be cast aside. He was no die-hard loyalist like Ke, nor a stoic practitioner. After 2 decades of life in the capital's splendor, his heart had long been corroded. He had yet to savor the pleasures of the spring fragrance pavilion. So how could he afford to die now? Yet all that greeted him in response was silence. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Cold sweat began to trickle down the tall figure's forehead. He could even sense a razor-sharp intent, as if a sword capable of upending the heavens and reshaping the sun and moon emanated from Gu Yuan. It stirred the void as though it were a tangible substance, causing his very body to crumble. Blood seeped from his wounds, yet he dared not resist, nor could he. He could only bow his head nearly to the ground, akin to a devotee before a deity. The 3 extraordinary swords of heaven, earth, and man, truly remarkable. At that moment, Gu Yuan paid no heed to the thoughts of others. Just moments ago, when the tall, slender man knelt in submission, the same message reappeared, fate-absorbed, infused with nourishment, rapidly growing. Moreover, compared to the fortune of Kuei, the fortune brought by this tall man was evidently far more abundant. It directly yielded both the heavenly dragon grass and the 3 extraordinary swords of heaven, earth, and man. As Gu Yuan had anticipated, in an instant he felt as though he had experienced a grand dream. In this dream, he transformed into an immortal, traversing vast mountains and rivers, witnessing the heavens and the earth, the mountains and the waters, observing all sentient beings in the world. On the day of his great reckoning, he became the sword of the sky, emerging from the sun and the moon, encompassing the boundless universe. Known as the heavenly wonder. He became the sword of the earth, emerging from the mountains and rivers, nurturing all living things in the vastness. Known as the earthly wonder. He became the sword of freedom. emerging from all beings, opening the heavens and stabilizing the 8 desolations, known as the human wonder. When he awoke from the dream and returned to his senses, the so-called 3 extraordinary swords had already become clear to Gu Yuan's heart. He could now confidently say that he had evolved from a half-grade master into a truly authentic innate grandmaster. Aside from a lack of endurance and limited means, he bore no other shortcomings. This heavenly sword was likely a remnant of Xinjiang Daoist, while the earthly sword should belong to that eminent figure from the western regions. It was only their final sword that was missing. Leaving behind mere stone carvings, nameless and passed down through time. Gu Yuan pondered silently. Moreover, with the thought, Gu Yuan's gaze seemed to penetrate the void, where a stalk of heavenly dragon grass quietly floated. This could be said to be Gu Yuan's backpack. The tangible Dao fruit would appear here, allowing Gu Yuan to retrieve or store it at any time, though he could not store anything that did not belong to the mysterious small tree. Additionally, after these 2 items formed the Dao fruit, Gu Yuan's understanding of them greatly increased. As long as he could cultivate a 4th-tier Dao fruit, he could unlock another slot. However, where should he search for a 4th-tier Dao fruit? Gu Yuan's knowledge stemmed solely from miscellaneous texts. He had a general direction but lacked intricate details. His understanding of many matters remained superficial. Never mind, fortune will favor those who persevere. When the time comes, there will naturally be a way. Besides, Gu Yuan concealed his aura. Was not this person before him an excellent teacher? Most importantly, this individual's fortune surpassed that of another named Kuei by far. According to the information from the mysterious small tree, the nourishment for the Dao fruit is not extracted all at once but in moderation, unless one's fortune is insufficient even for that. This meant that this fellow might still possess considerable fortune. As long as Gu Yuan planted the Dao fruit, it would immediately transform into resources. With this thought, Gu Yuan inquired, "What is your name? And who sent you?" Seeing Gu Yuan finally speak, Ji Yunfan sighed in relief and hurriedly responded, "Your Highness, it turns out that both he and Kuei are elders of the Holy Fire sect from the western regions. 20 years ago, Ji Yunfan was dispatched to the capital, taking up the position of Deputy Town Protector in the Jingmu Division, becoming a glorious undercover agent. Just yesterday, a decree from a certain Dharma king in the sect ordered Ji Yunfan to ensure that Gu Yuan was brought out of the capital." Thus, this scene unfolded. The title of Deputy Town Protector of the Jingmu Division was well known to Gu Yuan, being one of the 4 major violent organizations of the Great Zhou, primarily responsible for the order of the Jianghu within the Great Zhou. Tasked with maintaining peace in the martial world, the Deputy Town Protector could already be considered a mid-level position in the Jingmu Division. A further promotion would lead to a governorship of a state, thus holding a position of significant power. As for the Holy Fire sect, Gu Yuan was only vaguely aware of its existence, utterly unfamiliar with its inner workings and complexities. He could hardly fathom why such a sect would seek to abduct a prince confined to imprisonment. This entire affair struck Gu Yuan as exceedingly strange. There was no logic to it, yet it was undeniably peculiar. As he pondered, he ultimately relinquished his thoughts. As an innate grandmaster at the pinnacle of his realm, did he need to overthink? No. Why ponder so much? Simply charging forward would suffice. After all, the ways of the world are dictated solely by strength. Half an hour later, in an inn outside the capital city, in a dimly lit room, an elderly man clad in a bright red robe and with graying hair sat at a table, his eyes slightly closed, seemingly in meditation. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and exclaimed, "What? No, wait. Which fellow practitioner dares to seek my amusement?" he bellowed, his body shooting up like an arrow released from its bowstring. Years of battle experience allowed him to unleash a lethal strike in an instant. Boom! The sound reverberated through the void, akin to the sun descending to the mortal realm. An incredibly intense heat radiated outward at a visible speed. "You are the great Sun Dharma King." The tone was both questioning and confirming as Gu Yuan stepped into the room. He extended his long fingers as if to obscure the sky and shield the sun, containing boundless might. Then, he clenched his fist and struck down. What is this? The great Sun Dharma King's mind trembled. His pupils constricting, all else in the world faded away, leaving only that fist, towering like a mountain, descending with overwhelming force. Am I to die? The great Sun Dharma King felt disoriented, understanding that if this punch landed, his demise was inevitable. Where did this innate grandmaster come from? Fortunately, the target of this fist was not the great Sun Dharma King, but rather the luminous wheel that resembled the sun. Crack, in just a breath's time, that will, which truly seemed to be the sun falling to the mortal realm, was shattered into powder by a single punch. The great Sun Dharma King spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body feeling as though struck by lightning, his entire energy depleting. "I hear you wish to see me." The Gu Yuan withdrew his force and strolled into the room, seemingly unperturbed by the chaos wrought by their clash. The room in disarray, and debris strewn across the floor. He took a seat on the only intact wooden stool, while behind him, Ji Yunfan followed closely, his expression complex and reverent, the great Sun Dharma King. A figure who ranked first among the 5 protective kings of the sect, second only to the sect leader and the 2 vice leaders, found himself reduced to mere fodder before the 13th prince. The great Sun Dharma King struggled to rise, his gaze fixed on Gu Yuan filled with astonishment. 13th Prince Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan waved his hand, interrupting the great Sun Dharma King's words, and said indifferently, "Speak, what do you intend to use me for?" The 3 extraordinary swords of heaven and earth and man were complete and flawless, his thoughts as clear as a mirror, reflecting Gu Yuan's every word and action. He truly exuded the might of heaven and earth, exuding an air of dominance. While ordinary individuals might falter, the great Sun Dharma King, as a masterful figure, was acutely sensitive and immediately sensed a hint of terrifying danger. He realized that a single misstep in his words or actions could bring about his own destruction. The great Sun Dharma King's heart was filled with dread. He had encountered innate grandmasters before. Yet never had he felt like a lamb standing before a tiger, with his life hinging on another's whim. With this thought in mind, the great Sun Dharma King suppressed his inner turmoil and calmly stated, "Your Highness, we of the holy sect have come for a pact." A pact? Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. What kind of pact, and what does it have to do with me? A century ago, the various sects of the western regions, with my holy sect at the forefront, allied with the Luo sect, the Taiping sect, and the Tianwai Tower to establish a new holy ground for external paths under auspicious circumstances. Your Highness, the great Sun Dharma King scrutinized Gu Yuan closely and continued, "The next divine child of the Luo sect will be the destined heir of the 5 directions path." This was meant to be a secret. Had it been any other innate grandmaster, the great Sun Dharma King would never have revealed a word. However, Gu Yuan was an integral part of their grand design, yet now it seemed there was a minor deviation. If this slight deviation could be corrected, perhaps in his lifetime he could ascend to the throne of the sect leader. The great Sun Dharma King thought, as he spoke increasingly about the hidden truths. Implicitly, his words suggested that should their grand plan succeed, the ruler of this world would be none other than Gu Yuan. The so-called suffering of his original self was merely a grand illusion. The Ling Fei was, after all, the holy maiden of the Luo sect, the bearer of the 5 directions White Lotus. Her sole purpose in entering the imperial city was to merge with the bloodline of the Zhou dynasty, nurturing the next divine child of the Luo sect with dragon energy. Gu Yuan listened in silence, his expression betraying no change. After the great Sun Dharma King finished speaking, he asked, "Your intentions cannot be as simple as they seem, can they? I am not privy to many matters. I only know that your Highness is the key to great affairs." Ji Yuan pressed, "Are there any innate grandmasters within the Holy Fire sect?" "None among the Luo sect, the Taiping sect, and the Tianwai Tower." "How many innate grandmasters are there?" Gu Yuan inquired again. This time, the great Sun Dharma King had no response. He truly did not know and had already discerned the implications of Gu Yuan's words. Seeing this, Gu Yuan shook his head internally. In the capital of the Great Zhou, there were 4 innate grandmasters stationed. The hidden forces were even more unfathomable. Sects like the Kanglan Sword sect, the Great Bright Temple, and the Shantian Dao sect, which were among the top 10 orthodox sects in the Great Zhou, could also be seen as allies of the Great Zhou. In such circumstances, unless the great Sun Dharma King's faction had some hidden means, otherwise, it was purely a matter of lunacy. Even he, the so-called divine child of the Luo sect, likely held no genuine significance. Amidst this, what was the purpose of the Great Zhou, and where should he go from here? Unbidden, Gu Yuan found himself contemplating this question. Once upon a time, he merely wished to step out of the Shenzhen temple, gazing at the unknown world. Yet now, he realized he had already been drawn into the vortex of the world's affairs. The divine child of the Luo sect, the destined heir of the 5 directions path, he was the beginning of this grand spectacle. Ji Yuan suddenly felt amused, were it not for his special advantages. His golden fingers. Thus, he has truly become the so-called son of the Luo sect, the inheritor of the 5 directions Dao. Alas, he is not the original body. With a subtle flutter of his sleeve, Gu Yuan summoned the 3 extraordinary swords of heaven, earth, and humanity. In an instant, a strand of true chi coalesced, profound as chaos itself. With a swift whoosh, it penetrated into the body of the great Sun Dharma King before his incredulous gaze. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" The great Sun Dharma King was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He could have killed him long ago. Why take such convoluted measures? That is a mark. Gu Yuan replied, observing the great Sun Dharma King and nodding in satisfaction at his creation. "This is my true chi refined in reverse. If there is no external interference, it can last for over a month." When the time is up, without my true chi to sustain it, this mass of true chi will explode instantaneously, and you are well aware of the consequences. This technique was conceived through the transformation of the three extraordinary swords of heaven, earth, and humanity. Its essence lies in his profound realm. With a mind and will as vast as the sea, the true chi, once separated from the body, dissipates slowly. A weaker martial artist could never hope to replicate this. What would you have me do? 13th Prince, the great Sun Dharma King, recognizing the gravity of the situation, proactively sought counsel. It is simple: inform your sect leader that from this moment forth, the so-called Holy Fire sect belongs solely to me, Gu Yuan, and this is the price for your actions against me. Gu Yuan rose, speaking coldly, I shall personally venture to the western regions and eradicate your entire Holy Fire sect. Chapter 6, The Emperor's Throne. The sword over mastery. The great Sun Dharma King remained indecisive, but Gu Yuan had already turned to leave. The opportunity had been given. Whether they could seize it was entirely up to them. Rank, 3rd stage Daofruit, Cleansing Heaven Sword Progress, 56 rank, 3rd stage Daofruit, 9 transformations Golden Dan Progress, 56. Before arriving here, Gu Yuan had also planted 2 additional 3rd stage Daofruits in the Xianjin Temple. One was obtained from the alchemy chamber of the temple, said to originate from the Taoist Holy Land Zixio Palace, possessing effects of rebirth, muscle, and marrow transformation, and longevity. It requires 9 years to cultivate. The other was a page from a forging secret record in the treasure weapon pavilion of the temple, also taking 9 years. As for the progress, Ji Yunfan contributed 3 years, but upon defeating the great Sun Dharma King, only 2 years were provided. It was rather peculiar that the fortune provided by a master at the Xian realm was no greater than that of Kuei. This left Gu Yuan somewhat perplexed and led him to speculate several possibilities. Either the great Sun Dharma King had exhausted his fortune, or his fortune was inherently inferior to that of Ji Yunfan. Regardless of which scenario it was, Gu Yuan could not alter the outcome. He could only wait to defeat or subdue another master to uncover the truth. Furthermore, an entire Holy Fire sect could serve as nourishment, not to mention the myriad heroes of the Great Zhou and the Divine Land, providing ample opportunity to gather fortune. His identity naturally aligned with this endeavor. The Great Zhou, dominating the world, held sway over the fortunes of the realm. If all this fortune were to belong to Gu Yuan alone, what kind of terrifying existence could he become? In this vast world, might is indeed authority. As a prince, I am destined to grasp that exalted throne. The strongest fist, the mightiest power, shall all be mine. A surge of ambition welled up within Gu Yuan. The throne of the emperor belongs to the capable. Why should Gu Yuan not aspire to it? Setting a modest goal, Gu Yuan stepped out of the inn. Gazing northward at the grand imperial city, which appeared even more majestic under the moonlight, this landscape is like a painting. Why not seize it for myself, starting from ascending to the imperial throne? After Gu Yuan departed, the great Sun Dharma King's expression fluctuated between gloom and clarity. After some contemplation, he also left the empty inn, setting it ablaze to erase all traces. His figure moved like a specter to a secluded manor, where a middle-aged man with graying temples, radiant eyes, and an elegant demeanor awaited Pei Mingchuan, the leader of the Luo sect. Renowned for his profound cultivation, he was said to be but a step away from the innate realm. Since gaining fame, he had remained within the top 10 of the mountain and river rankings, a list that only recorded those supreme masters of the innate realm. The mountain and river rankings, established by the Jisha Academy, included only the strongest among the strong, not to mention the leaders of great sects or masters of great renown. In the realm of the Shen Dao, the great Sun Dharma King was no match for Pei Mingchuan, a figure who eclipsed even the sect leader of the Holy Fire sect. However, having witnessed Gu Yuan's overwhelming might, Pei Mingchuan now seemed less daunting. What transpired? Pei Mingchuan, with his keen perception, immediately sensed something amiss. A failure. The great Sun Dharma King sighed. Failure. Pei Mingchuan was incredulous. How could that be? I have reviewed our plans in my mind. The 2 instruments boundary talisman from Zixio Palace is undetectable even by the most vigilant grandmasters. The Northern Yuan's teacher, the living Buddha Batter, is journeying south to discuss the Tao, drawing immense attention. Even the Great Zhou's pillar, the divine martial king, has gone to greet him among the 7 paths of the demon sect. The Holy Spirit and the unseen demon have emerged simultaneously, their intentions clear as day, targeting the Great Zhou. Moreover, yesterday, a mysterious Grandmaster exerted pressure upon the divine capital, shattering the flawless dragon Qi array. Even the elder from the Xianjin temple happened to be in seclusion at that moment, and your sex Kuei, a being of innate awareness, possesses the ability to sense the slightest movements. Aided by the Jingwu Division Grandmasters, Masters, and numerous hidden guards, all meticulously accounted for, Pei Mingchuan gazed intently at the great Sun Dharma King, his eyes ablaze with intensity, after waiting so long for this opportunity. How could it possibly end in failure? Indeed, the great Sun Dharma King sighed deeply. How could it have failed? He too was at a loss, unable to fathom how Gu Yuan, the 13th prince, had suddenly transformed into a harbinger of chaos. An innate Grandmaster, following the implantation of a strand of life and death true Qi, the great Sun Dharma King's mindset underwent subtle changes. What exactly happened? Pei Mingchuan furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of murderous intent. His appearance of elegance did not imply he was devoid of ruthlessness. The reputation of the leader of the outer path was built upon a mountain of white bones. Pei Mingchuan could ascertain this through the essence of martial truth. The great Sun Dharma King remained indifferent, directly stating, an 18-year-old innate Grandmaster. Such a claim is hardly believable by mere words. Even I would find it hard to accept. Only when faced with the inexpressible pressure can one truly comprehend why this operation has failed so miserably. Do you wish to contend with me? Pei Mingchuan smiled. This suits my intentions perfectly. Boom, waves of visible black ripples surged forth from his body, undulating like ripples on water. Supreme, profound, and subtle law, encountering countless tribulations. I now hear and grasp it, wishing to unravel the true meaning of the Tathagata. As his words fell, Pei Mingchuan formed a hand seal, and a pair of golden eyes, gleaming with infinite wisdom, manifested in the void. As he advanced, the space around him seemed to revert to a realm of emptiness, devoid of life and breath, unreachable by distance. But just as this emptiness was about to engulf the great Sun Dharma King, an unexpected transformation occurred. A piercingly sharp sword intent suddenly radiated from the body of the great Sun Dharma King. Heavenly sword commands the universe, earthly sword cleaves mountains and rivers, human sword sweeps across the vast expanse. Gu Yuan's will brooked no opposition, even in the absence of its master. The will materialized, exuding an icy killing intent akin to a peerless sword, with a horizontal slash, the renowned true intent of the Luo sect. The void law was effortlessly cleaved into nothingness. What is this? Pei Mingchuan's pupils constricted sharply, his qi leaking and stirring the winds and clouds around him, a single strand of innate true sun dazzlingly radiant. Innate Grandmaster, the great Sun Dharma King murmured. The esteemed Pei Mingchuan, ranked among the top 10 in the mountain and river rankings, had finally defied the innate realm and achieved the status of Grandmaster. This was not unexpected, yet, even such a Grandmaster, endowed with the legacy of a great sect, was far from Gu Yuan's equal. No, he was even unable to penetrate the methods left behind by Gu Yuan. He was utterly at a loss. Perhaps it was time to have a serious discussion with the sect leader. The great Sun Dharma King lowered his gaze, feeling utterly transparent. Chapter 7, The Prodigy. The Radiant Era. So, you mean to say that this martial truth is a technique left behind by Gu Yuan? Pei Mingchuan's expression returned to calm, inquiring solemnly, though a hint of astonishment remained in his eyes. Indeed, sect leader, now do you understand why this operation failed, sending 2 7th-stage wandering warriors to abduct an innate Grandmaster in person, who could have anticipated such folly? This was, without a doubt, the most absurd tale Pei Mingchuan had ever heard. Yet, ironically, he was one of the protagonists in this tale. Are you certain that the one who attacked you was Gu Yuan himself and not a peerless expert lurking in the shadows? Even so, Pei Mingchuan still found it hard to believe that it was Gu Yuan acting personally. Perhaps there was an innate Grandmaster behind Gu Yuan, a notion far more palatable than accepting Gu Yuan as that overwhelming figure. Pei Mingchuan had trained in martial arts since childhood, establishing his foundation at 10, forming true Qi at 13, achieving perfect form at 18, and breaking through to the wandering realm at 28, after 30 years of traversing the world. Enduring numerous life and death trials, he finally comprehended the essence of martial truth and ascended to the seat of the Luo sect leader. Subsequently, with the sect's foundation, he cultivated for another 60 years, barely breaking into the realm of innate Grandmaster. Among his contemporaries, Pei Mingchuan could be considered a prodigy of martial arts, and Gu Yuan, an 18-year-old innate Grandmaster, potentially an innate Grandmaster of the utmost realm. Was he a human or a specter? It was no wonder Pei Mingchuan remained incredulous. On the Qingyun ranking, beneath the ethereal Zishao Palace, the legendary innate Dao fetus, heralded as an inevitable prodigy in the martial arts realm, now at the tender age of 10. Remains merely a 7th realm martial wanderer upon the summit of Jinwu Mountain, the one known as Chen Shui, embodying the essence of Xiande and having comprehended the celestial severing technique, is now not even a martial wanderer. Within the confines of the Yuejin Palace, the extraordinary woman lauded for her innate sword bone, the foremost of the Jisha Academy, the future Buddha of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and the successor of the Supreme Tao. stands as the most illustrious heir among the 6 sacred martial domains. Each of these figures is a prodigy of great renown, seeds of grandmasters, yet, even the top of the Qingyun ranking has merely begun to grasp the true essence of martial arts. The chasm between them and Gu Yuan is unfathomably vast. Most critically, Gu Yuan's significance is paramount for the Luo sect, without this coordinate serving as the true vacuum of their homeland, and the guardian of the Great Zhou's dragon Qi. The so-called Outer Dao Alliance poses no threat to the Great Zhou. There is no need for more. Merely 2 grandmasters, commanding an army of 200,000, could effortlessly obliterate all their ambitions. Master Pei, once you meet Gu Yuan in person, you shall understand the vastness of this world, where the sun and moon are boundless. Once the great Sun Dharma King concluded his teachings, he took his leave. Now that all matters have been settled, or rather forcefully concluded, the path of the Outer Dao Alliance can no longer be traversed. He must return to the sect to report this situation to the leader. As it concerns life and death, as well as the future of the holy sect, there can be no delay. An 18-year-old innate grandmaster heralds an era of grandeur that has not been seen in 10,000 years. A saying from the Tianji Pavilion flashed through his mind, prompting a deep sigh from Pei Mingchuan. The universe is vast, and martial prowess is abundant, yet he has always felt that the enormity of the world lies within the grasp of grandmasters. Whether in the martial realm or across the entire Shenzhou, thus he harbors grand ambitions to transform the Outer Dao into a sacred ground. However, if that saying holds true, perhaps the days of grandmasters reigning supreme and invincible shall fade into history. What then shall he and the Luo sect do? Gu Yuan. Pei Mingchuan softly murmured this name, his eyes shimmering as he pondered deeply. Qingyin, you have a remarkable son. After a long pause, it all culminated in a sigh. As dawn approached, the sun rose high. The world was shrouded in a thin veil of mist. A ray of morning light pierced through the thick clouds, cascading down and painting the land in hues of gold. Among the trees outside the hall, the melodious chirping of birds filled the air, crisp, delightful, and enchanting. Gu Yuan gradually awoke from his meditation, opening his eyes, which gleamed like 2 unsheathed swords, radiating brilliance. His vitality surged like a mighty river, continuously transforming into the purest essence of true Qi. Yet soon he reigned in his aura. Having returned at dawn, he refined the heavenly dragon grass and gleaned insights from Ji Yunfan regarding the state of the Great Zhou. Although Ji Yunfan was merely a mid-level figure, his knowledge far surpassed Gu Yuan's. Their mutual confirmations further enriched Gu Yuan's understanding of the Great Zhou, no longer merely a theoretical exercise. For instance, a kingdom that does not exist in ancient texts, the Northern Yuan Khanate, situated beyond the northern borders of the Great Zhou. This foreign empire was unified 30 years ago by an extraordinary warlord, a master of horseback archery and valiant in battle, frequently disrupting the borders of the Great Zhou. A year ago, that warlord passed away, leading to the Khanate's gradual fragmentation. Subsequently, the new king, seeking to consolidate power, marched southward, resulting in a great battle at the Tianbei Pass against the Great Zhou. In this conflict, an innate grandmaster of the Northern Yuan Khanate fell on the battlefield, and over 100,000 Northern Yuan cavalry were annihilated, almost entirely wiped out. As for the subsequent tales of a living Buddha emerging to be revered as the imperial teacher, Gu Yuan held little interest. What intrigued him was that, in this decisive battle, not a single grandmaster from the Great Zhou was deployed. It was solely the strength of the 9 garrisons along the borders that utterly defeated a once mighty empire. This revelation led Gu Yuan to understand that innate grandmasters are not invincible. They too face peril, and now it was time to explore the capital city. Suddenly Gu Yuan was startled. The Dao fruit he had nurtured had actually borne fruit. With a mere thought, a white longsword measuring 3 feet 4 inches in length and 2 fingers in width floated into the air, hovering before Gu Yuan. The hilt was exquisitely carved, resembling a dragon's head, and faint sounds of chimes echoed in the air. As the celestial curtain unfurled, a pale golden elixir appeared in Gu Yuan's hand. It seemed almost alive, autonomously drawing in the surrounding essence, exuding a rich vitality and spiritual resonance. Even before consumption, a refreshing essence surged into his body with every breath, filling the air with an invigorating aroma that uplifted his spirit. This was the 9 Revolutions golden elixir. When had this occurred? Gu Yuan pondered, unable to discern a clear reason. Could it be from the Holy Fire sect? Yet that seemed implausible. Their fortune had nearly run dry. A major sect could hardly possess so little. Was it from the great Sun Dharma King? After mulling it over, Gu Yuan was left with this possibility. Nevertheless, why contemplate so much? This 9 Revolutions golden elixir was precisely what he needed. Having consumed the heavenly dragon grass, Gu Yuan's vitality now far surpassed his former self. If he were to ingest the 9 Revolutions golden elixir, his vitality and physique would surely ascend to even greater heights. Chapter 8, The 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir. The stage is set. Gu Yuan promptly swallowed the 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir, utilizing his transcendent realm as an innate Grandmaster to perfectly dissolve it. Waves of pure medicinal efficacy surged within him like a tidal wave. Should an adept of this path witness it, they would likely berate Gu Yuan for his lack of discernment. The 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir, renowned as a divine elixir, is intended primarily for external refinement. The term 9 revolutions signifies its capacity to be refined 9 times, progressing step by step. In fact, should an ordinary martial artist like Gu Yuan swallow it in one go, their internal organs would be instantly overwhelmed, reducing them to a pulpy mass. Gu Yuan naturally understood this information. Everything that is cultivated, even tangible objects, carries accompanying knowledge, yet innate grandmasters can transform the impossible into the possible. His blood surged and churned like rivers, continuously cleansing and refining. Gu Yuan's bones creaked as if resonating with the roar of dragons and tigers. The impurities within him were ceaselessly expelled. His muscles writhed and strengthened, while his meridians coiled like giant serpents. Pulsating with life, his skin rapidly transformed, becoming translucent and radiating a luminous glow. Such purity of medicinal properties, Gu Yuan marveled at his internal state, quietly appreciating the potency flooding his being. As the effects of the elixir surged through him, his gaze shifted to the Shitian sword. The blade was crystalline and flawless, resembling jade and stone, exuding a gentle warmth. He wondered where the Shitian sword would rank on the divine weapon list. Should it be placed there? Countless weapons exist in the world, crafted for the sake of fame. In the martial realm, there exists a divine weapon list that encompasses all extraordinary arms, each possessing incredible effects. The Shitian sword, born from the third-tier Dao fruit, can resonate with one's spirit, condensing one's martial essence, thus certainly qualifies as a first-rate divine weapon. Some truly formidable divine weapons can even empower their wielders to challenge a grand realm. With a flick of his finger, Gu Yuan grasped the hilt, its cold light shimmering. A sharp aura emanated from the Shitian sword, seemingly in harmony with Gu Yuan's essence, responding to his thoughts, causing the longsword to tremble slightly. Emitting a sound of jubilant exultation, the Shitian sword, cleansing the impurities of the mortal realm. Gu Yuan raised his hand, gently caressing the Shitian sword. With his motion, an inexplicable wave rippled through the air, enhancing the effects of the 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir. What else do I require? Gu Yuan contemplated. The most pressing need is undoubtedly the 4th-tier Dao fruit. Beyond the innate realm, the unification of the 9 realms of martial arts constitutes the 10th realm of martial arts. Termed the unity of heaven and man, the world reveres this as the martial saint, a pinnacle that can endure for 5 centuries. The related item should be the 4th-tier Dao fruit. Regrettably, in the past millennium, no martial saints have emerged in this realm. Of course, the factions and sects within the Great Zhou that claim to inherit the legacy of the heavenly beings are indeed considerable. Gu Yuan has already tasked Ji Yunfan with gathering this information, and with the intelligence of the Jingwu division, a response should be forthcoming soon. Next, he must consider the attitude of the Qingtian Observatory and the Great Zhou towards him. This will be crucial in determining whether he should adopt a forceful approach or a more diplomatic one. Additionally, certain issues must be resolved. A decade of confinement necessitates some explanation. Although this palace consists of numerous halls, all belonging to Gu Yuan, with provisions of exquisite quality far exceeding his previous life, it is ultimately built upon the foundation of his imprisonment. Gu Yuan set a plan in motion, rising to dress and groom himself. Moments later, footsteps echoed outside the hall. The bronze doors of the main hall swung open, and several Taoists carrying food boxes entered in succession. They traversed the winding stone path, placing the food in the designated dining chamber. Shortly after, one Taoist stealthily approached the entrance of the main hall and softly knocked. "Your Highness, the breakfast is prepared." "Understood," the voice called out, and then Gu Yuan, donned in a crescent white brocade robe and crowned with a silver tiara, stepped forth. Oddly, he sensed something different about the 13th prince today. Upon seeing Gu Yuan's appearance, the Taoists noted that while he still exuded an innate nobility, there seemed to be an indescribable quality within that nobility. It must be that yesterday's martial training had been overly exhausting. Though the Taoists were perplexed, they merely attributed it to an illusion born from fatigue. Gu Yuan, unaware of their thoughts and indifferent to their perceptions, arrived at the dining area, taking a seat at the table. It was already laden with an array of delicacies. Various exquisite dishes, colorful and fragrant, filled the space, tantalizing the senses. Although Gu Yuan had achieved the status of an innate grandmaster, his appetite remained one of the few joys he indulged in over the past decade. He immediately began to feast heartily under the astonished gazes of the Taoists. He devoured dish after dish in an impressive display of appetite. This quantity far exceeded his usual intake. Only martial artists with ceaseless vitality could digest such a massive amount of food. This was also Gu Yuan's intent, revealing some of his foundation to observe the movements of the great Zhou. If the two sides were indeed destined to become enemies, to contend with a congenital grandmaster and to confront a mere chi-refining martial artist undoubtedly requires a differing caliber of strength. After finishing his meal, the ancient figure, Gu Yuan, contentedly wiped the corner of his mouth, lifted a cup of clear tea, and began to sip it delicately, observing several Taoists preparing to pack their belongings and depart. He spoke in a nonchalant tone. There is no need to prepare dinner for today. The Taoists exchanged glances in surprise. They had anticipated the usual inquiries about certain matters, but they never expected such a statement. That 13th Prince, Gu Yuan continued indifferently, having been in the Shangjin workshop for so long without a visit is indeed a regret. Today, as tranquility breeds movement, it is time I stepped outside. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered individuals changed dramatically. The Shangjin workshop is one of the 99 workshops in the divine capital, with the Xianjin temple nestled within it. To look upon the Shangjin workshop would imply stepping out of the Xianjin temple. A significant move, considering that this 13th prince had not set foot outside the place, which they privately referred to as the Palace of Leisure, in a decade. What could possibly be the reason for this change? However, they understood that this was not a matter for them to deliberate. Whether the 13th prince had lost his mind due to prolonged confinement or for other reasons was beyond their purview. It was for the elders and temple masters above to decide. Therefore, after the Taoists bowed and took their leave, they promptly reported the matter upward. In the Xianjin main hall, fragrant incense wafted through the air, enveloping the space in a mystical haze. What does he intend to do? After 11 years, can't he simply remain quiet? His actions are hindering my alchemical pursuits, roared Yu Zhengqing, the master of the alchemy hall. Clad in a crimson Taoist robe, his agitation palpable, beside him were the other 4 hall masters, yet the most striking figure among them was a young Taoist in a purple robe, standing tall. A red line on his forehead resembling a sword scar, accentuating his handsome features. He was Yu Qianxiu, the foremost disciple of Xianjin and the temple master's personal apprentice. There is no need for such anger. Master Yu Qianxiu spoke calmly. We need not concern ourselves with the reasons. The 13th prince, of noble birth, is not a true prisoner. If he wishes to leave, then let him. Why? Yu Zhengqing glared. What do you understand? Yu Qianxiu merely smiled in silence. I concur with Qianxiu. The 13th prince's unique status cannot be constrained by us, interjected the master of the Merit Hall. Moreover, the temple master had already stated before entering seclusion that all matters would be handled by Qianxiu. I see no issue in this. The other hall masters nodded in agreement. From the very beginning, when the emperor sent the 13th prince to the Xianjin temple, no prohibitions were issued. The restrictions on martial arts were merely policies of the temple. In this situation, should the 13th prince insist on going out, what could they do? It would be better to let him act freely. Their most pressing concern remained the temple master's cultivation. A matter of utmost importance for the future of the Xianjin temple. You will surely regret this, Yu Zhengqing huffed, his temper flaring as he stormed out. Master Yu is becoming increasingly irritable. Yu Qianxiu remarked with a smile and a shake of his head. Yet he does have a point. Even if we choose not to intervene, we should inform the Long Terrace to avoid repercussions and to prevent alarming our master. Furthermore, we should dispatch capable disciples to discreetly protect the 13th prince, ensuring that no underhanded individuals disturb him. The hall masters bowed in agreement, affirming, understood. Chapter 9. A storm approaches. Half an hour later, in the imperial city, within the imperial study, the scent of ink and paper filled the air, while precious stones and jade adorned the surroundings. The emperor of Zhou, having just concluded the morning court session, sat in a chair with his eyes half closed, appearing to either rest or contemplate a matter. At that moment, the grand eunuch Wei Yin approached with a cup of tea and softly spoke. Your Majesty, the Black Dragon Guard has sent word that the 13th prince has exited the Xianjin temple. And what else? The emperor inquired, his interest piqued as he opened his eyes. Wei Yin set down the tea and cautiously continued. In the 13th prince's residence, there was a faint scent of blood, as reported by the Black Dragon Terrace, suggesting it occurred no more than a day ago. Oh, the emperor smiled. So, it seems the fish has finally taken the bait. Do you think it is due to that mysterious Grandmaster, or could it be that he himself is the mysterious Grandmaster? Furthermore, how could a third party have emerged? I am unsure, Wei Yin respectfully replied. However, according to the Xianjin Temple, the Black Dragon Terrace speculates that the 13th prince may have already become a qi-refining martial artist, though his exact level remains unclear. Several Taoists dispatched from the Xianjin Temple have also lost track of the 13th prince in the Shangjian workshop. With this revelation, the emperor's lips curled into a smile, clearly intrigued. How interesting. In that case, there is no need for excessive intervention. If it succeeds, then so be it. If not, then that is acceptable. The IT is merely a casual game. Were it not for the sacred land's undue pressure, I would have long since dispatched troops to clear out all disloyal elements within the Great Zhou. Let us observe this matter, the emperor declared. Rising and tossing a document aside before leisurely walking to the window, gazing at the distant sky with the northern Yuan's imperial master descending south, the states of Chu and Yu are also joining the fray. That talented young swordsman from the Yu Sword Palace, what was his name again? Yun Qingyi, yes, the third daughter of Yun Tianhe. Both nations have formed a delegation, which includes him, although he participates as a princess of Yu. The Yu Sword Palace, the emperor turned to Wei Yan. What do you surmise is their intent? The Yu Sword Palace, in truth, is solely a sword palace, one of the 6 great holy lands of martial arts. Renowned as the foundation of swordsmanship in the divine land, even the true martial mountain, boasting the unparalleled sword technique known as the heaven-cutting line of life, must acknowledge this fact, moreover, as they have long been stationed within the borders of Yu. All political power in Yu, including that of the Yu Emperor, lies under the control of the Sword Palace. Over time, it has become commonly referred to as the Yu Sword Palace, now, while the demon sect has yet to make a move. The Yu Sword Palace has sent forth its most outstanding disciples, signaling nothing less than a readiness to confront any challenges. Wei Yan pondered before responding, Your Majesty, the spring and autumn are at their peak. With the 5 guards and 4 armies strong and well-equipped, what is there to fear from 1 or 2? Indeed, the emperor laughed heartily. My empire possesses its own vigor, it is they who ought to fear me. This delegation merely seeks to measure strength, and the essence of strength lies in martial prowess. Since they wish to test themselves, let them do so. The younger generation of the Great Zhou has no reason to fear others. Your Majesty is wise. Wei Yan bowed in agreement. Subsequently, news of the situation spread swiftly throughout the divine capital. 2 hours later, in the capital of the divine city, at the residence of the Duke of Lu, the Duke's third son, Yang Chang'an, stepped down the stone steps and directly boarded the waiting carriage of the magnificent steeds pulling the carriage were of exceptional quality, worth a fortune. To Huajin Tower, he instructed. Yes, the coachman immediately set off toward Huajin Tower. The divine capital is divided into various workshops, categorized first by inner and outer, and then by national, civilian, and commercial workshops. Huajin Tower is located in a commercial workshop, bustling with elegantly dressed young gentlemen. The building, adorned with red walls and green tiles, was filled with a lively atmosphere. This tower is the largest opulent establishment in the outer 88 workshops. In terms of area, it is hardly smaller than the Duke of Lu's residence. Third young master, we have arrived at Huajin Tower. Upon hearing this, Yang Chang'an lifted the curtain and glanced at the grand signboard hanging above, inscribed with the gilded characters Huajin Tower. A sense of wealth and extravagance washed over him. Though it was midday, the lively atmosphere within showed no signs of waning. Even before disembarking, the alluring sense of cosmetics and flowers heightened one's desires. Third young master, third master, as soon as Yang Chang'an alighted from the carriage, many recognized the renowned third son of the Duke of Lu. As one of the founding dukes, the Yang family could be said to have grown alongside the nation, wielding immense power. Yang Chang'an was accustomed to this attention and strode confidently toward Huajin Tower. Oh, third master, why have you come so early today? Missin has yet to rise. Upon entering the tower, a beautiful woman in her 30s approached, speaking in a sweet voice. Her figure was graceful, her looks exceptional, and her thin, translucent attire only heightened her allure. There's no need to call for her, I shall wait for her myself. Yang Chang'an waved his hand, moving onward. Being a frequent visitor, he had his own private chamber. Soon he reached the second floor and entered a modestly sized room. Though not large, the furnishings were exquisite, with each item carefully crafted, displaying priceless treasures that were rare to behold. Taking a seat at the table, Yang Chang'an lifted his cup and took a sip, addressing the empty room with a calm demeanor. Speak, what is the matter that you sought me so early? Are you aware of the news regarding the divine capital's minor trials? A soft, enchanting voice emerged from behind a screen. Moments later, a woman clad in a flowing white dress stepped out. She was stunningly beautiful, with features like a painting, and her eyes seemed to captivate one's very soul, emitting a paradoxical aura of both warmth and icy detachment. By Yulian, what brings you here, Shadow Envoy? Upon recognizing her, Yang Chang'an's gaze sharpened as he raised an eyebrow. I naturally know about the divine capital's minor trials. The delegations from Chu and Yu have entered the city, accompanied by numerous talented youths from both nations. This minor trial is intended to select suitable candidates for them. The Shadow Envoy has her own matters to attend to. Bai Yulian sat across from Yang Cheng'an, playfully twirling a lock of hair as she spoke with a smile. I hope you will participate in this minor trial. Why? Yang Cheng'an raised an eyebrow. You have never allowed me to reveal my capabilities. Why now? Times have changed. Bai Yulian leaned forward, her breath fragrant like orchids. You are a true seed of our sacred sect. Do you lack confidence? Yang Cheng'an did not respond but instead inquired, I have heard that the heavenly demon Saintus has also arrived in the divine capital. From where did you hear that? Bai Yulian's expression hardened. And in an instant, her captivating eyes radiated a chilling glare. Yang Cheng'an, seemingly oblivious, continued speaking to himself. The Holy Spirit of the Holy Spirit sect, the Lust Prince of the Wuxiang sect, as well as numerous martial arts experts and even masters. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Bai Yulian and continued, aside from innate grandmasters, no one can truly conceal their whereabouts in this divine capital, beneath the feet of the Son of Heaven. The Black Dragon Platform's Jingwu division can find anyone they wish. This is something Miss Bai should be well aware of. With a chuckle, Bai Yulian smiled, her laughter akin to 1,000 blossoms blooming, each displaying a myriad of forms. Since the great Zhou is aware, why do they still allow us to roam freely? Yang Cheng'an pondered, perplexed. Well, as for the reasoning behind it, neither you nor I can fathom it. It seems only Lord Inshur knows a thing or two. You must partake in this small trial in the divine capital. Remember, once you board the ship, it won't be so easy to disembark. Bai Yulian's eyes sparkled. In life, one is of the holy sect. In death, one is a ghost of the holy sect. Everything you possess is bestowed by the holy sect, and thus, the holy sect can naturally reclaim it. Miss Bai speaks the truth, Yang Cheng'an replied, narrowing his eyes. However, this descent must hold more than just one purpose, correct? You are quite astute, Bai Yulian said with a light smile. Lord Inshur has also instructed you to probe a certain individual. Who? The 13th Prince Gu Yuan, Chapter 10. Fourth Order Dao Fruit, the Son of Heaven's auspicious observation technique. According to ancient tradition, the location of the Qingtian Bureau was situated atop the Great Dragon Vein of the previous dynasty. Daowing.to suppress it, the Qingtian Bureau was established here. In the center of the bureau stood a 9-story tower, towering high and seemingly insurmountable, constructed from various rare materials, grand and imposing, instilling a sense of awe. This was known as the Qian Kuan Tower. By noon, the Qingtian Bureau was bustling with activity, with people coming and going, a flurry of carriages and horses. The Qingtian Bureau was indeed a place of high rank and authority. And it was clear that numerous treasures of Dao fruit were present. Gu Yuan walked forward, often catching sight of the TUF from the Black Dragon platform and the patrols from the Jingwu division hurrying past. News flowed like a current. Gu Yuan even spotted several third-order Dao fruits, yet none of the fortune-related items he sought. Logically speaking, someone dressed as he was should not have been able to enter the Qingtian Bureau. Yet countless people passed by him, seemingly unaware of his presence, as if he were invisible. Such an ability, if placed in tales of the extraordinary, would be deemed the work of deities or immortals. Yet the true reason lay in Gu Yuan's transcendent martial arts realm as an unparalleled grandmaster, combined with the earth sword from the 3 wonders of heaven, earth, and man, which distorted the hearts and minds of others, rendering him as inconspicuous as the earth itself. As long as one lacked sufficient realm, even a master standing right before them could not perceive him. Only those at the pinnacle might notice something amiss. Rumor had it that the head of the Qingtian Bureau was currently practicing at the top of the Qian Kuan Tower, observing the celestial changes and monitoring the world unless summoned by the Son of Heaven. He rarely descended. Gu Yuan raised his gaze to the towering 66-young structure, a hint of gravity in his eyes. Whether his methods could evade this individual remained uncertain. During the oppressive atmosphere of the divine capital, Gu Yuan was aware that an innate grandmaster resided here. Presumably, it was this head of the Qingtian Bureau, an innate grandmaster who had lived for over 200 years. Guchong Xian, ranked 17th on the Zhou Tian list. Even now, without probing into the mind, an existence akin to the sun itself was unreservedly radiating its will from within the Qian Kuan Tower. Any martial artist who comprehended the true essence of martial arts could not possibly ignore it. Nonetheless, Gu Yuan smiled faintly. What if he could not evade detection? Even if he could not return, it did not mean he had to fear anyone. The fortune-related items were crucial for the future. No one could obstruct him. With a decisive step, Gu Yuan boldly entered the Qian Kuan Tower. In an instant, atop the 9-story building, Guchong Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide, only to reveal a hint of confusion the next moment. Strange, he mused. As an innate Grandmaster, he was already acutely aware of the changes around him, especially considering the uniqueness of his cultivation method. The entire Qian Kuan Tower could be said to be his grand formation. With every inch of space under his control, however, just now this formation, which should have been flawless, exhibited a slight fluctuation. Even the 8 directions mirror did not respond. Ge Chongxuan's brow furrowed deeply. If it were as he suspected, to be able to pass unnoticed by both the 8 directions mirror and himself, it must be a transcendent powerhouse. Could it be that person? Good Chongxian suddenly recalled the Supreme Grandmaster who had dominated the divine capital yesterday. If it were indeed this individual, perhaps they could indeed evade the 8 directions mirror's scrutiny. But why would this person come to the Qintian Bureau? Beyond the 8 directions mirror, there was nothing of particular note here. Perhaps not, it could be the means of the demonic sect. Ge Chongxuan's thoughts raced. The divine capital had recently become the epicenter of a storm, with countless powerhouses sharpening their blades. The 7 paths of the demonic sect were not to be underestimated. If their lineage was as ancient as rumored, they were not much inferior to the Holy Lands in their prime. The 7 paths united could even be considered a demonic Holy Land, yet, whether they were friend or foe had little to do with him. As long as they did not intrude upon this dragon vein, everything else was none of his concern. Ge Chongxian reined in his thoughts, choosing to disregard this unexpected occurrence, whether it was the demonic sect, a mysterious Grandmaster, or another force. As long as they did not disturb this dragon vein, it was all irrelevant to him. Rank, 3rd Order Dao Fruit, 7 Mysteries of Life. Rank, 3rd Order Dao Fruit, Heaven's View and Earth's Listening Technique. Indeed, there were many treasures in the Qintian Bureau, yet none of the fortune-related items he required. Gu Yuan arrived at the 7th level of the Qian Kuan Tower, where the personnel of the Qintian Bureau were few, and various tools were arranged in numerous rooms. In a chamber filled with books, Gu Yuan discovered 2 Dao fruits. However, the 7 Mysteries of Life was concerned with fate, allowing one to discern the fate of others. But it was not a cultivation method, merely a technique based on experience. Yet, to reach 3rd Order status with just experience techniques was indeed remarkable. As for the Heaven's View and Earth's Listening Technique, it was a method of investigation that, with a mere thought, could encompass an entire area. Although Gu Yuan could suppress most of the divine capital with the true essence of martial arts, that only allowed him a rough sweep, revealing only the most prominent figures. The Heaven's View and Earth's Listening Technique required a more refined approach. Both required 9 years of time, on par with the Washing Heaven Sword in 9 Transformations Golden Pill. Thus, he could take note for now. Gu Yuan did not rush into choosing either of these Dao fruits, for what he truly needed was the ability to discern the fortune of individuals. This alignment with his own Dao fruit capabilities was the true path. As he continued forward, suddenly Gu Yuan paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. What was this? Within his perception range, a piece of information flashed by. Rank, 4th Order Dao Fruit, Son of Heaven's Auspicious Observation Technique. A 4th Order Dao Fruit, obtained effortlessly, mastering heaven and earth, glimpsing the changes of the 3 talents, comprehensively surveying all heavenly intentions, earth veins, and human hearts. This was an unparalleled, marvelous technique, yet it required 100 years of time. Gu Yuan was astounded. The time required for this far exceeded that of the 3rd Order Dao fruits. And it was truly worthy of its rank. However, regardless of whether it took 1,000 or 10,000 years, as long as it was a 4th Order Dao fruit, Gu Yuan could not possibly relinquish it. With divine insight, he immediately planted the Dao fruit. Time began to flow. Was this derived from this jade seal? Gu Yuan's gaze swept ahead, where 2 men clad in the red robes of the Qintian Bureau were conversing as they walked. The man in the lead held a wooden tray upon which rested a jade seal. So it was the jade seal of the Daong dynasty. The Great Zhou had previously occupied this fertile land, which belonged to the Daong Empire, a vast empire that had endured for a millennium. In the current lands of the Divine Kingdom, aside from Yuland, all were territories of the Daong. Could the Jade Seal, representing the Yong Emperor, contain immense fortune within? Or perhaps it held the dragon vein of the previous dynasty that the Qintian Bureau suppressed? Gu Yuan suddenly pondered a question. If people possess fortune, do not objects also possess fortune? For instance, in his previous life, the legendary Great Yu forged the 9 tripods to delineate the 9 provinces, thus the 9 tripods became a symbol of the people's will. In this instance, could the Jade Seal, representing imperial authority, also possess such a possibility? Then the question arose, if this Jade Seal truly held fortified fortune, how could one acquire it? Human fortune could be obtained through subjugation and conquest. But how was the fortune of this jade seal acquired? Even if the downfall of Daong meant it might lack substantial fortune, it was worth a try. With this thought, Gu Yuan organized his thoughts and followed closely behind the two men. Chapter 11, 7 Strikes of the Celestial Spirit, True Dragon Crown. Where they headed to the 9th floor, following closely, Gu Yuan discovered that these two officials continued their ascent even to the 8th floor. Their goal could only be one, the 9th floor of Qian Koan, where an innate Grandmaster resided. To abandon or to persist, Gu Yuan's gaze fluctuated before settling into a determined glint. 100 years was too long. Although an innate Grandmaster may live for over 200 years, he could not afford to wait idly. An innate Grandmaster and a jade seal were enough for him to take the plunge. With the Washing Heaven sword in hand, his vitality and physique honed by the 9 transformations, Golden Pill and Heavenly Dragon Grass, and the 3 wonders of heaven, earth, and man, comparable to the pinnacle of innate realms, he felt confident. Gu Yuan resolved firmly, determined to ascertain his standing among the innate Grandmasters. In the Qian Koan Tower, the 9 celestial realms were accessible only to the head of the Qingtian Bureau and his few disciples, as well as the officials of the 4 Symbols Division. Even the 8th celestial realm was a place for these individuals to cultivate. The 2 officials delivering the jade seal presented the tray to a beautiful woman clad in a Taoist robe. Master Zhu, the jade seal has been delivered. We shall take our leave. The woman addressed as Master Zhu appeared youthful, her skin as smooth as jade, her brows like willow leaves, and even the loose Taoist robe could not conceal her graceful curves. It was hard to tell how such a young woman had become the 3rd most powerful figure in the Qingtian Bureau, but this was merely a reflection of Gu Yuan's ignorance. The esteemed director of the Astronomical Bureau, Guchong Xian, has taken on 3 disciples, 2 of whom are renowned masters at the Transcendent Realm, celebrated far and wide. The last, however, is his cherished close disciple, the daughter of the Marquis of Wuan, Fangzheni, who stands before us as the esteemed chief scribe. With the formidable backing of these 2 extraordinary masters, how could she possibly be anything but the chief scribe? Fangzheni accepted the tray, casting a brief glance at the jade seal, and nodded slightly. You have worked hard, you may withdraw now. The 2 men bowed and retreated, allowing the chief scribe to approach, unbeknownst to Fangzheni. Gu Yuan followed closely behind, having fully stepped into the 9 heavens of the universe. As Gu Yuan ascended the building, he felt an overwhelming clarity. The 9 heavens were devoid of a ceiling, featuring only 5 towering platforms in the cardinal directions, each crowned by a colossal cauldron, from which clouds of smoke billowed, enveloping the entire sky. A formation. Though Gu Yuan's experience was limited, his keen perception allowed him to sense a vague connection among the 5 cauldrons. With focused attention, they appeared as a shimmering, golden-hued celestial pool before him, capable of evoking extraordinary phenomena. Gu Yuan was astonished. The will of the earth sword from the 3 wonders of heaven, earth, and man stirred without wind. Within his heart, it felt as if an ancient divine mountain suppressed all drawn forth by this gas. Did it desire to absorb it? Gu Yuan sensed a stirring within him, the will of martial arts surging forth to meet this inexplicable phenomenon from afar. Thus, absorption was the answer. Gu Yuan understood that hesitation was not an option at such a moment, especially with a transcendent master nearby. He must act decisively. Boom, like a great whale gulping water, the 3 wonders of heaven, earth, and man sword emanated an invisible sword intent, soaring skyward. In an instant, from the 5 colossal cauldrons a torrent of smoke and dust surged forth, crashing towards Gu Yuan like a tidal wave. Wisps of it seemed almost tangible. At that moment, the entire 9 heavens of the universe felt as if it had transformed into another realm, where movement became as arduous as if Mount Tai were pressing down upon one, rendering every step a challenge. Who has invoked the Imperial Dragon energy? Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of several individuals already within the 9 heavens. Of Fangzheni perceived the world around her bathed in a golden hue, as if under the relentless sun, her eyes unable to withstand the brightness. In comparison to Gu Yuan, she understood far too much. The so-called Imperial Dragon energy represented the fate of a dynasty, the very foundation of its endurance. Why is it that the emperors and princes of this realm, despite their lack of cultivation, have not perished by accident or assassination? It is precisely due to the protection of this Imperial Dragon energy. Even methods of celestial divination cannot penetrate its mysteries. Furthermore, it serves as a boon to cultivation. The dragon vein suppressed by the Astronomical Bureau is the Great Young Dragon Vein, containing the Imperial Dragon energy accumulated over a millennium. However, this dragon vein has become obscured and muddied due to the corruption of the Supreme Demon Lord, rendering its benefits nearly negligible and instead spreading toxicity. This is one of the reasons for the downfall of the Great Young Dynasty. When the eternal emperor no longer reigns with unassailable might, and the world can alter his fate, an emperor becomes merely immortal, the newly established Great Joe cannot alter this tainted dragon vein. Otherwise, it would have long been devoured by the imperial family of Great Joe. It was only a century prior, with Gu Chongxian taking charge of the astronomical bureau and establishing the great arratum in the heavens, that individuals could gradually refine the overflowing imperial dragon energy through the 5 cauldrons. Even someone like Fang Zhini, who had yet to consolidate her martial intent, required the Great Yong Jade Seal to channel the imperial dragon energy for cultivation. Though the efficiency was merely a drop in the ocean, even Gu Chongxian, as a transcendent master himself, could not draw upon the imperial dragon energy in such a manner, should Fang Zhini attempt it. The surging dragon energy would likely cause her to explode within a breath. Even if she survived, she would likely fall victim to the corruption, losing her mind in essence. A sudden surge of energy flared from Fang Zhini, fierce and unyielding, isolating her from the influence of the dragon energy. In the next moment, a thunderous shout erupted. "Who dares to intrude upon the astronomical bureau?" The voice resounded like thunder, deafening and revealing profound power. Fang Zhini's body trembled slightly, her gaze flickering. "It is Uncle Bao. With his intervention, all should be well." Bao Fu, the younger brother of Gu Chongxian, a master at the Transcendent Realm, stood as the head of the 4 Symbols Division of the Astronomical Bureau. His cultivation exceedingly profound. 2 decades ago, during the grand tournament in the Imperial Palace, he triumphed over formidable foes, ascending to the 15th position on the mountain and river rankings. The Marquis of Wuan praised his martial spirit as robust. Having reached the stage of transformation, one step further, and he would reverse the path of pure yang. A towering figure suddenly broke through the void. On the summit of the universe building within the 9 heavens, the dragon energy surged like a tide, and the vibrant true energy converged into a tsunami, sweeping forth. It resembled a cascade of stars, magnificent and overwhelming, transforming into a white ribbon that descended upon Gu Yuan. The 7 strikes of the celestial spirit, Bao Fu's signature technique, emphasizing the spirit as the essence and the intent as the body, aligned with the eastern 7 constellations, and now bolstered by the might of the great array. This punch became even more terrifying. Just as Fang Zhini believed the situation was under control, a voice, calm and unhurried, broke the tension. "Where is Gu Chongxian? Why does he not intervene and allow a junior to act recklessly?" The voice came from not far behind Fang Zhini. She turned abruptly to see a tall figure standing with hands clasped behind his back amidst the swirling imperial dragon energy. The dragon energy coiled around him, as if he wore a true dragon's crown, exuding an imperial presence that could swallow the mountains and rivers. Chapter 12, the 17th of the celestial rankings. Nothing more. His features were indistinct, rendering him unrecognizable. Yet those eyes appeared as deep and boundless as the ocean, emanating an innate nobility. Who was this exalted being, so composed? Fang Zhini widened her beautiful eyes, seemingly drawn in, her gaze sweeping towards the figure's hand. With a flick of his fingers, akin to a sword, he effortlessly severed the air. In that instant, an indescribable, overwhelming aura descended, as though the earth lamented and the mountains crumbled. Fang Zhini, observing it all, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Even the protective measures set by the Marquis of Wuan seemed to vanish. The impact shook her spirit, nearly causing her to falter, as the world before her blurred instantaneously. The Emperor commands the realm, and the people submit. The dragon roams the heavens, and the seas bow in servitude. The 3 wonders of heaven, earth, and man's sword. The Emperor governs the world. Gu Yuan's 3 wonders of heaven, earth, and man's sword was already in a state of perfection. Now, under the influence of the imperial dragon energy, the earth sword and man's sword exhibited a tendency to merge, for the so-called dragon vein embodies the hearts of the people and the advantages of the land, perfectly aligning with the might of the earth and man's swords. Thus, a breathtaking sword was naturally born. Such swordsmanship, truly terrifying. Could it be a master from the Sword Palace? Fang Zhini trembled, her legs quaking. Were it not for her remaining mental clarity, she might have already succumbed beneath the weight of this sword. The boundless true energy, the overwhelming martial prowess, and the vast imperial dragon energy, all seemed as fragile as bubbles, ready to burst at a mere touch. Boom! The true energy dissipated, the dragon energy receded, revealing Bao Fu, his face still etched with incredulity, standing dazed and immobile, yet the aura did not cease, continuing to surge forth. The rare stone-crafted floor beneath them began to crack and shatter under the pressure, as if sweeping through all. "Are you not a touch too domineering?" a sigh echoed, accompanied by an invisible wave that shackled this aura. "This is the Great Joe, the Astronomical Bureau, not a place for your wild antics." As the words fell, the central platform of the universe building within the 9 heavens erupted in radiant light. A blend of yellow and white, the Big Dipper and the 28 constellations seemed to descend upon this space, manifesting the four celestial spirits: azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise, the 7 strikes of the celestial spirit. No, it is the 28 strikes of the celestial spirit. Thunderous roars erupted, as if the very air was being crushed and imploded, creating an illusion of the void collapsing, were it not for the great array still in place. This strike would have wreaked havoc for miles. This is the might of a transcendent master, not self-derived, but drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth, the same martial arts, when compared to Bao Fu, are magnified tenfold, 100-fold. For centuries ago, this place was the capital of the Great Yuan, and 1500 years past, it was the celestial capital of the Great Shang. Gu Yuan stepped forward, his voice echoing as if descending from the highest heavens. How could you possibly know that this has nothing to do with me? Boom! A force as formidable as the clear sky tore through the clouds, shattering the celestial radiance that had descended like a starry sky, plunging the stars into a dim silence as if caught in a cycle of oblivion. Between heaven and earth, only the azure sky remained. One word shatters a punch. Indeed, it is you. Ge Chongshuan's gaze sharpened. He had suspected but only now confirmed that the one daring to breach the universe building is none other than that supreme master who once dominated a city. Such prowess, no master from his memory could rival. Who exactly are you? A wandering recluse, an unnamed individual? Gu Yuan laughed heartily, realizing now that a transcendent master is but this. I possess a sword. I humbly request Gu Jianzheng to impart his wisdom. With the washing sky sword in hand, a flash of brilliance erupted as the sword was swung. Like a hanging river, it transformed the earth below, where dragons and snakes writhed, and the edge of the blade swept across the 8 directions in the 6 realms. It seemed as if sword energy permeated everywhere, as if it existed in all things. The intention to slay, the might that could cleanse the heavens, was simply unstoppable. Under this aura, Feng Zhini trembled uncontrollably, feeling as though her blood was freezing, unable to breathe, suffocating to the utmost degree. Her ears buzzed, rendering her incapable of hearing any words. Even Bao Fu, a master of the transcendent realm, found himself no different from an ordinary person under this pressure. A mere hair's breadth separated them from the abyss. Were it not for Gu Yuan's deliberate restraint, wielding the terrifying control of the transcendent extreme solely against Gu Chongxian, the universe building would have been reduced to ruins. After all, this could be considered his future asset. This sword could slay a master. Gu Chongxian felt his blood boiling, waves of heat emanating from his surface. The lethal killing intent assaulted every inch of his skin, his spirit racing wildly, sounding alarms. How many years had it been since he entered the transcendent realm? He had not experienced the sensation of life and death for so long, yet now, facing this mysteriously powerful supreme master, he genuinely felt the threat of life and death. This sword, should he fail to deflect it, death is certain. Is this the pinnacle of innate realms? Gu Chongshuan's eyes suddenly transformed into a mesmerizing blend of yellow and white, akin to burning stars. Within his body, true qi roared and surged, every drop of vital essence igniting and erupting like a volcanic explosion. The 4 spirits of the celestial cycle, the 8 gates of the heavenly stronghold, the myriad stars aligning. One by one, the stars forcefully tore through the sword's aura, radiating brilliant light. Its hue shifted from a pristine white to a fiery intensity, from black and white to a blazing red, resembling the culmination of a star at its zenith, embracing its final resplendent bloom. The celestial gate's ultimate technique, the art of universal annihilation. This was the most formidable skill passed down through Gu Chongshuan's sect. An ultimate strike comprehended by a celestial martial saint who witnessed the fall of stars. Utilizing it at his current level of cultivation was exceedingly strenuous, yet in this moment, he held nothing back. All his true qi converged here. A wondrous spectacle unfolded, countless stars extinguished, their boiling energies erupting into frenzied waves of force, sweeping through the surroundings. It was as if a deluge descended, washing over the earth and obliterating all life in its path. This terrifying might, the innumerable starlights, seemed to overwhelm the very heavens and the earth. The entire Qian Koan Tower trembled, the ground cracked open, and immense chasms extended from the azure stone surface. This fierce battle had finally reached the limits of the formation, unable to be concealed any longer. Yet at this moment, Gu Chongxian had no time to concern himself with such trivialities. Boom! First came a thunderous roar, followed by an eerie silence. 2 terrifying wills of true qi collided and extinguished each other, ultimately merging into oblivion. Amidst this chaos, a beam of sword light appeared as if it were an eternal existence. It traversed the stars and myriad phenomena, unleashing boundless might, annihilating all brilliance, wherever it passed. Nothing remained. That vast power seemed capable of cleaving the very heavens apart. The dazzling radiance illuminated the surrounding area for miles, transforming it into a colossal white void. As everything dissipated into nothingness, Calmness returned, the stars were no more, only the flickering sword light remained. The voice of Gu Yuan drifted ethereally, carried away by the wind. 17th on the celestial rankings, nothing more. Chapter 13, The Universe Sword, the grand sacrifice to heaven. His words, calm and godlike, undoubtedly proclaimed the outcome of this battle. As the air currents settled, the fate aura of Imperial Dragon energy returned to in this ninth layer of heaven. Chaos reigned, only the howling wind remained. Fang Zhenyi's gaze was vacant. With her lower cultivation level, she was still entrapped in the aftermath of that godlike attack, unable to extricate herself. Bao Bo wore an expression of disbelief, unable to accept that his senior brother, such a formidable figure, had been defeated, and in a single blow no less. This was utterly inconceivable, yet the scene before them spoke of an undeniable truth. As for Gu Chongxian, the Grandmaster of ethereal demeanor, aside from the shattered jade crown and disheveled hair, he appeared the most composed. The innate pinnacle was indeed no exaggeration. Ge Chongxian, the one most aware of the situation, recognized that in this Qin Kuan Tower, his stronghold of several decades, he had been defeated without a shadow of a doubt. Even with the enhancement of the grand formation and the aid of divine weapons, he had still fallen. Had it not been for the mercy shown by that Grandmaster at the pinnacle, this sword would have been far from merely severing the jade crown. Taking his life would have been as easy as flipping a hand. To underestimate the heroes of the world was indeed my folly. Having traversed the thin line between life and death, even someone as formidable as Gu Chongxian felt wearied in spirit. Yet, it could also be affirmed that this individual might not truly be an enemy. However, the way this Grandmaster at the pinnacle absorbed the demonic dragon energy raised doubts. Could he truly disregard the thoughts of the demonic? Instinctively Gu Chongxian shook his head. Though this Grandmaster was powerful, he was still vastly inferior to the Supreme Demon Lord from 500 years ago. Since the onset of the celestial disarray 1,500 years prior, the innate realm gradually became an ultimate state. Yet, there was one individual who shattered this ultimate, the foremost figure of the past millennium, the Supreme Demon Lord, Ning Wuji, the only celestial martial saint in 1,000 years. Had he departed, at that moment? Fang Zhenyi suddenly regained her senses and instinctively inquired. He must have left. The essence is no longer present. Seeing Gu Chongxian remain silent, Bao Bo hesitated, stating that his vision and perception revealed no trace of that being. However, should such an existence wish to remain hidden, it would indeed be impossible to discern. He has left, Gu Chongxian confirmed. Junior brother, you should attend to the aftermath. Understood. Bao Bo nodded in response and descended the stairs. Such a significant event indeed required someone to manage the situation. Master, are you alright? Fang Zhenyi, unlike Bao Bo, possessed a clearer understanding of the essence of martial arts. She was unaware of Gu Chongxuan's true state. No issues, merely a momentary depletion of energy. It is nothing severe. Gu Chongxian waved his hand, turning to Fang Zhenyi. However, you must be cautious. Without having formed your martial intent, being subjected to such a mental shock could make the path to achieving your intent significantly more challenging than usual. Your father. Suddenly Gu Chongxian paused, just in time. He arrived. As his words fell, two figures abruptly pierced through the void. One of them, unrestrained, unleashed a ferocious and explosive will of true qi, surging forth like a mountain and a tempest. The two arrived rather swiftly. Ge Chongxian raised his head and recognized the newcomers, the Grand Commander of the Black Dragon platform and the Marquis of Wuhan from the Great Zhou. Both Grandmasters at the innate pinnacle had come together. They arrived immediately, yet regrettably they were still late. The Grand Commander of the Black Dragon platform, a formidable figure who had presided over the platform for over a century, spoke, exuding an unending killing intent. Clad in black and red robes, his gaze swept across the surroundings with utmost gravity. Only by arriving here could one comprehend the sheer terror of the battle that had transpired. The clash between two Grandmasters at the innate pinnacle was indeed a rare occurrence across the realm, enough to astonish the world. Elder Gu still had the composure to jest. Fang Tianqing, upon confirming Fang Zhenyi's safety, finally restrained his aura. The Marquis of Wuhan's residence was not far from here. The battle, from beginning to end, had only taken a few dozen breaths. To arrive in such a short span indicated the Marquis's deep concern for his daughter. What else could we do but refrain from jesting? Gu Chongxian laughed. To have survived is solely due to the opponent's mercy. His words were casual, devoid of the typical demeanor of a Grandmaster at the innate pinnacle. And he made no attempt to conceal the outcome of the battle. Time and again, this individual clearly held little regard for the Great Zhou. When I report to His Majesty, we must eliminate this fiend. Fang Tianqing said coldly. Does he truly believe that being a Grandmaster at the innate pinnacle grants him the right to act with impunity? Gu Chongxian could only chuckle in response. Was he unaware of the Emperor's nature? Once again, it must be reiterated that at this juncture, the demonic sect posed the most critical issue for the Great Joe. Everything else was merely trivial. The most crucial element was that this individual was strong enough to elude detection by the Great Joe. In such a scenario, how could one possibly contend with him? Brother Yang, have you discerned anything? Gu Chongxian did not respond to Fang Tianqing but instead turned to the Grand Commander of the Black Dragon platform. Yang Shua. He was the only swordsmanship master among the Grandmasters of the capital. I am humbled. Yang Shua, contemplating his sword intent, believed it sharp enough to sever all things, yet, standing here, one could only realize the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth. This flawless sword intent revealed not a single flaw, as if it were a natural law, utterly perfect. However, with the universe sword present, he is not my opponent. Oh, you even brought out the universe sword? Gu Chongxian was taken aback. The Great Joe had undergone 3 emperors over 4 centuries, the founding emperor had reigned for 200 years, the second emperor for over 100, and the previous emperor for more than 40 years. The first 2 were grandmasters at the innate pinnacle, and they forged and nurtured divine weapons, one of which was the universe sword Dai in the capital. This sword was considered one of the finest divine weapons in the realm. Renowned for its extraordinary lethality, however, even with the universe sword, Gu Chongxian did not believe he could capture that mysterious Grandmaster. It was as if they existed in entirely different realms. Indeed, Yang Shua nodded. Shall we see if he desires to ascend the rankings? We could issue a bounty for his capture. This was a common tactic employed by the Great Joe to deal with martial experts who flaunted their power and disrupted the peace. Announcing a bounty to the world served as a declaration of enmity, and those lured by the promise of reward could be quite formidable. However, once a Grandmaster at the innate pinnacle ascended this list, it merely signified that he was an enemy of the Great Joe, leading to a life-and-death struggle. Since the establishment of this bounty, more than 10 Grandmasters had appeared on it, and aside from those who perished of old age, some had fallen in battle. The victors often looked down upon such rewards. Furthermore, the Black Dragon platform or the Bureau of Astrology would not resort to bounty methods. This was the purview of the Black Dragon platform. The old Taoist would not involve himself. Ge Chongxian shook his head. Fang Tianqing held a similar sentiment. In that case, I shall take my leave for now. Yang Shua exhaled a breath of foul air. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the next time we meet should be during the Grand Sacrifice to Heaven. The date for the Grand Ceremony would be finalized tonight. Grand Sacrifice to Heaven. These seemingly ordinary words carried an undercurrent of impending slaughter. An overwhelming sense of foreboding hung in the air. Chapter 14. The gathering of Yunying, the third son of Duke Lu. The gains from this endeavor were indeed considerable. One must possess a spirit of adventure. Gu Yuan, who had once arrogantly fled, now sat comfortably within a tavern, ordering a fine wine and a few small dishes, reflecting on his acquisitions. As for the cost of the meal, no matter how downfallen a prince might be, a few pieces of gold were still easily within reach. With my current strength, eliminating someone like Gu Chongxian, an established Grandmaster, poses no challenge whatsoever. The Grandmasters at the innate pinnacle could reverse pure yang and condense their Dharma forms. They could harness the will of martial arts to draw upon the powers of heaven and earth, augmenting their own might. In the innate pinnacle realm, even though it shared the same name, one could draw upon a far greater extent of celestial power. However, the truly significant factor remained the unparalleled swordsmanship of the 3 wonders of heaven and earth, and man. This sword technique, combined with Gu Yuan's current level of cultivation, along with the cleansing sword and the essence of the 9 transformation golden elixir, yielded the fruits of this confrontation. To hide one's head and expose one's tail was truly unsatisfactory. To traverse the world in a grand and resounding manner was what Gu Yuan truly desired. In the shadows, one may feign divinity, yet it is merely an act of wearing fine garments while traversing the night, an inevitable manifestation of inadequate strength. However, from this point onward, I shall no longer need to resort to such tactics. This battle has thoroughly enlightened Gu Yuan regarding his own capabilities. What does it matter if there are 4 innate Grandmasters, as long as one does not enter the realm of extremes? He can choose to engage or retreat at will, provided he does not fall into encirclement. From the perspective of the current capital, he is already invincible. Gu Yuan mused, lifting a slice of beef. He began to examine his circumstances. Rank: 4th stage Dao fruit. Heavenly Sovereign's Gaze Technique progress, 96. Indeed, this endeavor has brought the Heavenly Sovereign's Gaze Technique within a mere 4 years of completion. Among them, the Grandmaster Gu Chongxian contributed a full 30 years of time. Surprisingly, it was the female immortal named Fang Zhini who provided a complete 20 years. A mere individual, not even a Grandmaster, has bestowed far more fortune than those of their rank. The first to strike, the Grandmaster Bao Bu, offered 10 years. As for the remaining 36 years, they were all drawn from the imperial dragon chi that Gu Yuan absorbed. This is truly the substantial portion. The disparity in fortune is rather absurd. The Grandmaster of the Great Sun could only furnish 2 years of fortune, the chief scribe of the Astronomical Bureau. However, provided a full 20 years, she is still far from grasping the true essence of martial arts, revealing a significant gap. Furthermore, the perfected Grandmaster Bao Bu, who is but a step away from the innate pure Yang realm, has only offered 10 years of fortune. Although he surpasses the Grandmaster of the Great Sun, he still lags far behind the chief scribe. Does this imply that Feng Zheni may one day ascend to become an innate Grandmaster? Never mind, that does not concern me. Fortune is as tangible as it comes. The Imperial Dragon Chi is indeed a remarkable asset, yet I am uncertain of the potential effects of the so-called demonic taint upon me. Gu Yuan's gaze turned contemplative. The Imperial Dragon Chi that provided 36 years of fortune far exceeds that of the innate Grandmaster Gu Chongxin. Moreover, the Imperial Dragon Chi within has surely not been entirely consumed. Gu Yuan's absorption of this Imperial Dragon Chi relies on the two swords of the earth and man from the Three Wonders sword. It is not derived from himself. Once these two swords have fully absorbed, only then will the fortune of 36 manifest. They may cultivate using the Imperial Dragon Chi. I should also be able to do so, and in due time I shall seek an opportunity to understand this. Not only has this venture yielded an abundance of fortune, but Gu Yuan has also become privy to numerous secrets. As for how they came to be, it is naturally the innate Grandmaster's keen insights. Far exceeding the imaginations of others, while engaged in combat, he could still hear voices emanating from within the Qian Kuan Tower. Conversations regarding Imperial Dragon Chi, Bao Bu, Feng Zheni, and the demonic taint were crystal clear. As a cup of murky wine flowed down his throat, footsteps approached. 4 figures entered from outside the tavern, 3 men and 1 woman, all clad in sturdy attire, bearing swords and daggers, unmistakably denizens of the martial world. The 4 sought a secluded corner, ordered food and drink, and began conversing without regard for their surroundings. At this moment, the tavern was sparsely populated, and despite Gu Yuan's disinterest, he could not help but overhear their conversation. This capital is undeniably extravagant. The sole woman among them appeared youthful and lacked experience. The ancient capital of 3 dynasties is certainly not commonplace. The eldest among the 4, a man, chuckled and remarked, "What of the Chuan Yu capitals? They cannot compare to the 1,000 miles of the divine capital." The subsequent exchanges were merely trivialities. Gu Yuan, finding the conversation tedious, prepared to depart when a particular statement seized his attention. They had come to attend the Yuning gathering of the 9th Prince, Yuning, and unexpectedly stumbled upon this once-in-a-millennium event. The 9th Prince, Gu Ming, is none other than Gu Yuan's royal brother. This was the first time he had heard someone mention him. Listening intently, Gu Yuan quickly grasped the concept of the Yuning gathering, which dates back to the establishment of the Great Zhou princes. Each prince, upon reaching a certain age, possesses the ability to establish a court and gather talent in pursuit of the crown prince title, in contrast to the Chuan Yu states or the former Great Yong dynasty, where succession is strictly by primogeniture. The Yuning gathering serves as the 9th prince's means to attract talent, enticing young prodigies with martial arts techniques and divine elixirs. The 4 individuals had come lured by this gathering. As for the once-in-a-millennium event, it was a decree issued from the imperial city. Any martial artist under the age of 30 is eligible to participate in a contest organized by the imperial city's office. Background and origins are of no concern. The victor may directly enter the Great Zhou as an official or witness the inscriptions of the Great Ancestor. This is destined to be an event of immense renown across the 49 states, drawing countless talented individuals, even without desire for gain or position. How many could refuse such tangible fame? The Yuning gathering and the divine capital competition. Gu Yuan chuckled softly. In his quest for the throne, the 9th prince, from a certain perspective, represents Gu Yuan's rival. However, for Gu Yuan, his true opponent is the current emperor, the reigning sovereign. To the other princes, Gu Yuan possesses no competitive capital at all. The remaining fortune needed for the heavenly sovereign's gaze is minimal. Perhaps I ought to consider this, yet Gu Yuan shook his head. The Yuning gathering, though appealing, primarily attracts young prodigies within the Qi refinement realm. If he were to attend, would it not be akin to kicking a child in the divine capital's kindergarten? Merely bullying the young. First, he must address the external Taoist Luo sect and ascertain the movements of the Great Zhou. Gu Yuan's thoughts were clear as he exited the establishment known as Ta Yu Lu. After taking a few steps, an unmasked gaze, tinged with a hint of murderous intent, fell upon him. Or rather, beneath the perception of the innate Grandmasters, no matter how cautious the scrutiny, it could not escape Gu Yuan's awareness. Who could it be? Gu Yuan's gaze shifted, and he soon spotted an exceptionally luxurious carriage from which that piercing gaze emanated. Yang Cheng'an. In a mere moment, Gu Yuan learned from passers-by the identity of the carriage's owner, the close friend of the ninth prince. The third son of Duke Liu. How intriguing. Gu Yuan pondered why such an individual would harbor murderous intent towards him, a mere passerby, unless he is aware of my identity. But the question arises, why would a duke's son harbor any thoughts towards a prince in confinement? The Luo sect, perhaps, Gu Yuan contemplated as he followed the carriage's trail. Chapter 15. Let us go together. I am in a hurry. Is that the 13th prince? Within the carriage, Yang Cheng'an wrestled with fluctuating murderous intent but ultimately managed to suppress it. Until today, he had not recognized this 13th prince. After all, among the numerous princes, few bore striking resemblances, save for those born of the same mother. However, Bai Yulian had provided him with a recent portrait of Gu Yuan, enabling Yang Cheng'an to identify the prince. The demonic sect, in addition to prompting him to assess Gu Yuan, had issued an order. Should any revelations arise from this probing, he was to eliminate Gu Yuan on the spot. To slay a prince, even a thoroughly fallen one, Yang Cheng'an dared not entertain such thoughts. The demonic sect has yet to prevail. For now, he remains the third son of Duke Liu of the Great Zhou. A fence-sitter meets a grim fate, but a vanguard faces an even harsher end. Regardless, the demonic sect has more than one pawn. Killing a seemingly worthless 13th prince would not require much strength. With this thought in mind, Yang Cheng'an ultimately decided against making a move against Gu Yuan. As the carriage passed, Gu Yuan followed Yang Cheng'an's vehicle, eventually arriving before an opulent mansion. The vicinity was bustling with people. A hive of activity. On various platforms, figures clashed, their sounds resounding. What a coincidence! Gu Yuan surveyed his surroundings. This was indeed the venue for the ninth prince's Jining gathering. Yang Cheng'an entered the ninth prince's residence directly. Since I am here, I might as well take a look. It is essential to understand someone who harbors murderous intent towards me. Thus Gu Yuan wasted no time and strode towards the mansion's grand entrance. At the entrance stood two stone lions, flanked by rows of guards wielding knives, resembling an impenetrable fortress, their faces expressionless as they scrutinized each passerby. Gu Yuan could sense the chilling aura emanating from them. A presence only warriors who have endured countless life and death trials possess. As he approached, the leading guard was about to inquire when his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Esteemed guest, please enter. With a subtle release of true energy, Gu Yuan successfully gained entry. Since he was here, he might as well demonstrate the Heavenly Sovereign's gaze technique. This scene, unsurprisingly, caused quite a stir. Who is this? A youth in the chi refinement realm, yet he seems like one never seen before. The world is teeming with heroes. It is only natural one might not have encountered them, yet, the attire he dons appears to be of considerable worth. Could he be a scion of some noble family? Countless young martial artists wore expressions of envy, wishing they could take his place. 10 victories in the arena. Grant entry into the mansion. Aside from a select few, most are merely passers-by. This scene, without fail, incited a commotion. This way, please, young master. Gu Yuan finally stepped into the mansion, where a beautiful maid approached gracefully. Thank you. Gu Yuan nodded, though a stream of information flowed through his mind. Where does this fortune originate? Gu Yuan was puzzled, yet seeing that it had not even been a month, he paid it little mind. Following the guiding maid through layers of stone corridors, he was greeted by an array of exotic flowers and fragrant herbs. After passing through multiple archways, he finally arrived at an expansive area. Before him lay a vast square, its surface paved with fine stone. At the center, two individuals were engaged in a martial demonstration. Their fists and feet moved like the wind, swift as lightning, with each clash releasing a surge of true energy that seemed capable of tearing the very air asunder. They were two martial artists of the chi refinement realm. Surrounding them were rows of tables laden with fine wine, exquisite cuisine, and beautiful maidens, everything one could desire. Yet the true protagonists were those young martial artists, some exuding arrogance while others displayed calmness. Beauty, fame, and profit, all three combined, explain why the Yuning gathering has garnered such grandiosity. As Gu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, the crowd in the arena was likewise sizing him up with various expressions. Some individuals' eyes sparkled with curiosity, while others bore a hint of wariness, and still others chose to ignore the scene entirely. At that moment, a man at the front rose to his feet and bellowed with laughter. Ah, yet another newcomer has arrived. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir? He was adorned in a splendid robe, his handsome visage and extraordinary demeanor suggesting he held a position of great stature within this arena. I am Gu Yuan. Ever since the battle at the Qintian Observatory, I have come to understand the extent of my own strength. Gu Yuan could hardly be bothered to conceal his identity. As practitioners of martial arts, there is no need for pleasantries. I have but one request, to triumph over all of you. With that, he strode confidently forward, his sights set directly on the two combatants engaged in their duel. Good heavens, many present silently mused, such an audacious display could only belong to either a reckless novice or someone of genuine prowess. Gu Yuan? The name of the 13th prince was widely recognized. And how could the man in the splendid attire, son of the Duke of Su, be unaware of what this name signified? Could it be a coincidence of names? The Gu surname is hardly a prominent one. Even if they shared a surname, how could they possibly share a name? Yet, wasn't that individual supposed to be within the Xianjin temple? How could he be here at the Yuning gathering? In that instant, the man in the splendid attire found himself at a loss. Was he courting death? The two martial artists who were sparring were immediately incensed. Gu Yuan's actions clearly indicated he held them in contempt. As distinguished youths of their generation, renowned figures in their own right, how could they tolerate such an affront? They exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them, and simultaneously withdrew their hands. One of them unleashed a thunderous roar. His voice reverberating like a rolling storm, his fingers, which had merely pointed in the air moments before, now shot forward with the swiftness of lightning, transforming into a clenched fist. He halted abruptly, pivoted, and in 3 steps that felt like 2. Descended upon Gu Yuan like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. However, just as his fist was about to connect with its target, a hand, as exquisite as jade, materialized from thin air, gripping his wrist with the strength of an iron clamp. Instantly, the man's complexion drained of color as he sensed a formidable force emanating from Gu Yuan's grasp, a force as relentless as a tempest. I concede, Gu Yuan remarked casually, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent the man tumbling out of the ring. At that moment, the other combatant leaped high into the air, his expression one of sheer astonishment, yet Gu Yuan had no intention of allowing this opportunity to slip through his fingers. He beckoned with a finger, sending forth a surge of true energy. The protective aura of the man was effortlessly torn apart, and with a cry of pain, he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Without even glancing at the outcomes of his opponents, Gu Yuan stood in the center, surveying the crowd, who were unable to conceal their astonishment. He offered a faint smile. I am pressed for time. I invite you all to join me. The expression of the man in the splendid attire faltered. The 9th prince sought to recruit talents through the Yuning gathering, desiring to utilize them for his own ends. Yet individuals like Gu Yuan, who brazenly disrupted the established order, would surely be of little use. However, his name did not seem to indicate he was here merely to serve as a pawn for the 9th prince. He beckoned another individual, preparing to inquire further, when an invisible black light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the man in splendid attire. All his thoughts were instantly suppressed, leaving only one glaring idea in his mind: kill. In the next instant, his gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, his tone laced with murderous intent. Sir, do you not realize that your actions are nothing but a disturbance? A disturbance, Gu Yuan replied nonchalantly. His gaze fixed on the man in splendid attire. He could sense the black light that others could not. It was obvious that this individual had recognized his name at first, but now Gu Yuan couldn't help but smile inwardly, as all manner of demons and fiends had begun to reveal themselves since he stepped out of the Xianjin temple. I am eager to discover who is targeting me. Gu Yuan turned to the man in splendid attire and remarked, I nearly forgot about you. If you are unsatisfied, you are welcome to join me as well. I shall accommodate you all. Upon hearing this, the arena fell into a profound silence. If his previous actions could be attributed to youthful bravado, this declaration was a blatant slap in the face of the 9th prince. This was no mere act of audacity. It was as if he was inviting death itself. Within this vast estate, apart from the gardens personally attended to by the 9th prince, all other arenas were under the command of his trusted allies. To provoke them was akin to challenging the 9th prince himself. This fellow is far too arrogant, some muttered softly in confusion, yet many were eager to test their mettle against him, hoping to seize the opportunity to gain favor with the 9th prince. Even if the 9th prince were to deny them, could the son of the Duke of Su, the man in splendid attire, possibly turn a blind eye? As these thoughts swirled, several individuals sprang into action. One person slammed his palm on the table and stood, declaring, What a presumptuous rogue! Young Master Li Qian is not someone you, a nameless nobody, can challenge. Allow me to have a word with you. A black-clad swordsman drew his sword, a cold smile gracing his delicate features as he strode confidently towards Gu Yuan. Ha, Brother Ming, let me handle this insignificant wretch, boomed a confident voice, following this declaration. A young man with a shaved head stepped forward, his imposing and muscular frame emanating an aura of ferocity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not only these two, but accompanied by the gusting winds, 7 figures leaped into the air, all converging towards the calm and composed Gu Yuan in the arena. 9 individuals, each a practitioner of the second stage of qi refinement, had assembled. In this contest, they represented the elite, apart from Li Qian. Together, they believed that aside from genuine prodigies, few could match their combined prowess. Everyone present, including Li Qian, assumed Gu Yuan was doomed to defeat. Better to kill him, Li Qian scoffed, raising his goblet to take a sip. Yet, just then, a piercing whistle of air and muffled groans filled his ears. He looked up to see the 9 individuals attacking Gu Yuan from various angles. Their strikes, whether simultaneous or staggered, were all met with a light chuckle from Gu Yuan. Suddenly, 9 radiant beams of light erupted from his form, akin to unsheathed swords, effortlessly piercing through their assaults and shattering everything in their path. The 9 were struck as if by a colossal hammer, simultaneously sent careening backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, their fates uncertain. In that moment, the arena was enveloped in an eerie silence. Gu Yuan stood resolutely, akin to a towering mountain, unyielding. In contrast, the 9 lay scattered like grains of sand blown away by a tempest, powerless on the ground. In an instant, numerous astonished and bewildered gazes turned towards the solitary figure in the center. 9 martial artists of qi refinement had been so effortlessly defeated. Who was this individual? Such power could not possibly belong to an ordinary person, nor could it be cultivated by some minor sect. Superior techniques, better martial arts, enhanced resources, and innate talent. This was the path of a true genius. To rise from nothing to greatness was not merely a display of talent, but rather of extraordinary prowess. Does anyone else wish to challenge me? Gu Yuan inquired languidly. He had not bullied anyone, refraining from employing the true essence of an innate grandmaster. He had merely relied on his own blood and QI.as for the rewards. The combined strength of these 11 individuals had amounted to less than a year's worth of experience, leaving Gu Yuan somewhat disheartened. Yet, upon reflection, that was to be expected. A master like the great Sun Dharma King took no less than 2 years to hone his skills. These 11 individuals, even after several rounds, were still leagues away from the prowess of the great Sun Dharma King. They were simply incomparable. You shall pay for this, Li Qian declared, rising to his feet. Enough talk, let us battle. Very well, Gu Yuan responded succinctly. Good, as you wish. Yang Cheng'an was exiting the 9th Prince's palace after just having met him when he passed by an arena and heard the clamor within. Curiosity piqued, he ordered, that must be where Li Qian is. See what is happening there. The Duke of Lu and the Duke of Su were not only allies in the court but also belonged to the 9th Princess faction. They were old friends. A subordinate was dispatched and returned shortly reporting, a madman has arrived, defeating 9 individuals in succession, and now he seeks to challenge young Master Li Qian. Yang Cheng'an's interest was piqued. Let us go and observe. What he saw next was astonishing. Isn't that the 13th Prince Gu Yuan? He gasped. What is he doing here? As Yang Cheng'an approached the entrance, his heart raced. He had only seen this individual outside before. How could he now be present at the Yuning gathering in the territory of the 9th Prince? Such coincidences were remarkable. A confined prince wielding such strength, there must be secrets at play. Yang Cheng'an's thoughts spiraled. He could not defy the orders of the demonic sect, yet the Prince of Dezhou was not someone he dared to kill, even if no one recognized Gu Yuan as the 13th Prince. Should Yang Cheng'an dare to act, the Black Dragon Terrace would undoubtedly investigate him thoroughly, and he would certainly not escape unscathed. Typically, under the guise of the Duke of Lu, no inquiries would be made into his affairs. However, once he involved a prince, not only would he be affected, but the entire Duke of Lu's estate would be embroiled in the turmoil. Suddenly, Yang Cheng'an noticed that Li Qian's demeanor was decidedly off. Was this the sinister method of the Wuxiang sect? The Wuxiang sect's techniques were elusive and treacherous. Among the 7 factions of the demonic sect, the heavenly demon Saint Spirit led the way. But the Wuxiang was the most insidious. Their malevolent methods could effortlessly twist and distort an individual's thoughts. Was there a master of the demonic sect present? Yang Cheng'an scanned his surroundings but could discern nothing. To evade Li Qian's guards, the practitioner of this sinister art had to be exceptionally skilled, or perhaps Li Qian had already been ensnared by such malevolence long before. Regardless, with Li Qian prepared to take action, it seemed he would no longer be required. Yang Cheng'an felt a sense of resolution, accepting that his friendship with Li Qian could only be regretted. A dead comrade is of no concern to a poor priest. Thus, even if the 13th Prince were to perish, it would bear no consequence for him. Li Qian would handle it brotherly. It is not that I refuse to help you. Go in peace. As for what would transpire after Gu Yuan's demise, That was of no concern to him, that no longer concerns Yang Cheng'an. As Yang Cheng'an stepped into the training ground, approaching within a distance of 10 zhang, Gu Yuan's gaze shifted. A piece of information naturally surfaced in his mind. Rank, 3rd tier, Dao Fruit, Innate Remnant Thought, required time, 8 years. An Innate Remnant Thought taking 8 years equates to the level of a Transcendent Master among the 3rd tier, according to Gu Yuan's conjecture. The 7th, 8th, and 9th might correspond to the realms of divine travel, transcendence, and innate respectively. 10 years would represent figures at the pinnacle of the innate extreme, akin to the likes of Xian Jin Dao Ren. Despite the evident disparity in strength, the time required for these Dao fruits to emerge differed by merely a year. Yet, could the name of this Dao fruit also imply the will of martial arts? The Transcendent Master condenses the will of martial arts, while the Grandmaster transforms the true meaning of martial arts into a form, possessing boundless marvelous applications. Gu Yuan could detach his spirit, attaching it to another being. Although he had never truly experienced it, there was a sensation within him that even if his physical body perished, his spirit and will could still linger in the world. But what then distinguishes a remnant thought from the true will of Xianjin? Could it be that one is complete while the other is already fragmented? After all, the name innate could hardly be a fabrication. Gu Yuan did not dwell on it further and directly planted the seed. Though merely a 3rd tier taking 8 years, this Dao fruit, seemingly related to the true meaning of martial arts, was the most significant gain thus far. Without the true meaning of martial arts brought forth by Xian Jin Dao Ren, Gu Yuan would not possess his current strength. It could be said that this was foundational. As for his position, the battle at Shen Koan Tower had been too hurried. He had no time to plant a second Dao fruit, squandering too much fortune. This Dao fruit originated from this fellow. Intriguing indeed. Gu Yuan cast a glance at Yang Cheng'an. It was possible to derive a Dao fruit from a person, albeit Gu Yuan had generally encountered 1st or 2nd tier cases, yet today this individual bore a 3rd tier Dao fruit, and it was one of the exceptionally rare true meaning of martial arts. Could it be that he was one of those possessing an ancestral spirit? Gu Yuan merely pondered without giving it much thought. He held no fear of a living innate Grandmaster, let alone a deceased one. What concerned him most was that this individual was none other than the 3rd son of Duke Lu. Yang Cheng'an, who had previously exhibited murderous intent towards him. However, the distance back then had evidently surpassed 10 zhang. How dare you remain distracted while confronting me? Li Qian's forehead bulged with veins, contorting in fury. Die, he bellowed, his murderous intent surging, growing ever colder. Genuine chi surged forth, swirling about as if transforming into streams of water suspended in midair. In an instant, a sharp aura rippled through the air, piercing with a shrill whistle. Resembling a small sword aimed directly at Gu Yuan, the transformation of genuine chi. This Li Qian was, after all, a master at the 3rd realm of chi refinement, the breaking form stage, with the martial heritage of the Suho manner. Li Qian was by no means a weakling in the martial world. Had it not been for his lack of notable achievements and his absence from the world, he might have contended for a place at the tail end of the Qingyun rankings. As he unleashed his strike, Li Qian's demeanor turned icy, his killing intent intensifying. Without hesitation, he gripped tightly a dragon-headed spear firmly held at an angle in his hand. The spear's tip shimmered with a cold light. Resembling a colossal dragon breaking through the void, exuding an imposing aura, the Suho rose from the battlefield, and his son naturally inherited its essence. This strike was swift, accurate, and lethal, aiming for a single fatal blow. He intended to slay Gu Yuan. Even he himself was unaware of the reason for his desire to kill Gu Yuan. You wish to kill me? Gu Yuan's voice emerged, laced with a questioning yet certain tone. I will be the one to kill you. Li Qian darted forward like a meteor, his spear resembling a dragon. In streams of small sword-like genuine chi surged from all directions, while Li Qian charged ahead. Akin to a comet's assault, this appeared to be an inescapable predicament. What a pity for such a promising life. Gu Yuan sighed, as if lamenting the loss of a life. He extended his hand. Genuine chi vibrating as if responding to the heavens, with a sound echoing like a great bell, it shook the world. In an instant, those sword-like genuine chi crumbled. Seizing the moment, Gu Yuan leaped forward, his hand sweeping to firmly grasp the dragon-headed spear. The raging winds billowed Li Qian's garments, causing them to flutter wildly. How is this possible? Li Qian's complexion changed. How could this fellow be so formidable? This aura clearly indicated he was merely at the initial stage of chi refinement, and judging by the appearance of his genuine chi, he wasn't even at the breaking form stage. How could this be? Little did he know, the transformations of the chi refinement stage were entirely inconsequential to Gu Yuan. They were utterly ineffectual. Even without employing the true meaning of martial arts, he was beyond the capabilities of the chi refinement stage. Are you beginning to feel fear? Gu Yuan chuckled lightly, disregarding the shouts for him to halt. His entire being surged with energy akin to a raging river, strength coursing through him, emanating outward. That dragon-headed spear, a weapon of exceptional caliber, was effortlessly snapped in his grasp as if it were a mere dry twig. The immense backlash, like a tempest, violently struck Li Qian. Li Qian felt an unstoppable force surge into his body. Unable to register the pain before a mouthful of blood erupted from him, propelled backward by the overwhelming strength, had it not been for a retainer's skillful intervention, catching Li Qian, he would have suffered further injury. "Is this all you are capable of?" Gu Yuan remarked. "You foolish boy, do you know whom you have offended?" The retainer who caught Li Qian bellowed angrily. It was he who had previously called for a ceasefire? And now his aura flared, revealing him as a martial artist at the divine travel stage. "What, first the condensation, then the breaking form, and next you wish to contend with me at the divine travel stage?" Gu Yuan said languidly. "Once I finish with you, shall I then face the master of transcendence?" His words, though light, struck at the hearts of all present. No one understood where Gu Yuan's confidence stemmed from. "Uncle D, kill him." Li Qian spat blood, unwilling to concede. He was aware of the retainer's strength, a personal guard of the Suho, forged through a lifetime of bloodshed. Killing a Qi refinement practitioner would be child's play for him. "Boy, blame yourself for offending the wrong person." The divine travel retainer immediately sprang into action. In the next moment, he appeared before Gu Yuan. However, a look of horror spread across his face as he saw Gu Yuan, who should have been in place, suddenly appear beside the wall. Back Li Qian with an astonishing speed. "This phrase, I shall return it to you verbatim. Remember my face, do not forget it in your next life. For I am someone you will never dare to offend." With a swift motion, he pressed down. With a crack, the head of Li Qian, son of the Suho and friend of the ninth prince, was instantly shattered, blood splattering everywhere. At that moment an overwhelmingly powerful consciousness surged through the void, following Gu Yuan's perception, linked to Li Qian. It thundered across the expanse, descending upon a gallant man who was drinking. In the next instant, the man's head exploded, yet no one paid attention to this individual, save for Yang Chang'an, who cast a glance. The others were entirely absorbed in the death of Li Qian. No one anticipated that Gu Yuan would be so audacious as to kill Li Qian, the son of the Suho, without a moment's hesitation, crushing him underfoot without a trace of ambiguity. In an instant, all present in the training ground, whether accompanying beauties, martial artists, or individuals like Yang Chang'an, were left in shock, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. This was no insignificant figure. He was the sole heir of the Suho, yet they remained oblivious, even if the Suho himself were present. Should he dare to take lethal action against Gu Yuan, the only possible outcome would be the same. Gu Yuan would show no mercy to his enemies, even if the root of the matter might have originated from him. Orchestrated by those in the shadows, Gu Yuan's consciousness was astute. This dark force merely suppressed and concealed. The core of this darkness was none other than Li Qian himself. Perhaps there was room for error, but so what? In this world, strength reigns supreme, and now Gu Yuan was the embodiment of strength. He was the law. Incredulous gazes swept across Gu Yuan, and the entire arena fell silent. This was undoubtedly a monumental event. Even those who were familiar with the Suho's temperament were beginning to reconsider their positions. He was a man known for his ruthlessness, one who had made a name for himself by leading 3,000 iron cavalry into the western regions, annihilating nations and slaughtering cities. Those who had heard of his name trembled in fear. The one who killed Li Qian would surely face death. They might find themselves accompanying him to the grave. Yet at such a moment, no one dared to make a reckless move until a thunderous roar echoed like a tempest. "You shall die." It was the divine travel retainer, his hair standing on end, resembling a furious lion. At this moment, all felt the intense murderous intent emanating from him, as if he aimed to swallow the entire world. His fists were enveloped in layers of sharp genuine qi, shattering the air as he struck towards Gu Yuan. This blow sought not victory, only death. At such a moment, Gu Yuan remained composed, entirely disregarding this desperate punch. "Very well, since your loyalty is so unwavering, I shall send you to meet your master." His gaze lowered, demeanor unruffled. One step. One punch. Setting aside the distasteful individual, Gu Yuan still relished these battles. At the very least, they were far more gratifying than his encounters with Grandmasters. This visceral sensation of combat prompted Gu Yuan to face a divine travel martial artist, relying solely on his own genuine qi. Yet, even without the true meaning of martial arts, the vision and control of an innate Grandmaster remained intact. Victory or defeat had been determined from the outset. As he unleashed his punch to the enemy, it appeared as if evasion were impossible, escape futile, and overwhelming discomfort. Yet the divine travel retainer sought no escape. He merely wished to fight to the death to repay the Duke's kindness. In the next moment, to the spectators, when the fists were on the verge of colliding, the surrounding air was compressed by an invisible force, producing a muffled howling sound when their fists met. With a resounding boom, a powerful wave of energy erupted from the point of impact, surging outward in all directions. Many spectators, who were not far away, involuntarily took several steps back. The maidens, devoid of any martial prowess, turned pale with fear. What exceptional martial arts! A voice of admiration echoed through the air. The ethereal attendant was unexpectedly sent flying, having been defeated by Gu Yuan in this confrontation. His rapidly descending form crashed to the ground, shattering the blue stone surface and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Notably, his chest was sunken, his breath feeble, indicating that his days were numbered. Even the ethereal martial artist succumbed to this reckless individual. Just how formidable is this man? The 11 who had initially been vanquished trembled in fear, relieved that they harbored no intent to kill, only wishing to subdue Gu Yuan. Otherwise, they would likely have met their demise first. Thank you for the praise, I shall grant you release, Gu Yuan remarked, treating the crowd with indifference as he approached the ethereal martial artist, delivering a similar fate. As the scene unfolded, when Gu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, every individual who met his gaze felt a chilling sensation surge from their feet to their hearts, instinctively averting their eyes. Only a handful dared to maintain eye contact, yet their expressions betrayed their discomfort. However, one person remained unfazed, Yang Cheng'an. At that moment, he began to reconsider his position. Gu Yuan was so ruthless, capable of slaying an ethereal guardian with a single punch, and employing unknown means to cause a master of the Wuxiang sect to self-destruct. His own strength was inadequate. He must flee. Even with the dual inheritances from two esteemed families, his prowess did not surpass Li Qian significantly. Just as Yang Cheng'an resolved to depart, his expression shifted abruptly, from fear and confusion to an unsettling calm. No. Yang Cheng'an's mind screamed in protest, yet he found himself unable to halt his body as it moved forward. By Yulian, you shall pay for this. Yang Cheng'an's subservience to the demonic sect stemmed from his identity as a true seed of the sect. The so-called true seed refers to the essence of a once great master of the demonic sect. Their spirits are immensely condensed, and even in death, they endure. Through the sect's secret techniques, they can be implanted within others. Yang Cheng'an was merely a fortunate vessel for such a legacy. This was the source of his confidence. He believed that with his full strength, he would undoubtedly seize the title of champion in the capital. A primordial grandmaster, even in death, retains formidable power, yet he never anticipated that this demonic true seed would forcibly commandeer his body at this moment. His own voice echoed solely within his mind. To dare commit murder within the Nine Princes' residence. Yang Cheng'an let out a piercing howl, resonating like a demonic chant. Instantly, all present were roused from their reverie. Is it young Master Yang San? Is he about to act? Murmured those who had previously regarded him as merely a debauched youth, their hearts now filled with trepidation. Curiously, Gu Yuan appraised the situation. Realizing that within this individual, all semblance of consciousness had vanished, as if he were acting purely on instinct, Yang Cheng'an paid no heed. He was neither himself nor the deceased Grandmaster of the demonic sect, but rather a manifestation of the techniques employed by the heavenly demonic sect. Utilizing secret methods, he controlled the demonic sect's true seeds. In that instant, his vital energy surged like a roaring inferno. 36 Paths of Blood Flame Fist. This was the renowned technique of the first Duke of Lu, a martial art that maximized one's vital energy to its utmost potential. Yang Cheng'an stepped forward, intent on delivering death. Chapter 19. The Great Rivers Flow. The so-called Imperial City is this method derived from a singular power. Gu Yuan found the situation intriguing, but it was not Yang Cheng'an that piqued his interest. Rather, it was the state he inhabited. Echoing the essence of Li Qian, one was distorted and obscured, while Yang Cheng'an was entirely replaced yet still acted upon instinct. Gu Yuan could even perceive a faint cry for help emanating from Yang Cheng'an's will. Could it be the fabled individuals of the demonic sect? In that first moment, Gu Yuan could only conceive of this notorious faction, yet, if it was the demonic sect, why would they wish to kill him? Gu Yuan was perplexed. Had he not only just stepped into this world, how could someone specifically seek to end his life? The Qingtian Monitoring Bureau would find it implausible, even if they believed Gu Yuan to be that mysterious Grandmaster. They would not dispatch such insignificant figures to eliminate him. The Luo sect would similarly refrain. They understood their own capabilities. To confront him, they would not send someone who was merely at the ethereal realm. Moreover, this individual was evidently a scion of privilege indeed. Was it a third-party force? Gu Yuan mused how coincidental these events seemed. Or was it that his own actions had disrupted the status quo, inviting such turmoil? To kill him here or take him away for interrogation, Gu Yuan's thoughts crystallized into a decision. Since someone was targeting him, even seeking his death, it was undoubtedly against his nature to remain uninformed. If he could suppress this instinct, allowing the original Yang Cheng'an to return, he would undoubtedly extract the truth. Moreover, rank Level 4 Dao Fruit, Emperor's Gaze Technique Progress, 99. This Emperor's Gaze technique was merely a year away from completion. Excluding the 11 he had defeated and the 2 he had slain, everyone present, save for Yang Cheng'an, had contributed to his fortune. It appeared that as long as a certain threshold was reached, one could absorb fortune from their surroundings. The established goal was nearing fruition. Furthermore, the fortune provided by an individual harboring the remnants of a primordial Grandmaster could hardly be less than a year's worth. Thus, departing was a foregone conclusion. Besides, Gu Yuan was utterly ignorant of interrogation techniques. If he had no choice but to make use of an operative like Ji Yunfan, it would be a grave waste of resources. Nevertheless, his true objective lay in acquiring information about those beyond the primordial realm from Ji Yunfan. This was of paramount importance. Thoughts raced through his mind, yet in the external world, only an instant had passed. At that moment, Yang Cheng'an leapt into the air, his vital energy manifesting as billowing flames of blood. 1 became 2, 2 became 3, he aimed to beat Gu Yuan to death, yet in the next moment, a formidable force descended from above, akin to the heavens themselves pressing down, crashing into Yang Cheng'an's body. The 36 paths of blood flame fist was extinguished instantly like a small flame confronted by a great flood. What is this? The sound reverberated like thunder, shattering all within Yang Cheng'an's sea of consciousness. A once expansive dark pool began to boil, yet he could not stem the tide. A sword light, radiant as the heavens, erupted in that space, reminiscent of the primordial creation enduring through the ages, suppressing the celestial realms. Yang Cheng'an was struck with terror, realizing he could not move even a muscle. Even the once vibrant true seed within him fell utterly silent beneath this sword light's oppression. Where did this primordial Grandmaster come from? Yang Cheng'an screamed, desperately attempting to sever the connection to in the current capital. There was no Grandmaster of the demonic sect. Provoking a primordial Grandmaster was exceedingly unwise. And should this Grandmaster seek him out, the demonic sect's arrangements within the capital would be thrown into disarray. Consequently, the mastermind behind these events, a member of the demonic sect, found that escape was impossible. Thus, they decisively severed the connection. However, before this hidden expert could cut the link, a massive hand descended, effortlessly seizing Yang Cheng'an as one would catch a chick. It was Gu Yuan. The hidden expert had no choice but to relinquish their pursuit. Though reluctant, they had no recourse. Had it not been for the true seed's power, their presence would have been immediately detected. Then, as Yang Cheng'an returned to consciousness, amidst the astonished gazes around him, he observed Gu Yuan vanish with him in the blink of an eye. Gulped. It was only after Gu Yuan had departed for several moments that a young hero could no longer suppress his astonishment. Swallowing hard, followed by an uproar, voices erupted, creating a cacophony. It was as if a marketplace had come to life. Buzzing with excitement, who was this intruder, killing the son of the Marquis of Su, abducting the third young master of the Duke of Lu's estate? Was he intent on upheaval? Indeed, this was within the capital city, beneath the Emperor's very feet, far too audacious. Even a Grandmaster of the ethereal realm could not withstand a single strike from him. One might wonder how he would fare on the Qin Yun ranking. Perhaps not even making the top 50. Yet even under such circumstances, there were those who instinctively drew comparisons. The Qin Yun ranking began at 50, where only the most esteemed disciples of Grandmasters or eminent families resided, each possessing extraordinary legacies and talents. Take Fang Xingping, who ranked 50, having slain 9 formidable bandits, pacifying 3 mountains and even defeating a master from the western regions. This had earned him his place. Furthermore, there was no need to overthink. In the capital, having stirred such chaos, it was hard to believe he could walk away unscathed. As this thought spread, many began to awaken to the truth. Indeed, this was the capital city. And within the residence of the 9th Prince, reflecting on the implications, the Marquis of Su, the Duke of Lu, and the 9th Prince, these 3 powers combined were already terrifying. The Marquis had attained his title through military merit, receiving the current emperor's favor, while the Duke of Lu's estate was one of the founding pillars of the nation, wielding influence throughout the great Zhou. Generations of renown had established their legacy. And Yang Cheng'an's elder brothers were hailed as the twin prodigies of the Yang family. The 9th Prince needed no further introduction. Moreover, such a significant incident would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Jingwu division and even the Black Dragon platform. With these 5 major forces converging to deal with a single individual, it was uncertain whether even a primordial Grandmaster could survive. This was not the twilight of a dynasty, the Great Zhou was in its prime. Its national strength far surpassing that of the past. Regrettably, such a youthful talent, just beginning to reveal his prowess, faced a path of self-destruction. Some lamented this fate, while many others reveled in schadenfreude, for few could bear to see another excel. Especially when they were of a similar age, yet one truth rang clear: no one believed Gu Yuan could survive this ordeal in the capital city unless he was of the ancient lineage of the Great Zhou. And even then, he would need to be one of the high-ranking officials, otherwise, he would either become a corpse or either leave no trace behind. Chapter 20 resounded through the imperial city as the 9th prince of the Great Zhou, Gu Ming, arrived. A short incense stick later, outside the training grounds, a group had gathered. Leading the assembly was a man adorned with a jade crown, clad in a robe of white jade hue, with golden threads woven into the sleeves. His waist was cinched with a dragon belt, and he wore boots embossed with cloud patterns. His countenance radiated a gentle jade-like warmth, shimmering with brilliance. Merely standing there, he became the epicenter of the world. The focal point of all gazes, he was none other than Gu Ming, the 9th prince of the Great Zhou. What on earth transpired, upon entering the training grounds and seeing the lifeless body of Li Qian? Gu Ming's gaze hardened, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing. This Yining conference had been held 5 times since he established his office, with no prior incidents, except for this one. Moreover, the deceased was the sole heir of the Marquis of Su. His thoughts instinctively drifted to his 2 brothers, the 4th and 5th princes, with whom he shared a strained relationship, yet he quickly dismissed the notion. Despite their conflicts, it was inconceivable they would resort to such madness. Murdering the Marquis' only son would certainly incite chaos. Your Highness, a voice trembled in response. Not only did it address the murder of Fang Qian, but it also mentioned the abduction of Yang Chang'an. Though the voice was faint, it struck the calm waters like a boulder, sending ripples throughout the assembly. Gu Yuming's expression darkened instantly. He muttered 3 words of affirmation, each as if forced through clenched teeth. His gaze swept over the assembled heroes of the martial world, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my fault. I, Gu Ming, have invited you, yet failed to ensure your safety. I am truly ashamed. Please accept these humble gifts. Furthermore, rest assured, I shall provide a satisfactory explanation for this matter. I ask for your patience. His words were not merely directed at those present but also served as a declaration to the forces behind him. Simultaneously, it hinted to the martial heroes not to divulge the happenings here, lest they weigh the consequences themselves. Well said. I, Zhao, am willing to lend my assistance to your Highness. As Gu Ming's entourage arrived, a young man of about 20 immediately echoed his sentiments. He, too, was a distinguished figure in the martial world attending the Yining conference, and being received by the 9th prince indicated his remarkable status and strength. Not just him, but waves of agreement followed suit, echoing through the assembly. With their support, the villain would surely be apprehended. However, it was clear that Gu Ming sought aid from those he truly trusted. Old Gao, do you discern anything? Behind the 9th prince stood a lean elder with drooping eyelids. His appearance was unremarkable, resembling an old farmer, with dark skin and a face lined with wrinkles. Yet when the 9th prince inquired, his eyes, upon opening, were piercing and astonishingly bright. Gao Wanxiang, a former thief, he has traversed the rivers and lakes for over 50 years. Garnering a formidable reputation. However, after Gu Ming left the capital, he was subdued and became a loyal retainer, without any remnants of martial intent. Those who acted were not mere practitioners of the profound. Gao Wanxiang spoke, his voice raspy like wind whispering through stone walls. A mere practitioner of the divine wanderer realm dares to be so brazen here. Gu Yuming's expression hardened. Old Gao, can you find any traces? Gao Wanxiang remained impassive, replying coolly, this individual has masked his skills deeply. No traces can be discerned, nor his origins. Such formidable methods likely belong to someone from the demonic path. It is widely known that those from the demonic path excel in such matters. Your Highness, we have a sketch of the individual. He claims to be. At that moment, a retainer approached, holding a freshly drawn portrait. According to the young hero who had encountered the thief, it was nearly accurate. Good, post it publicly and notify the Marquis of Su and Duke Lu. The retainer was about to comply when, in the next instant, Gu Ming's expression shifted dramatically upon gazing at the portrait. Wait, what did you say that individual's name was? Gu Yuan, replied the retainer, perplexed. Yet Gu Ming had no time to ponder, urgently commanding, seal off the entire estate. Without my decree, no one is to enter or exit. Additionally, send someone to summon the Marquis of Su and Duke Lu. He also instructed the young heroes behind him to retreat, taking only Gao Wanxiang with him. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Once outside the training grounds, Gao Wanxiang inquired, puzzled by Gu Ming's unusual demeanor. If the portrait is accurate, the person depicted is my 13th brother, Gu Yuan. Gu Yuming noted the resemblance between their faces. though their temperaments were strikingly different, leading others to perceive them as entirely unrelated individuals. Each prince with grand aspirations would undoubtedly not overlook even the minutest detail, thus Gu Ming recognized precisely how Gu Yuan appeared. Although there were discrepancies in the portrait, the overall likeness remained. The 13th prince, Yao Wanxiang, raised his eyebrows in astonishment. Isn't he the one who has been confined in the Xianjin temple? How could he? No wonder Gu Ming reacted so strongly. Indeed, I am curious as well, Gu Ming mused, stroking the exquisite red jade at his waist, his tone icy. I wonder what means he possesses to have slain a divine wanderer and abducted Yang Cheng'an. All while presenting me with this conundrum. Truly, my dear 13th brother, in this situation, killing Gu Yuan was impractical, yet, failing to do so would also leave the Marquis of Su with no explanation. Perhaps, Yao Wanxiang gestured with his hand. Though he had attained mastery and refined his character, he still remained one who resorted to violence when faced with uncertainty. Old Gao, do not jest, such discussions may be permissible here, but outside. Gu Ming decisively refused. He was acutely aware of the reality. His father, the current emperor, despite having committed fratricide, forbade open bloodshed among his own. Among the 17 princes and 11 princesses, not one had perished unexpectedly. This spoke volumes. Even if Gu Yuan's maternal uncle rebelled and his mother took her own life, he had not been condemned to death. Now, with the murder of a son of the Marquis of Su, Gu Ming could not and would not kill his own brother. How would this be perceived by the Emperor of Zhou? Thus Gu Ming chose caution, deciding to wait for the arrival of the Marquis and Duke Lu. The pressing matter remained to locate Yang Cheng'an. Half an hour later, the Marquis of Su and Duke Lu arrived at the 9th prince's estate together. None knew what discussions transpired within, but shortly thereafter, the Marquis stormed out of the 9th prince's residence, fury radiating from him. Instantly a wave of information swept through the upper echelons of the capital, as a name long buried in the past echoed once more. Chapter 21, Various Perspectives. The calamity of Taoism. How intriguing. 9th brother has truly made a spectacle of himself this time, the first prince, Gu Hong, remarked with a faint smile as he listened to his subordinate's report. As for 13th brother, he is indeed an unexpected variable. Could it be the Luo sect? In contrast to the 9th prince, this eldest prince, being the oldest, seemed to possess greater insight. Finally he commanded, this matter must not be meddled in. Remember, excluding the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 11th princes, who were not present in the capital, along with the younger princes who had yet to establish their offices, the remaining princes received similar intelligence almost simultaneously. Their decisions mirrored that of the first prince. Even if they were curious about Gu Yuan, this prince who was, in truth, a captive, they refrained from interference. Damn it! Among the great Zhou, Bai Yulian, who was well acquainted with the circumstances, was even more astounded, her shock almost palpable. The one secretly controlling Yang Cheng'an was, in fact, her. Originally those arrangements were aimed at the 9th prince Gu Ming, but upon encountering Gu Yuan, her intention shifted. Bai Yulian rose, for as one of the 12 servants of the heavenly demon, she understood the significance of the Holy Gate's true seat all too well, especially the one residing within Yang Cheng'an. That seat had once been among the top ranks of the Holy Gate. Proficient in both Heavenly Demon and Holy Spirit paths, known as the Holy Demon with no equal, had it not been for the sudden emergence of the Supreme Demon Lord, which fractured the Holy Gate into 7 factions. That individual might have even aspired to etch their name in the annals of the Holy Gate, eyeing the throne of its master. And now, however, that seat had gone silent in her grasp, for this was originally a scheme of the Holy Gate. But she needed to inform Lord Yin post-haste. Suddenly, the tense gauzy curtains stirred without wind, and a woman clad in black stepped into the room, her features a blend of softness and strength. Exuding a hidden ferocity, Lord Yin, Bai Yulian, greeted the newcomer, her surprise at Lord Yin's direct visit evident, yet she maintained a respectful demeanor, ready to bow. But she noticed behind the black-clad figure stood another, draped in blood red. With hair as dark as ink, her exposed skin was flawless, radiating a faint, jade-like glow. Unfortunately, her visage was obscured by a veil, rendering it indistinct, but her eyes alone were enough to captivate. Such charm, Lady Saint! Bai Yulian halted her bow, kneeling as if in worship of a deity, her voice imbued with reverence and admiration. The 12 servants of the heavenly demon existed solely to serve the heavenly demon saint. The newcomer was indeed the heavenly demon saint, who had recently arrived in the capital. Rise, the heavenly demon saint's voice rang clear, crisp as a babbling brook. And now, tell me, what has happened with Yang Cheng'an? His true seed suddenly lost its connection just moments ago. Returning to the Lady Saint, Bai Yulian swiftly recounted the events. This is my fault. I humbly request your punishment. There is no need for such talk. The heavenly demon saint replied with a charming smile. This is indeed your merit. You have unearthed the roots of Gu Yuan, Lady Saint. enough, the heavenly demon saint waved her hand dismissively. I shall take matters into my own hands. I will deal with Gu Yuan and ascertain what schemes the great Zhou harbors. Lady Saint, this may be. Yinsher hesitated, voicing his concerns. No worries, the heavenly demon saint assured, brimming with confidence, with a true artifact in hand. And during such a time, nothing will go amiss. As for you all, depart from here for now. Such significant happenings will surely lead the great Zhou to take drastic measures. A storm was brewing. In the imperial palace, the Emperor of Zhou stood with arms crossed, gazing into the distance, his expression inscrutable. Your Majesty. Duke Su stood behind, and the chief eunuch Wei Yin bowed to report. Let him continue to wait. He should understand what is of paramount importance. Yes, Wei Yin quietly retreated like a ghostly apparition, vanishing silently within the vast expanse of the observation deck. At this moment, the expansive platform was left with only the Emperor of Zhou. He gazed quietly into the distance, his profound eyes seemingly capable of piercing through layers of clouds, reaching the very depths of the universe. There a resplendent golden dragon soared through the skies. Has the fortune risen? The murmured words escaped the Emperor of Zhou's lips, uncertain whom he addressed. Can the rise of the great Zhou's dragon luck truly elude your notice, O Emperor? A raspy laughter echoed across the empty observation deck. Reminiscent of a ghostly voice emerging from the depths of the earth, sending shivers down one's spine. Qi Yangzi, do you truly believe that I am indispensable to you? The Emperor of Zhou appeared unfazed by this voice. Without me, in this vast world, where would you find refuge? Should these words circulate, they would surely alarm many innate grandmasters. 2 centuries ago, on the Zhou Tian ranking, there was indeed one named Qi Yangzi, the head of the Kunlun Dao sect, yet, for reasons unknown, he engaged in fierce combat at a grand assembly hosted by the Xiantian Dao sect, resulting in the deaths of 7 master-level figures among the 10 orthodox sections. This act incited widespread anger. The 10 orthodox sects, aside from Kunlun Dao, rallied in full force, even calling upon the sacred lands for assistance. Yet Qi Yangzi, undeterred, sought battle. 9 major orthodox sects, 6 sacred lands, and 15 great powers dispatched 6 innate grandmasters and over 40 transcendent masters, laying out a net of heavenly traps, yet failed to capture Qi Yangzi. Instead, he claimed the life of an innate grandmaster and more than 10 transcendent masters, earning a notorious reputation. It was not until a young Taoist, with hands crossed, made a decisive move at Zhixiao Palace that this calamity brought by Qi Yangzi came to an end. That young Taoist now stands as the foremost on the Zhou Tian ranking. Reigning supreme for 2 centuries, known as the Invincible Eternal Clear, he is also the sole entity from the 6 sacred lands to ascend the Zhou Tian ranking, exemplifying his prominence. I acknowledge my errors. I acknowledge my errors. Let me see. The raspy voice expressed doubt. How could the fortune of Gu Yuan suddenly surge so dramatically, nearly rivaling that of Gu Ming and the others? The purple aura ascends. Invaluable beyond measure, just one step away from nurturing the true dragon of imperial destiny, and astonishingly, this fortune appears unaffected by the grand formation. How could this be? There was an unspoken truth that neither the Emperor of Zhou nor Qi Yangzi could ignore. The fortunes of the princes stemmed entirely from the great Zhou. From the Emperor of Zhou himself. Without the Emperor's endorsement, they were not, unless they possessed the strength to shatter this barrier. Ordinarily, Gu Yuan's fortune should bear little distinction from that of an ordinary person. Yet now, have you finally realized? The Emperor of Zhou remarked coldly with a smile. Heaven knows no dual sons, a nation knows no dual sovereigns, a family knows no dual revered ones. A dynasty must have but one true dragon. And now, without the recognition of the imperial fortune, how could Gu Yuan's fortune so closely resemble that of those fully fledged princes? What does this signify? One need not elaborate in the span of a day. How could fortune surge so dramatically? This was akin to the might of a grand sect. Moreover, how did he escape the control of the grand formation, the external Tao of the Luo sect? From whence did these abilities arise? Qi Yangzi pondered. Since the time the Emperor of Zhou was still a prince, Qi Yangzi had shadowed him, existing in the form of a book, although he had perished. The true essence of martial arts had transformed, remaining unscathed in spirit for 3 centuries. The so-called grand formation was indeed his handiwork. Even the Heavenly Gate and Guchongxian were not exceptions. Chapter 22. The Emperor observes fortune, breaking destiny is for their purpose. There was but one, that was the sacred land. One sought to avenge past grievances, the other aspired to unify the realm, laying the foundation for unparalleled greatness. Thus, the grand formation of slaughtering the saints was set with the princes and princesses as its focal point, based upon the 28 celestial constellations of the Heavenly Gate, fortified by the imperial dragon aura of the Great Zhou. Yet the true key lay in the 28 bloodlines of the Zhou Tianzi dragon seed. Each dragon seed bloodline represented a node of fortune. The more prosperous each node's fortune, the more formidable the formation became. Hence the cultivation of the princes. The bloodline of the Emperor of Zhou precisely matched the 28, corresponding to the 20 celestial constellations of Zhou Tian. For this day, I have waited far too long. Sacrificed far too much. Failure is absolutely intolerable. The Emperor's gaze was cold, his voice sharp as a blade. I fully comprehend. I desire no failure either. Wan Guqing awaits my vengeance. Shi Yangzi contemplated deeply. He was well aware of the Emperor's sacrifices for the sake of ultimate fortune. Aside from the 6 sacred lands, there were also the 7 paths of the demon sect. These 28 consorts emerged from the pinnacle forces of the realm, including families of high stature like the Langya Wang clan and Qinghe Chui clan. Even remnants of past dynasties of the likes of Ling Fei, descending from the Luo sect, wielded intelligence of the Great Zhou. How could they remain unaware? This led to a rapid surge of external forces. The Langya Wang clan and Qinghe Chui clan, already prominent in their own territories, now, under the emperor's auspices, grew even more audacious. Disregarding all laws. A single province's resources, before reaching the Great Zhou, had already been thoroughly divided among them. In such circumstances, the contest among the princes escalated beyond what it had ever been, were it not for the Great Zhou still standing at its zenith. Such maneuvers would likely have hastened the end of the dynasty. This was also why Gu Yuan managed to survive. The Emperor of Zhou required Gu Yuan's fortune, and his fortune naturally derived from the Luo sect. Yet, it was unexpected that Gu Yuan's fortune would exceed the control of the Grand Formation. With a missing 28 constellations, it could no longer be considered complete. Perhaps this fortune was absorbed and infused as nourishment, promoting rapid growth. When Gu Yuan subdued Yang Cheng'an, he attained the 4th level Dao fruit. Yang Cheng'an provided Gu Yuan with 4 years of fortune. Not only did the emperor's fortune-seeing technique succeed in nurturing, but that lingering innate remnant also only required 4 more years. Alas, the emperor's fortune-seeing technique is not a martial art. It merely serves as an auxiliary method, though it bears similarities to the 3 talents sword of heaven, earth, and humanity. Gu Yuan traversed the void as if walking on level ground, even finding time for enlightenment, glimpsing the transformations of the 3 talents, destiny, fortune, and the human heart. He discerned the yin and yang of heaven and earth, perceiving auspicious omens and foreseeing calamities, thus understanding the changes of the world. In battle, it enabled him to see through the enemy's movements, securing an undefeated position from the outset. Yet being a 4th level Dao fruit, it represented the pinnacle above the innate level. The true power of the emperor's fortune-seeing technique lies in its mastery over destiny. The so-called heavenly mandate is the force of the times. When fortune arrives, heaven and earth work in concert. When it departs, heroes find themselves unfree. The fortune-seeing technique can break destiny or become the heavenly mandate itself. It channels the unseen powers of the cosmos, rendering one unstoppable. Although Gu Yuan was uncertain whether the emperor's fortune-seeing technique was as profound as rumored, at this moment, he gazed forth. His eyes shone like the rising sun and moon, witnessing all beings enveloped in the aura of fortune. Is this the essence of fortune? Gu Yuan looked down from above. He beheld a golden dragon soaring through the skies above the capital, riding clouds and mist, the national fortune of the Great Zhou. Further north, within the Qian Kuan Tower, a mysterious light pierced heaven and earth, yet within that brilliance, tendrils of black mist lingered incessantly. The fortune of Daon, after all this time, it still thrived. Could this black mist be the stain of demons? Gu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, noting that every place harbored its own fortune, akin to blades and gongs. Why does the imperial city appear as if the 4 symbols lie entwined? Suddenly Gu Yuan realized that beneath the vast golden dragon's cover, the imperial city resembled a ceaseless intertwining of the 4 symbols: the azure dragon of the east, the vermilion bird of the south, the white tiger of the west, and the black tortoise of the north. The grand imperial city itself was a great formation. Moreover, how was this formation connected to him? Simultaneously, Gu Yuan discovered that he had a connection to this formation, albeit faint and lacking direct interaction. Yet this connection was undeniably real, intriguing. Several conjectures flashed through Gu Yuan's mind, ultimately crystallizing into a singular belief: to disregard it. As long as he grew sufficiently powerful, what beasts, spirits, or demons would remain? They could only submit or face death. The sun had yet to set when a figure, carrying a man, traversed numerous barriers like a specter, appearing within the office of the Jingmu division. Along the way, the patrol guards paid him no mind. Navigating through various buildings, he arrived at a chamber, the very location where Ji Yunfan resided. With a flick of his wrist, Gu Yuan casually tossed Yang Cheng'an aside. The sudden motion startled Ji Yunfan, who was diligently working in the room. He turned, eyes widening in surprise. "Your Highness." Ji Yunfan instinctively wanted to inquire if anyone had been alerted, but upon reflection, he realized that with a person of such extraordinary abilities as His Highness, not to mention the Jingwu division, even the Black Dragon platform would likely pose no challenge. Therefore, he quickly altered his tone. "Your Highness, I have gathered all the information you requested. Everything related to those above the innate level within the 49 prefectures of the Great Zhou is compiled here." As he spoke, Ji Yunfan produced a tone, respectfully presenting it. "Excellent." Ji Yuan accepted it, easily discerning that the writing was freshly penned. He nodded in satisfaction. "You have shown great diligence. Serving Your Highness is only fitting." Ji Yunfan exhaled in relief, realizing in this moment that besides Gu Yuan, there was yet another person present. However, Ji Yunfan, not being of the upper echelons, remained unaware of Gu Yuan's actions within the estate of the ninth prince. Seeing Yang Cheng'an, the third son of Duke Lu, he endeavored to maintain composure and asked, "Your Highness, this individual, pay him no mind." Gu Yuan replied with a smile, "Come, interrogate him, let us discover who sent him to assassinate me." Chapter 23, Gains Without Effort. Assassination, Interrogation. Ji Yunfan's heart raced even more tumultuously. What is the meaning of this? Yet he understood that for the sake of his own life, he must comply, even if Gu Yuan's next command was to rebel. He could only brace himself to follow through. After all, when one is under the eaves of a house, one must bow one's head. Upon seeing Gu Yuan engrossed in his reading, Ji Yunfan collected his thoughts and approached Yang Cheng'an. A thorough appraisal revealed that Yang Cheng'an appeared exceedingly disheveled. This disarray was not physical but rather a manifestation of his mental turmoil. Although Gu Yuan had released his constraints, Yang Cheng'an remained utterly still. At that moment, two words echoed in his mind: regret, immense and profound regret. Just hours prior he had been brimming with confidence, boasting that obtaining the divine capital would be as effortless as reaching into a pocket. His ambitions had soared, envisioning the establishment of a grand enterprise through the Duke of Lu's estate and the 7 paths of the demon sect. Yet now, after mere hours, his circumstances had transformed drastically, rendering him a prisoner in chains, his life and death at the mercy of others. Alas, the world offers no remedy for regret. While he secretly cursed Bai Yulian, he also berated himself for feeling compelled to witness the spectacle. Was that formidable figure who had suppressed the true seed of the demon not a master of innate prowess from the Luo sect? The thought of it possibly being Gu Yuan was simply unthinkable. As he continued to chastise himself inwardly, he feigned calmness and spoke, "Ji Town Protector, I did not expect you to be associated with the 13th Prince. As Deputy Town Protector," Ji Yunfan replied, instantly shifting into work mode with a smile. "Young Master Yang, you have heard His Highness's directive. If disclosed, it would be beneficial for both of you. It would spare you, Young Master Yang, of the undeserved hardships that come with your noble lineage." Although the methods of the Jingwu division were not as formidable as those of the Black Dragon platform, the process was undoubtedly familiar to young Master Yang. Yang Cheng'an was acutely aware of this. Only the Emperor and the Supreme Commander could mobilize the Black Dragon platform. However, the Jingwu division was frequented by many affluent heirs. Their visits were hardly for honorable matters, rather, they sought to torment those who had wronged them within the dungeons of the Jingwu division. Yang Cheng'an had visited numerous times, hence he recognized Ji Yunfan. "Your Highness, could there be some misunderstanding?" Acknowledging the futility of arguing with Ji Yunfan, Yang Cheng'an turned to Gu Yuan, still yearning to resist. The true seed of the demon remained, indicating that the demon sect could regain control over him at any moment, even kill him outright, and he was utterly powerless against it. If he spoke, even if he survived, unless Gu Yuan and Ji Yunfan perished alongside him, how could the Great Zhou tolerate a traitor from the demon sect? His father would likely execute him for his unfilial conduct. "Initially, I was unaware of Your Highness's identity." Silence ensued. Ji Yuan did not even raise his head. "Young Master Yang, my apologies," Ji Yunfan interjected, raising a finger poised to press against Yang Cheng'an's chest point. In an instant, Yang Cheng'an found himself kneeling, leaving Ji Yunfan momentarily bewildered. "I will speak, I will disclose everything." However, in that fleeting moment, Yang Cheng'an cast aside his previous thoughts, for if Gu Yuan could slay Li Qian, he would undoubtedly do the same to him. Moreover, his earlier lack of awareness had clouded his judgment. Now he pondered whether Gu Yuan was indeed that formidable master who suppressed the demon seed. Even the slightest possibility was too perilous to risk. As long as Your Highness can save me, I will reveal all. Thus, Yang Cheng'an divulged everything he knew to Gu Yuan, the 7 paths of the demon sect, The true seat of the celestial demon. Regrettably, Yang Cheng'en's knowledge was limited, revolving around only those details. He had no insight into why the demon sect sought to eliminate Gu Yuan, only providing the location of Huajin Tower. The demon sect, Gu Yuan mused, his eyes shimmering with insight akin to celestial bodies in motion, sweeping over Ji Yunfan and Yang Cheng'en. The Emperor's Qi observation technique revealed that one's fortune is not immutable. Yet Gu Yuan was intrigued by the staggering disparity in fate between Ji Yunfan and Yang Cheng'en. One a duke's son, bearing the weight of innate remnants, the other merely a product of the sacred fire sect. Evaluating their raw strength, Ji Yunfan fell short of Yang Cheng'en, yet their fortunes appeared inverted. It seemed that the fortune siphoned from him did not diminish their own, akin to the fruits of a path he had sown. A thought flickered in Gu Yuan's mind. This Emperor's Qi observation technique scrutinized the essence and fortune of individuals, but beyond fortune, there existed the concept of destiny, which was inscrutable. The more one knows, the more one realizes their own ignorance. Suddenly, an idea struck Gu Yuan. Could someone be calculating his fate? No, it was Yang Cheng'en's fate they were evaluating. The Emperor's Qi observation technique suppressed his own, leading Gu Yuan to a sudden revelation. Perhaps it was linked to the innate remnant within him, tied to forces associated with it. Truly, one might traverse vast distances in vain, only to find their answer effortlessly. In that ephemeral moment, Gu Yuan gleaned a location: Dongsho Mountain, Chapter 24, the Saintess of the Demon Sect, the Celestial Demon Golden Book. Dongsho Mountain, situated in the eastern part of the divine capital, divides the southeastern regions. The Saintess of the Celestial Demon, clad in a crimson robe and barefoot, traversed the mountain path. In her grasp, a black jade slip radiated light, pulsating as if alive. The time is not right. The Saintess of the Celestial Demon suddenly turned, her voice resonating with authority. Whoever is lurking, reveal your name. On the deserted mountain path, Gu Yuan approached with measured steps, still grasping Yang Cheng'en. You seek me, yet you do not know who I am. Gu Yuan halted, casting Yang Cheng'en aside with a calm smile. Yang Cheng'en, you are Gu Yuan, declared the Saintess of the Celestial Demon. Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. The Saintess felt a surge of confusion. How did Gu Yuan know she was here? Yang Cheng'en, however, wore an expression of delight. The Saintess held the second highest position within the Celestial Demon sect, subordinate only to the sect leader. Saintess, Gu Yuan appraised her, noting the overwhelming power radiating from her, far surpassing that of Ji Yunfan and others. Why do you wish to kill me? Where is Pei Mingchuan? The Saintess of the Celestial Demon scanned her surroundings. Bring him forth. I have heard he defied the innate and achieved the realm of Grandmaster. I wish to see if Luo sect dares to act against my sacred sect. Pei Mingchuan, Gu Yuan replied. Who might that be? Feigning ignorance was a perilous game with someone of her stature. Since Pei Mingchuan did not appear, she had no qualms about eliminating Gu Yuan instead. The blood-red robe flickered, and in an instant, she vanished like a specter around her. True energy surged, and the temperature plummeted, as if a wave of frost had swept in. Within a breath, the early spring grassland had frozen solid. Before Gu Yuan, the world seemed to transform entirely. This was a realm of earthly bliss, where ethereal beauties danced as if in a dream, cradling soft jade as if ensnared in a fairyland. The Celestial Demoness Elysium Dance. This was the formidable aspect of the Celestial Demon sect. The Saintess, albeit merely traversing the spiritual realm, wielded numerous techniques in the Celestial Demon Golden Book, enabling her to unleash a mental assault rivaling that of a Transcendence Master, and even surpassing it. Chimeras and specters, how dare they disturb my peace? This was the first time Gu Yuan had been drawn into another's spiritual world, igniting a sudden surge of murderous intent within him. Now that he understood the origins, what was there to wait for? The only word that resonated was kill. A flash of thought surged, and pure true energy erupted like the sun, dispelling all chill, transforming into a sword aimed directly at her. I am the realm of the mind. It was but a mere utterance. The so-called Celestial Demon Elysium shattered, and the terrifying sword intent suppressed all directions. As if the very heavens and earth were under his control, the true energy pierced through the air, breaking the currents of the surge of true energy, as lofty and clear as the sky, struck the Saintess of the Celestial Demon directly. The manifestation of the law of the heavens, you are an innate Grand Master. The Saintess exclaimed in disbelief. As memories flooded back, she comprehended the entire sequence of events. This mysterious figure was none other than Gu Yuan himself, a mere 18-year-old innate Grand Master. What sorcery was this? What the realization filled her with dread. Fortunately, she had brought the Celestial Demon Golden Book, otherwise she would have succumbed to that lethal strike. Yet, before she could act, the next attack was already upon her. The The sword of heaven governs the universe, the sword of earth cleaves mountains and rivers, the sword of man sweeps across the vast wilderness. Gu Yuan wielded the cleansing heaven sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that descended with unstoppable force. It surged like a dragon, the sword like a celestial canopy. As the stroke fell, the entire expanse above Dongsho Mountain seemed to ignite with a transcendent sword light, radiating infinite power. The principle of overwhelming strength reducing multitudes to naught was exemplified here. "Have you lost your mind?" the saintess screeched. Gu Yuan had concealed his strength for so long only to reveal it for her demise. Was this not madness? Little did she realize her fortune and energy had caught Gu Yuan's eye. The Emperor's Qi observation technique had revealed that to surpass and possibly eliminate the saintess of the demon sect, he must unleash his full power. Fortune was an absolute necessity, everything else could be forsaken. But fortune was non-negotiable. Presently 3 slots for fortune were already occupied. Although he had only sown one, the absorbed fortune would not vanish but rather be preserved. Given the circumstances, Gu Yuan could not afford to let a fortune slip through his fingers. He had to go all out. The saintess of the celestial demon clenched her silver teeth, her jade-like visage radiating an icy demeanor. With a graceful lift of her wrist, she summoned the true seed. A surge of mental energy instantaneously activated the Celestial Demon Golden Book, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of true energy. The Celestial Demon Golden Book was a treasure of the Celestial Demon sect. Indeed, the supreme artifact of the entire sacred sect. It was said to have been crafted by the first Celestial Demon Lord. Throughout the ages, even those who did not wield it would leave their names inscribed upon it. For millennia, dating back thousands of years, the celestial demon lords were all figures of the martial sage level. Their names inherently harbored terrifying power. By harnessing the effects of the celestial demon golden book, one could preserve this power for extended durations. If unleashed in full, it would rival a living martial sage exerting their utmost might. Regrettably, the saintess of the celestial demon lacked such prowess. She could only draw upon the strengths of the celestial demon lords from the past millennium. A black mist rose from the tome, coalescing into a vague silhouette. In the fleeting moments of a breath, the essence of the surrounding world surged forth like a mighty river, overwhelming and relentless. As that figure wielded a colossal hand, a cataclysmic force erupted, transforming into a terrifying palm print capable of annihilating all in its path. The celestial demoness' great hand seal, it loomed ominously, overshadowing the unparalleled sword energy of Gu Yuan. In that instant, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth trembled in response. Boundless energy churned in the void, creating waves of force. Crack, in the incredulous gaze of the celestial demon saintess. The figure formed from the celestial demon golden book rivaled the great hand seal executed by a grandmaster of the innate extreme realm. Beneath that sword energy, it crumbled effortlessly, collapsing into dust. How could this be? Even a grandmaster of the innate extreme realm could not possess such power. The celestial demon saintess fixed her gaze upon Gu Yuan, forgetting life and death in her astonishment. Little did she know the formidable prowess of the Emperor's gazing technique. Had it been earlier, this sword would have merely resulted in a 50-50 chance. The Emperor's gazing technique perceives all, in essence. It strikes directly at the most vulnerable point. The so-called perfection is merely a matter of perspective. This resulted in the devastating effect observed. The Emperor's gazing technique, indeed worthy of being a fourth-stage Dao fruit. Gu Yuan marveled, yet his hand did not falter. The torrent of sword energy surged forth, engulfing the breathtaking celestial demon saintess. Chapter 25. The Saintess falls. The great merchant's dragon cave. Instantaneously, the eastern peak mountain quaked violently. As if a dragon were awakening. In a single breath, that enchanting form was reduced to mere powder, leaving not even blood, dissolving into nothingness. Only the black jade tablet remained, radiating a soft glow. Simultaneously, a torrent of fortune flowed from the unknown void, ceaselessly pouring into Gu Yuan's being. 20 years worth of fortune was comparable to the Fengzheni within the Qingtian Observatory. As Qian Kuan Tower. It infused the mysterious little tree, causing it to bloom and bear fruit, nurturing the remnants of the innate. An immense mental force surged into Gu Yuan's mind like a raging flood, yet, to a master of the Xian realm, this was merely a vast quantity of spirit. For Gu Yuan, it felt like a gentle breeze upon his face. After all, even at the peak of its power, this mental remnant could not compare to Gu Yuan's current state. The disparity between thought and will became clear to him. Thoughts encompass memories and true intentions, while will consists solely of pure intention. Cui Yin Xian. A cascade of memories flickered past like a film. Cui Yin Xian, born of the Cui clan in Qinghe. He served in the Great Yong. Later, under the enlightenment of the Celestial Demon Lord, he joined the Seven Heavens Holy Gate, becoming the 77th Celestial Demon Lord. Ultimately, he perished at the hands of the Supreme Demon Lord. Struck down by a single intent.in life, he was a Grandmaster of the innate, a mere step away from the perfection of his Dharma form. His studies encompassed two paths: the celestial demoness infinite scripture, the great hand seal, and the sacred spirit s myriad methods. No wonder he was so eager to seek out Guyuan. However, this memory was somewhat incomplete, lacking images of the supreme demon lord. To discern Cui Yin Xian in a glance was impossible for Guyuan. Even a master of the Xian realm could not simply perceive the essence of another through martial will alone, yet the supreme demon lord could achieve such feats, the first of his kind in a millennium. The celestial martial sage, it was indeed the actions of this supreme demon lord that led to the fragmentation of the seven heavens holy gate, resulting in the so-called seven paths of the demon sect. The celestial demon, the spirit of the boundless, the Shura of the nine nether, the cycle of white bones, all represented the seven lineages of the holy gate. The name of the seven heavens holy gate was derived from this. Among them, the celestial demon and the sacred spirit were often seen as the leaders of the seven heavens holy gate. As for the martial arts mastered by Cui Yin Xian, Guyuan held no interest whatsoever. Perhaps these martial arts were formidable, yet the realms of martial cultivation are tiered, and even the so-called demon sect's techniques, which promised rapid advancement, often bore tremendous aftereffects. Furthermore, Guyuan now possessed the remnants of the innate and did not require further cultivation. He merely needed to switch perspectives to embody the living essence of Cui Yin Xian. Even if this memory was from centuries past, it was a timely boon for him. Moreover, this memory did not impede Guyuan himself. It existed within the realm of his mind like a book. Whenever he wished to access it, or input key phrases, he would receive the corresponding feedback. While he reveled in this, on the other side, shock reigned. Yang Cheng'en's eyes were about to bulge from their sockets. He could scarcely believe that such a figure as the celestial demon Saintus had perished, and at the hands of the 13th prince. Guyuan. It must be noted that the position of the celestial demon Saintus within the celestial demon sect was akin to that of a crown prince in a dynasty, perhaps even surpassing it. A crown prince may not necessarily ascend to the throne, yet the celestial demon Saintus was destined to become the next celestial demon lord, for the position of Saintus is not passed down through generations. It signifies a lineage of legacy. Each celestial demon Saintus is fated to make their name known across the land, a leader of the demon sect. Yet now this generation's celestial demon Saintus met her demise in such a manner? Dying on the ordinary eastern peak mountain at the hands of the 13th prince of the Great Zhou. Am I merely dreaming? The celestial demon Saintus is dead, and the 13th prince they sought to kill is truly an omnipotent grandmaster of the innate. Could there be anything more surreal than this? Young Cheng'en was oblivious to the true strength of the celestial demon Saintus. Had he known, he would not have felt as though he were dreaming, but rather as though he were losing his sanity. As Guyuan picked up the celestial demon golden book and gazed over it, Yang Cheng'en promptly offered the finest information he possessed. Your Highness, with the grace of a dragon and phoenix, I know of a place, the Great Merchant's Dragon Cave, which is perfectly suited for your Highness. The Great Merchant's Dragon Cave. Guyuan's voice was indifferent, yet the aura surrounding him trembled violently, surging forth like tumultuous waves, while he exerted his full effort to suppress the celestial demon golden book. He gleaned from Cui Yin Xian's memories the nature of this item. It was none other than the celestial demon golden book, ranked among the top 10 of the divine armament list. Undeniably renowned. In Guyuan's hands, boundless power erupted from the golden book, causing his mind to buzz as the world around him blurred, rendering everything indistinct. Countless paths of martial true intent surged forth, the collective strength of past celestial demon lords igniting. Names long forgotten began to awaken. The celestial demon golden book would never permit outsiders to wield its power. Should it continue to unleash its might, he would not be able to endure for long. The power of a single Grandmaster is trivial, yet the combined force of multiple Grandmasters could obliterate the heavens and earth. Moreover, on this celestial demon golden book, there lingered the wills of dozens of celestial martial sages. If those names were to awaken, Guyuan could not possibly maintain his grasp on the golden book as he did now. Fortunately, the celestial demon Saintus was insufficiently powerful to awaken the golden book's strength. Otherwise, it would have been he who perished. The depths of this world are profound, far more exhilarating than the texts suggest. Guyuan smiled faintly. His inability to control it did not mean that Cui Yin Xian could not. In an instant, the lofty intention of Guyuan, akin to the clear sky, fell into silence. What followed was a formidable aura capable of overturning heaven and earth, rendering the sun and moon dark. It was as though the celestial demon had been reborn. Treading upon the divine land, immediately the brilliance of the celestial demon golden book faded, settling into a calm. Cui Yin Xian had once held dominion over the golden book. thus Gu Yuan, as a partial embodiment of Cui Yin Xian, faced no significant issues in exerting control. However, this shift in aura startled Yang Cheng'an. He had been hesitating on whether to speak, fearing that doing so might lead to his doom, yet, overwhelmed by this aura, he could not ponder the cause of the change and hurriedly spoke. The Dragon Cave is in the Eastern Sea Prefecture, right in the Eastern Sea Prefecture. I have seen it from a distance. There can be no mistake. Chapter 26. True Seed Elixir. Enveloping the Prince. The Eastern Sea Prefecture, one of the 49 prefectures of the Great Zhou, is so named for its proximity to the Eastern Sea. However, merely knowing of the great merchant's Dragon Cave is insufficient. Gu Yuan took a step forward, his countenance handsome, his right hand cradling the book, resembling a scholar on an outing. Yang Cheng'an racked his brain, unable to think of anything else that might pique Gu Yuan's interest. The so-called miraculous encounters were mere jokes before a Grandmaster of the innate. I shall grant you 3 days. Gu Yuan turned, his voice ethereal. If you cannot find anything suitable within that time, 3 days will suffice. Yang Cheng'an gritted his teeth. The Lu family had inherited for 4 centuries. The first generation of Lord Lu had traversed the realm, vanquishing countless powers and collecting innumerable treasures. As the saying goes, a child selling his father's land feels no remorse. For the sake of his life, Yang Cheng'an swore to uncover something that would satisfy Gu Yuan. Very well, I shall assist you. I hope you won't disappoint me. His voice lingered as Gu Yuan's figure vanished from the mountaintop. Yang Cheng'an was taken aback, and before he could react, it felt as though a heavy object struck his head. Buzzing in his ears, though painful, he felt a surge of joy, for the true seed of the demon sect had vanished in that moment. Undoubtedly, this was the work of Gu Yuan. Had the true seed been lost previously, Yang Cheng'an might have regretted it immensely, but now, with the celestial demon saintess dead before him, and he himself still alive, the true seed was indeed a hot potato, though he had lost a trump card. His life was at least temporarily secured. The 13th prince left in such haste for a reason. He too must leave quickly. With this thought, Yang Cheng'an sought a path opposite to Gu Yuan's and descended the mountain. Is this considered a great restorative elixir? The mountain breeze was gentle as Gu Yuan descended, holding a self-spiraling elixir in his hand, none other than the true seed of the demon sect extracted from Yang Cheng'an's body. With his current insight, Gu Yuan understood precisely what this item was. A normal true seed of inheritance would indeed be a miraculous elixir, akin to the empowerments of the esoteric Buddhist sect or the Taoist initiation. However, Yang Cheng'an's true seed was far from ordinary. Ultimately, it would lead to the creation of a heartless and mindless celestial demon god general wholly subservient to others. Yet for Gu Yuan, it was a splendid restorative elixir. Gu Yuan smiled, swallowing the true seed that belonged to him in one gulp. Dongsho Mountain was no match for Qian Kuan Tower, without any grand formations to obstruct him, when the soaring sword energy spread across the heavens. It had already caught the attention of the Black Dragon Terrorist. However, this was not the Qingtian Bureau. It was merely an ordinary hill in the eastern city. After a brief moment of silence, a team from the Black Dragon Terrace hurriedly arrived. Subsequently, in the Imperial City, the Grand Commander of the Black Dragon Terrace, Yang Shua, presented himself before Emperor Zhou. Speak, what is the situation this time? The voice of Emperor Zhou resonated from above. Devoid of any discernible emotion, Your Majesty, it is suspected that 2 innate Grandmasters clashed atop Dongsho Mountain. Yang Shua paused, realizing that the chief eunuch who had been constantly at the Emperor's side was conspicuously absent today, leading to a moment of hesitation before he continued. In just one day, first at Qian Kuan Tower of the Qingtian Bureau, and then atop Dongsho Mountain, 2 innate Grandmasters have engaged in combat. Disregarding the Great Zhou entirely, this blatant humiliation, Yang Shua had anticipated that the Emperor would respond with fury, yet all he received in return was a simple query: what are the specific circumstances? One of them was the one who acted at noon in the Qingtian Bureau. Yang Shua replied cautiously, uncertain whether Emperor Zhou's calm demeanor was genuine or feigned. The other, based on speculation, should be a Grandmaster from the demon sect. Demon sect. At this, the voice of Emperor Zhou finally exhibited a hint of fluctuation. Did they not claim that none of their innate Grandmasters had stepped foot in this imperial city? How is it that a Grandmaster from the demon sect has now appeared here? This inquiry, imbued with the Emperor's dragon aura, caused even an innate Grandmaster like Yang Shua to feel a weight on his shoulders. It was a reflection of his subordinates' inadequacies. Yang Shua refrained from retorting. The capital city was as solid as a fortress, and no external innate Grandmaster would dare to act recklessly. However, following yesterday's incident, with a slight disturbance in the dragon aura formation, he could not simply attribute it to the Qingtian Bureau. He could only continue, based on the aura emanating from Dongsho Mountain, it is likely that the Grandmaster from the demon sect has already perished at the hands of that mysterious Grandmaster. This conclusion stemmed from Yang Shua's own investigation. He had mistaken the death of the heavenly demon Saintess for that of the Grandmaster from the demon sect, while misinterpreting Gu Yuan's shift in aura and mastery of the heavenly demon Golden Book as indicative of a surviving Grandmaster. It cannot be said that his deductions were entirely erroneous, rather, they were not entirely accurate either. After all, it was true that someone from the demon sect had perished atop Dongsho Mountain. The question remained, which Grandmaster from the demon sect had fallen? At this, Emperor Zhou finally exhibited a reaction. The death of a Grandmaster from the demon sect constituted significant news for the current Great Zhou. It was likely a ripple left by the heavenly demon sect's great handprint, and there was no mistaking that at first the Qin Tian Bureau, then the heavenly demon sect. I am increasingly curious about this individual. Emperor Zhou exhaled. However, the performance of the Black Dragon Terrace today has greatly disappointed me. I bestow upon you the Universe Sword, not for you to merely idle away. With that, Yang Shuo remained silent and slowly withdrew. Xiangzi, how long would it take you to slay an innate Grandmaster in your prime? Once Yang Shuo departed, Emperor Zhou's voice turned solemn. What prime? I am far from dead, a discontented voice interjected. If I were at my peak, I could have crushed Yang Shuo with a single punch, but what of your plans? The star constellation has lost its position, either bring him over or replace him with another. Replace? Emperor Zhou inquired. Where would I find another? I have only these blood-related kin, thus, you must concede that if you cannot relocate them, it would merely result in a waste of dragon aura. His voice was sharp, laced with dissatisfaction, but you have no choice. Xiangzi chuckled lightly. After all, do you not require the power of the 28 four symbols, 4 divine beasts, and 4 spirits to slay the saints, for the sake of Great Zhou? Did you not prepare for this from the very beginning? Why now do you hesitate? This is merely an unexpected kin, nothing more. This is not like your usual style. Silence enveloped the imperial study. Lingering for an extended period, after an indeterminate amount of time, Emperor Zhou finally summoned the chief eunuch Wei Yan, instructing, command the Ministry of Rites to draft an edict. I wish to confer the title of King Ning upon the 13th Prince Gu Yuan. Chapter 27, The Demon Sect's Hidden Pawn. The ceremony of enfeoffment at Xianjin Temple. Yu Qianqiu reclined in his chair, eyes closed in meditation. Under the dim glow of the oil lamp, a line between his brows appeared as sharp as a ghostly eye. Master, at this moment, a disciple of Xianjin Temple approached to report, the 13th Prince has returned finally. After causing such a great commotion, he has deigned to return. Yu Qianqiu sprang to his feet. That afternoon had brought him pressures beyond imagination. The 9th Prince's faction, the Suho faction, the Duke of Lu's faction, and even the personnel from the Black Dragon Terrace's Jingwu division were all bustling around Xianjin Temple aside from Suho. None of these factions were entities that the current Xianjin Temple could provoke. The only one they could afford to offend, Suho, had lost his only son. Thus, Yu Qianqiu found himself utterly stifled in the presence of these individuals. Did there occur any conflict with the personnel from the Duke of Lu or Suho? If Gu Yuan were to die outside, excuses could be made. At the very least, the entire Xianjin Temple would not be held accountable. Yet if anything were to happen to Gu Yuan within Xianjin Temple, the repercussions would undoubtedly fall upon everyone associated with it. Master, the people from the Duke of Lu have already left. And upon seeing the 13th Prince's return, the personnel from Suho also departed. The disciple continued. Additionally, the Captain Su from the Black Dragon Terrace left as well. Thus, the forces inside and outside Xianjin Temple had vacated completely. Have they truly departed? Just as I expected, the notion of a prince slaying the son of a minister was unprecedented since the founding of the Great Zhou. There had been no prior instances to serve as a reference. Generally, when a prince or member of the royal family committed an offense, it fell under the jurisdiction of the House of Clan Affairs. However, the House of Clan Affairs still had to heed the emperor's commands. As long as the emperor did not wish for Gu Yuan to perish, there could be no issues. Naturally, outside of Gu Yuan, no one would dare commit such reckless acts against a minister's son. Even if they believed they were in the right, unless they desired to sever their ties with the emperor. After all, the imperial family was ruthless. Throughout history, every dynasty had fought tooth and nail for that position. If you do not contend, those behind you will. Your brothers believe you should contend. Once you enter the game, it truly becomes beyond your control. Only someone like Gu Yuan, an anomaly, might remain unconcerned. Where is he now? At this moment, Yu Qianqiu could hardly be bothered to utter the title prince. He had already returned to the Changel Palace. Ha, he truly relishes his Changel. Yu Qianqiu scoffed coldly. Come, let me see this 13th prince. Your Highness, are you well? Yu Qianqiu arrived at Changel Palace, exuding decorum. At such a late hour, what brings Taoist you here? Gu Yuan, standing in the corridor, surveyed Yu Qianqiu and suddenly chuckled. Surely it isn't about the events of this afternoon. The affairs of the emperor's family need not concern my Xianjin temple. However, your highness, for your precious self, should anything happen, Yu Qianqiu hesitated, knowing that a being capable of slaying a transcendent martial artist required no one else's concern. Rest assured, this matter bears no relation to Xianjin. Gu Yuan produced a volume of scriptures, adding, I must express my gratitude to Taoist Yu. I have already finished reading this text. It was indeed you, Taoist Yu, who sent the Xianjin hand-copied scriptures. Your highness's yearning for the Tao is commendable. Yu Qianqiu wished to say more, yet Gu Yuan had already turned and returned to his chambers. Yu Qianqiu could only bow and leave empty-handed. After Yu Qianqiu departed from the palace, Gu Yuan sat upon his bed, eyes closed in contemplation. The demon sect undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives against the great Zhou. Otherwise, they would not have brought a figure like the heavenly demon Saintus along with the heavenly demon Golden Book. Unfortunately, Cui Xian had perished before the founding of the great Zhou, leaving Gu Yuan without relevant memories to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, I possess the method to contact the Holy Spirit path of the heavenly demon sect. A simple inquiry will suffice. Gu Yuan's eyes darkened. As his aura twisted, black mist began to rise. Utilizing the heavenly demon sensing technique and the Holy Spirit celestial patrol method, two secret arts were unleashed simultaneously, sweeping outward like a whirlwind, centered around Gu Yuan. Moments later, Gu Yuan raised his head. Nearly outside the capital, he had already sensed 13 distinct locations. Should he first visit the demon sect's hidden pawn or the Lin family beyond the capital? The Lin family was suspected of being a clan that had once produced a celestial being, according to Ji Yunfan's intelligence report. How credible that suspicion was remained uncertain. I shall ponder this tomorrow. 3 battles in one day have left me somewhat fatigued. Gu Yuan rubbed his brow. The son of Su Ho Li Chen had perished, while the third young master of the Duke of Lu had returned alive. Yet Gu Yuan had safely returned to Xianjin Temple. When the news spread, many were first struck with shock, followed by a flurry of questions. For instance, why had Gu Yuan chosen to slay Li Qian? Why had he spared Yang Cheng'an? Why had he bound Yang Cheng'an only to send him back? What was the rationale behind it all? Those privy to even a fraction of the truth were left speculating about Gu Yuan's intentions, and what connections he might have with the 9th Prince Gu Ming. Amidst the chaos of conjecture, the Duke of Lu's estate remained tight-lipped, revealing not a whisper. This naturally led to an explosion of imagination among the onlookers. Thus, numerous wild theories emerged, with some claiming that the Duke of Lu's estate had undergone a transformation, becoming the 13th Prince's power base. Others suggested that Gu Yuan was merely biding his time, a hidden dragon now revealing its prowess. Yet, amidst this confusion, a piece of news emerged from the imperial palace, shaking the entire capital once more, and as it spread, it threatened to reach every corner of the realm. That news was that the current emperor was actually bestowing the title of King Ning upon the 13th Prince Gu Yuan. This was a princely honor among the princes. Only the first, second, and third princes were entitled to such a title. The rest were either dukes or marquises. Even the most favored 9th prince was merely a marquis. While the nobility of the great Zhou lacked fiefs, they were entitled to positions in the court. In simpler terms, they could hold official posts, which came with the benefits of the great Zhou's treasury. This was a powerful means of winning hearts and garnering support. Moreover, the most crucial aspect of being conferred as a prince was that it required the emperor's endorsement and, in many cases, significant achievements. For instance, the third prince was named the Ming King due to his merit in the campaign against the northern Yuan, while the second prince was awarded the title of Eastern King for his maritime accomplishments. The first prince was unique, having been conferred the title of Qi King for his contributions to pacifying the realm. However, now Gu Yuan has yet to establish any merit, yet he has been conferred the title of Prince Ning. How does this impact Duke Su, a loyal minister, who was nurtured by the current emperor? What will the entire court think of this? Regardless of their thoughts or discussions, they can only express their views in private. No one possesses the power to alter the emperor's decree. The Ministry of Rites drafted the edict, which was then reviewed by the Central Secretariat before passing through the Imperial Clan Court. This process took an entire night, and by dawn, it was irrevocably settled. However, the ceremony for the worship of heaven is imminent, and the formal conferral of the prince title will be postponed until after the ritual. Yet, this does not hinder Gu Yuan, who now enjoys the esteemed title of Prince Ning, complete with the corresponding princely ceremonies. Even the royal residence has been prepared, awaiting Gu Yuan's arrival. Simultaneously, a high-ranking eunuch has set out with the imperial edict, destined for Xin Jingguan to proclaim the decree the following day. Upon awakening, Gu Yuan immediately sensed an anomaly. I am the void. It seemed that a dragon poised for transformation was coiling above his head, its claws outstretched. Ready to soar, such an overwhelming surge of fortune is not necessarily a good omen for an ordinary person. An increase in luck is indeed fortuitous, but for someone as formidable as Gu Yuan, such fluctuations in fate indicate impending turmoil. My fists signify my fortune. He raised two fingers and gently pointed, unleashing a surge of true energy that sliced through the air like a blade. A flicker of enlightenment sparked in Gu Yuan's eyes. It was the great formation from the previous day. My connection to it has deepened, and this is due to the change in fortune? Gu Yuan gazed skyward, observing an invisible thread entwining around him, linking him to the grand formation of the imperial city. This connection was exponentially stronger than the faint link he had sensed the day before. A formation that gathers fortune, yet it did not appear to be so. Within Cui Yin-xian's memories, there were fragments of relevant information, yet none aligned with this formation. Moreover, had it not been for this connection, Gu Yuan would have been entirely unaware of its existence. The emperor's fortune-telling technique and unfathomable power now served as a reminder to Gu Yuan. This formation holds immense benefits but also great peril. The benefits lie in the dragon's energy, which can aid the emperor's fortune-telling. As for the dangers, Gu Yuan's expression hardened. This clearly indicates that he is to become the eye of the formation, sacrificing all he possesses. 10 years, was it merely a ruse? No wonder they did not strike. They intended to fatten him up before the slaughter. Let us see who ultimately becomes the hunter and who the prey. Gu Yuan's expression remained tranquil as he rapidly connected the dots. The demonic sect, the Great Zhou, and the formation. It was evident that the demonic sect aimed to contend with the Great Zhou, while the latter sought to utilize this formation against the former. Yet, that did not seem quite accurate. The 7 paths of the demonic sect are formidable, yet they still lag behind the Great Zhou. After all, aside from the innate grandmasters, there exist strategies of military formations. The Great Zhou's million-strong army is not to be underestimated, and this is merely the visible strength of the Great Zhou. One cannot fathom how much might lies hidden in the shadows. As Gu Yuan contemplated these matters, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Moments later, a loud voice announced, "An imperial edict has arrived." The messenger was none other than Yu Qianqiu. An imperial edict, Gu Yuan mused. What could prompt the issuance of an edict at such a time? Is it related to Li Qian or the changes in fortune? It is simply a matter of responding to the challenges that arise. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Yuan collected his thoughts and calmly exited his chambers. Xian Jingguan, being a significant force, naturally knew the details surrounding the imperial edict. It was only Gu Yuan, devoid of any intelligence sources, who remained in the dark. The messenger, Yu Qianqiu, cast furtive glances around, puzzled by the emperor's intentions. At first, he had confined Gu Yuan within Xian Jingguan for a decade, neglecting him entirely. And now, upon the 13th prince's actions, killing a son of Duke Su, he is instead elevated to the rank of prince. Is there logic to this? Fortunately, Xian Jingguan has not treated the 13th prince poorly. His every need has been met, surpassing even what I possess. Surely he cannot harbor resentment towards Xian Jingguan. After confirming that Xian Jingguan had treated Gu Yuan fairly, Yu Qianqiu stepped forward to extend his congratulations. Congratulations, 13th prince. This left Gu Yuan momentarily speechless. What joy is there in this? You shall know when you visit the Qingxin Hall, Yu Qianqiu cryptically replied. Gu Yuan remained oblivious to Yu Qianqiu's thoughts. However, judging by his demeanor, this might be perceived as good news on the surface, yet, regardless of how favorable it seems, it does not sway his resolve. The formation is indeed real, and the emperor's fortune-telling is equally authentic. Even if it is a good thing, it is not entirely without consequence. 13th prince, please heed the emperor's decree. Upon entering the main hall of Xian Jingguan, Gu Yuan immediately noticed a eunuch clad in a grand purple robe adorned with cloud patterns, holding a whisk. Standing at the center, beside him were the various palace masters of Xian Jingguan. This was Zhao Xian. Eunuch Zhao, you have met Eunuch Zhao, Yu Qianqiu subtly reminded, within the inner court. Eunuch Zhao ranks among the 10 attendants, wielding considerable power, second only to the chief eunuch Wei Yan. Having met Eunuch Zhao, Gu Yuan clasped his hands and awaited the proclamation. He neither knelt nor bowed but stood tall, as if he were the one bestowing the decree, while Eunuch Zhao was merely there to receive it. Observing this, Eunuch Zhao, who held a position among the 10 attendants, merely smiled, unfazed, even returning a courteous gesture. 13th prince, you possess the demeanor of the emperor. He did not exhibit any signs of disdain towards Gu Yuan's behavior. After all, he had been informed beforehand that this was merely a formality. Besides, the Great Zhou was known for its leniency. Some extraordinary individuals need not kneel before the emperor, let alone receive an imperial edict. 13th prince, oh no, Prince Ning, do you understand? The edict, flowing with eloquence, contained but a few hundred words. Its essence was to confer Gu Yuan as Prince Ning, granting him a royal residence, 300 attendants, and a complete set of princely regalia. One could assert that he received all that a prince ought to have. Gu Yuan accepted the edict, surveying the surrounding palace elders, who appeared unsurprised. He realized this was indeed a settled matter. The elevation to prince must have been the reason for his surge in fortune. Gu Yuan's gaze turned cold. Furthermore, the emperor mentioned that the grand ceremony for the conferral of the title would occur after the worship of heaven, and he urged Prince Ning to keep this in mind. In 2 months, the day of worship will arrive. Such timing is not fixed. Matters of state, whether martial or sacrificial, are entirely normal, yet, to Gu Yuan's ears, it resonated with a thunderous echo. The emperor's fortune-telling technique is once again at play. 2 months from now, Gu Yuan mused, a faint smile tugging at his lips. How could he not smile? 2 months' time is ample opportunity for him to grow even stronger. When that moment arrives, the distinction between hunter and prey shall be revealed. Let us see whose methods prove superior. Regardless of the emperor's motives, Gu Yuan is destined not to become a pawn in another's game, especially not for one devoid of emotions. Congratulations, Prince Ning. Congratulations, Prince Ning. As eunuch Zhao departed, the palace masters of Xianzhengguan immediately took turns offering their congratulations. After all, words of well-wishing do not cost anything. It is better to express more than less. Adorned with golden carriages and fine steeds, surrounded by attendants and palace maids, the newly appointed Prince Ning's procession made a grand entrance. Stirring the capital, their destination was the Prince Ning's residence located in the inner city. This estate had belonged to the previous Prince Ning, whose unfortunate fate left no heir to carry on his legacy. Your Highness, we have arrived at the royal residence, a gentle and graceful voice called from outside the carriage. Gu Yuan alighted, gazing upon the vast Prince Ning's residence. His ambition is the throne. Does this not signify that he has already achieved half of his goal? 3 days swiftly passed. During this period, no significant events transpired. Much to the disappointment of the capital's onlookers, Duke Su traveled northward for official duties, seemingly having fully accepted Gu Yuan's ascension to Prince Ning. There were no further developments from the 9th Prince's residence, and the Yuning conference has been suspended. As for the 9th Prince Gu Ming, it is said that he has left the capital. His whereabouts unknown, but he must return before the grand ceremony. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan, at the center of these events, remained quietly ensconced in his residence. Much like during his time at Xianzhengguan, not a single civil or military official visited him, which led many in the capital to conclude that Gu Yuan was utterly failing. A prince of noble stature, yet not a single noteworthy guest arrived to extend their congratulations during his inauguration. His entourage consisted entirely of those granted to him at the time of his conferral. This was indeed a source of embarrassment. At this juncture, the capital fell into a state of silence, with everyone awaiting the next significant event. The embassies from the states of Chu and Yu had already entered the borders of the Great Zhou. To the north, the divine martial king engaged in discussions with the emperor of the northern Yuan. The outcome remained a mystery. Just then, another imperial edict arrived before Gu Yuan, summoning him to welcome the embassies from Chu and Yu. What could the emperor possibly be thinking? The gilded edict lay casually upon the table, as if it were merely an ordinary piece of correspondence. Throughout these 3 days, Gu Yuan had publicly maintained a facade of being a stable prince, not stepping out of his residence. Only at night did he venture to the various locations associated with the demonic sect that he had previously sensed. However, upon his arrival, he found only minor lackeys present. Not a single formidable figure among them. When inquired, they were entirely ignorant of the situation. Simultaneously, he made a visit to the Lin family outside the city. Unfortunately, he could not uncover even a trace of a third-tier Dao fruit. As for the other information from his readings, none were within the Central Plains. The nearest were at least a state away, and it would take time to reach them. As for potential hideouts within the capital, they were under the suppression of innate grandmasters, particularly the imperial treasure vault within the royal palace, which housed the accumulated wealth of the Great Zhou for centuries. Had Gu Yuan ventured there before, he might have managed, but now, under the emperor's scrutiny, it was a veritable den of dragons and tigers. Given Gu Yuan's current capabilities, his survival would be uncertain should he attempt to enter, even without the emperor's fortune-telling technique. Merely relying on Cui Yinshian's knowledge, Gu Yuan understood that within the royal palace, where the nation's essence is concentrated and the dragon energy is harnessed, no innate grandmaster could withstand a lethal strike. However, the Heavenly Demon Golden Book might be a viable option. Even if Cui Yinshian were to summon the Heavenly Demon Golden Book, he would be utterly incapable of unleashing its full might. He would still not stand a chance against the Dragon Chi of the Great Zhou. Otherwise, the demon sect would have no need for anything else. With a single weapon summoned, they could have effortlessly annihilated the Great Zhou. However, there are places that remain inaccessible, though some can still be visited, such as the Qintian Bureau's Qin Kuan Tower, or the Marquis of Wuan's residence, rank, 3rd stage Daofruit, 7 Shin Lifebook rank, 3rd stage Daofruit, Heavenly Sight and Earth Hearing True Law rank, 3rd stage Daofruit, Dragon and Tiger Dominance Fist. These 3 Daofruits, cultivated over 9 years, were nurtured by the immense fortune of the heavenly demon Saintess from the moment they were sown, yet, these items can only enhance Gu Yuan's methods and cannot substantively augment his strength. In addition, there are the strengthening pills, heavenly wind fruits, blood chi pills, and various other elixirs designed to cultivate vitality and bolster the physique, totaling about a dozen types. Most of these are first-stage Dao fruits, which do not consume much fortune, perfectly expending the gifts from the heavenly demon Saintess. In fact, one could argue that these elixirs offer Gu Yuan greater assistance than those 3 third-stage Dao fruits. Aside from these, Gu Yuan has been diligently honing Cui Yinchuan's skills. However, this honing has been merely in practice and familiarity. It is worth mentioning that Gu Yuan has yet to cultivate even a single technique. Cui Yinchuan's martial arts rely solely on his innate true qi. True qi, in turn, is refined through the transformation of vitality, drawing upon the exceptional capabilities of an innate grandmaster rather than any specific technique. It is akin to the games of a past life. Regardless of the character's level, they all operate on the same computer. Gu Yuan has contemplated learning a technique, but has yet to find one that suits him. Before Gu Yuan, Yang Cheng'an sat like a mountain, not daring to overstep his bounds. Today marked the end of the 3-day period, and he had come to the Prince of Ning's residence to present his life-saving payment. With no past events to draw from, he could only rely on speculation and thought. Over the past few days, Yang Cheng'an had been deep in contemplation, trying to discern what Gu Yuan desired. Ultimately, he devised an appropriate life-saving payment. The allure of beauty and wealth goes without saying. As a king, there are few treasures he cannot acquire, even for a prince like Gu Yuan. Thus, after much deliberation, Yang Cheng'an concluded that Gu Yuan's strength as an innate grandmaster would lead him to seek things different from those pursued by ordinary people. The so-called riches and power would hardly sway them. Rather, they embody the very essence of power themselves. The great Zhou's numerous innate grandmasters did not owe their loyalty to mere wealth or authority, but to their own cultivation and the celestial matters that could attract innate grandmasters. While the first generation of the Duke of Lu rode alongside the founding emperor, most treasures were seized by the imperial treasury, but some remained in the Duke of Lu's residence. Among them was a mysterious image of a divine being, impervious to blade or flame, originating from a native tribe in the southern frontier. Despite possessing it for several centuries, the Duke of Lu had yet to comprehend its mysteries, allowing Yang Cheng'an to propose it as a means to save his own life. However, despite its uniqueness, Yang Cheng'an was uncertain if it would satisfy Gu Yuan. At this moment, filled with trepidation upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, he could only force a smile and say, "Your Majesty may be favoring Prince Ning, but there are also members of the royal family from Chu and Yu present. Only with His Highness's involvement can we uphold the dignity of the great Zhou. Yet, why not the Grand Prince, who is also in the capital?" Gu Yuan, intrigued, inquired further. Yang Cheng'an fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Speaking of which, has the demon sect had any contact with you, or are there individuals plotting your demise? Gu Yuan tapped the edge of his seat. In response to Your Highness, there have been no unusual occurrences in recent days. Those I had contact with at the Huajin Tower have all vanished without a trace. Without the true seed, the demon sect remains the greatest adversary. Naturally, Yang Cheng'an could not overlook Bai Yulian and the Yin envoy, especially given that the demon sect regards him as a mere pawn. Is that so? Gu Yuan casually inquired. Well then, has young Master Yang prepared the life-saving payment? This is the painting of the southern frontier divine being. Please, Your Highness, take a look. Yang Cheng'an felt a tightening in his chest as he produced the divine image wrapped in oil paper. Once unveiled, it revealed a giant roaring skyward, vividly brought to life on the canvas. Chapter 30, Northern Yuan and Chuyu. Upon seeing the painting, Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened. This was not due to the presence of any Dao fruit within. Had there been, Gu Yuan would have sensed and cultivated it long ago. Instead, he felt an ominous power emanating from the image, one that could instill trepidation even in Gu Yuan's current state. What sort of terrifying force could elicit such a reaction? Where does this painting originate? Gu Yuan pondered, captivated by the seemingly alive giant, his eyes radiating the brilliance of the sun and moon, like a flash of lightning. Yet, despite this, he could not discern the origins of the image. It comes from a legacy painting of the heavenly god sect in the southern frontier. Seeing Gu Yuan's expression, Yang Cheng'an realized he had guessed correctly. His life should be spared. Thus, he divulged everything he knew. You mentioned that there should be 7 paintings. A spark of insight flashed in Gu Yuan's mind. leading him to a prescient thought the unification of these 7 images would bring him great benefits, indeed, but during the extermination of the heavenly god sect, the other 6 were lost, their whereabouts unknown. Yang Cheng'an, grasping the implication, hastily promised that as long as His Highness desired, he would certainly assist in locating the remaining pieces. Then I shall await your good news. Gu Yuan, unreserved, readily agreed to Yang Cheng'an's request. Time flew by, and before long 7 days had passed. During this time, aside from the slight stir caused by Yang Cheng'an's entrance into the Prince of Ning's residence, the most significant event was the small trial held in the capital. This trial gathered numerous geniuses from the capital, and aside from the great Zhou royal family, virtually all worthy participants were present. Yet, the final outcome surprised everyone. It was neither a descendant of the 8 pillars of state nor a disciple of the innate Grandmaster Gu Chongxian, nor the rising star of the Hailangtai Jingwu division, nor any of the younger generation from the Xianjin Temple or the Jiangwu Hall. Instead, it was an individual who defied all expectations, a mere attendant of Princess Xiaoyang. A previously obscure figure, prior to this, no one had any inkling of his remarkable prowess. Xiao Yitsong, allegedly hailing from a remote border town, belonging to a family too insignificant to mention, for reasons unknown. He had caught the attention of Princess Xiaoyang, accompanying her to the capital to participate in the trial, ultimately emerging as the victor and gaining widespread acclaim. Rumors circulated that this troublemaker possessed extraordinary skills, having offended several prominent figures shortly after arriving in the capital, be it the son of a marquis or the scion of a high-ranking official. Fortunately, with Princess Xiaoyang's protection and Xiao Yitsong's own formidable strength, he managed to thrive amidst the turmoil. As the small trial concluded, delegations from the 2 nations of Chu and Yu arrived in Zhongzhou, soon to enter the capital. Even the northern Yuan's imperial tutor, the living Buddha batter, was approaching the capital. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan, who had been quietly cultivating within the palace, sensed the impending storm. Over the past few days, he had successfully subdued the maidservants and guards within the palace, extracting fortune from them. After all, prior to this, they were merely granted by the emperor, and aside from a few exceptions, none acknowledged Gu Yuan as their master. Thus, the fortune he gained was nearly negligible. With the delegations arriving, it was finally time to take action. Gu Yuan exhaled. Although he had not wasted the past 7 days, he felt it was still somewhat lacking. Has there been any news regarding that Xiao Yitsong? Gu Yuan was keenly curious about this individual, having specifically tasked Ji Yunfan to investigate. The results left Gu Yuan feeling that this person might be extraordinary, potentially possessing suitable Dao fruits for cultivation. Yet, since the small trial in the capital, this individual had been engrossed in deciphering the Tianwu stele, not having made an appearance for even a day. Not yet, but with the delegation arriving in the capital soon. As the victor, he will undoubtedly be a key participant. Ji Yunfan had already begun to consider himself one of Gu Yuan's subordinates. However, a warning had arrived from Princess Xiaoyang's side. What is the warning about? Gu Yuan was unconcerned. The warning is for your highness not to extend your reach too far. Interesting. Gu Yuan's eyes glimmered. Your strength is commendable, yet to consolidate the essence of martial arts is still beyond your grasp. However, given your contributions in recent days, I shall grant you a mark to assist you in comprehending the essence of true intent. While he was unsure why Ji Yunfan possessed such abundant fortune, it was evident that his strength was lacking. He gestured with his hand, releasing his sword chi imbued with true intent. As for any further warnings, relay this to them, should they be dissatisfied. Let them come find me. The capital, a land of excellence, has historically endured through 3 dynasties, surviving wars and calamities without succumbing, instead growing ever more robust. Since the Great Shang era, it has served as the heart of the divine land, the most prosperous place in the world. It has been said that this land was once the domain of the human sovereign in ancient times, a notion dismissed by most as mere folly. Who still believes in those near-mythical tales from antiquity? As for the capital, it becomes increasingly remarkable. Myths and legends are not without truth. Xiao Yitsong, the victor of the small trial, having triumphed over the young martial talents of the capital, now bore a glint of darkness in his gaze. This was the nature of the capital. What was there to marvel at? Behind Xiao Yitsong stood the exquisitely beautiful Princess Xiaoyang, casually remarking, "Do you have confidence in surpassing the youthful elites of Chu and Yu? I have already spoken of your prowess to my father. Aside from Yun Shini, none shall pose a challenge to you. You must not lose face, lest I also lose mine." Princess Xiaoyang was the 7th princess, and though she was not particularly old, she was quite astute. Your highness has grown accustomed to this, hence the perception of normalcy, Xiao Yitsong replied nonchalantly, maintaining his composed demeanor. As for Chu and Yu, You need not worry, for you are well aware of my capabilities. I have never undertaken a venture without assurance. That is indeed true. Princess Xiaoyang found his words convincing. Since their first meeting, Xiao Yitsong had displayed remarkable talent. And in just a year, he had ascended from the blood chi realm to the divine wandering realm. It can be said that a calamity has descended from the heavens, even if the esteemed Yun Qingyi is formidable. Surely the odds would be no more than 50-50. As long as you can lead our great Zhou to victory in this encounter. Before I could finish my thoughts, a guard stepped forward to announce. Trouble is brewing. The northern Yuan and the Chuyu kingdoms are in conflict. What? Princess Xiaoyan's brows furrowed in alarm. Was it not said that the northern Yuan would require at least another day's time to reach the divine capital? How could they arrive so swiftly? It was revealed that a certain living Buddha had employed supreme powers, bringing a few individuals ahead to the outskirts of the divine capital, and for reasons unknown, had clashed with the Chuyu side. Chapter 31. I say what I mean, and you heed my words. The so-called conflict, Princess Xiaoyang initially presumed to be merely a minor skirmish among the younger generation. This was quite normal, whether for intimidation or other reasons. Youths, wherever they may be, often enjoy certain privileges, even should they engage in combat. It would not sway the larger scheme of things, however, upon her arrival at the Sifang Pavilion with Xiao Yitsong. She soon realized that this conflict was far from a trivial matter among the youth. It was a standoff between two great innate grandmasters, with swords drawn and tensions palpable. It seemed that violence could erupt at any moment. One of them, an elderly figure without hair or beard, donned a crimson robe, his ancient bronze skin marred by scars, resembling an eagle's talons. This was none other than Batuer, the renowned living Buddha of the northern Yuan, who had steadied the tumultuous situation in the northern Yuan. His power could suppress the vast grasslands for 10,000 miles. Should he rise to the occasion, he could very well ascend to the top 10 in the Zhou Tian rankings. The other was a swordsman clad in a blue robe, tall and slender, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, as if he had stepped out of a painting of a celestial swordsman, yet his face was etched with frigid intensity. His gaze sharp as a blade, emanating a fierce aura akin to a sword poised to unsheath and slay. A Princess Xiaoyang, well-versed and knowledgeable, recognized him as Meng Shintong, the swordmaster of the Yu Kingdom, placed 14th on the Zhou Tian rankings. Meanwhile, the great Zhou's god of war stood silently to the side, his expression inscrutable. This did not appear to be a mere conflict. After all, this was the divine capital, and it was unlikely that innate grandmasters would act so unwisely. Princess Xiaoyang, initially taken aback, soon regained her composure. Perhaps not, replied Xiao Yitsong, shaking his head. It is rumored that this living Buddha seeks to discuss the Tao with the world. And though Meng Shintong does not hail from the Yujian Palace, as the sword master of Yu, he belongs to one of the three great sword sections. Perhaps Batuer, upon seeing an opportunity, wishes to strike to validate his own path to enlightenment. That is indeed plausible. Princess Xiaoyang nodded, deriving a sense of schadenfreude. However, my 13th brother may be caught in the crossfire, as he is tasked with welcoming the envoy. I am curious to see how he navigates this predicament. She bore no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with Gu Yuan, yet she harbored resentment towards him for sending inquiries regarding Xiao Yitsong. Moreover, he remained indifferent despite her warning, clearly dismissing her concerns. I am also quite intrigued by His Highness, the Prince of Ning, remarked Xiao Yitsong, his gaze sweeping over the Chuyu side, ultimately landing on a woman clad in a sky-blue dress. This moment, all present formed three factions: Great Zhou, Chuyu, and Northern Yuan, each standing in a triangular formation. Among them, the Great Zhou had the largest contingent, with some observing the commotion as curious young nobles from the divine capital, while others appeared anxious, either officials from the Honglu Temple or those responsible for foreign affairs. The Chuyu party was fewer in number, further divided into factions, their expressions largely composed. The Northern Yuan had the smallest presence, yet their demeanor suggested they were the true masters of this place. What is your intention, Batuer? Meng Shintong's voice sliced through the air, cold and sharp. To the eyes of common folk, the aged living Buddha appeared frail. Yet to him, Batuer resembled a resplendent statue of a deity, radiating boundless light, stirring his heart and sharpening his instincts as if facing a formidable foe. Batuer intoned, reciting a Buddhist verse. I have long heard that Master Meng's swordsmanship is unrivaled in the world. I, the humble monk, wish to seek your guidance. With so many innate grandmasters in Great Zhou, why do you seek me? Meng Shintong replied, irritation tinging his words. Does this old monk not recognize the significance of this place? Chuyu and Northern Yuan, in a sense, are both adversaries of Great Zhou. What, then, does it mean for the two of them to engage in battle? After Master Meng, I shall make my rounds, Batuer insisted. palms pressed together, relentless in his pursuit. Very well, very well. At this juncture, should Meng Shintong refrain from action, others might perceive him as intimidated by the monk from the northern Yuan, regardless of status or strength. They were closely matched, one an imperial master, the other a swordmaster. Meanwhile, the god of war remained observant, saying nothing and offering no counsel, just as the tension in the air suggested that a great battle was imminent. A cacophony of shouts erupted from outside the Sifang pavilion. His Highness, the Prince of Ning, has arrived. With that proclamation, Gu Yuan stepped into the Sifang pavilion alone. Instantly, countless gazes converged upon him, including those of the three innate grandmasters at the center. Bachelor's murky eyes suddenly gleamed with interest. Amidst the scrutiny of three innate grandmasters and dozens of martial artists, any ordinary warrior would likely tremble in fear, too intimidated to move, yet Gu Yuan appeared unfazed. Striding forward with purpose, when he approached the Tenjiang vicinity of the three innate grandmasters, he spoke calmly. "Where is the Chuyu envoy? I have been ordered to welcome you. You should step forward without delay." This proclamation astonished all present. This was not a welcome for the envoy, it was clearly a declaration of war. The so-called envoy was meant to be diplomatic and tactful, yet in such tumultuous circumstances, such words would offend not just one party but all three. Did they not see that even the god of war remained silent? In truth, whether to speak or remain silent held little significance. Any other envoy would likely choose to wait patiently for the three innate grandmasters to conclude their confrontation, at which point they could make their entrance, yet Gu Yuan, right beneath the noses of the three innate grandmasters, dared to assume the role of host. Even without the presence of the three grandmasters, such words would be unacceptable to any envoy. And now, this is going to be quite the spectacle, Princess Xiaoyang remarked. As anticipated, with Gu Yuan's words, one among the northern Yuan stepped forth from the crowd, his stature towering and imposing, his countenance fierce, evoking a sense of dread. His eyes glinted with a wolf-like intensity, fixated on Gu Yuan as if he wished to devour him whole. It is Meng Taer, a rising star of the grasslands, with formidable prowess, someone whispered. Before the living Buddha, how dare he? He exhaled forcefully, his voice reverberating like a wolf's howl, sending ripples through the air. Some officials of lesser strength instinctively covered their ears, grimacing in discomfort, yet before he could finish, Gu Yuan's figure appeared like a specter beside Meng Taer. "However, considering that you have traveled from afar, I shall spare your life." With a single finger. In the astonished gaze of Meng Taer and the disbelief of those around, Gu Yuan pointed directly at him. A burst of energy erupted, sending him hurtling backward. "This is merely a lesson, remember, I say what I mean, you are to heed my words." Chapter 32. Mahawuliang, oppressing with might, unrestrained, utterly unrestrained. Everyone stood in stunned silence. With three innate grandmasters present, Gu Yuan had dared to strike another. Surely he had lost his mind, yet upon recalling Gu Yuan's previous behavior, the label of madman seemed to fit him quite well. Was he not leveraging his status to act with impunity? Did he not fear being struck down by an innate grandmaster? Amatba, a Buddhist chant echoed, leading many to believe Bachelor would retaliate in anger. The god of war remained on guard, though he too disapproved of Gu Yuan's actions. Nevertheless, he was still the god of war of Great Zhou, and by lineage, he ranked as Gu Yuan's great uncle. "Gu Yuan, is this how you treat your guests?" Bachelor had yet to speak when Meng Shintong interjected. "Guests." Gu Yuan's following words plunged the atmosphere into an eerie tension. "Only those acknowledged by Great Zhou shall be considered guests. Moreover, if memory serves, you do not appear on the envoy list, do you? To enter unannounced is akin to being a thief. A thief." Gu Yuan had audaciously labeled an innate grandmaster as a thief. Even Princess Xiaoyang abandoned her spectator's demeanor, thinking her 13th brother must have lost his wits after being confined for too long. Given his status, how could he stoop to squabble with a fool? Even if a grandmaster stood behind him, such behavior was unbecoming. Indeed, the Son of Heaven had conferred upon Gu Yuan the title of Prince. To many, this was attributed to the possibility of an innate grandmaster standing behind him. Outrageous, even the god of war could no longer restrain himself. "You have no place to speak here." To offend three innate grandmasters in this manner was a feat that would earn admiration from anyone witnessing it. Yet Gu Yuan seemed oblivious to the gravity of his words, for a new fourth-tier Dao fruit manifested as he advanced. Tier. For Dao fruit, Mahawuliang Sutra, the term Maha signifies the indestructible, eternal, and formless essence that pervades all existence. Unfathomable and enlightening. Wuliang denotes the boundless cycle of life and death, transcending suffering and tribulations. The two combined yield invincibility and fearlessness. This was indeed a supreme Buddhist scripture. Requiring a full 150 years to attain, this Dao fruit had been perceived from the living Buddha as Gu Yuan entered the Sifang pavilion, marking it as the sole Dao fruit present. The other two innate grandmasters had none to offer. Even the highly anticipated Shaoitsong had failed to provide Gu Yuan with a Dao fruit. However, 150 years of Dao fruit was sufficient for Gu Yuan to strive toward greater heights. Thus, he had no intention of overlooking the three innate grandmasters present, for even Gu Chongxian could provide 50 years. The three before him, being of similar caliber, would not fall short by much upon careful consideration. It appears that the three innate grandmasters could indeed directly cultivate this Ma W Liang Sutra. Naturally, Gu Yuan would not take action himself, as he would not comply with the plan. Thus, he contemplated exerting pressure through force. This approach had already been attempted numerous times within the royal palace, yielding both successes and failures, which is why he decided to try again. After all, with so many days at his disposal, he could not afford to squander time merely experimenting with the mysterious sapling's absorption of fortune. Through gradual experimentation, he had acquired significantly more understanding than when he had previously researched alone. Although the method of collecting fortune was not as fruitful as normal victories or subjugations, it was better than nothing. If success were to be achieved, then all would be well; if not, there would be no loss to speak of. At that moment, under the admonishing gaze of the divine martial king, Gu Yuan stepped forward and calmly declared, "I now represent His Majesty, the Great Zhou, and the divine martial king. It is you who are being audacious. Do you still hold any regard for the Great Zhou or the Son of Heaven?" The crowd had become utterly numb. Anything uttered by Gu Yuan no longer surprised them. Even the divine martial king was being reprimanded. Indeed, it was a rebuke. Even with the Son of Heaven present, such behavior was unprecedented. What merit did Gu Yuan possess to act in such a manner? The divine martial king's aura erupted, seemingly ready to strike. Above, the scene resembled a tumultuous landscape, a hallmark of the divine martial lineage's ultimate technique. 4 centuries prior, the founding emperor of Great Zhou had devoured the vastness with the ferocity of a tiger. While his brother had struck down 19 provinces with a single punch, earning the title of Divine Marshal, a hereditary honor. "How dare you? You wish to strike at me, the imperial envoy?" Gu Yuan chuckled, confident that the Divine Martial King would not dare to act. From the outset, there were more than just 3 innate grandmasters present. "Very well," the Divine Martial King scoffed, sweeping his sleeves in exasperation. Compelled to depart, there was no other course. The Son of Heaven had taken notice of the situation. And this was not comparable to previous events. It had transpired long enough for all of Great Zhou to be aware. As for face, that could be salvaged later, the absorption of fortune, the infusion of nutrients, and rapid growth. Indeed, as anticipated, with the departure of the Divine Martial King, a message resonated. 20 years of fortune, remarkable indeed, Gu Yuan mused inwardly, turning his gaze to the other 2 innate grandmasters. There were still 2 remaining. Ultimately, however, Gu Yuan could not extract any advantage from them, for the Son of Heaven had dispatched more individuals. Thus, a conflict ended unceremoniously. The incident at the Four Directions Pavilion, the clash between the 2 innate grandmasters, followed by Gu Yuan's single strike that defeated the Northern Yuan's barbarian Wolf Meng Taer, and the subsequent reprimand of the innate grandmasters by Gu Yuan, stirred a great uproar in the capital. In a fleeting moment, the name of Gu Yuan once again resonated throughout, but this time, many regarded him with skepticism, for while confronting a foreign innate grandmaster might carry some rationale, to challenge the Divine Martial King, what could this imply? No one possessed the answer, not even the Son of Heaven himself, who questioned whether his son was truly foolish or merely feigning ignorance, or if he had seen through it all. "Your Majesty." The actions of those in authority inherently represent the majesty of the Son of Heaven. "Although His Highness the Ning Wang has overstepped, his intentions remain well-meaning," Wei Yan remarked quietly behind him. "Indeed, it is precisely this good intention." The Son of Heaven massaged his brow. "Has the matter concerning the individual behind 13 not been clarified yet?" "Not yet, but it is likely not a member of the Luo sect." Wei Yan responded. In recent days, reports from the Luo sect have indicated that Pei Mingchuan, although near the capital, has not entered the city, and his strength is far inferior to that of an innate grandmaster. The Son of Heaven narrowed his eyes. "There is no need for further investigation. 13 is, after all, a part of Great Zhou. Certain matters can be accepted." "Yes, Your Majesty is indeed wise. The competition is about to commence." "Is it not?" The Son of Heaven recalled something. It is scheduled to begin at the Anwu Palace. Has the Northern Yuan not entered the capital? Let them participate as well. That living Buddha has come in such haste. Is it not for this very moment? Chapter 33. Your Highness the Ning Wang, would you dare to battle me? Within the Grand Palace, figures moved about in a disordered array. The purpose of the envoy's arrival in the capital was fundamentally this competition. And now the competition of the three kingdoms had transformed into one between four. However, the true contest remained among the three factions. Is this the revered batter? Inquired Fang Tianqing, the Marquis of Wuhan, gazing at the Northern Yuan's imperial teacher. The living Buddha from the second floor of the Anwu Palace, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. In such a setting, the divine martial king ought to have been present. Alas, he had lost face and had to be replaced. Beside him, Gu Chongxian chuckled. Indeed, it is said that this individual has reached a level beyond all methods. Apart from the Great Thunder Sound Temple, it would be hard to find another in the realm who surpasses batter in terms of Buddhist practice. What of the suffering monk of De Guangming Temple? Is he not worthy? The suffering monk is indeed the foremost among the three great orthodox sects within Great Zhou. His De Guangming Tathgata Sutra is flawless and has attained the 10th position on the Zhou heavenly rankings. While the suffering monk is formidable in physical form, batter excels in both form and dharma, possessing neither physical nor mental weaknesses. The emergence of such an individual from the esoteric tradition is indeed a rarity. Gu Chongxian elaborated, if I were to battle the suffering monk, neither of us could prevail over the other. However, should I contend with batter, I would have to set aside all external distractions, as I fear I would not be his match. Why must Elder Gu bolster the reputation of others? Fang Tianqing's fists were as formidable as mountains, fierce as flames. I am eager to test the measures of this old monk and discern how he compares to that enigmatic Grandmaster. Unless he advances further and attains the supreme state of unity between form and dharma, I doubt he would stand a chance against that individual. Gu Chongxian pondered. Aside from the 6 great sacred grounds, I have yet to encounter anyone of such formidable caliber. Are you referring to this old monk? Gu Chongxian and Fang Tianqing did not lower their voices to avoid batter. What wisdom do you impart? Living Buddha, Gu Chongxian smiled, offering a compliment. Indeed, I have matters to inquire about. Batter replied, his brow lowered, hands clasped together, speaking earnestly. Your Highness the Ning Wang is fated to encounter our esoteric tradition, and may become one of the 5 Buddhas of the esoteric tradition. The 5 Buddhas of the esoteric tradition. Batter's declaration was nothing short of astonishing. If Great Zhou is willing, I would gladly accept His Highness the Ning Wang as my disciple on behalf of my master. At this moment, Fang Tianqing and Gu Chongxian exchanged glances, astonished. Though the esoteric tradition is not a power of the divine land and does not rank among the 10 orthodox sects in terms of strength. With the current living Buddha at the helm, and considering the influence of the esoteric tradition throughout the northern Yuan, it could be likened to the status of the Yu Sword Palace in the Yu State. Such an enormous entity daring to take on a disciple, why specifically Gu Yuan? Surely it could not be because Gu Yuan had injured a northern Yuan individual that he was thus favored. Neither believed batter was jesting. The actions of such a powerful figure were invariably a manifestation of his own martial path. However, whether or not they believed was irrelevant. The living Buddha spoke with utmost seriousness. I assure you, I have never uttered a frivolous word. Batter stated earnestly, his robe undulating without wind, as he regarded Fang Tianqing's aura as inconsequential. He possessed the esoteric tradition's heavenly eye, revealing what ordinary people could not perceive. Along with an astonishingly perceptive mind, from the moment he laid eyes on Gu Yuan, he recognized him as a naturally born sovereign, endowed with profound wisdom and a great Zen heart, even when he was accepted into the esoteric tradition as a child. He was but a mere disciple. Furthermore, he harbored a premonition that if this child were to enter the esoteric tradition 1,000 years hence, the holy land of Buddhism would not be the Great Thunder Sound Temple, but rather the Vajra esoteric tradition. You have certainly mistaken your target, Fang Tianqing said, restraining his imposing presence, for this is the dragon seat of Great Zhou, a decision that rests solely with His Majesty. Besides, living Buddha, you may be too late. Behind Gu Yuan, there is likely a Grandmaster, a conclusion that has practically been established. Apart from an innate Grandmaster, no force could enable someone devoid of cultivation to suddenly become so formidable. Nor could it escape the scrutiny of the Xuanjin Temple. Thus, it must be an innate Grandmaster. Whether this Grandmaster is the one exerting influence over the capital remains uncertain. Amid Bha.in response, Batter recited the Buddha's name and ceased further discourse. Meanwhile, on the first floor, a banquet was being held. After all, the Great Zhou prided itself as the foremost nation of the divine land, and even for a competition, it was necessary to first host a grand welcoming feast. Showcasing the demeanor of a great power, Gu Yuan took his seat at the left side of the main table, with the crown prince occupying the primary position. Below Gu Yuan were the 8th prince, Xiaoyang, and princess, among others. Despite his youth, Gu Yuan had already been bestowed the title of Ning Wang, placing him just below the crown prince and the other princes who had been conferred princely titles. With the second and third princes absent, it was only natural for Gu Yuan to claim his seat. Across from Gu Yuan sat a woman from the states of Chu and Yu known as Yunqingi. The heir to the martial arts sacred ground of Yu Sword Palace. Following her were representatives from Chu Yu and Northern Yuan arranged in order, the gathering of fortunes. This was Gu Yuan's assessment of all present. However, according to protocol, it was rare for princes to take the lead in such occasions. Who was spying on me? At that moment, Gu Yuan felt a subtle awareness. Those capable of being sensed by him were certainly not weaklings. The person emanating a Zen-like presence was that the esoteric tradition's living Buddha. Raising his cup, Gu Yuan drained it in one gulp. The living Buddha's peculiar demeanor during the Four Directions Pavilion event had intrigued him. As he had shown considerably more interest in him than the other two. After departing the capital, he would ascertain the extent of their fortunes. Resolved, Gu Yuan noted that after 3 rounds of drinks, the dancers withdrew, and the sound of bronze bells gradually filled the air. A clear and melodious tone reverberated throughout the Anwu Palace, transforming the atmosphere into one of solemnity. I have long heard of the numerous heroes of Great Zhou. I, lacking in talent, wish to represent Chu and engage in a martial exchange. A young hero from the Chuiwei alliance rose and proclaimed, his breath steady as he scanned the Great Zhou faction. Is there anyone willing to battle me? I come to fight. A son of the Black Dragon platform's captain boldly accepted the challenge. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Though not explicitly stated, the challengers and those who would engage in battle were of the same cultivation level. Thus commenced the contest among the 4 nations. The formal commencement has indeed begun. As one party concludes their performance, another takes the stage. In a brief span of time, the tides of victory and defeat have already exchanged hands multiple times. Ultimately, the entrance of an individual has stirred commotion. Clad in a dark blue monk's robe, the man from Beiyuan steps into the arena. With a single strike, he defeats a young genius from the Great Zhou who had previously achieved 3 consecutive victories. Yet, the uproar is not solely due to this feat, rather, it stems from the words uttered by this monk. Prince Ning, do you dare to engage me in battle? His voice resonates like a dragon's roar. Reminiscent of a Western arhat descending to the mortal realm, exuding immense power. Chapter 34, the King of Dharma's intent is but this. Beiyuan is actually challenging Gu Yuan. While this seems ordinary, it is, in truth, exceedingly extraordinary. This individual is a master with keen insight. Xiao Yitsong raises an eyebrow and remarks softly, a consummate practitioner, merely a step away from realizing true intent, or perhaps on the verge of transcending true intent. Such a master, how did I fail to notice him during my time at the Four Directions Pavilion? To the assembly, this monk from Beiyuan appears as though perched precariously between cliffs. A mere misstep separates life from death. The mere visual distortion of his true chi manifests astonishing phenomena in the eyes of others. This is the prelude to breaking through the enigmatic gateway of true intent and comprehending the essence of martial arts. Logically, a warrior of such caliber would focus on refining their spirit, hoping to soon transcend the threshold of true intent and attain the status of a master of profound understanding. Why would he suppress his breakthrough to partake in a competition? A master of profound understanding is indeed a figure of great renown, a towering presence wherever they may be. This is because, just yesterday, he lacked such prowess. Princess Xiaoyang replies, the entourage from Beiyuan and that of Chuiwa have effectively entered the divine capital, where all intelligence lies firmly in the grasp of the Great Zhou. Aside from the swordbone prodigy Yunqingi and 2 innate grandmasters, the rest cannot escape the rigorous scrutiny of the Black Dragon platform. Furthermore, Beiyuan is a smaller contingent. Princess Xiaoyang recalls vividly that none among them possesses this level of strength. Could it be that Beiyuan seeks to avenge the grievances of the morning? Xiao Yitsong suddenly understands. It is quite possible that, despite their defeat on the battlefield, Beiyuan yearns to reclaim their dignity elsewhere. Otherwise, this living Buddha would not have journeyed southward. Princess Xiaoyang reasons that they must reclaim something. Whether face or substance, will you require my assistance? Xiao Yitsong inquires. After all, he currently represents the Great Zhou. What are your odds? To contend with such a master, one must engage in battle to truly gauge the outcome. Xiao Yitsong responds earnestly, there is no rush. My 13th brother is of royal lineage. There is no need for us to worry, Princess Xiaoyang remarks with a smile. Moreover, I suspect many are eager to witness the true prowess of my 13th brother. Gu Yuan's several recent displays have been nothing short of sweeping victories in the eyes of the divine capital. Regardless of whether in chi refinement or spiritual wandering, the true strength of a martial artist encompasses not only realm and true chi but also experience in martial arts. Even the eldest prince has remained silent, as he too is curious to discern the true capabilities of his 13th brother, the teachings of the sect, or perhaps they are simply unaware. This is not merely for the sake of face. It is for Gu Yuan. Can the King of Dharma's intent assist you in attaining enlightenment? On the second floor, the tantric monk batter's thoughts swirled. Such a skillful maneuver, Feng Tianqing remarks nonchalantly. This approach could prove troublesome. While outsiders may be oblivious, the innate grandmasters are certainly not. Without the supreme awareness and the ineffable methods, my disciple is, after all, the reincarnation of the King of Dharma, embodying his intent. Thus, this is only fitting. What is troublesome about it? Batter asserts. The one from the Sword Palace even brought along a divine weapon. Is that not more concerning? Does not your great Zhou also possess such means? Rest assured, this humble monk would not dare harm the future Buddha. Among the three innate grandmasters, including the hidden Meng Shintong, none perceive Gu Yuan as a match for this monk. The King of Dharma's intent is not the same as the King of Dharma from the western regions. That figure could only be regarded as a protector. The King of Dharma of the Tantric sect corresponds to the Arhat of the West. Only an innate grandmaster may rightfully bear the title of King of Dharma. While the essence of true intent and the thoughts of Cui Yin are beyond their comprehension, save for Yang Cheng'an, you dare challenge me? Below, Gu Yuan contemplates how to harvest the abundant fortune. Remarkably, someone has come to him unbidden. Is there truly such fortune in this world? Indeed, I am Monk Meng Siba. I implore Prince Ning, I have no interest in knowing your name. Gu Yuan interrupts, waving his hand dismissively with one strike. Should you withstand my blow, I shall concede, so make your move lest it be said that I did not afford you an opportunity. Gu Yuan stands with his hands behind his back, embodying the essence of what he has gleaned in recent days. Very well, let me witness the prowess of Prince Ning. Meng Siba's previously placid countenance suddenly transforms, his eyes blazing with fury. A radiant golden light erupts from him, his vitality surging like a dragon. Boom! Meng Siba strides forward, his gait reminiscent of a dragon and tiger, unleashing an overwhelming force from within. The Great Diamond Force, the dragon elephant subduing Demon Fist, two supreme tantric techniques combine, elevating the might of this punch to an apex. One embodies boundless strength, while the other embodies the utmost rigidity and sunlight. The terrifying force converges into a singular point, akin to a volcano ready to erupt and obliterate all existence. It is as if the mighty Vajra descends to suppress all evil with the power of the dragon and elephant. This punch is formidable. Xiaoyitsong's expression grows grave, yet he and the other young geniuses are left in disbelief as an extraordinary scene unfolds. In response to this seemingly inexhaustible punch, Gu Yuan counters with a punch of his own. However, compared to Meng Siba's strike, this punch appears utterly unremarkable, lacking finesse, devoid of changes in true qi. It is direct and straightforward. Should this be the extent of his response, Prince Ning is likely to suffer greatly. Yin Qingyi's beautiful eyes radiate with insight. The dragon elephant subduing Demon Fist is not merely an exceedingly fierce and masculine technique, it conceals myriad transformations. If a single move fails to subdue, and the Great Diamond Force is unleashed, defeat is all but certain. Sister Qingyi, how many strikes do you believe Gu Yuan can endure? Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Qingyi responds, within 3 strikes, the outcome will be revealed. Yet, the subsequent turn of events leaves the crowd horrified and bewildered. As the fists collide, it is as if a volcano has met humanity, unleashing an unparalleled wave of terror, like a celestial meteor crashing to Earth. The sound reverberates, merely the shockwave emanating from the center of their clash rends the ground of the Grand Hall, where spiritual wanderers could freely showcase their skills, into numerous gaping fissures. The entire hall, crafted from stone and gold, quivers slightly under the monumental force, yet, amidst this terrifying impact, Gu Yuan, as the primary recipient, remains utterly unchanged. His expression is calm, and he does not budge, steadfastly rooted in place like a verdant pine or an immovable boulder. It is as if he embodies the very heavens and earth, the true qi that washes over him merely an illusion. In stark contrast, Meng Siba's countenance shifts instantaneously. He feels an unimaginable, overwhelming power, akin to the very sky collapsing, emanating from Gu Yuan's fist, crashing into his being. Meng Siba's heart stiffens, thoughts swirling in his mind, but in the next instant, that immense force seems to possess a will of its own, piercing through his consciousness and extinguishing his thoughts. How is this possible? As his thoughts dissipate, Meng Siba feels as if struck by lightning. In the next moment, Gu Yuan's fist fills his vision. It is then that he realizes his entire right arm has been pulverized to dust by Gu Yuan's strike. The last words he hears are merely this: Chapter 35, a sudden turn, the flying blade from the sky with a single punch. This leading figure of Beiyuan's generation is decisively slain by Gu Yuan, time and again. Gu Yuan stands with his hands behind his back, as if molded from clay, absorbing fortune, injecting nourishment, rapidly ascending rank. 4th stage, Dao Fruit, Mahawuliang Sutra. Progress. 21. A talent from Baiyuan, possessing 10 years' worth of fortune, has thus perished beneath Gu Yuan's fist, leaving only a mangled corpse lying in a pool of blood, eyes forever unclosed. Indeed, he could not even close his eyes. But witnessing this scene, Batter chants a Buddhist invocation. Prince Ning exhibits great lethality, and even greater compassion. The King of Diamonds' intent is utterly shattered, truly remarkable, genuinely extraordinary. In his eyes, Gu Yuan, standing amidst it all, embodies a grand spirit that engulfs the universe and encompasses the 4 seas and 8 desolates. This is clearly a manifestation of having grasped the true essence of martial arts, yet, in his perception, Gu Yuan does not exude the aura of a master of profound understanding. This is exceedingly unusual. Not only Batter, but Fong Tianqing and Gu Chongxin share this sentiment. A single punch, breaking through 3 barriers, such martial prowess intrigues Fong Tianqing. How did Gu Yuan cultivate such a flawless and unblemished punch that directly targets weaknesses? The boundless nature of heaven and earth, the imitation of the natural world, what extraordinary talent does Prince Ning possess? Gu Chongxian becomes increasingly convinced that behind Gu Yuan lies an unparalleled existence that has dominated the divine capital. Vanquished the great masters of the demon sect at Longzhou Mountain, only such an entity could nurture a prodigious genius. As for whether Gu Yuan himself is that ultimate Grandmaster, unless they are foolish, they would never entertain such a notion. It is simply too absurd. The 3 innate Grandmasters, perched high above, fail to discern the true nature of Gu Yuan. The assembly on the first floor requires no further elaboration. Yin Qingyi, the prodigy of the Sword Palace, finds herself momentarily astonished. Just moments ago, she had confidently asserted that Gu Yuan would be defeated within 3 strikes, yet in the blink of an eye, Meng Xiba lay dead at Gu Yuan's hand. Even for someone as composed as Yin Qingyi, a tumult of emotions stirs within her. I wonder if my sky-slaying sword technique could surpass that punch. She instinctively compares. However, after a brief deliberation, she realizes that while her sky-slaying sword technique could certainly surpass that punch, it is unlikely to surpass Gu Yuan himself, for that strike appeared far from his full strength. It seemed far too effortless, too leisurely. Moreover, the essence of martial arts, the eldest prince Gu Hong observes with an intense gaze, a shadow of doubt flickering across his face. Was it not said that Meng Xiba was merely 1 step away from true intent? How could this be? Princess Xiaoyang is left in a state of shock, unable to perceive the clarity of the situation. Due to the sheer might of Ning Wang's punch, all forms of Vajra techniques were reduced to mere dust. Xiao Yizong's gaze flickered like lightning. At that moment, countless onlookers were astonished by the overwhelming power of Gu Yuan's strike, embodying the true essence of martial arts. Could this esteemed Ning Wang of the Great Zhou have already breached the celestial barrier of true intention? This was the foremost challenge that loomed before numerous prodigies, or was it some other tactic? Was there anyone else daring enough to step forward? Gu Yuan, indifferent to the thoughts of others, surveyed his surroundings and spoke coolly. In the ensuing silence, the sound of falling leaves could be heard. With a single punch, he had vanquished Meng Xiba. How many dared to respond? Yin Qingyi's eyes, as clear as spring water, shimmered with ripples. The aura akin to a soaring rock seemed poised to erupt. Do not act rashly. It is not yet your moment to strike. The voice, ethereal and elusive, came from none other than Meng Shintong, conveying his thoughts through an astonishing method. In due time, you shall have your chance to confront him. It was both a caution and a reminder. Fading into the realm of the unheard, Yin Qingyi's gaze brightened and dimmed. Ultimately refraining from drawing her sword, she understood the significance of this journey to the Great Zhou, the silence of Baiyuan, the desolation of Chuyue. Just as this contest seemed destined to conclude, an unexpected voice suddenly resonated like rolling thunder. Xiao Yizong, akin to a swimming dragon, surged behind Gu Yuan, wielding a crescent moon blade at an inconceivable angle, descending with lightning speed. It was as if a knife had flown from the heavens, too swift for anyone to react. No one anticipated that a member of the Great Zhou would dare challenge Gu Yuan. No, it could not even be called a challenge, it was an ambush. Stop! Princess Xiaoyang abruptly rose, her splendid gown billowing. Just as the word left her lips, the crescent moonblade was already poised to strike Gu Yuan. At that moment, many had yet to grasp the situation, including a commander of the Imperial Guard, a master of the Transcendence Realm, who had instinctively taken action. The true essence of martial arts roared like a tiger in the mountains, crashing into Xiao Yizong's body. Yet that thunderous strike seemed impervious to any influence. Only the 3 innate Grandmasters on the second floor understood that this strike posed no threat to Gu Yuan whatsoever. Death, as the blade was about to descend upon Gu Yuan, a surge of joy erupted within Xiao Yizong's heart. His eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty intent. Though he was unaware of its origin, Xiao Yizong felt an innate mission to slay Gu Yuan. The formless 6 desires, Faced with this strike, Gu Yuan neither turned nor moved, having already sensed Xiao Yitsong's true nature, another tactic from the demonic sect, indeed difficult to guard against. Gu Yuan sighed inwardly. I had believed you to be the fated protagonist, capable of bestowing upon me vast fortunes, yet it appears you are merely a puppet. It would be one thing if Xiao Yitsong refrained from striking. However, upon making a move before Gu Yuan, even without transitioning to Cui Yinchuan's state, he could still perceive the 6 desires of demonic intent emanating from him among the 7 paths of the demonic sect. The formless sect cultivates demons through the 6 desires, disrupting others' minds with merely a flip of the hand. Their most common tactic is to implant the 6 desires within others' hearts. Once these desires manifest, they become excellent puppets for path protection. Given this situation, Xiao Yitsong was likely a puppet of the formless sect from the very beginning, perhaps not for the present, but surely connected to the Great Zhou. Boom! A thunderous strike reverberated as true energy surged wildly. A resounding crash echoed, akin to the roar of thunder. The Grand Anwu Hall, with its meticulously crafted foundation, trembled thrice. Amidst the billowing dust, a figure was sent hurtling backward at an astonishing speed, crashing into the wall and creating a large crater. Yet Gu Yuan remained steadfast, one arm folded, while his other hand lifted, gripping the crescent moon blade between 2 fingers. The commander of the Imperial Guard exhaled a breath of relief. The death of a combatant held no consequence. However, if a prince or princess were to perish, his troubles would be immense. Fortunately, Ning Wang's prowess was exceptional, otherwise, that robe would still be breathing, and they could apprehend him for thorough interrogation. In such circumstances, even if Xiao Yitsong belonged to Princess Xiaoyang, this could not be overlooked. The crime of attempting to assassinate Ning Wang was one that even the divine martial king could not bear. Chapter 36. The 7 paths of the demonic sect gather in the divine capital. Moreover, as a subordinate of Princess Xiaoyang, it was difficult not to draw other conclusions. Princess Xiaoyang was well aware of this. Thus she remained silent, allowing the Imperial Guard to investigate thoroughly. Only then would they discern whether Xiao Yitsong had lost his mind or if some other mastermind was pulling the strings. Do not proceed. At that moment, Gu Yuan interjected with a crisp voice, causing the crescent moon blade to shatter upon impact. In this strike, he held nothing back, even among the several innate grandmasters present, who believed Gu Yuan had defeated Meng Xiba solely through the essence of martial arts. The reality was far from such. It was entirely reliant on the emperor's art of observing fortune, identifying weaknesses, and delivering a fatal blow. However, the punch that had slain Meng Xiba had not harmed Xiao Yitsong in the slightest. It was not merely the 6 desires of demonic intent. Gu Yuan sensed something amiss. It seemed the divine capital was about to transform into a battlefield. The emperor's art of observing fortune, combined with the law of listening to heaven and earth, allowed Gu Yuan to perceive the presence of no less than 11 innate grandmasters within the confines of the Anwu Hall. Moreover, this was likely far from the end. The Great Zhou had gone to great lengths to await the grand ceremony of heaven worship. Little did they know the demonic sect would not grant them such opportunity. In Yang Cheng'an's presence, Gu Yuan had gathered some intelligence regarding the demonic sect. Although it was not entirely accurate, their target was undoubtedly the Great Zhou. Furthermore, the Great Zhou had evidently been prepared for this. However, it appeared the demonic sect was not inclined to wait for the grand ceremony of heaven worship and intended to act immediately. This situation was quite favorable for me to fish in troubled waters. Gu Yuan exuded confidence, even though he himself was indeed a target of the demonic sect. First, to deal with this individual, his gaze shifted to Xiao Yitsong, who was now seemingly possessed, showing no signs of injury. He shouted loudly, akin to a fervent devotee, formless and selfless, the 6 desires become demons, kill, kill, kill. Amidst the cries of slaughter, his originally slender form suddenly expanded, channeling the unseen power. It erupted with a thunderous force. A platform of the black heavens and 6 desires materialized, seemingly birthed from the void, manifesting within the Anwu Hall. In an instant, all present were stirred, awakening the deepest desires within themselves. Lust, greed, jealousy, various thoughts surged forth with ferocity. The formless 6 desires transformation technique. On the 2nd floor of the Anwu Hall, Gu Chongshuan's expression hardened. The intelligence was erroneous. The demonic sect actually intended to strike at this moment. Wuan Hofao Tianqing's aura surged like mountains and peaks, his gaze sweeping sharply over Batuer. What scheme was the living Buddha concocting? But Batuer's divine light radiated brightly. The old monk merely happened to be passing by, unwilling to partake in your disputes, old monk. That is beyond your control. On the 2nd floor of the Anwu Hall, true energy surged like a tidal wave. An overwhelming aura of killing intent descended without restraint. The heavenly demon sect, the Holy Spirit path. The Formless Sect, the Shura Cult, the Nine Nether Valley, the Bone Mountain, the Reincarnation Hall, the 7 Paths of the Demonic Sect, 7 and 8 Grandmasters converged, 10 and 8 Grandmasters crowded the small second floor of the Anwu Hall, causing the atmosphere to verge on the boundless and extraordinary. The heavenly demons danced chaotically, and bones lay scattered. Amatba, I wonder what guidance the Yin has to offer, Batur inquired. An Yen Luo, the leader of the Shura cult, had just spoken that very line. 300 years ago, the king of the esoteric sect had promised a condition to our holy sect, and now it is time to return the favor. Among the 7 figures that appeared abruptly on the second floor of the Anwu Hall, one man, whose countenance resembled iron stone and whose physique was as frail as a sickly person, responded that he was in Yen Luo, the leader of the Shura cult. The Shura cult attains the path through murder. Every practitioner within this sect cultivates their skills through killing. As the leader of a sect, and Yen Luo's hands are drenched in blood, and his words seem to echo with the flow of an endless river of blood. Amatba, this matter is news to me, the old monk remarked coolly. Even if it were true and should seek out the king of the esoteric sect instead, why come here to jest with the old monk? What a jest! The future of the esoteric sect lies with the prince of the Great Zhou. Even if Batur were mad, he would never assist the demonic sect against the Great Zhou. And Yen Luo intended to say more, but Fang Tianqing's gaze was as solid as reality. An overwhelming, mountain-like force of martial intent enveloped the 7 and 8 grandmasters of the demonic sect. Demons and specters, dare to trespass upon the territory of the Great Zhou. Today, none of you shall leave. Meanwhile, below, the Imperial Guard commander was taken aback. This was clearly the method of the formless sect of the demonic sect. Not good. He immediately realized that if the demonic sect dared to act thus, there would surely be more than one individual. Protect the princes and princesses, he bellowed, shaking the surroundings. Too late, Xiaoitsong, or rather, the entity controlling Xiaoitsong's body laughed maniacally. All of you shall perish. The hall was thrown into chaos. The Grand Prince Gu Hong remained unfazed, his voice deep and commanding. You have yet to finish your words. A handmaiden, always at his side, emerged like a serpent from its den, a glimmer of cold light flashing from her wide sleeves, seeking death. The depths of Gu Heng's dark, profound eyes suddenly turned fierce. With a casual wave, the air burst apart, and amidst the dragon's roar, the handmaiden fell, lifeless beyond recovery. Yet even so, the situation within the Anwu Hall had spiraled into complete chaos. Dozens of handmaidens had transformed into assassins. Many of the combatants, caught off guard, fell victim to their attacks. This was merely a minor issue. What precisely was happening with Wu Anhou and the others? Gu Han looked upward, a weight in his heart. The demonic sect's sudden assault was far from simple. Kid, you truly are difficult to kill. However, with me, the evil spirit god, you shall undoubtedly perish. Xiaoitsong pointed at Gu Yuan, revealing a cruel smile. You are doomed. Is that so? Gu Yuan replied nonchalantly. You think that by descending upon me with your thoughts, you have become a god. If the gods of this world were as cheap as you, it would be exceedingly dull. As the words fell, Gu Yuan's figure abruptly vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he appeared behind Xiaoitsong. Therefore, I must kindly request you to die. Boom, boom. 2 resounding explosions erupted simultaneously. Gu Yuan's fist, the clash of innate grandmasters, ignited with fierce intensity. The evil spirit god of our holy sect still intended to mock Gu Yuan's fists as feeble and powerless, yet as this fist closed in, his expression shifted dramatically. The once unshakable confidence waned, not due to the might of the punch, but because his spirit sensed the tremors within, hidden within the vessel of the divine passage. Beneath this strike, he bore immense pressure. Were they gripped by fear? Gu Yuan chuckled. Come, witness your own demise. The fist trembles the mountains and rivers, intent to tread upon a city. As the fist descended, a pure and untainted essence of martial arts, with Xiaoitsong as the conduit, soared through the air, enveloping a corporeal form in the western part of the city. The malevolent spirit was taken aback. 5 characters surfaced in his mind. Innate Grandmaster. Such a technique could only belong to an innate Grandmaster. Concurrently with this thought, spirit extinguished, the dead lay utterly lifeless. Chapter 37, The Divine Emperor, the dark child of the demon sect, fortunes absorbed, infused with nourishment, and rapidly growing. Tier 4 Dao Fruit, Mut Kas Tra Progress. 31 Gu Yuan surveyed his surroundings. The forces of the Great Zhou had already gained control over the situation. The young martial artists of the Chu and Yu nations, recognizing the gravity of the moment, dared not make any moves. That figure, Yun Qingyi, had vanished. When did that occur? This was a fortune body that Gu Yuan had set his sights upon. A descendant of the Holy Land, how low could this fortune possibly sink? Yet, she had inexplicably disappeared from Gu Yuan's perception amidst the throng. However, you cannot escape. In Gu Yuan's eyes, the sun and moon rose, As he activated the Emperor's Chi observation technique with the augmentation of power from the unseen realm, he swiftly locked onto a specific location. As for the demonic incursion, what concern was that to the current Gu Yuan? The fortunes of over a dozen innate grandmasters appeared enticing, yet harvesting from their hands required absolute strength, otherwise one risked shattering their own teeth, rendering the effort futile. Once I cultivate the Mat Kas Tra, I shall settle accounts with the demon sect and the great Zhou Dai. And the next instant, Gu Yuan's figure vanished from the Anbu Hall. Of course, before departing, Gu Yuan did not forget the individuals present on the first floor of the Anwu Hall. Although their fortunes paled in comparison to Yun Qingyi's, the accumulation of the minor could lead to significant changes, and thus they were not to be underestimated. Regrettably, the princes and princesses, whose fortunes had been cultivated, could not be touched. It was not that Gu Yuan valued this non-existent familial bond, but rather that should he act against them, a thunderous strike would likely follow in the next moment. After all, Gu Yuan and they played pivotal roles in the same grand formation. The heavens darkened and swept forth. Aside from the princes and princesses, all others, be they from the great Zhou Chu Yu, or the northern Yuan demon sect. Even the commander of the Imperial Guards felt an unstoppable force crash down upon them. In an instant, countless cries of anguish erupted. The scene garnered no attention, for the presence of 10 innate grandmasters filled the surrounding area for miles. Fortunes absorbed, infused with nourishment, rapidly growing. Tier 4 Dao Fruit, Mat Kas Tra Progress 56. The demon sect dared to strike at this moment. What could their intentions be, within the Imperial study? As the aura of 10 innate grandmasters soared to the heavens, the Emperor of Zhou sensed a disturbance, yet he thought it curious why the demon sect chose to act now. The Holy Land and the Heavenly Machine Pavilion had predicted the same date, the day of the great Zhou's celestial sacrifice. At that time, the dragon spirit of the entire divine capital would be at a historical low, yet now, the dragon spirit of the great Zhou was at its zenith, even if the demon sect gathered. It would be a futile endeavor, Your Majesty. Perhaps it is due to the battle at Longzhou Mountain that they suffered the loss of an innate grandmaster, hence their fury. Wei Yan responded, his expression unchanging. Fury, you say? The Emperor of Zhou smirked. There could be many reasons for the demon sect's actions now, but it certainly cannot be attributed to mere indignation. What of the Swordmaster of Yu and the Imperial Master of Northern Yuan? Wei Yan replied, no movements detected. It appears there are no signs of Chu and Yu's involvement this time. It seems to be a unilateral action by the demon sect. Is that so? The Emperor of Zhou remarked. The demon sect dares to defy the Holy Lands. Then I shall see what courage they possess to disregard the commands of the 6 great Holy Lands, and what audacity they have to attempt to conclude the great Zhou's centuries-long dominion solely by their own means. The Emperor of Zhou rose abruptly. Send my orders to the commander of the Divine Martial King at Hailangtai. Today, I shall ensure that all the innate grandmasters of the demon sect remain in the divine capital. To uphold the majesty of the great Zhou. At first, Wei Yan listened attentively, but as each command was issued, he slowly lifted his head, his eyes swirling like a dark altar, revealing an eerie intent. Your Majesty, Wei Yan spoke, his voice akin to a night owl, as if emerging from the depths of hell, cold and chilling. You may not have that opportunity. A thick, water-like black mist coalesced beside him. Within that mist, faces twisted in grotesque expressions seemed to come alive, emitting terrifying howls. The Emperor of Zhou turned sharply. He could hardly fathom that the eunuch who had been by his side since his princely days was, in fact, a member of the demon sect. Back then, the current emperor was merely an inconspicuous prince among many, while Wei Yan was just a newly ascended old eunuch. Decades flew by amidst countless blood rains, treacheries, and stepping over countless white bones. This had forged the present emperor of the great Zhou, now the innate grandmaster Wei Yan. Wei Yan, you have betrayed me. The Emperor of Zhou's gaze was indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Your Majesty, Wei Yan has not betrayed you. Wei Yan shook his head, a faint smile gracing his face. From the very beginning, I was a pawn sent by the Holy Sect to your side. Your Majesty must remember, the strength of the Holy Sect exceeds the imagination of the world. As he spoke, the grotesque faces within the black mist surged towards the Emperor of Zhou. Wei Yan dares to implore your Majesty to ascend to heaven. The reincarnation of evil spirits, imploring the Emperor to ride with the divine guests. So this is your confidence from the demon sect. Facing the relentless onslaught of malevolent spirits, the Emperor of Zhou's eyes remained indifferent, devoid of any emotion. A brilliant yellow radiance burst forth from his body, repelling the myriad of phantoms. Your Majesty, there is no need to struggle. Wei Yan smiled. Even the dragon spirit of the great Zhou cannot save you. The emperor, the sovereign, is the lifeblood of a nation naturally protected by the dragon spirit of the realm. Under ordinary circumstances, an innate grandmaster would have perished before the emperor, as the dragon spirit would retaliate against him. However, Wei Yan, since entering the palace, had spent countless years, numerous calculations, and embraced many techniques of the demon sect, all for this very moment. Everything was already clear in his mind, with no possibility of failure. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs. As Wei Yan's words fell, his body, akin to a dragon, dissolved into a mass of black mist, transforming into various malevolent spirits, rendering the imperial study increasingly akin to a domain of ghosts. Under the erosion of this black mist, the brilliant yellow dragon spirit enveloping the Emperor of Zhou gradually dimmed, until it ultimately vanished as if it were a tangible essence. To repay great kindness with death, as for the Emperor's grace, Wei Yan could only reciprocate in the Yellow Springs. At this moment, Wei Yan's arms had already vanished without a trace, revealing stark white bones beneath his chest. A smile adorned his face. Is that so? The Emperor of Zhou stepped forward slowly. I fear I must disappoint you. This road to the Yellow Springs shall only be traversed by you alone. In a moment of clarity, he seemed to transform into an ancient sovereign, commanding the fates of all living beings. A terrifying aura, akin to magnificent divine authority, surged forth, overwhelming the heavens and earth, threatening to obliterate all existence. What phantoms, what domains of ghosts, under this overwhelming aura akin to a sovereign, they crumbled like fragile paper, instantaneously crushed. Chapter 38, Decapitating 2. The Swordmaster of Yu. How is this possible? Wei Yan's pupils contracted sharply, his smile vanishing in an instant. Jiyu Zhongzhou, how could he possibly be an innate grandmaster? How could he silently break through to innate grandmaster right before my eyes? This is not something you are meant to know. The Emperor of Zhou pressed his palm against Wei Yan's crown, channeling his true energy. In this act, Wei Yan's essence as an innate grandmaster was entirely absorbed by the Emperor. Alas, this energy was but a mere remnant. The Emperor of Zhou remained unfazed. Should anyone witness such a method of energy absorption, it would surely cause an uproar across the realm. No one would have imagined that the dignified sovereign would indulge in such an aberrant martial practice. The hidden agents of the demon sect are difficult to guard against. Even among the 10 orthodox sects, there are many traces of the demon sect. The voice of Qiangzi emerged at the right moment. This technique of energy absorption was indeed passed down to the Emperor of Zhou by him. It was precisely through this method that the Emperor was able to step into the realm of innate grandmaster against all odds. Are you suggesting that besides Wei Yan, there may be others? The Emperor of Zhou's gaze flickered. One must remain vigilant. Qiangzi's voice was calm yet resolute. He was now in a shared destiny with the Emperor of Zhou. Their fortunes intertwined. Indeed, it is unfortunate that this should have been a surprise for the Holy Land, the Emperor of Zhou stated, seemingly lamenting. There is nothing to lament. The 6 great Holy Lands have looked down upon the world for millennia. Throughout various dynasties, how many emperors have sought to overturn the massive stone above their heads, yet for countless years, none have succeeded. No matter what you possess, they will not hold it in esteem. Qiangzi asserted firmly. Then let us wait and see. The Emperor of Zhou neither agreed nor disagreed. For now, let us deal with these chaotic minions of the demon sect. Above the imperial city, the winds and clouds roiled. The clash of 10 innate grandmasters stirred the airwaves, making it difficult for anyone to breathe below. In the northwest corner of the imperial city, Yun Qingyi stood with her sword drawn. Beside her were 2 young men, one pale as if on the brink of death, while the other bore a seductive countenance, exuding an air of elegance. Is it just the 2 of you, the saintess of the heavenly demon? Yun Qingyi questioned coldly. These 2 were none other than the saint spirit and the lustful prince among the 7 paths of the demon sect. She is dead. The saint spirit's complexion was ashen. She died on the way to kill Gu Yuan. Ji Yuan. Yun Qingyi furrowed her brows. Without the heavenly demon golden book, do you truly believe that with your 2 divine weapons you can breach the dragon vein of the Great Zhou? The Great Yang possesses a dragon vein, thus, the Great Zhou naturally has one as well. According to the calculations of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, this dragon vein should lie right beneath their feet. With the heavenly demon golden book, the Saint Spirit seal, and the 6 Nian demon blade, along with the 9 Xian purple crystal sword in Yun Qingyi's possession, they had sufficient means to carve a breach in the dragon vein of the Great Zhou. As soon as a gap appears, the various tactics of the Great Zhou are instantly halved. Now, with 4 divine weapons reduced to 1, even the 9 Xian purple crystal sword, no matter how sharp, may find itself lacking in power. The innate grand masters of our holy sect, having made their arrangements, possess a certain level of confidence. The gaze of the Prince of Lust swept over the alluring form of Yun Qingyi. He had always been defenseless against women, especially when the one before him was such a stunning beauty as Yun Qingyi. Mind your eyes, Yun Qingyi snorted coldly, the 9 purple crystal sword in her hand suddenly vibrating with a low hum. An overwhelming sword intent erupted forth from the blade. Time is running short. We must strike swiftly, coughed Shang Lingzi. Just as the three prepared to act, a light laughter echoed. So you are here, along with the two from the Devil sect. What a delightful surprise! Before the voice faded, the figure had already arrived clad in a fluttering white robe, walking gracefully towards them. His gaze swept over the three before finally settling on Yun Qingyi. Gu Yuan, Yun Qingyi identified the arrival. You are Gu Yuan? Shang Lingzi's pale face was filled with solemnity. Initially, this 13th prince was supposed to be dealt with by the Shangling sect, however, due to Yang Chang'an. This task was taken over by the Devil sect's shadowy envoy. Little did they expect that this would lead to the death of the Devil Saintess, with even the Devil's golden book disappearing without a trace. In other words, if Shang Lingzi had ventured out, he would likely have met a similar fate. Now, this calamity had appeared before them. Thus, as the words left his mouth, Shang Lingzi acted. Stepping forward, a whisper akin to a divine murmuring arose. Strange runes manifested, coalescing into ancient statues. Holy Spirit soul-subduing spell. With his first move, Shang Lingzi poured forth all his strength, harnessing the power of the Holy Spirit seal to exhibit capabilities rivaling those of a transcendent master. Strike together. Not only that, but he also called upon Yun Qingyi and the Prince of Lust. The Prince of Lust wasted no words and acted directly. The Six Thoughts demon blade traced a bizarre arc through the void. A wave of blade energy surged forth like a tide, enveloping Gu Yuan. Yun Qingyi initially remained still, but after a moment's thought she drew her sword. The 9 purple crystal sword shimmered in the air. The sword tip erupted with brilliance akin to a meteor, piercing the heavens. The three prodigies, all within the top 20 of the Qingyun rankings, combined their efforts with the sect's divine weapons for a single strike. This scene was utterly shocking. Unfortunately, standing before them was Gu Yuan. The Holy Spirit's techniques are not for you to wield, Gu Yuan remarked with a faint smile, his fingers gesturing to form a seal. The same Holy Spirit soul-subduing spell, but the user was Cui Yin Xian. Strange runes birthed statues, each radiating overwhelming pressure. Thunder rumbled, the myriad statues bore down upon them, the blade energy and sword aura crumbled in an instant. How is this possible? Shang Lingzi's already pale complexion grew even more ashen. How could you possess the means of my holy sect? That is of no concern to you, Gu Yuan replied, raising a hand and gripping the air. There was no anomaly, no disturbance, yet Shang Lingzi found himself immobilized in an instant. No, Shang Lingzi cried out in terror. He screamed and struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. In that moment, both his Holy Spirit techniques and the Holy Spirit seal seemed to lose their inherent power. You members of the Holy Land and the Devil sect are truly intriguing. Each one of you lacks strength, yet all wield divine weapons. Gu Yuan spoke nonchalantly. As he did, he tightened his grip. Crack, the sound of bones breaking echoed. Shang Lingzi's head was forcefully twisted off. This Shang Lingzi was instantly dead beyond resurrection. Run, the Prince of Lust, witnessing Shang Lingzi's demise after his peak strike was thwarted, realized that Gu Yuan was far beyond their capability to confront. What kind of power does this guy possess, transcendent, or an innate Grandmaster? The Prince of Lust turned to flee, yet, as he took a step, Gu Yuan's figure appeared at his side. Run, Gu Yuan laughed. Where can you escape to? The hand that had just crushed Shang Lingzi was slender and jade-like, yet to the Prince of Lust, it appeared as a harbinger of great terror. His hair stood on end, and his mind was filled with a single thought, escape, yet his speed paled in comparison to Gu Yuan's. With a splatter of blood, the Prince of Lust fell stiffly to the ground. Subsequently, Gu Yuan raised his foot and crushed down, shattering his chest. The Prince of Lust was dead, the fortune absorbed, infused with nourishment, and rapidly ascending in rank. 4th stage, Daofruit, Mo Wuliang Jing. Progress, 67. You are not running, Gu Yuan questioned in surprise. Yun Qingyi's gaze was like a sword. In a flash of sword light, her figure vanished. Moments later, a chilling and sharp sword energy pierced through the void, slicing through the atmosphere, aimed directly at Gu Yuan's brow. Impressive, Gu Yuan praised. You are indeed far superior to these two. It is just a pity that you encountered me. Gu Yuan extended his hand, and the sword energy shattered instantly. You possess remarkable methods and profound schemes. A deep voice resonated in the area. A torrent of true energy surged like waves, enveloping Yun Qingyi and whisking her away in protection. A figure clad in a green robe appeared, the sword sovereign of the Yu Kingdom, Meng Shintong, an innate Grandmaster. Chapter 39, Black and White Sword Techniques. Void transfer. It seems the Devil Saintess was slain by you. And the Devil's Golden Book is in your possession, Meng Shintong remarked, his eyes narrowing as he recalled events that transpired in the capital recently. He had sought to understand the identity of this mysterious Grandmaster, only to find it was Gu Yuan himself. It was you who suppressed the capital with the true meaning of martial arts, and it was you who clashed against the Qin Tian monitor in Guchongxian. Meng Shintong found it hard to fathom that these earth-shattering events stemmed from the young Gu Yuan, who had yet to reach 20. It seemed that on that day, you revealed your extraordinary talents upon achieving innate perfection. Meng Shintong formed his judgment, thus, he remarked on Gu Yuan's lofty methods and deep schemes, wondering how he had cultivated, despite the Yu kingdom's lineage spanning millennia, no one had ever emerged as extraordinary as you. Meng Shintong lamented. In the Yu kingdom, as well as the entire realm, Yun Qingyi was already one of the most outstanding prodigies, yet compared to Gu Yuan, there was not a shred of comparability. Even the Supreme Demon Lord in his youth did not possess such pinnacle prowess. Since you know, why do you not choose to flee? Your courage is commendable, Gu Yuan remarked indifferently, with the sun and moon rising in his gaze. Observing that the dragon-slaying game had begun, no true dragon could escape, so why should I fear you? Meng Shintong chuckled lightly when afraid. Is that so? You think your lot can surpass the great Zhou? Gu Yuan replied calmly. Young man, this world is far broader than you know. Meng Shintong smiled. The Holy Lands dominate the world, even the Devil's Sect is not something your great Zhou can contend with. The transformation of heaven and earth is imminent. And your great Zhou, having usurped its position, will be the first to be eliminated. Why do you not take this opportunity to flee? Soon, there will be no chance left. He spoke as if he knew much, his words flowing ceaselessly. You flee? Gu Yuan chuckled. The Emperor's Qi observation technique operated at its peak, revealing that what Meng Shintong said was not unfounded. The Devil's Sect indeed had the means to slay dragons and extinguish Zhou. At the same time, Cui Yin-xian's memories revealed the profound heritage of the Devil's Sect, far beyond mere divine weapons. However, what did that have to do with Gu Yuan? Let me see from whence your confidence arises. Gu Yuan's killing intent surged. He had seen through Meng Shintong, and his aura, as lofty as the clear sky, suddenly descended. The Three Wonders sword, a dominion over heaven and earth, was drawn in an instant. The golden yellow sword energy surged, crisscrossing and slicing towards Meng Shintong from all directions. I dare to come because I possess confidence. If you do not flee, then accompany the great Zhou to its demise. Meng Shintong's brows rose, and the sound of wind and thunder erupted. He stepped upon the celestial dance, his figure ethereal, as if one with heaven and earth. Clash, 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 a sword light erupted like a roaring dragon. Countless black and white sword energies suddenly appeared in the heavens, intertwining and spiraling. Yin and Yang were distinguished, and all things returned to silence. The world seemed to plunge into a monochrome stillness. Eternally frozen, the black and white sword technique, using the sword as a chess piece, and humans as the board, Meng Shintong's renowned sword technique. Though I am not your opponent, I will strive to protect myself, he thought, but before he could finish, his pupils constricted abruptly. In the next instant, the black and white hues surrounding Meng Shintong vanished, replaced by pure golden yellow. The Emperor's worldly sword, fiery, fierce, and overwhelmingly savage, the golden yellow sword energy blazed like flames, incinerating all. The black and white chessboard representing Meng Shintong's martial arts manifestation shattered under this transcendent force. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the two collided. Boundless might erupted, a terrifying wave sweeping forth, obliterating all. Even the battle above the imperial city seemed to pause momentarily due to this clash. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's expression shifted. Through the endless radiance, he saw a faint purple talisman materialize in Meng Shintong's hand, the void transfer talisman of the Taidao. Cui Yin-xian's knowledge surfaced just in time. The three great sacred lands of Taoism, apart from Jinwu Mountain and Zhixiao Palace, included Taidao. Besides their own astonishing martial arts, their talismans also commanded respect throughout the world. This void transfer talisman, once employed, could transport a person hundreds of miles away, leaving no trace behind. It was indeed something otherworldly. It seemed that Yun Qingyi's status within the Sword Palace was quite remarkable. The void transfer talisman was exceedingly rare. At the height of the 7-day Holy Gate, there were only a handful of these talismans. Even if distributed among the 7 paths, there might not be one talisman per path. The sword sovereign of the Yu kingdom, despite his esteemed position, lacked the qualifications to possess such an item. However, while you may escape, leave the fortune behind for me. Gu Yuan firmly stood in the void, the cleansing sky sword slashing downward. The golden yellow sword energy surged, crashing down like a tide, enveloping the ephemeral figures of Meng Shintong and Yun Qingyi in an astonishing manner. In the next moment, their forms vanished. To the west of the capital, Hundreds of miles away on a plain, two figures suddenly tore through the void, emerging as Meng Shintong and Yun Xingyi. Yet, just as they appeared, Meng Shintong exclaimed in alarm, "Be cautious, two streams of golden sword energy." Like maggots clinging to bones, swiftly traversed hundreds of miles, bearing a chilling intent to sever all. Faced with such formidable sword intent and energy, Yun Xingyi found herself utterly defenseless. "With my presence, you shall not succeed." Meng Shintong's reflexes were astonishingly swift. Although he could not fathom how Guyuan transmitted his sword energy across such vast distances, he understood one thing: even if he were to perish, Yun Xingyi must survive. Otherwise, the Sword Palace would be enraged, and his entire lineage would face annihilation. Meng Shintong was unconcerned with the sword energy that surged towards him and raised his sword. He unleashed the Hebei Jian technique. His true energy cascading forth to form a yin-yang grinding wheel, intent on erasing the golden sword energy. Boom! The two streams of sword energy clashed, their intents colliding fiercely. Yun Xingyi, standing nearby, felt the intensity most profoundly. Her true energy and blood essence froze in place. Had it not been for the 9 Xian purple crystal sword emanating light to shield her somewhat, she would have found herself in an even more precarious situation. How had Guyuan cultivated such formidable swordsmanship? Meng Shintong's face flushed red as he bore the brunt of Guyuan's sword. If not for the hundreds of miles that had diluted some of its power, he feared he might have perished beneath its might. "Uncle Meng, are you all right?" Yun Xingyi inquired anxiously. "I am fine for now. Let us hasten back to the Sword Palace. This sword intent is not merely a tool of slaughter, but harbors deeper mysteries." Meng Shintong replied. This sword intent concealed itself within. Even though he managed to deflect the majority, a portion still lingered on Yun Xingyi. The Great Zhou could no longer intervene. And at this juncture, the demonic sect had no need for their assistance. If even that individual could not subdue the Great Zhou or slay the true dragon, their efforts would be futile. Chapter 40, The World-Honored One, the true Buddha of this era. In the capital of the Divine Capital, after executing a sword strike, Guyuan was immensely satisfied. He observed the immense fortune surging forth like rivers flowing into the sea. Unceasingly progress, 80 progress, 90 until level, 4th tier, Tao Fruit, My Immense Sutra, progress, 100. The My Immense Sutra, cultivated over 150 years, bore fruit. In days, Guyuan found himself traversing through endless snowy mountains, where countless living characters, akin to dragons and serpents, twisted in his heart and danced before his eyes. It was the music of heaven and earth, the boundless rhythm of the Tao. My Immense, neither born nor extinguished. Indestructible like a diamond, formless, shapeless, omnipresent, and unfathomable, it embodied supreme enlightenment. Golden light flickered, enveloping his spirit. A mysterious and profound force, unfathomable and elusive, erupted from deep within his body, resonating with the universe. It could not merely be said to control the heavens and the earth. Alarm howl reverberated through the cosmos. Now, Guyuan felt an infinite power coursing through his body, strengthening in ways beyond imagination with each passing moment. My Immense, truly living up to its name. Guyuan's gaze swept forth, his eyes reflecting the alternation of sun and moon, the vanishing of stars. And now, Guyuan smiled, terrifyingly powerful. The moment Guyuan achieved the My Immense Sutra, the old monk Batter, who had long been meditating and detached from worldly conflicts, suddenly opened his murky old eyes, revealing a hint of astonishment. Through the divine eye of the World-Honored One, he beheld the towering silhouette of a colossal Buddha, standing in the void, with the sun and moon above and the starry sky beneath. Its form so lofty it seemed capable of supporting the entire universe. The Buddha's radiance spread forth, illuminating all directions, purging and cleansing everything, inciting a yearning within one to kneel in reverence and worship this magnificent existence. "Monk, what do you see?" A melodious yet beguiling voice emerged, laced with a hint of languor. A beauty clad in red, stepping gracefully, approached. Had Guyuan been present, he would have been taken aback, for her visage was strikingly similar to that of the celestial demon Saintus. Perhaps even more enchanting, exuding an irresistible allure. "Unity of heaven and man," Batter remarked in astonishment. From this enchanting beauty, he sensed a trace of celestial essence. "Amitba, I have seen the benefactor." Batter collected his thoughts, restoring his mind to a state of calm. "The old monk has witnessed the true Buddha, true Buddha." The beauty in red laughed softly aside from the great Thunder Sound Temple. "Where else can one find a true Buddha?" "Right here, in this very place," Batter replied earnestly. "Oh," the beauty in red lightly waved her jade fingers, radiating charm. She gazed towards the heavens and inquired, "Monk, do you know who will triumph in this battle?" Batter pondered. "It should be you, but now, what of now?" The beauty's eyes sparkled like flowing water. "Only the Great Zhou can emerge victorious," Batter stated resolutely. "Yes, that's so." The beauty in red chuckled softly, soaring into the air, her voice trailing like a lingering melody. "A monk, feel free to watch and see who will be the last one laughing." Batter lowered his head in silence. The world-honored one of this era, the true Buddha before me, is merely a fallen celestial martial sage. What can be done with that individual present, as long as he desires? How could the great Zhou face defeat? In the skies above the imperial city, the clash continued. Yet from the spectacle, it was evident that the great Zhou had firmly suppressed the 7 and 8 grandmasters of the demonic sect, with the power of the great Zhou's dragon energy bolstering them. Even the martial ancestral Marquis Feng Tianqing could restrain the 2 and 8 grandmasters of the reincarnation temple, their fists striking with overwhelming force, simple yet brutal, yet incredibly powerful. Is this all your means? I truly do not understand where you draw your courage from. The Zhou Emperor gazed down upon the masses like an ancient holy emperor, the 2 most formidable and 8 grandmasters of the demonic sect, the Sacred Spirit King and the Celestial Demon Lord, were presently being overwhelmed by the Zhou Emperor alone. Na Ji Chongzhou, you have hidden yourself well. The Celestial Demon Lord glared at Gu Chongzhou. Who would have thought you could deceive everyone and achieve the status of an innate grandmaster? Unfortunately, in today's battle, your demise is certain. The fate of the great Zhou has long been sealed. The Sacred Spirit King also bellowed. Though they were outmatched, as innate grandmasters, they remained unharmed despite the suppression. What other means do you possess? Use them all. I shall endure. Gu Chongzhou declared disdainfully, his words filled with indifference. A terrifying strike erupted, causing the Sacred Spirit King to tremble from head to toe. Be careful, someone. At that moment, Qi Yangzi suddenly warned. Before Gu Chongzhou could react, a tempestuous truantan surged forth. The celestial demon danced wildly, countless illusions inundating the sky, transforming the surroundings into the realm of demonic bliss. Beneath this illusion, a pristine hand, as white as jade, emerged from the void. 5 slender, translucent fingers, resembling white jade, glimmered as they descended towards Gu Chongzhou. This hand seemed to harbor the profound mysteries of the celestial demon, rendering it inescapable. Not good. In an instant, as the scene unfolded, even Gu Chongzhou, no matter how composed, could not help but change his expression. The power of this hand was too terrifying. A surge of overwhelming true energy erupted from Gu Chongzhou. Yet beneath this hand, it felt as if it did not exist. Passing directly through, his true energy offered no resistance whatsoever, dissipating instantly. Bang! A muffled groan escaped Gu Chongzhou as he was sent sprawling backwards several dozen zhang. Blood spurting from his mouth, his face pale and utterly disheveled. He looked up, gazing at the floating figure of the beauty in red above, incredulously exclaiming, a celestial martial sage. Unbeknownst to him, the other innate grandmasters of the great Zhou echoed his sentiment in disbelief. After a millennium, aside from Ning Wujiao, there had been no other celestial martial sage. Where had this demonic sect figure emerged from? The atmosphere fell into silence. Shall we activate the great formation? Gu Chongzhou hesitated. What, are we still not opening that formation? The soft and beguiling voice suddenly emanated from behind Gu Chongzhou. The beauty in red had appeared at his back, her jade-like hand resting upon his spine. How did she know? Gu Chongzhou's mind screamed in alarm, no longer needing Qi Yangzi's warning. In a heartbeat, the 28 four symbols for spirits slaughtering saint formation unfolded, drawing power from its 28 focal points. Gu Chongzhou's aura surged dramatically. It's futile. The beauty in red exhaled like orchids. The innate is merely human, while the celestial is close to the realm of immortals. Mortal means cannot harm the divine above. Like this, with a gentle exertion, a sound like a soft pop echoed, and blood burst forth. Gu Chongzhou, in disbelief, lowered his head to find a delicate hand piercing through his chest. Chapter 41, The Celestial Martial Sage. The cauldron of the great Zhou Guzhongshuan, the martial ancestral marquis, and the other innate grandmasters of the great Zhou changed their expressions, yet at this moment, they found themselves without the space to intervene. The Sacred Spirit King and the Celestial Demon Lord, having freed their hands, joined the fray. Crimson blood stained the dragon robe, as the once mighty innate Grandmaster Gu Chongzhou, under the enhancement of the 28 four symbols for spirits slaughtering saint formation, was effortlessly torn apart by the suddenly appearing beauty in red. He had not even caught a glimpse of how she accomplished it. Who on earth are you? Gu Chongzhou asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. His voice hoarse and weak. It was the countdown to death. Under the dragon energy of the great Zhou, beneath the power of the slaughtering saint formation, Gu Chongzhou had thought that with the arrival of the sacred land, he could easily suppress his opponents. Though the formation had not unleashed its full potential, it was still formidable. Yet now, he found himself in such dire straits. A dying man need not know my name. The beauty in red chuckled lightly, withdrawing her hand. There is no point in struggling. Death is your predetermined fate, and in the future, there will be no place for the great Zhou in the divine land. Dream on. Gu Chongzhou suppressed the turmoil within, disregarding the frenzied warnings of Qi Yangzi in his mind. The 400 years of the great Zhou's reign shall never fall by my hand. At this moment, Gu Changzhou no longer referred to himself as I. This celestial martial sage, seemingly aligned with the demonic sect, was terrifyingly powerful, yet he refused to accept his fate. He still had one final resort. Rise, Gu Changzhou bellowed, summoning forth a bronze cauldron. Golden dragon energy cascaded down upon the cauldron. The small bronze cauldron expanded to a height of 2 zhang, hovering in the firmament. This cauldron, ancient and heavy, was inscribed with the sun, moon, and stars, mountains and rivers, and below the common folk, the enduring Great Zhou, the Zhou cauldron, the cauldron of the Great Zhou. It was forged by the Great Zhou's founding emperor, having endured through 3 dynasties, culminating in its present form. It is the national treasure of the Great Zhou. Do you truly believe that a mere failed Dao warrior can ensure our safety? The woman in red chuckled. How Navi, everything is firmly within our grasp. Established facts will never alter. Why can you not accept this reality? Indeed, Gu Changzhou sneered, shattering the enchantment of this sorceress. Yet, did you foresee this? As the words fell, the entire capital city trembled with a resounding roar, akin to a dragon stirring beneath the earth, unleashing a tremendous force. The azure dragon coiled in the celestial palace. The white tiger roared through the galaxy. The vermilion bird flapped its wings, igniting the heavens. The black tortoise surged through the waves, swallowing the seas. The 28 great stars shimmered, swaying unceasingly. Golden chains emerged from the depths of the void, following the bloodline of the stars, soaring into the distance, with several of them aimed directly at the imperial city. Have you lost your mind? In the realm of the mind, Jiangzi roared, with such a grand array in motion, you will not endure for long before your body explodes into oblivion. Therefore Gu Changzhou coldly resolved that if he could kill her in an instant, all problems would be effortlessly resolved. You are indeed ruthless, the woman in red scoffed. You have transformed yourself and your bloodline into a grand formation. Without skin, how can the hair remain? Gu Changzhou replied indifferently. Layer upon layer of dragon energy enveloped him, resembling a golden canopy unfurling. The founding emperor refined himself into a cauldron. The high emperor forged a sword to establish his resolve. The Great Zhou, bolstered by the legacy of 4 generations, has attained its current situation. Today, how could I not? Before he could finish speaking, a clear voice resonated throughout the imperial city. Alas, father, your plan may not come to fruition. Clad in a robe of white adorned with golden threads, he appeared as if a celestial being had descended. Treading upon the void, he traversed the air as though it were solid ground, suppressing the entire scene like the heavens. A golden chain pierced through the void, only to be severed by flashing sword lights the moment it made contact. To think you could kill me with merely this grand array is far from sufficient. Gu Yuan laughed. A terrifying sword intent, boundless and infinite, radiated from him, shattering the remaining 27 golden chains in an instant. These were all gifts of fortune. Gu Yuan could not permit their demise, even in death. They should perish by his hand. Even the 11 innate grandmasters engaged in battle were struck by this aura, compelled to halt their actions, casting astonished glances at the sudden appearance of Gu Yuan. Shock and disbelief washed over their expressions. Gu Yuan, 13, exclamations erupted, with Gu Changzhou appearing the most astonished. He had thought his 13th son merely fortunate, now it seemed he had received guidance from a legendary immortal. Otherwise, how could he have abruptly become an innate grandmaster? It should be noted that Gu Yuan had always been surrounded by secret guards, who reported that he was idle, reciting scriptures daily. And now this aura. Was the heavens playing a jest upon him? Had he known his son was so formidable, he would not have needed the grand array of the 28 symbols and 4 divine beasts. Alas, it was too late. Gu Yuan did not resemble someone arriving to assist, but rather to stir trouble. Without waiting for him to speak, the sword intent, like a clear sky sweeping across the realm, struck him, severing the connection between Gu Changzhou and the grand array. It turned out that Gu Yuan was the innate grandmaster Gu Zhangchuan. Enlightenment dawned upon him. If it truly is him, Fang Tianqing narrowed his eyes. He had clashed with him before and held a deep impression. Yang Shor remained silent, the universe sword humming in his hand, revealing the turmoil of the heart within. How could this be possible? The divine martial king stared wide-eyed. Everything unfolding before him was beyond comprehension. First, Gu Yuan, a mere junior, dared to humiliate him. Then, the demonic sect suddenly struck, and the emperor of Zhou displayed innate prowess, single-handedly contending against 2 formidable entities of the demonic sect. Just as he thought the situation was settled, another presence, seemingly a celestial warrior, emerged. Yet, most shocking was Gu Yuan. One man's strength suppressed the entire scene. What extraordinary power! However, the question lingered: who was stronger, Gu Yuan or this celestial warrior? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through their minds. In the heavens, silence prevailed. Only the sounds of battle within the imperial city resonated, yet with the Black Dragon Guard and various factions of the capital rallying, The situation began to tilt in favor of the Great Joe, however. Every innate Grandmaster present speculated that the outcome would ultimately rest upon Gu Yuan and the woman in red. These two powerful beings would determine the final result. The evening breeze gently brushed by. I had not yet sought you out, yet you have presented yourself at my door. The woman in red, her gaze shimmering like waves, spoke softly, but this is fortuitous. Surrender the heavenly demon golden book, and you shall spare me the trouble of searching for it. Her voice was laden with profound intent. Gu Yuan, however, appeared unfazed, his eyes glinting coldly. If you desire the heavenly demon golden book, kneel and plead for it first. You are quite extraordinary. The woman in red was not angered, her gaze fixed intently upon Gu Yuan. It is a pity you have slain my divine form. Otherwise, I would have considered bringing you into my fold. Her words were condescending. Into your fold? Gu Yuan scoffed. A mere remnant spirit dares to attempt to corrupt me? Preposterous. Chapter 42, Above the Heavens and Below. I alone shall reign supreme. Gu Yuan stood firm in the void, his eyes radiating the brilliance of the sun and moon, perceiving the fluctuations of the woman in red's aura. Such audacity, a mere innate being. The woman in red sensed something amiss, realizing he was probing into the realm of true divinity. In an instant, her gaze turned fierce, her momentum surging, shattering the web of sword intent Gu Yuan had woven. Thunderous roars erupted, the primal energies of heaven and earth surged and roiled, as if a volcano were ready to erupt at any moment. True divinity. Gu Yuan's gaze twinkled with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Radiant and dazzling. To call oneself a god when one clings to a flicker of incense and thought is the grandest of jokes. The memories of Cui Yin flowed through him. The so-called flicker of incense and thought referred to the remnants of the former celestial warrior of the demonic sect who had perished, yet whose spirit and intellect had not extinguished. Existing as a divine image, it clung to the thoughts of sentient beings to survive, one of the foundations left by the demonic sect to face the great calamity of heaven and earth. In a sense, it bore little difference from the true seeds of the demonic sect, yet, no matter how powerful such an existence became, it was not a true celestial warrior. One might say it was a semi-saint. Riddled with defects, were it not for the great calamity of heaven and earth, the demonic sect would have been disinclined to waste resources on crafting such divine beings. The mundane world knows not the heights of heaven and depths of earth. The woman in red's expression turned frigid. As her aura surged, a vast, deep, and illusory figure materialized behind her, embodying the heavenly demon. It was a terrifying sight. Within the imperial city, the air surged, and clouds billowed, as if an awe-inspiring force were about to erupt, instilling dread in the hearts of all present. Those of lesser strength, who dared to gaze upon that figure, found themselves exploding in a gruesome spectacle of death. Kneel before me. The colossal figure extended its hand, striking down towards Gu Yuan. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. The entire firmament seemed to shatter. An overwhelming force surged forth in all directions. In her lifetime, an innate Grandmaster was not a remarkable existence. No matter how formidable an innate warrior may be, they remained as fragile as ants before a true celestial warrior. It is you who knows not the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Gu Yuan's voice remained calm, unaffected. He stepped forward, an inexhaustible force erupting forth, akin to a raging tide, overturning the 9 heavens. One hand reached toward the sky, the other pointed to the earth, forming the Great Seal. Boundless phenomena intertwined, manifesting the true seal of the Dharma. Boom! The very heavens trembled. The Great Seal spanned the sky, suppressing all creation. Bang! The colossal hand of the heavenly demon collided with the Great Seal, resulting in a thunderous roar that echoed like muffled thunder. The heavens fell silent, the universe became tranquil. An endless wave of energy radiated outward from the center, sweeping across all directions. Even the innate Grandmasters observing were taken aback, their expression shifting as they retreated in a frenzy. Those below in the imperial city were not so fortunate. The shockwave surged past, leaving a scene of bloodshed in its wake, countless casualties. This strike forced the battles within the imperial city to a halt, drawing the attention of countless onlookers to the conflict in the skies. Is this the 13th brother? Gu Meng looked up, his expression one of disbelief. Gu Yuan had become an innate Grandmaster. Was there a more terrifying jest in this world? It was not just him. Princess Xiaoyang and the other princes and princesses shared similar thoughts, yet they remained unaware that, without Gu Yuan, they would have become mere fodder for the grand array of the 4 symbols and 4 divine beasts. Unable to watch the spectacle in safety, the shockwave shook the heavens, the true energy surged like a tide. The battle in the skies intensified, having exchanged blows dozens of times in a short span. The momentum was colossal, so much so that the entire capital could witness the fierce collision between 2 figures akin to celestial beings. Each strike possessed the power to cleave mountains and rivers. It was simply astounding. Were it not for the fact that the battle took place in the air, the entire imperial city would have been reduced to rubble, yet, even so, some chaotic waves of true energy rushed downward, causing many structures within the palace to collapse, creating a scene reminiscent of a natural disaster. Despite the seemingly balanced clash, after 10 exchanges, the woman in red began to find herself at a disadvantage. Lord Divine Master, is this the Heavenly Spirit King, the Master of the Heavenly Demon? It was hard to believe the omnipotent Divine Master, the foundation of the 7 heavenly gates, when had he ever suffered a setback? Save for the encounter with the Supreme Demon Lord, yet now, he found himself at a disadvantage. What should they do? For the Divine Master was immortal and indestructible, but they were mere mortal beings. Several Grandmasters of the demonic sect exchanged glances, silently resolving to retreat discreetly and maintain a safe distance. Meanwhile, the woman in red, engaged in battle, was filled with astonishment. What manner of being is this? To elicit such praise from a past celestial warrior, this only underscored Gu Yuan's formidable nature. Or rather, let us speak of the formidable prowess of the Mo Ko Wu Liang Jing. This martial art is, in essence, remarkably simple. It embodies the infinite and the boundless. In the realm of combat, it manifests as the concept of infinity, with each strike, the essence and will of Gu Yuan, along with his life force, undergo an endless enhancement and unceasing evolution. How could this possibly be the work of a congenital Grandmaster? The woman in the red robe seethed within, her composure shattered. Though she would not perish, the survival of the great Zhou was imperative, as it aligned with the ambitions of the sacred sect. After millennia of meticulous planning, this was the singular opportunity to rise to prominence. Should she fail, the 6 great sacred lands would inevitably take control. At that juncture, fulfilling the sacred sect's ancestral ambitions would become exceedingly arduous. When the predecessors of the sacred sect returned, what path would she then follow? Regrettably, the Golden Book was absent, and the woman in red was engulfed in deep remorse. A millennium of divinity could only be traversed through her divine form walking the mortal realm, rendering her aspirations akin to those of a capricious child. In a moment of inspiration, she resolved to have several juniors wield divine weapons. I refuse to believe that your power is truly limitless. Boom. With a mere flick of her fingers, the woman unleashed 10 forms of the celestial demon martial arts: transformation, supreme bliss, heaven and earth reversal, and the inversion of yin and yang. A myriad of extraordinary phenomena unfolded, unpredictable and enigmatic in their offensive nature, overwhelming Gu Yuan. Are you perhaps pondering that if the celestial demon Golden Book were in your possession, you might stand a chance against me? At that moment, Gu Yuan's voice rang out unexpectedly. How does he know? The woman in red faltered momentarily. Allow me to enlighten you. Gu Yuan gazed downwards. Even with the celestial demon Golden Book in your grasp, you possess not a shred of opportunity, for in heaven and earth I alone hold supremacy. Chapter 43, a sword that cuts through the gods from 1,000 miles away. In heaven and earth I alone hold supremacy. What a tyrannical declaration, what an embodiment of invincibility. How many years had it been? Over the course of centuries, Qin Qiuyi had lived for countless years in such an expanse of time. What kinds of individuals had she not encountered, especially in the tumult preceding the Great Calamity? How many heroes and tyrants vied for a sliver of survival? In that resplendent era, not a single soul dared to utter boastful words. Treating the world with disdain, was it ignorance that bred fearlessness, or was it merely the absence of heroes that emboldened the brash? Even Qin Qiuyi would never regard any congenital martial artist from the mortal realm with esteem. What difference did their strength make? They were but ants, unable to touch the celestial gates. They were fated to remain mere mortals, flaunting their prowess in this world of spiritual annihilation. Yet, despite Qin Qiuyi's disdain for Gu Yuan in her mind, the undeniable power he wielded caused her brow to furrow in concern. When had a congenital Grandmaster become so formidable? Perhaps it is because my true self has yet to emerge, and only my divine form is present. Otherwise, how could he have the audacity to be so arrogant? Qin Qiuyi's thoughts raced. Alas, every move she made, every thought she harbored lay bare under Gu Yuan's scrutiny. Mo He Wu Liang, this martial art, akin to divine legend, possesses an unfathomable, boundless power. It not only amplifies one's own essence and spirit but also allows the techniques of the Celestial Emperor's gazing arts and the Three Wonders sword to partake in this infinite, seemingly ceaseless augmentation. Thus, Gu Yuan's dual-sunned eyes merely swept across, borrowing from the heavens and earth to observe the transformations of the three talents, and in the instant of thought's birth and demise, he glimpsed into the mind of his opponent. Not just names, not merely thoughts, but even Qin Qiuyi's memories were subjected to Gu Yuan's probing, as if he were reading the patterns of her palm, clear and distinct. Such actions were akin to the legendary celestial beings of myth, if Qing Qiuyi were to realize that her memories and thoughts lay within Gu Yuan's grasp, what emotions would stir within her? It turned out that this individual was the celestial demon Saintus from a millennium ago. As memories flowed, Gu Yuan's movements remained unceasing. Thunderous roars, an inexhaustible force surged forth, though he was not a celestial martial sage. Nor had he achieved the unity of heaven and man. His stature loomed like a majestic mountain, and his energy felt as vast as the cosmos. In an instant, an unparalleled aura of greatness erupted forth. Gu Yuan pointed, shaking the very heavens and earth. A tremendous force, unstoppable and overwhelming, erupted forth like an avalanche, cascading in all directions. At that moment, Gu Yuan seemed to transform into the sole sovereign of the universe. All things, celestial and terrestrial, were but a fingertip away, as if a celestial sword hung inverted, ready to cleave the heavens asunder. Such might was terrifying beyond measure. Beneath their feet, the ground of the imperial city felt as though it were being bombarded by an endless rain of meteors. The already battered cobblestone pathways crumbled once more, palace towers collapsing in response. For 100 miles around, the entire divine capital was enveloped by an invisible pressure that weighed heavily on the hearts of the populace, causing all ordinary citizens to tremble in fear, prostrating themselves as though the wrath of the gods had descended upon them. The learned nobles felt an innate terror. To witness martial prowess reach such heights was akin to encountering divinity and the extraordinary. Boom! The celestial sword swept through, directly cleaving through Qing Qiuyi's 10 laws of the celestial demon. 1 Sword, 10,000 laws obliterated. Dong! The deafening sound resonated, akin to the wrath of the heavens, causing the entire region to shudder momentarily. The surging energy, akin to a tidal wave, crashed downwards. The 7 secrets of the demon sect, the celestial martial sage of the divine flame, stood as fragile as a leaf upon the water, crushed in an instant. Pooh! Qing Qiuyi abruptly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, her complexion ashen, her entire being trembled slightly, revealing the severity of her injuries. Blood trickled from the corners of her lips, her meticulously styled black hair fell in disarray, stained with mottled blood, rendering her utterly disheveled. She lifted her gaze towards the man opposite her, her heart gripped with terror and disbelief. The ease of her defeat was staggering. It felt as if Gu Yuan were the celestial martial sage. While she was but a congenital warrior, the deceased ought to remain in their rightful places. Gu Yuan's hands suddenly spread wide. 5 fingers, like towering pillars, pressed downwards. Come, let me escort you on your journey. I refused to accept this, yet, regardless of how unwilling Qing Qiuyi was, she found herself powerless to resist. That prior strike had shattered the very source of her divine form's strength. Now not only was she utterly drained, her lifeblood spent, but her spirit was also on the verge of dissipating. In such a state, how could she withstand this next strike? In the span of a single breath, her body was instantly crushed from head to toe under Gu Yuan's hand. Gu Yuan, this matter is not yet concluded. As Qing Qiuyi exerted her last ounce of strength to let out a howl that reverberated through the imperial city, the tumult, Gu Yuan's gaze crackled like lightning as he shifted his palm. Since I have declared to send you to your destined place, I cannot allow my words to falter. This battle is not yet finished, hence, the power of Mo Hiwu Lian continues to grow. The 3 wonders Sword of Heaven and Earth, in a fleeting moment, utilizing Cui Yin Xian's celestial demon seal technique, he anchored a direction. There, tens of thousands of miles from the divine capital, no one knew what Gu Yuan was scheming. Even the numerous congenital grandmasters remained oblivious. They could only sense Gu Yuan's energy rising higher, like a deity connecting heaven and earth. The wind-swept divine capital swayed in response. An overwhelming energy, heavier than the entire divine capital itself, surged forth. Even the mighty dragon energy of the Great Zhou fell under Gu Yuan's control in that instant. Roar! Thunder rumbled across the heavens as a purple-gold celestial dragon manifested, roaring through the cosmos. This startled Gu Zhongzhou. Even he, the emperor of Great Zhou, could not wield dragon energy to such an extent. This was something even the founding emperor found challenging to achieve, yet, at this moment, it was effortlessly manipulated by Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, of course, paid no heed to Gu Zhongzhou's thoughts. Power surged, energy transformed, and his spirit evolved, meticulously calculating one detail after another. Finally, when everything reached a pinnacle, Gu Yuan swept his sleevey buzz. It was as if the very heavens and earth had been pierced, and endless waves of energy expanded outward. A sword intent, responding to his call, suddenly descended tens of thousands of miles away. The celestial demon sect, an uncharted territory, untouched by outsiders, not even the supreme demon lord Ning Wujiu, who had obliterated the 7 heavenly sacred sects, had ever set foot here. Deep within the celestial demon sect, In a square chamber, several divine statues stood tall just as Gu Yuan's palm crushed Qing Qiuyi's divine form. A statue in the northwest appeared to come to life, unleashing a mighty roar. Gu Yuan, this matter is far from over. But before this deity could finish speaking, boom, a sword intent, surpassing imagination, descended, cleaving through the statue that bore an uncanny resemblance to Qing Qiuyi, chapter 44, slaying the divine and returning. Fortune like the sea, how could this be possible? Qing Qiuyi could hardly believe her eyes. This place was a staggering tens of thousands of miles from the divine capital. Even she could not project her power that far without the assistance of her divine form. Only memories, relying upon the might inscribed upon the divine statue, could transcend distance and return. Yet now Gu Yuan was clearly within the divine capital, and in an instant, he had severed his sword across tens of thousands of miles. He hadn't even triggered the defensive formations of the celestial demon sect? In comparison, Gu Yuan seemed far more divine than she, yet she remained unaware that Gu Yuan relied upon her memories, drawing upon all power through the void. Were Qing Qiuyi unable to retrieve her memories, Gu Yuan would not have been able to channel his powers. Within that sword strike, the true essence of Cui Yin Xian's martial arts was interwoven. The esteemed celestial demon lord, needing to alert others to return to her own domain, though she might not know how he accomplished this, she thought it naive to believe that this sword could slay her. As the sword descended, she gathered her focus, dispelling her scorn at the statue trembled. The faith power it held surged violently, transforming into a torrent, akin to an angry tide rushing forth. Begone, she bellowed fiercely, her entire being radiating with light. Shining brilliantly like a rising sun, boom, the explosive sound resonated as if the heavens were collapsing. The shockwaves from their collision spread, sending clouds and smoke flying. In the next instant, I had been defeated again? With that thought, bang, the lifelike statue erupted, smoke and dust filling the air, as the overwhelming resentment contained within was utterly obliterated. A generation of celestial beings and martial saints, revered deities of incense and flame. Eternal silence envelopes the void. Who dares to act with such audacity in this sacred realm? Such a tremendous uproar has startled the other divine statues, causing them to tremble. One of them suddenly opened its eyes. Moving with the vitality of a living being, its gaze fell upon the shattered statue from the northwest. The incense deity forged by the heavenly demon sect relied solely upon this statue. The absence of the statue signifies absolute demise. Qing Qiuyi. The statue, seething with fury of the heavenly demon, reigns above. Bow down before the celestial net. This divine figure sought to discern who had the audacity to slay Qing Qiuyi within the heart of the heavenly demon sect. Yet, as its focus settled upon the fragmented statue, a thunderous eruption of incomprehensible martial will surged forth, ascending like the very heavens themselves, above and below. I alone am supreme, in the midst of its astonished gaze. The scene before it abruptly transformed. The chaos of the heavenly demon and the boundless void reshaped the world. A sage, sword in hand, opened the heavens. The sovereign governs the myriad people. Ultimately, the true Buddha sat in dominion over the stars. With a resounding boom, images cascaded like water, ceaselessly replaying in its mind. With each flicker of the vision, the pressure it contained intensified, rendering it increasingly unbearable. At last, accompanied by a final violent roar, the images abruptly froze and vanished. The divine statue regained its senses. Was it not the extermination of the Zhou and the slaying of dragons? How could Qing Qiuyi have provoked such a terrifying existence? The statue was astounded. This was merely the residue of true intent, yet it felt its body marred by countless sword scars. Fortune. An endless stream of fortune. When Gu Yuan withdrew his hand, the overwhelming fortune had already cascaded down. I now find myself at a point where fortune is inexhaustible. A faint smile graced Gu Yuan's lips, his aura calming. At this moment, he could be deemed as lacking only the fruit of the Dao plant. After all, having acquired the Mahawuliang, the third-tier fruit of the Tao, had rendered it utterly useless. Nevertheless, my current strength is sufficient to address most issues. Gu Yuan's gaze was pure, within Qing Qiuyi's memories. He glimpsed numerous unknown truths. The great calamity of heaven and earth had reached its final stages. Following this, the time of great fortune would arrive. This was also the key to Qing Qiuyi's revival. Next, he would rely on the might of the great Zhou to gather all possible fruits of the Dao. It remained uncertain whether he could collect the fifth-tier fruit of the Tao. At that moment, Gu Yuan had already considered himself the master of the great Zhou. As for Gu Chongzhou, who was that? With the gentle breeze and bright moon, everything fell into tranquility. In the realm of heaven and earth, only a solitary figure stood still. All the innate grandmasters, numerous princes and princesses, and esteemed officials focused their gazes upon Gu Yuan. Do you have any final words to share? Gu Yuan's gaze swept over the 7 grandmasters of the demon sect. The Holy Spirit King, the Heavenly Demon Lord, and the 7 Grandmasters of the demon sect felt an ominous chill as Gu Yuan's eyes passed over them. They had contemplated fleeing, yet found themselves utterly immobilized. After all, they were unaware that the fortunes of the 7 Grandmasters guaranteed them at least a century of life. Being mortal enemies, how could Gu Yuan let such an opportunity slip? Very well. Gu Yuan raised his hand. There is nothing to discuss with you, demonic rascals. He shook his head, then pressed down with a palm. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds echoed in a continuous crescendo. The 7 Grandmasters of the demon sect, commanding their respective realms along with their protective auras, were all obliterated. They had no capacity for resistance, not even a chance to plead for mercy. Blood-splattered flesh flew, and all perished on the spot. This scene was utterly terrifying. Prior to this, in the battle with Qing Shui, they had not made a direct comparison, yet these 7 Grandmasters of the demon sect, having gained renown for ages, each ranked among the celestial rankings, were fearsome beyond measure, yet they were dispatched by Gu Yuan as effortlessly as one would swat a fly. Even Gu Chongxian and the other Grandmasters felt an unusual sensation, akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a fox. Not to mention those who were not even Grandmasters. How much longer do you intend to hide? After crushing the 7 Grandmasters with a single strike, Gu Yuan inquired nonchalantly, his gaze fixating on Gu Chongzhou. Gu Chongxian, Fang Tianqing, Yang Shua, and the Divine Martial King all felt a tightness in their hearts. Was the moment of revelation finally at hand? Should they assist Gu Chongzhou? To refrain would betray their innermost sentiments. Yet aiding him would be tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, at this moment, Gu Yuan, imbued with the dragon chi of the Imperial Way, bore a closer resemblance to an emperor than Gu Chongzhou. Surely, you must be curious as to how I discovered your presence. Gu Chongzhou managed to utter a single word, his demeanor and essence transforming as if he were an entirely different person, detached, merciless, embodying the very essence of celestial truth, eternally cyclical. Qi Yangzi, what on earth is happening? In the realm of consciousness, Gu Chongzhou roared in fury, yet his voice failed to escape, for his body had been seized by another. Qi Yangzi was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom that the mortal enemy he had long sought to confront had left behind such a formidable martial intent within his own will. Lingering for 200 years, neither Gu Chongzhou nor Qi Yangzi had detected any signs, nor possessed any capacity for resistance, and thus control of the body was wrested away. The voice speaking belonged to none other than the first of the celestial rankings, the one who had dominated the world for 200 years. Wanggeking, Chapter 45, The Way of Heaven. A Buddha's palm. Wanggeking, the unparalleled prodigy of the Zhixiao Palace for 200 years. 500 years ago marked the era of the supreme demon lord Ning Wujiao. Then the past 2 centuries belonged solely to Wanggeking, who stood unrivaled in the world. In his debut battle, he had vanquished Qi Yangzi, a figure of the top 10 orthodox sections. Thereafter began his invincible journey across the realm. He traversed the river of heaven, shattered celestial mountains, severed the 9 hells, and eradicated evil demons. For 60 glorious years, he had never tasted defeat. Following this, he retreated to cultivate, never setting foot in the world again. Yet his position as the foremost on the celestial rankings was indisputable. He became a legend, eternally perched upon the pinnacle of martial arts, gazing down upon the vast expanse of humanity. Today, as the 7 factions of the demon sect set forth to slay dragons, this legendary figure, this myth of the martial world, descended with supreme power and intent. Although the initial objective of the Great Zhou had always been the sacred grounds, no one anticipated that merely facing the 7 factions of the demon sect would nearly lead to the Great Zhou's annihilation. Had it not been for Gu Yuan's intervention, the fate of the Great Zhou would be shrouded in uncertainty. Consequently, the Grandmasters of the Great Zhou, whose strength and renown far surpassed that of the demon sect, held no contempt for the 6 sacred grounds that truly governed the realm for millennia. After all, the demon sect stood before them. What might the strength of those 6 sacred grounds entail? Even when their gazes fell upon Wanggeking, they comprehended that even a mere thought descending from Wanggeking was not something they could afford to underestimate. You are the fabled first of the celestial rankings, Wanggeking, Gu Yuan remarked coolly. I initially assumed you were a mere coward hiding in the shadows. How rude of me. In uttering such rudeness, Gu Yuan's demeanor was entirely contrary, seemingly dismissive of Wangdeking's presence. You have yet to answer my question. Wangdeking's voice remained calm and composed, devoid of any fluctuations. It was as if he were recounting a matter unrelated to himself, yet the violet light in his eyes flickered. Since you are so eager to know, I shall divulge it to you. Gu Yuan smiled lightly. The weak possess no secrets in the presence of the strong. Is that so? Wangdeking's tone remained steady. As though discussing trivial matters. I disagree. He he. Gu Yuan chuckled. Now it is my turn to pose a question. The violet glow in Wanga King's eyes intensified, seemingly granting consent. Why do you seek to annihilate the great Zhou? Gu Yuan's voice turned grave, icy as a blade. The way of heaven dictates. Thus Wanga King indifferently uttered 4 words. What a splendid way of heaven. Gu Yuan replied coolly. These 6 sacred grounds clearly consider themselves as embodiments of the heavens. Their actions are merely the laws of the universe in motion, decreed by destiny. Mortals can only endure. What a tyrannical stance. Gu Yuan felt a sense of inferiority. It seems I must learn more. Gu Yuan mused inwardly, his intent igniting. A brilliance akin to the sun and moon illuminated his gaze. Having detected a thread of murderous intent, instantly, sword intent surged like the sea. It became razor-sharp to the extreme. Embodying the purest of brilliance, as if piercing through the void, Gu Yuan had already launched an explosive strike. I have no desire to engage you in combat, with the sword intent enveloping him. Wanga King remained as tranquil as ever. That is beyond your control. Gu Yuan let out a long roar. The sword intent boiled, transforming into countless dragon-like forms. It did not harm the flesh, yet aimed directly at the heart and mind. Very well, since you are so foolish and ignorant, Wanga King sighed, the violet arcs within his eyes blazing ever more fiercely. Then let us witness what heaven and the Tao truly are. Suddenly, his aura shifted dramatically. The calm surface of the sea erupted violently, tempests howled, and lightning cracked. In an instant, the entire realm was engulfed in darkness, as if the heavens were collapsing. The sword intent dragons were instantaneously obliterated. Subsequently, Wanga King extended a finger and slashed through the void. Whoosh! The air shattered, thunder roared, a brilliant silver light, akin to a razor's edge, swept across the heavens and earth. Break. In the face of such an onslaught, Gu Yuan remained unfazed, merely uttering a single word. His spirit stirred. Mahawuliang erupted forth, making him resemble a true Buddha descending, embodying the infinite and boundless Lord of the Tao, subduing the cycle of heavenly law, suppressing all realms and hells. The methods of the Buddhist sect? Wanga King's perception was astonishing. He easily discerned the pure Buddhist intent beneath Gu Yuan's sword intent. Of course, he was unaware that this was merely a perfected level Buddhist technique derived from the essence of Gu Yuan's martial will. The Great Thunder Sound Temple, or perhaps Wanga King's thoughts surged, between the Buddhist and Taoist sects. Though both were sanctuaries of martial arts, it was destined that they would clash in the future. Had they cultivated Gu Yuan? Or had they intervened in this realm? Such matters were not beyond possibility. After all, the conflict between the Buddhist and Taoist lineages was steeped in history and complexity, yet now was not the time for such contemplations. Thus, he resolved not to hold back. Wanga King's gaze deepened. With a single breath, the heart and true energy of the 2 innate Grandmasters, Gu Chongzhou and Qi Yangzi, were completely drained. Until we meet again, it shall be I who comes to find you. The voice of Gu Yuan traversed through layers of space, landing upon Wan Guqing's ears. What does this mean? Even someone as formidable as Wan Guqing instinctively paused in his thoughts, yet, he quickly comprehended. I actually lost. He raised his gaze ahead. The true Buddha moved his palm, pressing down like the 5-finger mountain, crushing everything in its path. Remarkable, however, I shall ultimately reclaim my victory. Wan Guqing's voice flickered in the void. Yet, on the level of will, this strand of his consciousness had already shattered, completely extinguished. You are about to die, Gu Yuan stated blandly, sweeping over the flickering candlelight that was Gu Chongzhou, with one palm. He suppressed and obliterated Wan Guqing's martial true intent. Even though his abilities were extraordinary, it was inevitable that Gu Chongzhou himself would be harmed. Coupled with Wan Guqing's absorption, at this moment, Gu Chongzhou was as good as dead. No divine elixir could save him now. The only reason he could stand in the void was due to Gu Yuan's assistance. Indeed, he was about to perish. Gu Chongzhou's eyes dimmed, yet he seemed to smile. 13. Do you hate me? Hate. Gu Yuan replied indifferently. I once harbored such hatred that I wish to personally slay you. Haha, my life is here. If you desire it, do take it swiftly. The dying Gu Chongzhou laughed. How could he not laugh? His bloodline was so exceptional. The grand empire of the Great Zhou was destined not to perish at his hands. For the sake of the Great Zhou, he had long disregarded life and death. Now, it was merely dying with dignity. Very well. Do you have any final words to convey? Speak quickly. Gu Yuan shook his head. The one who wished for this emperor of Zhou to die was another deceased Gu Yuan. Final words. Gu Chongzhou felt a moment of daze. Naturally, there were some that he glanced around, taking in the vast imperial city where he had lived his entire life, with his last breath of true energy and spirit. He transformed it into a long howl that resonated throughout the imperial city. Today, I shall pass the throne of the emperor to Prince Ning Gu Yuan. Chapter 46, on the Purple Cloud Palace. The Celestial Mirror. Today, I shall pass the throne of the Emperor to Prince Ning Gu Yuan. In that instant, countless individuals were astonished. They had no knowledge of the circumstances above the heavens during the final battle. That terrifying aura had obscured the sky, rendering only a few those who were innate grandmasters capable of perceiving it, and now the Emperor was on the brink of death, bearing the signs of imminent demise. And astonishingly wished to pass the throne to Prince Ning, who had only recently been conferred the title of prince. How could this be? Father Gu Heng's expression was complex. After a lifetime of striving for this position, he suddenly found himself unable to contend for it. The Princess Xiaoyan could hardly believe it. The change was too swift. Your Majesty is confused. Outside the Xintian gate, the left Prime Minister Zhuo Fenglu struck down a demonic adversary. His eyes filled with malice. Even though Prince Ning is an innate grandmaster, such actions cannot be taken lightly. Without a stable nation, calamity will ensue. The Prime Minister is the head of the officials of the Great Zhou. And this Zhuo Fenglu is the teacher of the Crown Prince Gu Hong, regarded as a figure from the Crown Prince's lineage. Go, he uttered decisively, moving towards the direction where Gu Yuan was located. At the same time, many civil and military officials, who had been engaged in battle with the demonic adversaries, swiftly eliminated their foes and headed in the same direction. The position of Emperor Gu Yuan mused profoundly. My progress is indeed swift. From the moment I bore the first Dao fruit until now, how much time has passed? I have successfully ascended to the position of Emperor. Do you have any objections? His gaze swept over several grandmasters of the Great Zhou. Your Majesty's command is absolute. How could we dare voice objections? Regardless of Gu Chongxian or the Divine Martial King, they were all aware of Gu Yuan's strength. Who would dare oppose him? Yet, they were also curious. How could someone of Gu Yuan's martial pinnacle be interested in the throne? Shouldn't such a position be a burden? Then the subsequent matters shall be entrusted to you. Gu Yuan stated lightly. 3 days. I hope all affairs in the capital can be resolved smoothly within this time frame. Is that agreeable? Naturally, there are no problems. The Divine Martial King, Marquis Wuan, the head of the Qintian Monitor, and the Grand General of the Black Dragon platform, these four were not merely innate grandmasters, they understood the implications of Gu Yuan's words. It was merely to ensure that the previous emperor's commands could be fully executed. Excellent, Gu Yuan nodded. I await your news. I hope not to be disappointed. He hardly paid attention to the civil and military officials arriving one after another. Ma Wul, the emperor gazes upon the heavens. He had already intuitively grasped a thread of opportunity for the Dao fruit. The position of emperor was originally intended to assist in the cultivation of the Dao fruit. One must not lose sight of the essence. Ultimately, in this world, strength is paramount, and the one with the mightiest fist reigns. Were it not for Gu Yuan's formidable power, the Great Zhou would have long ceased to exist. Hence, all Gu Yuan required was submission. Mere obedience, the machinations of an emperor, intrigues and schemes. Gu Yuan scoffed. What are those things? Who wishes to engage in their power games? As for allowing Gu Chongxian and the others to come first, they could oversee the repairs of the imperial palace. If they could not resolve it, then it would be a single word: kill. In a realm devoid of location, without any foundation, countless talented individuals throughout the ages have sought the entrance to the Purple Cloud Palace. There were also those seeking immortality in the Tao who wished to join this ancestral temple of the Tao, yet, ultimately, no one succeeded. This was because the true location of the 6 sacred places was not within the land of Shenzhou but rather in a realm of heavenly caves. Majestic mountains towered, with palace clusters faintly visible at the summit. Surrounding them were 9 layers of islands, suspended high above the mountains. This is the Purple Cloud Palace, one of the true sanctuaries of the Taoist 3 teachings. Gu Yuan stood at the pinnacle of the mountain before a tranquil pool adorned with a multitude of blue lotus flowers. Wan Guqing suddenly opened his eyes. The sudden wave caused ripples to spread across the clear pool. Strange, Wan Guqing pondered. Regarding Gu Yuan, this was entirely unaccounted for in his original calculations. Even this strand of thought was not aimed at the destruction of Zhou. Logically speaking, the Great Zhou should have perished at the hands of the demonic sect as a reprisal for the matter of Ning Wujiao. Yet, in the end, this Gu Yuan had risen unexpectedly, and in that place of dragon energy in the capital, his power was nearly akin to that of a celestial martial sage. Disrupting the schemes of the demonic sect and the sacred places alike, had he encountered a fortuitous encounter, or was there truly a trace of the Buddhist sect? Wan Guqing contemplated the true appearance of the Buddha. And with a thought, he plucked a lotus flower from the pool. It seemed to carry a stream of information within. It detailed the entirety of Gu Yuan's life, imprisoned in the Xuanzhen temple. Never having stepped outside, moreover he had never practiced martial arts, Wan Guqing found it puzzling. How could such a person achieve such astounding accomplishments? One must understand that the realm of martial arts is akin to ascending to the heavens. Each step forward is fraught with difficulty. Without a renowned teacher's guidance or the use of elixirs, even a peerless genius would wither away. Yet how had Gu Yuan defied this path? Wan Guqing himself was a martial prodigy of exceptional talent. Yet his level of cultivation was not achieved through mere happenstance. It was the result of countless resources from the Purple Cloud Palace, multiple renowned teachers pointing out key insights, the true thoughts of the Tao ancestor to observe, and divine weapons aiding in his cultivation. This had forged the unparalleled Wan Guqing over 2 centuries. Missing even one of these elements could have led to failure, and Gu Yuan, a seemingly unremarkable prince of the Great Zhou, who suddenly and inexplicably became such a pinnacle figure, defied Wan Guqing's understanding. Moreover, within the Xuanjin Temple, even if he trained in martial arts, how could he conceal it from anyone, if it were not a fortuitous encounter? That it could only be attributed to the presence of a master. Wan Guqing rose suddenly, moving with purpose to a palace. Master. Wan Guqing bowed to the Taoist seated in meditation atop the palace, adorned in feathered robes and a star crowned out. Yu Huaxian, the head of the Purple Cloud Palace, second on the Zhou heavenly rankings 500 years ago, only beneath Ning Wuzhou, with Ning Wuzhou now missing. This top position had returned to Yu Huaxuan's hands. 500 years had passed. As the Zhou heavenly rankings changed, the world believed this head of the Purple Cloud Palace had long since perished. Who could have predicted that he was still alive, living well? Xinger, what brings you to seek your master? After a long while, Yu Huaxian slowly opened his eyes, his tone calm and ethereal, as if speaking to someone yet not truly addressing anyone. Disciple wishes to borrow the celestial mirror for a glimpse. Wan Guqing respectfully stated. The celestial mirror is renowned for revealing the secrets of the world. He sought it to uncover the origins of Gu Yuan. Oh, whom do you wish to observe? Yu Huaxian looked at his disciple with surprise. The Great Zhou, the 13th Prince Gu Yuan. Chapter 47. The majestic figure meditating among the stars. Gu Yuan. This name was unfamiliar to Yu Huaxian. However, he was well aware of the Great Zhou and the recent events involving the demonic sect 7 Paths of Dragon Slaughter, with the methods of the demonic sect, although not particularly formidable. Annihilating a mundane dynasty should be a simple task. Could it be that? Yu Huaxuan's thoughts stirred slightly. Sensing an unusual nuance, he inquired, has your thought been extinguished by someone? Master, your insight is as sharp as ever. Wan Guqing replied calmly. Alas, the Tao Transformation Division of the Divine Chapter was a martial path created by the ancestor to sever malevolent thoughts, and no one has practiced it for many years. Save for you, Xinger. Yu Huaxian sighed. One of the 9 thoughts has been extinguished. With your flawless Tao body, there may be no opportunity for you to emerge. Disciple understands, Wan Guqing replied placidly, yet a mere 10,000 years is far too long. I only wish to contend for a moment. Enough. Yu Huaxian shook his head. His disciple's talent was not inferior to that of the Taoist Ning Wuzhou, however, due to the selection of the Tao Transformation Division. Even if he broke through the heavenly barrier and ascended to the celestial realm, upon the restoration of heaven and earth, he would be unable to step out of the Purple Cloud Palace. Fortunately, there was still that innate Tao body. Otherwise, when the tribulation of the next 300 years arrives, he could only watch as his peers lead the way. How vexing it would be. Thus, your thought was extinguished by Gu Yuan? Indeed. Wan Guqing nodded slowly, his tone remaining calm, as if the extinguishing of his thought were a trivial matter. To extinguish your thought, this Gu Yuan is likely not an ordinary individual, Yu Huaxian remarked. The celestial mirror can deduce future trajectories and reflect the present and past. However, this requires the consumption of one's own fate and lifespan. The stronger the individual, the more exaggerated the fate required. A dynasty destined for destruction cannot possibly reach such a point. Matters of the mortal realm seldom reach the sacred places, much less fall upon Yu Huaxuan's ears. He still believed that the so-called Gu Yuan was a congenital grandmaster born during the past few centuries of the Great Zhou dynasty, who, aided by the imperial dragon Qi of a nation, had defeated the 7 paths of the demonic sect and extinguished the thoughts of Wan Guqing. After all, over the course of several hundred years, exceptional talents inevitably arise to shatter conventional understanding, much like the founding emperor of the Great Zhou, who was such a figure. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to establish an empire that flourished for a time and shake off the grip of the sacred lands. However, such prodigious individuals, no matter how extraordinary, could only display their prowess in an era of spiritual extinction. In a few decades, when spiritual energies return, the ambition to rival the sacred lands would ultimately be a delusion. Unbeknownst to his master, Wan Guqing slowly began to recount the information he knew about Gu Yuan. After a period of confinement, unable to practice martial arts, he emerged into the world as a congenital Grandmaster. Having vanquished formidable opponents like Guchong Xian and Meng Shintong Dai in the end, he even battled and killed a divine avatar from the heavenly demon sect among the 7 paths of the demonic sect. This was something Wan Guqing was entirely unaware of. Following this, Gu Yuan extended his influence across tens of thousands of miles, utterly obliterating Qing Qiu Yi. However, even considering these feats, Gu Yuan could no longer be described merely as a prodigy. He was a true celestial anomaly. Moreover, this does not even account for the extinguishment of Wan Guqing's thoughts. If we gaze upon this realm for myriad ages, such a talent is indeed astonishing. Does my master truly believe that such a figure could arise from the mundane? Even among our 6 sacred lands, there were none of this caliber a millennium ago. Thus, I dare to speculate that it may be related to forces beyond our realm. Wan Guqing asked calmly. Even Yu Huaxian, who had extraordinary experience and vast knowledge, was shaken upon hearing Wan Guqing's account of Gu Yuan, the head of the Xianjin temple. Yu Huaxian murmured, at such a level, how could such a person possibly be nurtured? Without resources, without techniques, how could he achieve this solely on his own? Yu Huaxian echoed Wan Guqing's doubts. As for the Xianjin Taoist, I have encountered him before. Although he stands at the pinnacle of the congenital realm, he could not break through the heavenly barriers, and his strength was rather ordinary. Even if his legacy were acquired by Gu Yuan, it would only yield a single congenital Grandmaster at best. Having lived for long, Yu Huaxian had seen much during the founding of the Great Zhou. It was a time when he was at his zenith, renowned throughout the realm. At that time, both the founding emperor of the Great Zhou and the Xianjin Taoist were prominent figures. Yu Huaxian naturally recognized them. Furthermore, considering the methods of the Buddhist sect, it appears that this child is indeed extraordinary. Why Yu Huaxian's thoughts stirred. In our 6 sacred lands there are exceptional individuals. Though not necessarily destined to meet calamities, yet a millennium ago, they would have been regarded as dragons and phoenixes. Compared to this Gu Yuan, they seem but fireflies against the brilliance of the full moon. Hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, regarding the forces beyond our realm, a battle from 1,000 years ago indeed saw the arrival of formidable Buddhist masters from outside, who sought to transform our land into a pure land of Buddhism. Had the Great Thunder Sound Temple not defected, we would not have been able to endure until the return of our ancestral master, and now, with their resurgence, such a possibility does exist. You have now extinguished a thought. Injuring your very foundation, this matter shall be assisted by your master. Yu Huaxian extended his right hand and spoke softly. In an instant, the void before him twisted abruptly, revealing a crystal-clear small round mirror. This mirror, resembling neither jade nor gold nor copper, was etched with countless patterns that shimmered as wisps of ethereal energy swirled in all directions. Endless visions arose, hinting at the alternation of sun and moon, the changing of seasons, and the vast landscapes of mountains, rivers, flora, and stones, seemingly encompassing all that exists in the world. This was indeed one of the treasures of the purple sky, the heavens-grasping mirror, containing boundless mysteries and the principles governing all transformations in the realm, capable of glimpsing past information. Taoism is boundless, but I remain unique. Yu Huaxian closed his eyes slightly and silently recited the incantation. He then lightly tapped the heavens-grasping mirror with a finger. The mirror's surface rippled like water. However, in the next moment, the typically calm and detached leader of the Purple Sky Palace lost his composure before his disciple. His expression changing dramatically. Master, Wan Guqing felt a heaviness in his heart and called out. This was the first time he had witnessed his enigmatic master display such a loss of control. Ever since he had become a disciple, his master had always maintained a singular demeanor, composed even in the face of the supreme demon Lord Ning Wujiu, yet today, such a reaction was unprecedented. What could he have seen? Could it be related to Gu Yuan? I cannot see. Yu Huaxian's tone grew somber. There is nothing visible on the heavens-grasping mirror. This was the first time he had been unable to discern any information from the mirror. Hence his uncharacteristic reaction. How could this be? Wan Guqing also lost his usual calm demeanor. The mysteries of the heavens-grasping mirror were profound, even if the user's cultivation was limited. It could still unveil various secrets. Even a second or third step celestial being could perceive some truths, at least regarding the causation within the realm of the divine Zhou. But now in the next moment, Yu Huaxian took a deep breath, his eyes shining with brilliance. Instantly the true energy within him surged and roared like a raging ocean. Boom. He then activated the heavens-grasping mirror once more. This time, he finally beheld something, yet what he saw was not within the mirror but rather within his own eyes. Before him lay a chaotic expanse, where golden light shimmered above and stars connected below. A towering figure sat upon a throne forged from the stars, surrounded by 9 divine halos, each ablaze with myriad radiant colors. This is, Yu Huaxian's pupils constricted, and his heart trembled mightily, before he could contemplate further. The majestic figure seemed to sense something and suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 48. The Celestial Sudden Death, the Royal Classic of Governance. Yu Huaxian perished, the esteemed former leader of the Purple Sky Palace. Once ranked first on the Zhou Tian list, a celestial warrior who had resided for 500 years, met his end within the Purple Sky Palace, in the very presence of Wan Guqing. The foremost on the Zhou Tian list. He died without resistance, without a ripple. Even the legendary heavens grasping mirror, a treasure left behind by the Taoist ancestor, shattered along with him. Master, Wan Guqing stood frozen in place. Unable to fathom what had just transpired. Why had Yu Huaxian died, and why had the heavens grasping mirror shattered? In an instant, as the air stirred, several figures emerged, both male and female, each exuding the aura of congenital grandmasters. All elders of the Purple Sky Palace. After a brief discussion, one among them exclaimed, "Are you saying that the leader perished due to the use of the heavens grasping mirror? How could this be possible?" "It is impossible, but what was once deemed impossible does not imply that the present cannot yield the same," Wan Guqing replied. As the great calamity reopens, all manner of fiends and specters shall appear. I fear that behind Gu Yuan lies individuals from other realms, and those capable of nurturing Gu Yuan at this time must possess extraordinary skills. They could even be a celestial warrior of the Tao. Once a celestial immortal become one, a warrior transcends the threshold of life and death, traverses the bridge of heaven and earth, condensing oneself into a world of one's own, ultimately breaking through the thunder tribulation. Such a realm is known as the Taoist Celestial. Only a few, such as the first-generation patriarch, are clearly recorded in the annals of the Purple Sky Palace. Only beings of such caliber possess the ability to traverse realms. You must understand, with the return of spiritual energies, our land may once again resemble what it was a myriad of years ago, and the abundance of spiritual energies could very well attract a Taoist celestial to take action. Wan Guqing's thoughts grew increasingly convoluted, yet, for now, the calamity is still unfolding. They could only strategize for the future by nurturing their pieces. Gu Yuan is that piece. If not for this, there would be places in the divine Zhou where the heavens grasping mirror could not pry into. The elders nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of this reasoning. Then what shall we do now? One elder inquired. If they wish for Gu Yuan to dominate the Great Zhou, we must resolutely oppose it. Wan Guqing spoke gravely. Isn't there still other princes in the Great Zhou? We shall support one of them to challenge Gu Yuan. Which prince shall we assist? The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion once mentioned the 3 true dragons of the Great Zhou. Let us choose one from among them. Unbeknownst to Gu Yuan, he was entirely unaware of the discussions taking place within the Purple Sky Palace, nor did he realize that due to his actions, a celestial warrior had perished on his territory. At this moment, he strolled through Anhai City, a county town in the central Zhou. The Dao fruit lay right here. Gu Yuan's eyes flickered with a moment of insight. In the depths of destiny, he sensed something. However, the precise location remained obscured, like flowers in the fog, yet Gu Yuan was unperturbed. As long as he continued onward, he would surely uncover it. After all, how vast could Anhai City be before Gu Yuan's strides? Indeed, after the span of an incense stick, Gu Yuan halted his steps. Before him stood a dilapidated Taoist temple, seemingly long abandoned. The temple, both inside and out, bore the scars of neglect, with walls collapsed, a desolate sight. Yet within this state, it astonishingly housed a 4th-tier Dao fruit tier, 4th Dao fruit, the royal classic of governance. Time required 1,000 years, however, for the current Gu Yuan 1,000 years felt rather brief. Following the battle in the divine capital, whether he was defeated, killed, or subdued, he had accumulated the fortunes of 13 congenital grandmasters, which had now reached over 700 years. Furthermore, with Gu Chongjiu passing the mantle to him, though he had yet to officially ascend, the flow of fortunes continued to surge toward him at every moment. While meager, the accumulation over time should not be underestimated. It could even be foreseen that as Gu Yuan ascended to the throne and truly dominated the Great Zhou, this fortune would undoubtedly multiply. Yet, this mysterious little tree, could it be that it assessed individuals before offering its rewards? Gu Yuan pondered casually. The 3rd-tier Dao fruit was 7, 8, 9, 10. Yet the 4th-tier Dao fruit leaped directly from 100 to 150. Then straight to 1,000. Did this not imply that the next level of the 4th-tier Dao fruit would require 1,500 years? according to Cui Yin Xian's memories, the records of the heavenly demon sect regarding the realm of celestial warriors divided it into 4 stages: the unity of heaven and man, true mastery of the power of heaven and earth without consumption, the threshold of life and death, with the lifespan reaching 1,000 years, the bridge of heaven and earth aligning human hearts with the will of heaven, and the final step, reversing one's internal and external worlds, becoming a world unto oneself. These 4 realms correspond precisely to these 4 durations. If this is the case, then Gu Yuan considered the 5th tier Dao fruit, would it not require 10,000 years? Or possibly more, according to the calculations of the great Sun Dharma King. If a master counts for 2 years, could there possibly be fewer than 5,000 masters across the entire realm of Shenzhou? This thought abruptly surfaced in Gu Yuan's mind, but he quickly shook his head, dismissing it as mere paranoia. What kind of power would a Dao fruit cultivated over 10,000 years or more possess? He would first need to cultivate a 4th-level Dao fruit before contemplating such matters. Now, it was time to attend to pressing affairs. Gu Yuan began his return to the divine capital. The demon sect had suffered defeat. Yet the power of the 7 paths of the demon sect could not be solely attributed to that one woman. Moreover, the 6 great holy lands were also eyeing the situation with keen interest. First, he must ascend to the throne and stabilize the fortune being amassed every moment, before seeking the Dao fruit. Gu Yuan formulated his plan, and with a single step, he was already miles away. As the great sun rose, its radiant light spread far and wide. No one could have anticipated that a prince, who could not even contend for power, would not only be elevated to the status of a prince but would also become the successor to the great Zhou Empire yesterday. Destined to become the revered sovereign, this was not a sight desired by many. Only the 4 innate grandmasters could suppress all dissent. The personnel of the Astronomical Bureau and the Black Dragon platform filled the city, and no one dared to voice a single objection during such tumultuous times. At least, that was the surface appearance, yet, beneath the calm, countless individuals had begun to stir. The state minister and the 6 ministers were a myriad of opinions. Some supported the Grand Prince, while others favored the 3rd Prince, but few wished for Gu Yuan to ascend, as there was no benefit to them in his rise, if Gu Yuan were to take the throne. Who could guarantee their own safety and livelihood? Furthermore, he was merely an innate Grandmaster. The Grand Prince's maternal family was the foremost among the aristocratic clans, having produced a sage from the Dingyang Jiang clan. With influence spanning across Shenzhou and both the Great Zhou and the Chuyue nations, they had offspring in positions of power. The maternal lineage of the 3rd prince was the Langyue Wine clan. Though it paled in comparison to the sage families, it still dominated a province. In times of peace, they could be provincial overlords, and in chaos, provincial kings. Their influence within the military was indeed formidable. The 9th prince's maternal family was the Qinghe Chui clan. Though they had not achieved much in the court like the Dingyang Jiang or Langyue Wang clans, they were renowned for their martial prowess. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the top 10 orthodox sections. If it were in the past, it would be one thing. The transmission of the great Zhou Emperor's throne had little to do with them. They would continue their lives as usual. However, now, their bloodline had hope, even the prospect of becoming a true dragon sovereign. How many could remain calm in such a situation? This collective interest, which did not hinge on one individual but rather on a group, could not simply forsake such immense wealth and power. If the emperor were still alive, perhaps they could divide and conquer, employing various means to ensure the normal succession. After all, with the emperor present, the Great Zhou was a unified entity. No matter how significant the influence of the aristocratic families, it could not match the 4 centuries of the Great Zhou's authority. Yet now, with the emperor gone, the throne was to be inherited by a 13th prince who wielded no influence within the court. This ignited the ambitions of countless individuals. Perhaps any one of them might not be as formidable as the combined might of the Black Dragon platform, the Astronomical Bureau, and the Zhou royal family, but united, could they not contend with Gu Yuan? Moreover, the Chu Yu and Northern Yuan nations were all poised to pounce. Many astute individuals had already concluded that the Great Zhou's foundation was on the brink of collapse. It seemed the world was once again returning to the chaotic state it had been 400 years prior. Thus, when news of the emperor's demise and the ascension of the Ning prince spread across Shenzhou, chaos erupted. Ha! Great Zhou, you too have come to this day. An old man in a deep mountain laughed heartily. His voice resonated through the void, startling nearby birds and beasts into a panicked flight. This was an extremely aged man, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, skin dry as parchment, gazing into the distance, his eyes brimmed with hatred, to slaughter the city and extinguish the eternal, after 400 years of grievances. It is finally my turn. The old man was named Zhao Rong, the former crown prince of the Great Yong dynasty. When the Great Yong fell, he was but an infant in swaddling clothes. saved from the Great Zhou army by die-hard loyalists of the Great Yongdai in this deep mountain forest. He was educated and nurtured, instilled with hatred. Zhao Rong did not disappoint expectations, becoming an innate grandmaster rarely seen among the emperors of the Great Yong. With an indomitable will, he even defied the heavens, living for 400 years. Yet, despite this, Zhao Rong had never stepped beyond the mountain's confines. He had been waiting for an opportune moment. Now, that moment had finally arrived. With the emperor gone and the new ruler powerless, this scene felt achingly familiar. Zhao Rong scoffed repeatedly, his eyes alight with satisfaction. Back then, it was just so for the Great Yong, and now it is the same for the Great Zhou. This time, he sought not to restore the Great Yong, but to see the Great Zhou perish. Father has actually died. The one who ascended is my 13th brother? The 9th Prince Gu Ming gazed incredulously at the letter in his hand, yet, this letter had been delivered by a trusted confidant from the Tianji pavilion, leaving no room for doubt. It was time to return home. As Gu Ming's thoughts whirled, he made up his mind. I in the kingdom of Chu, resplendent and magnificent, with intricately carved railings and towering structures, the Chu emperor sat solemnly upon his throne. The celestial envoy Linglong approached and bowed before the Chu emperor. Suddenly, a soft, ethereal voice resonated as a woman entered from the grand hall's entrance. She wore a flowing white gown, her long hair cascading down to her waist, her figure graceful and her aura otherworldly. Evoking an air of mystique, she floated 3 inches above the ground, moving like a specter, gliding with the elegance of a fairy descending to earth. What brings you here, envoy? The Chu emperor lifted his gaze slightly. Linglong gently parted her lips, her voice clear and pleasant, akin to the sound of water droplets falling, cleansing the heart. To raise an army and attack Zhou, in Tian, a crucial stronghold on the northern frontier of the Great Zhou. The sky stretched vast and endless. Flags obscured the sun, and military formations stood firm, resembling a vast black tide upon the earth. A chilling aura of death permeated the air. This was the Great Zhou's most elite border army. The 9 armies afar off at the center of the military camp, a standard towered 2 zhang and 3 chi high, crafted from black-green satin with white silk borders, fluttering proudly. Golden characters adorned its surface. To its left and right, numerous flags were raised in unison. On the high platform outside the camp, the Ming King Gushang sat regally, his gaze deep and penetrating. With an eagle-like watchfulness, he emanated an air of ferocity that instilled fear. Report to His Majesty the Ming King, Suho seeks an audience. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, revealing a rider who galloped forth and knelt upon the ground. Allow him to approach. Ji Yushang spoke indifferently. After a moment's time, a robust figure approached, clad in dark gray armor, a long sword at his waist, exuding a calm demeanor. I pay my respects to His Majesty the Ming King. Suho bowed respectfully. Positioning himself as a subordinate. Be seated, Gu Shang nodded with satisfaction. Suho had been at the border for several days, and it was only today that he had come to pay his respects. A clear sign that the emperor's death had begun to have repercussions here, prompting some to face reality. Thank you, Your Majesty. Suho clasped his hands and took his seat. Suho, what brings you to me? Gu Shang inquired, nodding slightly and cutting to the point. The Ning prince is lawless, having murdered the emperor and schemed for the holy throne. His crimes are indeed heinous. Suho spoke directly, without preamble. I believe His Majesty should raise an army to quell the rebels and restore peace to the Great Zhou. His words rang with strength and resolve. Clearly, this 3rd prince, His Majesty the Ming King, had already formulated plans. What do you all think? Gu Shang remained non-committal, turning to the generals by his side, slowly asking. I believe what Suho says is entirely correct. The Ning prince is unworthy, usurping the throne. He must be punished. Your Majesty is the true dragon and should follow the heavenly mandate, eliminate the traitors. Several generals exchanged glances and stood in unison. Though they were not scholars, as military leaders, they were not merely brutes. They understood the tides of public sentiment and the importance of seizing the moment. Moreover, Gu Shang had managed the border for years, establishing it as an impenetrable fortress. With a solid foundation, each general had long since developed a deep admiration for Gu Shang. In their eyes, he was virtually omnipotent. Excellent, Gu Shang suddenly rose, exuding an aura of righteousness. If that is the case, then I ask you all to assist me in attacking the traitors and restoring peace to the realm. Chapter 50, The Portraits Trail. A banquet for the ministers. Days later, news of the Ming King Gu Shang's preparations to raise an army to quell the rebellion spread like wildfire across the realm of Shenzhou. Perhaps it was intentional, a test of the divine capital's response, or perhaps there were ulterior motives at play. Regardless, Gu Shang's military action was now an established fact. Many observed with bated breath, particularly the governors of the 9 northern states. who were most concerned. They were in close proximity to the border, and Gu Shang's southward march would first confront them. Yet, the 9 states were already rife with chaos, their various factions entangled like a mass of roots. Unable to mount an effective response against Gu Shang. Or rather, they simply lacked the strength to do so. However, before the world could fully comprehend the implications of Gu Shang's military mobilization, the kingdom of Chu brazenly dispatched troops. With 300,000 soldiers crossing the Chu River, the only defense line of the Great Zhou along the Chu River, the commander of Jinnan Pass surrendered without a fight following this. The Chu forces surged forward, their momentum unyielding, directly targeting the 18 southeastern states of the Great Zhou. This news struck like thunder, sending shockwaves through the hearts of all in Shenzhou. Meanwhile, in the Western Front, the former crown prince of the Great Yong had allied with the 36 bandit leaders of the Western Mountains, rising in revolt. Within 3 days, they had captured several cities and carved out a territory. Fortunately, the Yu Kingdom had made no moves, yet, even so, the 49 states of the Great Zhou had swiftly transformed from mere signs of turmoil into a scene of ravenous wolves encircling their prey. Teetering on the brink of collapse, the Ning prince's residence had become the most heavily fortified location in the divine capital, with layers of guards and martial experts surrounding it, under the vigilant eyes of these sentinels. Even a fly would be detected if it dared to flit by. My Lord Yang Cheng'an requests an audience. A maidservant whispered, though Gu Yuan had been recognized as the designated heir by Gu Chongzhou. Certain formalities remained, such as the coronation ceremony. Let him in. Gu Yuan replied coolly. He had returned to the divine capital several days prior but had opted to observe the ensuing conflicts from the sidelines. Rank, 4th level Dao Fruit. The royal classic of governing the world. Progress, 79 fortune accumulating every moment. In just a few short days, a fortune comparable to that of Feng Zhini has been bestowed. The fortune has diminished. Could this be attributed to the current turmoil? Gu Yuan remained coldly contemplative. He had waited so long to observe how many would emerge. It was a perfect opportunity to deal with them all at once. Your Highness, at this moment, Yang Cheng'an bowed respectfully. Due to his connections, following the death of Gu Chongzhou, the Yang family had wholly aligned with Gu Yuan, making them the only family left in the capital apart from the 4 innate Grandmasters. Under such circumstances, Yang Cheng'an's status naturally rose significantly. The task he had previously promised Gu Yuan to undertake had yielded some results, thanks to the Yang family's full commitment. Gu Yuan nodded slightly, signaling him to rise, then inquired, "What news, Your Highness?" Yang Cheng'an replied, "We have made some progress with the remaining 6 divine portraits." Oh, that was quite swift, Gu Yuan remarked with mild surprise. However, he did not rush to ask further, instead patiently awaiting more details. "This is also because of Your Highness's celestial favor," Yang Cheng'an continued. He proceeded to recount the details of the remaining divine portraits, noting that even the Duke of Lu's residents could not decipher them. They were merely impervious to blades, possessing some peculiarities. Once combined into 7, they had shown no extraordinary abilities. Thus, once the Yang family took the matter seriously, it was relatively easy to make headway. Additionally, they had enlisted the expertise of the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion to conduct divinations. Through mutual verification, 1 portrait was located in the western regions, 4 in the Great Zhou, and 1 in the possession of a merchant from the Yu Kingdom. 5 of them had already dispatched personnel to retrieve them. Information from the western regions and the Yu Kingdom had yet to arrive. While 3 of the 4 from the Great Zhou had been recovered, only the final portrait presented some complications. "What complications?" Gu Yuan inquired. "That divine portrait is reportedly in the hands of a general aligned with the rebels," Yang Cheng'an replied cautiously. This rebel, of course, referred to the Ming King Gu Shang. Were it not for this circumstance, he would have undoubtedly sought to gather all 6 divine portraits together to present to Gu Yuan. Now, one could only blame the Ming King for his recklessness. "Understood, you may continue with the others." "That one is mine, and it shall naturally remain mine," Gu Yuan stated, dismissively waving his hand. He was quite clear on this point and would not easily yield. "Your subordinate takes his leave." Hearing this, Yang Cheng'an dared not utter another word and promptly departed from the royal residence. Once he had left, Gu Yuan slowly closed his eyes and commanded, "Summon Duke Wen, the chief of the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion, and the Grand Commander of the Black Dragon platform to see me." The time he had allotted them had long passed, and he was profoundly disappointed with these individuals. Shortly thereafter, within the main hall of the Ning Wang's residence, Gu Yuan, clad in a silver robe and seated at the head, expressed no sorrow or joy, seemingly unmoved by the overwhelming tide of news. "It is the incompetence of my ministers, the 3 Duke Wen, Fang Tianqing, chief of the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion, Guchongxian, and Grand Commander of the Black Dragon Platform, Yang Shuo, acknowledged with shame. As for the King of Divine Martial Arts, he had already led his troops southward to resist the forces of Chu. On the surface, they appeared to have complete control over the capital, but that was merely a faade upheld by military might. Beneath the surface, countless undercurrents churned, and even the Black Dragon Platform was unable to address them due to the vast web of entanglements. Powerful figures such as the Prime Minister and the Duke of Shaoanshan, who were foundational pillars of the nation, were deeply entrenched in the court. To deal with them required either swift and decisive action or a slow, methodical approach. However, the current climate within the Great Zhou was hardly conducive to swift measures. Gu Shang, the forces of Chu, and various regional governors had grown indifferent to the central authority, given the conflicting orders from the Prime Minister and the six ministries. Ultimately, who were they to heed? Furthermore, Duke Wu, Fang Tianqing, Guchongxian, and Yang Shuo refrained from utilizing force for fear of inciting greater chaos, opting instead for compromise and patience. Thus, even the capital remained inadequately controlled. Gu Yuan recognized that relying on these individuals would likely lead to a wait until the Great Zhou's demise without any resolution. He then calmly inquired, "How is the restoration of the imperial city progressing?" "Your Highness, it is largely complete." Guchongxian, responsible for the restoration of the imperial city, the emperor's burial, and the foundation ceremony, reported. "Excellent," Gu Yuan replied coldly. "Convey my orders. I wish to host a banquet for the ministers in the Zikan Hall at the hour of the dragon in 3 days. Since you are incapable, I shall take matters into my own hands." His words were laden with an unspoken killing intent. As soon as he uttered this, Guchongxian and the others shuddered. The Zikan Hall was a venue reserved for the emperor's grand banquets, and Gu Yuan's intentions were now unmistakably clear. He was determined to seize the throne with authority. Such actions would undoubtedly plunge the Great Zhou into chaos, yet, considering Gu Yuan's immense and formidable power, they could only bow their heads in obedience. We shall comply. Chapter 51. The Living Buddha Bose, the sole sovereign. The Zikan Hall, one of the 3 great halls of the Great Zhou, had traditionally only hosted the grandest of state banquets. Throughout the reign of Guchongzhou, it had only opened its doors thrice, once for the ascension, once for conferring titles of kingship, and once for dukedom. On this day, the courtiers and dignitaries arrived in an unending stream. Akin to a winding dragon, eunuchs and palace maids lined the sides, while the chief among them was Zhao Xian, who had previously met Gu Yuan inside the hall. Palace maids and eunuchs busied themselves with preparations, indicating that nearly everyone in the imperial city had been mobilized. The civil and military officials, as well as royal princes and dukes, had all gathered, awaiting the commencement of the banquet. After all, Gu Yuan's actions were undoubtedly linked to the imperial throne. Regardless of the motivations behind it, this meant that the future of the Great Zhou might very well be determined today. "Has His Highness arrived?" someone inquired of Zhao Xian at the hall's entrance. "How could I possibly know His Highness's whereabouts?" Zhao Xian replied with a glance to I in the current capital. It was the eunuchs like them who found themselves in the most awkward position. Logically, they should be closely aligned with Gu Yuan. The legitimate heir, however, the issue now was not about their alignment. It was that Gu Yuan seemed entirely indifferent to them. Once the inquirer departed, Zhao Xian squinted. He was well aware of Gu Yuan's current location. But with the Northern Yuan Khan sharpening his blades, why should His Highness retain this Northern Yuan master? Indeed, the grand banquet was imminent, yet at that moment, Gu Yuan was meeting with a most extraordinary individual in the Chengtian Hall, the living Buddha of the esoteric sect. Since the battle at the imperial city, he had lingered in the capital, and the so-called discussions on the world's doctrines had become mere illusions. What was the living Buddha's intent? Gu Yuan, seated upon the throne, donned his ceremonial robes adorned with sun and moon dragon motifs, exuding an air of sovereign authority that surveyed the world. Before the world-honored one, how could a humble monk dare to claim to be a Buddha? Bowed slightly, his tone humble. "I have intruded upon your Highness out of admiration and wish to engage in a dialogue to validate my own Buddhist teachings." Batter's demeanor was exceedingly deferential. Palms pressed together as he chanted, but his words were nearly a plea. Should the Northern Yuan, especially the monks of the esoteric sect, witness this, they would surely be taken aback. The esteemed living Buddha, the spiritual pillar for millions in the Northern Yuan, appeared so humble before Gu Yuan, yet only Batter understood that he had initially believed Gu Yuan to be merely a future world-honored one, possessing the semblance of a Buddha. Little did he anticipate that he was standing before the very manifestation of the world-honored one. Under such circumstances, Batter had no thoughts of bringing Gu Yuan back to the esoteric sect. Not even his own master nor the founding king of the esoteric sect could claim the right to accept a disciple from a current world-honored one. However, standing before the world-honored one, if he could not comprehend his teachings and feel his way, Batter would find no peace within himself. "You wish to spar with me?" Gu Yuan's gaze flickered, a faint smile playing on his lips. This Batter possessed an extraordinary acuity, far surpassing that of an ordinary Grandmaster. It was only natural for him to perceive something, especially since the Ma Paranerve Estra originated from him. Perhaps this was intertwined with the esoteric sect. It was entirely reasonable for him to seek an encounter. Moreover, this individual likely bore considerable fortune. Gu Yuan had not waited idly during these days. The treasure trove within the imperial city, collected over 4 centuries, had fallen into his hands, yielding several suitable fruits of the Tao, awaiting the perfect moment to ripen. Very well, Gu Yuan did not refuse. Merely smiling as he said, "The northern Yuan has always been a part of Shenzhou. 1,500 years ago, it was even a vassal of the Dashenji." Gu Yuan's words were not yet complete, but the implications were already clear. Batter bowed, palms pressed together. "If I were to lose, I would willingly offer 10,000 miles of grassland to your highness as a tribute. What if the northern Yuan Khan refuses?" Gu Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Your highness is the world-honored one of this era, the sole sovereign of the mortal realm. Who would dare defy you?" Batter raised his head. "Agreed." Gu Yuan nodded. "Since you are so insistent, I shall grant you this opportunity." He refrained from mentioning any potential defeat on his part, for that was utterly inconceivable. Instead, he intended to hold back a bit of strength, lest he inadvertently end Batter's life. Boom! In an instant, Gu Yuan transformed from the unparalleled sovereign into an formless, omnipresent, and unfathomable existence. It was as if supreme enlightenment had descended upon the mortal realm, boundless and infinite. Ma Paranerve, world-honored one. "Grant me your grace." Batter nearly gasped in awe. Merely the outward flow of qi caused his perfected dragon-elephant Vajra body to tremble subtly, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet his expression brimmed with joy, the joy of encountering the true Buddha and grasping the ultimate truth of the world. Buzz, the void quivered, and waves of intangible ripples spread forth, as if a golden sun were rising, illuminating all directions. Within that blazing sun, faintly echoed the celestial chants and the profound sounds of Zen. Vast and majestic, the great Vajraesoteric realm's wondrous teachings. In that moment, the world was manifested, representing the 10 teachings and 10 seals of the esoteric sect, imbued with immense divine might. 800 years prior, a high-ranking monk of the esoteric sect had used these teachings to defeat 10 eminent monks of the Great Light Temple. There was indeed substance to this. Gu Yuan did not even rise from his seat or lift a hand. He merely uttered a thought. "Yet in my presence, this is far from sufficient. Kneel before me." As Gu Yuan spoke, the words flowed forth gently. Batul's eyes were suddenly drawn to the towering figure of a colossal Buddha. Hands forming the lotus seal, descending with an overwhelming force, that terrifying might instantaneously shattered the great Vajra secret realm into fragments. Boom! Vital energy surged like a dragon and elephant, roaring and rampaging. Batul's Dharma form crumbled. Yet, he still possessed a body of dragon and elephant, representing the water walkers as dragons and the land walkers as elephants. As formidable as a Vajra, hence he was called a dragon elephant. Such was Batul, his physical form honed to the utmost strength, nearly indestructible among the Grandmasters. He was no ordinary figure, with the power of the Guchongxuan's 28 strikes of the celestial star. He could likely endure it solely with his physical prowess. However, this dragon-elephant Vajra body, in the face of the true Buddha manifested by the ancient abyss, appeared utterly fragile. Thud, the great seal descended. Akin to a mountain collapsing, no matter how Batul struggled to resist, it bore no effect. Crack. This was the sound of his Dharma body shattering. Spit. This was Batul expelling blood from his mouth. Bang. This was Batul being pressed down by the infinite power. Unable to maintain his form. Thud. Ultimately Batul's knees buckled. Kneeling before the ancient abyss, with his forehead to the ground, he worshipped as if bowing to the Buddha, the world-honored one's compassion. Batul's face turned pale, and he spoke with great difficulty. His bones were shattered, tendons ruptured, yet the Buddha's heart within him was transforming, transcending. Before the world-honored one, the true Buddha offered guidance. With Batul's capabilities, how could he not attain enlightenment? Little monk shall now return to North Yuan. Batul bowed his head, completely willing. The vast grasslands of 100,000 miles shall rightfully belong to the world-honored one, this living Buddha, adored by millions of followers of the esoteric school. Now kneels before the ancient abyss, utterly submissive. Chapter 52. Only I alone suppress the world, your highness. The hour has arrived. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo, who had come to report, could not help but feel a sense of reverence upon witnessing the scene of this living Buddha kneeling. Even though he had already experienced the overwhelming might of the ancient abyss, witnessing it with his own eyes still left him in shock. especially seeing the ancient abyss confine this supreme power that subjugated a congenital grandmaster entirely within one hall. Not allowing a trace of aura to escape, what this represented needed no further explanation. Let them wait, the ancient abyss replied indifferently, eyes closed. Yes, without question. Yang Shua immediately retreated alongside Beatul.at. This moment, the ancient abyss had more pressing matters to attend to. With the defeat and subjugation of Batul, a vast fortune was instantly acquired by the ancient abyss. This was far beyond the normal fortunes of congenital grandmasters. Typically, grandmasters would accumulate fortunes over 30 to 50 years. With only a few surpassing 50. The magical door's divine idol and the Zishou Palace's eternal clarity represented 80 and 90 years respectively, not even reaching 100. Yet, just Batul alone exceeded the sum of both. Boasting a fortune of 200 years, according to the theory that the more fortune one possesses, the stronger one becomes, Batul's future was likely beyond the limits of mere congenital realms. Such immense fortune would naturally nurture the 3 Dao fruits of the ancient abyss. Tier, for Dao Fruit, Imperial Extreme World Book Progress, 100 Tier, for Dao Fruit, 10,000 Years Celestial Blue Flower Progress, 100 Tier, for Dao Fruit, True Dragon Imperial Seal Progress, 100. The latter two were acquired from the Imperial City as secret treasury. The Celestial Blue Flower aids in the comprehension of the Dao, possessing unfathomable marvels. The 10,000 Years Celestial Blue Flower is even more extraordinary, a rare treasure, although it held little use for the ancient abyss. It could be utilized to cultivate talent. A future emperor should not be surrounded by mere lackeys. The Marquis of Martial Peace Feng Tianqing, the director of the Astral Monitoring Bureau Guchong Xian, the Grand Commander of the Black Dragon Platform, Yang Shua, and an additional Divine Martial King. If any one of these four were a formidable character, there would be no need for the ancient abyss to intervene. As for the True Dragon Imperial Seal, it is the supreme imperial seal that suppresses the nation's fate, capable of commanding the elements and solidifying the cosmos with its myriad unpredictable powers. Among divine weapons, it far surpasses the cleansing heaven sword. However, the true highlight remains the Imperial Extreme World Book, a mythical martial art requiring a fortune of 1,500 years. The Emperor, the human sovereign. The so-called Imperial Extreme World Book can also be referred to as the human sovereign's book of governance. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, during the untamed era before the sacred lands were opened, the common people revered the human sovereign. Could it be that the Imperial Extreme World Book was born during that time? The ancient abyss now was no ignorant fool, unaware of everything. Within the 1 Yuan Hall of the Great Zhou, there were millions of volumes of collected works, the richness of which was beyond imagination. Streams of information flowed, refining the dragon body, melting myriad laws and intentions, governing the masses with the heart of the people instead of the heavens. The ancient abyss pondered within, truly suitable for my current self. If I wish to advance further, to cross the threshold of the celestial beings, I must possess my own martial Dao true meaning, or seek another Dao fruit of celestial will to Sao. Beneath the current tribulations of heaven and earth, seeking a celestial will may seem simple, yet, within the realm of will, distinctions exist. While the ancient abyss could wreak havoc relying on the Xianjin will, it still depended on various martial arts techniques. If one were to break the heavenly threshold solely with the Xianjin will, how much strength would truly be gained? With the Imperial Extreme World Book, I can transform the Xianjin will and Shuiyin Xian's will into nourishment, forging a true human sovereign's will. Furthermore, should another such will Dao fruit be sown afterward, it can likewise be realized. Perfect, let us commence. The ancient abyss resolved to ACT.AS for the grand feast. It was never a good banquet. Just moments ago, the ancient abyss had sensed several malice directed toward him. Those who could be sensed by the ancient abyss were at least masters of the martial Dao's true meaning. I have waited so many days, do not let me down, the ancient abyss murmured. Only in this position could he truly comprehend how dilapidated the Great Zhou was. Its endurance relied entirely on the dragon aura of the capital. And now, in the eyes of outsiders, this dragon aura still had 27 masters. Aside from that, the strength of the Great Zhou was merely the 5 guards and 4 armies. These elite troops could even trample grand sects and encircle congenital grandmasters. Yet, during the Battle of the Imperial City, there was simply no opportunity for a great army to mobilize. This could only be attributed to Gu Zhengzhou's incompetence, allowing the magical door to strike at his own doorstep. Though this also bore a slight responsibility on the ancient abyss's part, without his pressure on the capital, the magical door's grandmaster would have found it impossible to enter the Imperial City silently. Now, how much of the true control of the 5 guards and 4 armies lies within the Great Zhou, or rather, the ancient abyss's hands? Not to mention that the divine martial king had taken the dragon cavalry stationed in the capital southward to confront the Chu army. How much fighting strength does the capital still possess? On the Zhou ranking, there were numerous congenital grandmasters. This does not represent that the entire Shenzhou has only that many. The 6 sacred lands each only have one person on the list per generation. And those who enter are all at the top, dominating in Arat high families like the Dingyang Jiang clan, the Langyao Wang clan, and the Qinghechui clan, which have endured for thousands of years through multiple dynasties. Surely possess grandmaster-level strength, do they not? The ancient abyss did not believe it. Just like the 7-day Holy Gate from 400 years ago, it possessed a full 12 congenital grandmasters, even if there were celestial foundations. The ancient abyss would not be surprised, however, whether congenital or celestial. In the current world, only I alone can suppress the realm. This is not arrogance, but a calm declaration. The hour has arrived. Within the Zicheng Hall, civil and military officials took their seats. The 3 dukes, Sima, Situ, and Sikon, were present. The left chancellor, the 6 ministers, and other civil officials gathered. Public Lu, Public Shao, Public Chen, and other founding pillars were there. The Marquis of Martial Peace, the 4 Directions Marquis, the Crown Prince, and Princess Xiaoyang, among other princes and princesses, were all present. Is His Highness not here yet? The aged Grand Minister Wang Heng, over 100 years old, furrowed his brow and inquired. This is not your concern, Yang Shua coldly retorted. Humph. Wang Heng's expression immediately darkened. Though he held the title of Situ, his power was limited while his position was high, yet Yang Shua far surpassed him in both age and authority. However, with these words the suffocating atmosphere slowly began to rise. Many had already noticed that this Situ was likely being instigated by someone behind the scenes. This indicated that at least one faction was preparing to challenge the Prince of Ning. Chapter 53, The Ancestral Law. The curtain rises at the end of the previous chapter. Many perceptive individuals cast their gazes upon the Crown Prince. Among the remaining princes in the capital, the Crown Prince's influence was the most substantial and most likely to challenge the Prince of Ning. However, others, such as the 4th Prince, 6th Prince, and 8th Prince, were not without this possibility either. The Crown Prince, Gu Hong, sat in the first position on the left, silent and composed, yet beneath that calm surface, tumultuous waves were brewing. As time passed, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly heavy. Many officials with weaker composure began to sweat profusely. What scheme was this Prince of Ning plotting? Thoughts raced through many minds. Some speculated that the ancient abyss intended to assert dominance over them. After all, this banquet was already recognized as a bad gathering. They were merely waiting for the right occasion to play such subtle mind games. Do they truly think we are mere country bumpkins? It seems the Prince of Ning is genuinely arrogant. How could his schemes and methods possibly compare to those who have long resided in the Deep Palace? Some had already sentenced the ancient abyss to death in their hearts. A dignified emperor commands the 49 provinces. Relying solely on brute force would not lead far. If he cannot even manage the capital, how would he contend with the Chu state or the Ming king? Moreover, during these days, the troops of the Yu state were also stirring, poised to join forces with the Chu to attack the Great Zhou. The eastern king Guchan, who had merited the opening of the seas, was said to have withheld taxes that should have been submitted to the central authority. The implications of this were already self-evident. No matter how formidable a single individual may be, even a congenital grandmaster cannot contend with an army of over 100,000. Few believed it. In the 4 centuries since the establishment of the Great Zhou, it has relied upon an elite army numbering in the hundreds of thousands. My 13th brother, what do you truly know? Gu Hong pondered. Yet, even if he knows something, it would be of no consequence. The mere thought of the news brought by the envoys from my maternal clan ignited a fervor within him. He could almost envision himself draped in the dragon robe, ascending to the imperial throne. The grand vision of quelling rebellions and unifying the realm unfolded before his eyes like a magnificent scroll. This was also thanks to my 13th brother. Without him, the support from the maternal clan would likely not have been so forthcoming. Gu Heng's eyes flickered. If it weren't for Gu Yuan, even the Dingyang Jiang clan's support would hardly have been sufficient to muster such a formidable force. An 18-year-old innate grandmaster, capable of defeating 7 masters from the demonic sect. What a prodigious talent! However, it was precisely due to such extraordinary gifts that the Dingyang Jiang clan took notice, eager to ascertain the source of Gu Yuan's strength. Moreover, should Gu Hong ascend the throne, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for the Dingyang Jiang clan. The only concern lay with them. Gu Heng's gaze swept over the several princes. The factions behind them were also making their moves. Yet all parties seemed to share a tacit understanding that their primary objective was to deal with Gu Yuan first. Only by resolving the matter of Gu Yuan could they then determine their own fates. There was no need for a lethal confrontation among them. As long as they could placate the various factions and delineate their interests, perhaps they could coexist peacefully. You pursue your gallant prince. While I shall assume the role of the great Zhou Emperor, this is precisely the path to Gu Yuan's demise. As the Emperor, he harbors no intention of allying with any faction. This is an egregious transgression. Even Gu Zhongji needed to cultivate support among the esteemed lords to secure the crown prince position. What virtue or capability does Gu Yuan possess? These individuals are utterly oblivious to the majesty of the prince and are merely courting disaster. Beneath the high dais, Yang Shuo observed coldly. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, His Highness the Prince of Ning arrived. With the eunuch's sharp call, all attention was drawn. The sound of footsteps echoed like a drumbeat in the hearts of everyone present. An invisible pressure enveloping the entire Zicheng Hall, whether it be the transcendent masters or martial artists with solidified vitality, all felt the immense weight of expectation upon them, their expressions shifting accordingly. However, this pressure was fleeting. As a figure clad in golden dragon-patterned robes emerged from behind the hall, the oppressive sensation dissipated instantly. The majesty of the dragon and the elegance of the phoenix truly exuded the aura of an emperor. Many, upon seeing Gu Yuan's visage, could not help but sigh inwardly. In terms of appearance, this 13th prince was indeed unparalleled. After all, the favored consort was admitted to the palace solely due to her breathtaking beauty. Standing out among the crowd, Gu Yuan, inheriting such lineage, could hardly be lacking in charm or greetings. Your Highness the Prince of Ning. Upon Gu Yuan taking his seat, Yang Shuo turned to pay his respects. The innate grandmasters Feng Tianqing and Gu Chongxian followed suit. Bowing deeply, we pay our respects, Your Highness. Next came Duke Lu and several indecisive civil and military officials. To the astonishment of many, Princess Xiayang also rose to bow, causing quite a stir. However, after her gesture, no one else dared to move. The eldest prince remained composed, the fourth prince appeared contemplative, and the eighth prince wore a smile. The atmosphere seemed on the brink of eruption. Such audacity! Before Gu Yuan could respond, Yang Shuo was the first to step forward, his voice resounding like a mighty bell. Your Highness is present. Why do you not pay your respects? At this moment, Yang Shuo fully assumed the role of Gu Yuan's sycophant. No one replied, yet Wang Heng felt a multitude of gazes fixated upon him. He understood that it was his time to step forth. The Prince of Ning has not yet ascended the throne. How can there be talk of bowing? Wang Heng thundered. Prince Qi is the elder brother of the Prince of Ning. In terms of reason and propriety, how can a younger brother bow to an elder? Humph, such insolence, Yang Shuo bellowed, about to continue when Gu Yuan, with a faint tone, interjected. Enough, everyone need not elaborate further. Please take your seats. The purpose of inviting you all is indeed concerning my ascension. Just as the assembly anticipated Gu Yuan to expound upon his reasoning, earth-shattering words escaped his lips. The coronation ceremony is set for 1 month from now, given the current turmoil in the state. It is indeed not the right time for my ascension. After resolving both internal and external troubles, there will be ample opportunity for the grand ceremony. However, a nation without a sovereign cannot stand. I shall temporarily reside in the Eastern Palace to oversee the governance in the capacity of regent to prevent instability within the court. Gu Yuan's tone was casual, as if he were merely attending to a trivial matter. Yet it left all present in shock, for this was utterly at odds with the established protocols of the Great Zhou. Even Duke Lu's expression shifted. He had anticipated that the Prince of Ning would merely seek to rally some support while suppressing others. Yet this approach suggested a complete disregard for all. A wave of unease washed over him. Could it be that he had boarded a pirate ship? Your Highness, please reconsider. Wang Heng, steeling himself, interjected boldly. This action contradicts the ancestral laws of the Great Zhou. Ascension must be sanctioned by the ancestral halls. Ancestral laws? Gu Yuan's eyes, cold and unfeeling, swept over the assembly. And now, I am the law. Chapter 54, Kneel or die. What you must do is obey. Gu Yuan's voice was neither loud nor harsh. Yet it resonated in the ears of all present like thunder. Within the grand atmosphere, there was an undercurrent of domineering authority that caused every countenance to change. Wang Heng attempted to speak again, but under Gu Yuan's gaze, he felt as though struck by lightning. Collapsing to the ground in a heap, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, revealing his anguish and horror of bloodshed in the Zicheng Hall. The very seat of national authority, blood had been drawn. Your Highness, what have you done to us, your loyal ministers? Seeing that Wang Heng had not perished, the Grand Minister of State felt a surge of relief. He exclaimed loudly, I implore your Highness to retract your decree, otherwise I shall willingly dash myself against these golden beams, to descend into the realm of the dead, to meet the founding emperor and the great Emperor Gaozong. With iron resolve and unwavering integrity, then you may go to your death. Gu Yuan remarked indifferently. Though his tone was light, it carried a chilling ruthlessness. If someone yearned for death, how could he not oblige? Bang! The Grand Minister of State was propelled into the air, crashing against the golden beams, instantly bleeding profusely, dead, beyond any hope of revival. Blood had been spilled. A death had occurred. This was a matter between ruler and minister, not an external foe. Such an event was truly rare across millennia. 13th brother, this is excessive. Sensing the opportune moment, the eldest Prince Gu Hong rose, addressing the assembly with clarity. Minister Wang is a pillar of the court, respected even in our father's time. You have not yet ascended the throne, yet you enact such tyrannical acts. Will you not become even more unbridled after your ascension? The eldest prince's words were sharp, striking at the heart of the matter. Is it not true that under your reign, the 400 years of our dynasty would meet its end? Indeed, the fourth prince's demeanor was gentle, yet his eyes glinted with malice. We had intended to assist our 13th brother, but under these circumstances, we cannot allow you to act recklessly. At the same time, the other princes chimed in, their words laced with severity. Oh, Gu Yuan chuckled. He glanced around, observing the eldest, fourth, sixth, and eighth princes nearly all standing in unison. It seems you still do not comprehend my words. Gu Yuan slowly shook his head. Very well, I shall reiterate. Before you now lie only two choices. Either kneel before me, or die. As the last word left his lips, a tremendous pressure descended, enveloping the entire hall in a quagmire of silence. Not a sound, not a ripple. Indeed, His Highness the Prince of Ning is truly domineering. A voice suddenly rang out, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Amidst the layers of tension, an elderly man clad in a white Taoist robe stepped forth from outside the hall. His frail stature, lined with wrinkles, exuded a sense of ancient wisdom. Standing resolute like a rock amidst a turbulent sea, of the master of Xiantian, Gu Chongxian recognized the newcomer, his expression grave. Among the three major sects of the Great Zhou, the master of Xiantian was an innate grandmaster of great renown, having achieved fame for many years. Considering his age, he had already entered the twilight of his life, and even the Zhou Tian ranking had excluded him. Yet he dared to involve himself in such tumultuous affairs. Domineering, Gu Yuan slightly bent his fingers, striking the armrest of the throne with a resonant thud. Boom! The sound echoed like thunder, causing a whirlwind of air that struck directly at the heart of the master of Xiantian. Now that is true domination. With that single strike, the master of Xiantian felt as though his heart would burst from his chest. Am I to perish? The master of Xiantian could not fathom the extent of this power. Just a gentle tap, and his 300 years of profound energy could not even muster resistance. He was on the verge of death? Even after arriving in the capital, he had done his utmost to overestimate Gu Yuan's strength. Yet only by facing him could he realize they had still underestimated him. Zhang He, save me. At this moment, the master of Xiantian had long since lost the demeanor of a grandmaster. The voice of the Prince of Ning unfurled like a scroll, and in an instant, a figure appeared. The sound of pages turning resonated, the aura of righteousness prevailing, instantly overshadowing Gu Yuan's casual strike. Indeed, the descendants of sages are extraordinary, Gu Yuan remarked lightly, well aware of Jiang He's esteemed lineage from the Dingyang Jiang clan. But two of you are still far from sufficient. Who else will step forth? Such audacity! A cold huff echoed, and an elderly woman with a cane entered the hall. She was hunched over, her hair flowing down her back like a cascade of silver. With each step she took, a tempest arose, the hall's drapery fluttering in response. Old woman, upon hearing that the Prince of Ning has triumphed over the swordmaster of you, I am filled with delight. I hope you will not take offense. From the depths of the hall, a magnificent figure emerged, draped in black robes. He stood tall, with a straight back and piercing gaze. A single glance was enough to instill a chilling fear in all who beheld him. The Dragon King of the Golden River, Hong Tianzi. This individual had previously been a transcendent master, the leader of the Golden River Gang, and inexplicably he had broken through to the innate level, stepping into the capital to contend for supremacy. Your Highness, it has been years since we last met, yet you have soared to the heavens. I am in awe, he proclaimed. At last, a soft sigh echoed through the air. A figure clad in a green robe approached with measured steps. It was the master of Shenzhen Temple, the only one among them who had ever met Gu Yuan in person. The master, now retreating, still had time to reconsider. Gu Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the other, his tone remaining indifferent. Ha! The master of Shenzhen Temple laughed heartily towards the heavens. The kindness of yesteryears is but a repayment today. His voice bore a melancholic resonance, hinting at untold stories within, yet this evidently had no bearing on Gu Yuan. He remarked coolly, it is indeed a pity that the master has attained such a hard-won innate realm, but it is still insufficient. Whether insufficient meant inadequate for him to fight or lacking in other aspects remained a mystery. Ha! And what if I were to join the fray? An equally ancient old man stepped into the hall, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, skin parched like wax paper. The aura of his innate pinnacle surged forth unrestrained. No one recognized this elder, but his attire was that of the crown prince of the former De Yong dynasty. The crown prince of De Yong. Fang Tianqing's eyes widened in realization. By age estimation alone, this man had lived for 4 centuries, far exceeding the lifespan of a grandmaster. Is it just you? Even with the innate pinnacle present, Gu Yuan's expression remained unchanged. With just you, it's still not enough. Zhao Rong let out a long piercing cry. Today, I have come solely to slay you, to avenge the fallen Zhou Long. Prepare to die. The energy surged like the mighty celestial rock as Zhao Rong seemed to transform into a great winged beast. Tearing through the void, a claw aimed directly at Gu Yuan. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall not stand on ceremony, Gu Yuan declared, extending his right hand. As his fingers splayed and clenched, it seemed as though he grasped something unseen. In an instant, a terror-inducing power surged forth, indescribable in its might, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing to suppress all. Chapter 55. A sword cuts through the celestial rock. The Saint emerges. The celestial rock combat manuscript, a pinnacle skill of the De Yong dynasty, reserved solely for royal family members. It was said that the bloodline of the De Yong royal family bore the essence of the celestial rock. Now, in the hands of the former crown prince Zhao Rong, it appeared to the onlookers as though a colossal celestial rock soared through the sky, poised to pierce the very heavens. The fierce and brutal aura instilled dread throughout the entire hall. Clearly, this individual had mastered the celestial rock combat manuscript to an extraordinary degree, each movement exuding an astonishing might. However, no matter how ferocious the celestial rock, a massive hand descended like the weight of a mountain, sealing off all fluctuations of energy. In his current state, Gu Yuan possessed the imperial shocking scripture, his power far surpassing what it had been before, and not to mention, even without the imperial shocking scripture, he could easily subdue innate grandmasters with a mere flick of his hand. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Rong's expression could not even shift. That hand, akin to a mountain, stirred the surrounding true energy and crashed down violently. The celestial rock shattered, not a trace of energy escaped, as if a grandmaster were merely guiding a novice. How could this be? Zhao Rong's heart raced, tasting the same despair as when he faced the Lord of Xiantian. All of you, attack together. Seeing this, Zhang He bellowed. Gu Yuan's strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. Even with trump cards in hand, they could not afford to let him dismantle them one by one. Otherwise, a single misstep might render their preparations moot. Yet, how could Gu Yuan possibly grant them the opportunity to counter? This was the Zikin Hall, the newly refurbished royal palace, and it had already been disturbed by several innate grandmasters of the demonic sect. After all, at that time, the sovereign of Dezhou was not Gu Yuan now. To cause another disturbance would be a disgrace to him. As the Lord of Xiantian activated the formation, intending to seize control of the dragon's energy with the crown prince and fourth prince of Dezhou, the heavens descended. If the previous intent of Shenzhen was as lofty as clear skies, then now Gu Yuan's imperial true intent was akin to the blazing sun, unassailable and unstoppable. The heavens and earth seemed to sink into it. Endless golden light cascaded from the 9 skies, enveloping the entire Zikin Hall in an instant. However, only a few could truly perceive this transformation: the Lord of Xiantian, the Sword Maiden Mo Wenqiu, the Saint Jianghe, the Golden River Dragon King Hong Tianzi, the Master of Shenzhen Temple, and the former Crown Prince Zhao Rong. The 6 innate grandmasters felt as if the world before them had abruptly shifted. The original Zikin Hall seemed to vanish, replaced by an expansive and boundless land, the Dharma form. Zhang Yi's aura surged, yet he could not break free from this celestial prison. The robes of the Lord of Xiantian billowed, yet he remained motionless. As for the Master of Shenzhen Temple and Hong Tianzi, being newly ascended innate grandmasters, they did not grasp the implications of this. I shall retract my previous words. The Sword Maiden Mo Wenqiu's gaze sharpened, her aged form seemingly regaining its youth. A cold sword intent erupted from her being, and behind her, a 3-foot azure blade faintly materialized, exuding a fierce edge. Prince Ning was no longer merely boastful, he radiated confidence bordering on arrogance. The Dharma form of one man dared to bear the true intent of 6 of us. Does he not fear overreaching himself? In battles among innate grandmasters, it was rare for one to draw the opponent into their Dharma form's true intent. This was because such a method could harm both adversary and self. Ultimately, the collision of true intents was raw and direct, devoid of the mediation of celestial energy. All impacts had to be borne by the wielder of the true intent. Even if an innate grandmaster triumphed within his Dharma form, he would still suffer the backlash, leaving him in a state of agony. A single miscalculation could lead to mutual destruction. Thus, this approach was generally employed only against opponents of a lower realm, as the instant thoughts of true intent clashed could transpire in mere moments. Yet now, Gu Yuan had drawn all 6 of them into his realm. This was a blatant display of confidence. As if he held them in utter disregard. "You need not concern yourselves with this." Gu Yuan's indifferent voice resonated through the heavens. "The only thing you need to contemplate is how to survive." Boom! As Gu Yuan uttered his final word, an intensely radiant divine halo surged behind him, resembling a sun that illuminated all directions, scorching the very void into a twisted form. An indescribable wave of terror erupted forth. With heaven as the deity and the populace as intent, the emperor's worldly sword from the three wonders of heaven and earth, and man had now transformed into the emperor's shocking sword. The emperor shepherds the populace. While the emperor must govern all beings, the heavens trembled, and the void quaked, as if an immeasurable emperor had descended upon the mortal realm, surveying all spirits. "Retreat, quickly." The 6 and 8 Grandmasters' expressions changed dramatically. They could sense the cataclysmic force contained within this sword. Yet how swift was the sword intent! In the flash of a blade, Zhao Rong, the former crown prince, wore a twisted expression. All his accumulated essence morphed into a soaring celestial rock, yet under this sword light, it was effortlessly obliterated. His eyes bulged, throat gasping for breath, desperate to struggle, but he could not move even a step. He could only allow the refined celestial rock body, tempered through countless trials, to be cleaved in twain beneath this sword light. A once great hero, the former crown prince who had endured for 4 centuries, his cultivation reaching the innate pinnacle, even defying fate to survive beyond his years, a figure poised to extinguish De Zhou, was slain by a single sword. "However, you are all subjects of De Zhou. I shall grant you one chance," Gu Yuan coldly declared. "Those who follow me shall prosper, those who defy me shall perish," accompanied by the overwhelming intent to slay Zhao Rong. A thunderous roar echoed. The remaining Grandmasters' faces shifted in response. Such swordsmanship, such prowess, killing Zhao Rong had been so effortless. What of them? In an instant thoughts diverged, yet no one dared to speak, for Jiang He, the leader who had united them, had done so with an almost guaranteed confidence. "As long as that item is employed, no matter how strong Gu Yuan may be, he shall bow his head." "You seem quite confident," Gu Yuan replied with indifference. "But that is only to be expected. Lacking any substantial backup, you are far inferior to even the 7 paths of the demonic sect." Having spoken, he slowly closed his eyes. Buzz! The divine halo behind him expanded further. In that moment, all was silent in the world. Only the echo of a sword's resonance persisted, reverberating through the heavens. "If you refuse to yield, then perish." Jiang He, the lord of Xiantian's expression changed dramatically. "I have underestimated Prince Ning." Jiang He inhaled deeply. To slay an innate pinnacle with a single sword. How old was Gu Yuan now? Among these aged figures, even the youngest, Hong Tianzi, was nearing a century. The disparity was astonishing. I did not wish to employ this relic of the saint. Jiang He's eyes shimmered with rising purple energy, yet it seems the prince is indeed a peerless prodigy. Far beyond our reach. A boom, a sound like a sacred hymn echoed throughout the heavens. To die at the hands of a saint is your honor. Purple energy surged from the east, heralding the emergence of a saint. Chapter 56, The True Dragon's Jade Seal. To suppress and secure, the Dingyang Zhang clan, the foremost among the families of the realm, has stood unwavering in the land of the divine for nearly 10 millennia. Its ancestor Zhang Wuwan established the Li dynasty for 3,000 years, codifying laws, crafting military texts, and enshrining the words of saints, amounting to 1,208, earning the title of the utmost saint among mankind. The Zhang clan he founded has endured through the ages, thriving even after the fall of the Li dynasty, basking in the blessings of the saints. This legacy is the source of Jiang He's confidence and the reason he could unite 5 Grandmasters. A piece of rice paper fluttered, ink flowing like a dragon and snake. The strokes appeared fresh. A singular character sprang forth. Suppress. The brush's edge was sharp, its momentum overwhelming. A vast, boundless aura coursed through the paper, as if intending to collapse the surrounding space. It was indeed the hand of a saint. "I beseech the saint." Jiang He bowed respectfully, his heart aching deeply. Each relic of the saint was a precious commodity, and using one diminished the total. Yet, as long as Gu Hong ascended to the throne, all sacrifices would be worthwhile. The great upheaval of the world was imminent. Even the relics of saints were stirring anew. If this calamity were to pass without the emergence of a Zhang clan saint, it would surely bring endless disaster. Boom! As he bowed, the character suppress on the rice paper trembled violently, eventually emerging from the white sheet. Bang! The void resounded. Ripples spread outwards, instantly dispersing the sword intent akin to the blazing sun. And what of the saints? Gu Yuan opened his eyes, and before him appeared a character of great significance. What is past is ultimately just that, past. Though the relics of sages can be terrifying, they also possess immense power. Moreover, the rank is 4th level. The Tao fruit, sage's thought, the required time, 1,500 years. Just a single thought, a thought belonging to a sage that has long since faded. The time required is astonishingly 1500 years, enough to serve as a trump card. It could even be used for enlightenment. This is indeed a grand gift presented before me, perfect for testing the true dragon seal. As his thoughts whirled, Guyuan stretched out his handy buzz. The true dragon seal floated in midair, radiating countless beams of light. Within it, a golden true dragon could be faintly seen gliding. Compared to the sage's thought that requires 1500 years, the might of this sage's handwritten words merely surpasses the celestial demon statue and the eternal clarity thought. Without even touching the century mark, simply put, the power of this character remains confined to the realm of the innate, or perhaps one could say it has merely descended from the level of the celestial beings. After all, the gap between celestial beings and the innate is vast. One is as high as the heavens, while the other is as low as the earth. Utterly incomparable. Seal, observing the sage's handwritten words that shot towards him. Guyuan's gaze remained calm as he slowly uttered a single word: to seal, to suppress. He gently raised his hand and pressed forward. In an instant, the heavens and the earth shattered. The palm-sized true dragon seal expanded against the wind, instantly resembling a colossal pillar supporting the sky, pressing down with overwhelming force. Boom! Two terrifying powers collided in an instant. One radiated like the sun, dominating mountains and rivers, while the other exuded a righteous aura as grand as a mountain. Supporting the vast heavens and earth, the clash of these two diametrically opposed forces erupted in a tremendous wave, causing the very heavens to collapse and the earth to cave in. The world of Dharma manifestations trembled. Crack! The originally flawless characters on the rice paper suddenly fractured, revealing a multitude of cracks, resembling a spider's web that spread across the entire sheet. Then, in the next moment, it shattered with a thunderous roar. The magnificent sound of the sage's words abruptly ceasing. Following this, a loud bang echoed, as if something had shattered. The east's purple aura was extinguished in an instant. The terrifying fluctuations rendered the expressions of the 5 Grandmasters pale. Were it not for being within the world of Dharma manifestations, where all impacts were shouldered solely by Guyuan, the aftermath of this collision would have likely reduced the imperial city to ruins, necessitating the construction of an entirely new imperial city. How could this be? Zhang He was filled with a mixture of astonishment and fury, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. Brimming with disbelief. Impossible, how could this be possible? He shouted frantically, his face flushed. The unwavering faith he had once held was violently shaken in that moment. That was a sage's handwritten word, although it retained only a trace. The other party was merely at the innate peak. How could such a sage's technique be shattered? And yet, it was done without a scratch. This was simply preposterous. Zhang He felt as though this scene was an illusion, a dream. To drive a Grandmaster of the innate realm nearly to madness speaks volumes of the blow this event dealt him. I have said it before, you are simply not enough. Guyuan shook his head, speaking indifferently. As his words fell, Zhang He felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if his blood might reverse. However, I am indeed very interested in the sage's lineage, Guyuan continued. If you can reveal the method of entry and exit, I might spare your life. Indeed, the Jingyang Jiang family, though located in Jingyang Prefecture, has its true roots in another realm, akin to a sacred land. This is the very foundation upon which the Jiang family gazes upon the world with confidence. Dreaming in broad daylight is merely a matter of victors and vanquished. I shall await you below. Zhang He fixed his gaze on him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he still clenched his teeth resolutely. Guyuan remained patient, merely sighing. Since you are so obstinate, I can only assist in the fulfillment of your desires. With a flick of his fingers, he executed a horizontal slash. The sword energy surged forth. A single strike extinguishing Jiang He, and numbness enveloped the remaining Grandmasters of the innate realm, who were now nearly in a daze, completely unaware of their purpose here. What relevance did this level of confrontation have to them? Had there been even the slightest connection, it would not have rendered them utterly useless. Now, it is your turn. Guyuan shifted his gaze. I am willing to submit, the Lord of Xintian bellowed. I am willing to represent the Xintian Dao sect, to serve the Great Zhou and dedicate myself to your highness. At this moment, he bore no semblance of a Grandmaster's demeanor. It is too late. Guyuan's voice resounded like a divine decree of death. I have already extended my opportunity. It is a pity you have not cherished it. No. The Lord of Xintian, unwilling to accept his fate, roared incessantly, yet the outcome had already been determined. The sword passed, and life was extinguished. Now it is your turn. Display some of that Grandmaster's dignity. Guyuan was exceedingly magnanimous towards those on the brink of death. Thank you, Your Highness. Ning Wang, the sword maiden, her silver hair billowing, gradually straightened her bent figure. In a moment of clarity, the figure of Mo Wang Q from 150 years ago, who had dominated the world with her sword and outshone all others, re-emerged. That dragon-headed staff was as sharp as the finest sword in existence, delivering a brilliant strike. I was born in the waters, yet I am caught in the dust, the Dragon King of the Golden River. Hong Tianzi sang a haunting melody. Stepping forward, he unleashed a fierce punch. The Lord of Shenzhen remained silent, responding with action instead. A single sword. A solemn vow, the debt of life and death must be repaid with death. At this moment, the three Grandmasters of the innate realm revealed their final brilliance. Gu Yuan's gaze flickered. Not bad. Chapter 57, The Emperor's star descends under the sun to demonstrate my respect for you. Gu Yuan's calm voice reverberated through the entire world of Dharma manifestations, akin to a deity speaking from a lofty height. I shall use my utmost strength to demonstrate to you what despair truly means. As his words fell, a force capable of piercing the heavens and the earth obliterated all offensive maneuvers. Then, the Emperor of Humanity, radiant as the sun, struck down with his sword, infinite, immeasurable, the true Buddha's palm pressed down. In a pure and tranquil realm, a figure stood, arms crossed, traversing the limitless cosmos. I in the realm of mortals, the sword among the gods. Mo Wang Q, deeply enamored, drew her sword and met her end. I wish for great liberation. The understanding of life and death. The Dragon King of the Golden River entered Buddhism before his demise. Ancestor above, the Lord of Shenzhen suddenly realized, this Prince Ning, no, he should be the future son of heaven of the Great Zhou. With merely an ancestor's handwritten words, he could wield such boundless supernatural powers. Even now, how much time has passed, it shamed him, the true successor of Shenzhen. No wonder, it is no surprise that Gu Yuan is unconcerned about anything. Even the sage's lineage and the great sacred lands, such talent, such heavenly grace, surely even a sage in life would be no more than this. With this final thought, the Lord of Shenzhen's spirit shattered and he perished. What a pity! Gu Yuan's drifting presence seemed to express regret. Then, the heavens and the earth turned languidly, the Dharma manifestation withdrew, the boundless vast earth returned to the purple chasm hall. Gu Yuan still sat high upon the throne. Seemingly having moved not an inch within the hall, the Crown Prince and others had just risen, mobilizing their powers to seize the dragon energy of the Great Zhou, attempting to restrict Gu Yuan's strength, thereby creating a chance for a decisive strike. Meanwhile, Gu Chongxian and the other three Grandmasters of the innate realm also felt the tremors of their energies, seeking to intercept the remaining innate Grandmasters. Yet all was in vain, for in the next moment, amidst countless expressions of horror, confusion, and disbelief, the Lord of Shintian was torn apart, meeting a most tragic end. The sword maiden Mo Wang Q fell slowly, a drop of crimson at her brow. The sage's descendant Zhang Yi had his head severed from his neck. The Dragon King of the Golden River, Hong Tianzi, had his chest crushed by a punch. The Lord of Shenzhen died most normally, his eyes devoid of life as he collapsed. The former Crown Prince Zhao Rong met the most tragic demise, his thoroughly tempered Tianping body disintegrating into a mist of blood that filled the air. 6 Grandmasters, 6 who had come with great fervor, desiring to contend for the dragon, within a mere few breaths, all met their end. How is this possible? The Crown Prince Gu Hong, having just raised his hand, found it frozen midair. His face turned pale, stunned into silence. The sensation was as though he had been thrust into a dream, rendering him utterly speechless. Zhang Yi had vowed with absolute certainty to summon the relic of the sage. Yet now the sage's relic was nowhere to be seen, and the men had already perished. With Gu Heng's understanding, it was unfathomable to conceive the extent of Gu Yuan's strength, capable of annihilating 6 innate Grandmasters in the blink of an eye. In his mind, a singular thought emerged. It is over. Yes, it is over, and not just for him, but for the other princes as well. Even the left minister and other high-ranking officials involved were engulfed in confusion and a sense of helplessness. This situation was entirely unlike what they had envisioned. They had thought that no matter how strong Gu Yuan was, could he truly surpass a sage, yet reality proved them wrong, grievously wrong. 6 Grandmasters had perished in mere moments. Unable to even mount a defense, such a disparity instilled a sense of despair that Zhang Yi, a descendant of a sage wielding the sage's relic, had claimed it would be an effortless task to suppress Gu Yuan. Yet he had failed to even unleash a second round of techniques before this contest for the dragon concluded. Only Gu Chongxian and the other 3 innate Grandmasters could vaguely sense the reason behind these deaths. With a single effort, Gu Yuan had subdued 6 innate Grandmasters through the power of his heart and Dharma manifestation, even having witnessed Gu Yuan sweep away the 7 paths of the demon sect. Gu Chongxian remained inexplicably shaken. After all, at that time, he had the dragon energy of the Great Zhou to bolster him, yet now it was solely reliant on Gu Yuan's own strength. Your Highness's realm has deepened even further. Fang Tianqing murmured, his gaze filled with increasing reverence. Once a cultivator reaches the innate Grandmaster level, continuing to break through requires the passage of a long time. Even for prodigious individuals, every slight enhancement in strength demands arduous years of toil. Especially in the current state of the world, yet Gu Yuan seemed to shatter this norm. His ascension appeared as effortless as eating or drinking. Only Yang Shi remained relatively undisturbed, having witnessed the scene of Gu Yuan suppressing the living Buddha. He had already discerned that these individuals were merely clowns, utterly incapable of matching Gu Yuan. However, should they learn that Zhang He bore the sage's handwritten words, whether they could maintain their current beliefs remained uncertain. Indeed, the outcome aligned precisely with what Mother had foretold. The one who would laugh last was my 13th brother. Princess Xiaoyang's gaze was filled with admiration as she regarded Gu Yuan. Her reverence was not born of her own merit, but rather that of her mother, Huafei. Before entering the palace, she was the heir of the Tianji Pavilion and had forged a connection with the then Prince Gu Chongjiu. In the world beyond, it was this bond that led her into the imperial court. Yet, the 13th prince's formidable prowess, despite being surrounded by outsiders, left Princess Xiaoyang perplexed. This very question had been posed to Huafei, but alas, even the one gifted with the foresight of the Tianji Pavilion could not provide an answer. At the forefront, Gu Yuan remained silent, merely tapping his fingers lightly upon the imperial seat. The prince, with his noble demeanor, was destined to assume leadership in the East Palace as the crown prince of the Great Zhou. Temporarily overseeing state affairs, a sycophant promptly knelt, loudly proclaiming support, which instantly stirred a wave of reaction among the court officials. In a cacophony of sound, save for a handful who stood resolute, all ministers prostrated themselves on the ground, extolling Gu Yuan to the heavens, declaring him a celestial being who had descended to usher in the prosperous era of the Great Zhou. This was the essence of power. Gu Yuan remained composed, pondering what words would have emerged from their lips had he lacked such strength. His gaze swept over the first prince and others, contemplating whether to eliminate them or to play the long game. In that fleeting moment, a plan began to form. To unify the realm, he could not allow dissenters to remain. However, considering the nature of the Jiang clan, they hardly appeared to be the type to submit easily. Regardless, a confrontation was inevitable. The barely concealed threat sent shivers down the spine of the first prince. Gu Hong, just as he felt the specter of death closing in, a commanding voice rang out from outside the hall. Stop! A figure strode in, clad in a deep azure robe and adorned with a crown of 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes, none other than the first prince's mother. Zhang Xinyan, the empress of the Great Zhou. Her beauty was striking, exuding an air of regal grace that quelled the surrounding noise instantly. Mother? A flicker of joy crossed Gu Heng's face. Your Majesty, the rules set by the founding emperor prohibit interference from the harem in state affairs, he asserted. Ge Chongxian scoffed derisively. Zhang Xinyan remained silent, advancing towards Gu Hong before coldly stating, this matter is far from over. The emperor has lost his virtue, and you ministers are nothing but treacherous wretches. Suddenly, a pale purple talisman appeared in her hand, her piercing gaze fixed upon Gu Yuan. When we meet again, it shall be to the death. As her words fell, the talisman erupted, sending ripples through the void. Is that so? Gu Yuan responded with a gentle smile. Since it's to the death, why the haste? Am I to suffer the same misfortune twice in one place? With a crackling sound, the void shattered, unleashing a formidable force that surged forth. From the outset, Gu Yuan had contemplated whether Jiang He possessed something akin to a void transference talisman, for even the demonic sect wielded such artifacts of the Jiang clan, being a prominent family, could scarcely be without such treasures. As expected, Jiang He was devoid of them, but the Empress Zhang Xinyan possessed one. Had it been earlier, Gu Yuan might have struggled to seize control of the talisman. But now he had sufficient power. In an instant, the vast dragon aura of the capital trembled violently. Boom, boom, the void shattered, followed by the destruction of the void transference talisman, just as Zhang Xinyan was reeling from the shock. Gu Yuan flicked his fingers, and his sword beam, akin to a dragon, sliced through, piercing Gu Heng's skull and pinning him to the ground. The first prince of the Great Zhou, the first to be conferred the title of prince, whose influence spanned court and country, and who was deemed the most likely heir to the throne, thus met his demise. A heavy silence fell over the crowd, for they had imagined that no matter how formidable Gu Yuan was, he would never treat Gu Hong, his blood brother, as he had the Grand Minister. The Great Zhou's customs placed immense importance on propriety. If a death were to occur, it should be done quietly. Like a thunderous shock in silence, such ruthless execution could only be attributed to the infamous Prince Ning. Hangered Zhang Xinyan shrieked, rushing towards the position where Gu Hong's lifeless form lay. Her beautiful eyes were filled with blood-red fury. You will suffer for the murder of your father and brother. Her gaze towards Gu Yuan was rife with hatred and malice, yet Gu Yuan appeared unaffected, merely stating, "Someone, take the Empress away, the weather has turned cold. Bestow upon her 3 feet of white silk as a token of my filial piety." The officials exchanged glances. Autumn had yet to arrive, so why mention coldness? Moreover, Zhang Xinyan was no delicate flower. As a member of the Zhang clan, she was well versed in martial arts. This reasoning was patently absurd. Who dares to touch me? Zhang Xinyan's voice was a chilling wail, stripped of any regal dignity. Your Majesty, please. Zhao Xian seized the opportunity to express loyalty before Gu Yuan, stepping towards Zhang Xinyan and gesturing for her to leave. Zhang Xinyan remained unmoved, but the 10 regular attendants were no weaklings. Most were masters of the transcendental realm. They refrained from intervening in the battle of great masters, easily subduing a sovereign of the divine journey realm. Regardless of Zhang Xinyan's struggles, ultimately, she was forcibly removed from the Zikan Hall. At that moment, Zhuo Fenglu, the left prime minister, knelt on the ground, trembling as he begged, "Please, your highness, spare my life." His forehead struck the floor repeatedly, eyes filled with terror and despair. He had believed himself to be infallible. Yet Gu Yuan had used his fist to demonstrate what was true power. With a splatter of blood, a severed head soared into the air. Had you not mentioned it, I might have almost forgotten about you. Gu Yuan stood up, declaring, "Well then, it's getting late. Let this banquet conclude here." With that, another flash of sword light descended, severing several more heads. The turmoil in the East Palace was utterly extinguished within the Zikan Hall. The first prince, fourth prince, sixth prince, the prime minister, and all the concubines perished. Among the 6 departments, many met the same fate. The capital was now firmly under Gu Yuan's control. The next day, news spread rapidly throughout the capital, asserting that the first and fourth princes had conspired to revolt, and that Empress Zhang Xinyan had colluded with outsiders to usurp the crown prince, thanks to the crown prince's foresight, under his brilliant and powerful command. The internal strife was quelled with a thunderous hand, solidifying control over the affairs of the Great Zhou. The magnitude of this event rivaled that of the previous massacre of the dragon by the demonic sect. At the Jixia Academy, renowned as the place where the Zhang clan sage had spent several years, it was a haven for scholars from all corners. On that night, within the grand hall known as the Zhou Tian Hall, the illustrious Zhou Tian ranking originated here. The crown prince of the Great Zhou is truly a figure of great renown, a carefree young man remarked as he swayed in a wooden rocking chair. He has defeated Gu Chongxian, ranked 16th on the Zhou Tian ranking, and Meng Shintong, ranked 14th. He recounted Gu Yuan's impressive achievements. What do you think is the most fitting rank for him on this Zhou Tian ranking? In reply, a handsome young man dressed in black and white robes stated, "I believe he should be placed second." Oh, the young man replied with intrigue, "And why is that?" The second place was originally reserved for the blade master of the western regions, whose swordsmanship has reached the divine level, wielding an ancient renowned blade that has remained unshaken in its position for a century. However, given Gu Yuan's astounding accomplishments, even the peak grandmasters could not withstand him. Hence he deserves the second place, the young man explained confidently. The carefree young man burst into laughter. "Qingzhu, are you perhaps envious that Gu Yuan is younger than you yet possesses strength far beyond yours, and thus wish to suppress him in this Zhou Tian ranking?" Qingzhu, Lin Qingzhu, the foremost disciple of the Jixia Academy, ranks second on the Qingyun ranking, a paragon among the sacred lands. Do you mean to say that Gu Yuan could overshadow the renowned Wan Guqing, the number 1 in the world? Lin Qingzhu paused, contemplating. He had not been swayed by the young man's jest but was merely pondering how Gu Yuan could surpass the legendary figure who could dispatch grandmasters with a mere finger 2 centuries ago. "Enough, you may leave now," the young man concluded, sensing that some matters were best left unspoken for the younger disciples. By the way, it is time to refresh the Qingyun ranking. This caused Lin Qingzhu to be taken aback once more. Does this mean Gu Yuan is to ascend the Qingyun ranking? Is he truly capable? The young man chuckled. "The Qingyun ranking considers only age, not other factors." "Understood," Lin Qingzhu replied, bowing as he took his leave. Once Lin Qingzhu departed, the young man rose abruptly, walking to the wall and with a flourish of his brush inscribed 2 characters in a flamboyant style, "Gu Yuan, in the Great Guangming Temple, located in Yenzhou." The air was thick with incense within the Buddha Hall, where a resplendent statue of the great Guangming Amitabha stood at the highest position, exuding a solemn aura. Before the statue sat an elderly monk in a simple robe. His hair and beard grizzled and his eyes closed, that he was the abbot of the Great Guangming Temple, Master Kunin, a formidable figure ranked 10th on the Zhou Tian ranking. The sound of the temple bell resonated through the air. The Buddhist chants echoing endlessly. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Master Kunin opened his eyes, slowly rising to gaze outside the hall. He spotted an elderly monk clad in a white robe approaching with measured steps. "Brother Kunin," the new arrival greeted calmly. "Master Fangzhang," the elder monk replied, joining hands in salutation. "Master Kuji, the second of the Kuan clan, is also the head of the Demon Subjugation Hall, an esteemed master of the transcendental realm." "Have you come bearing news from the capital?" Master Kunin inquired. "Indeed, Brother Fangzhang, it is as you surmise." Kuji nodded gravely. "The sword maiden Xuantian's disciple, along with those of the former dynasties and 8-peak prince, have all perished at the hands of the crown prince of the great Zhou. As he spoke, even Kuji's composure faltered. Furthermore, these 6 were slain simultaneously, executed with a single strike within the Zikan Hall, without any distinction in timing. According to the words of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, it is likely that His Highness, wielding an extraordinary and tyrannical will of the Dharma, has suppressed the 6 great and 8 grandmasters. This has led to such a shocking spectacle. Fortunately, the abbot, with his keen insight, refrained from participating in this contest for the dragon's throne, otherwise, the casualties among the 7 and 8 grandmasters would have been inevitable. No matter how formidable the adversities, they cannot surpass the unparalleled prince of the previous dynasty, nor can they outmatch Jianghe, who possesses the relics of a sage. As one of the pinnacle forces within the Great Zhou, the Great Illumination Temple is naturally included in Jianghe's list of allies and has deep ties with a certain prince. The Buddhist realm of tranquility is, of course, reluctant to wade into such murky waters. Kunin spoke calmly. "How should our Great Illumination Temple proceed from here?" Ku Jian inquired. "The Great Zhou is divided into 49 provinces, delineated by mountains and rivers, which can be categorized into 5 regions: the northern 9 provinces, the western 9 provinces, the eastern 12 provinces, the southern 10 provinces, and the most prosperous central 9 provinces. The 3 major orthodox sects are located within the central 9 provinces. There is no need for the common folk to trouble themselves. The matters that the crown prince will face ahead are far more numerous than he imagines." Kunin shook his head, stating, "With the southern 10 provinces having fallen into turmoil, the situation of the divine martial king is precarious. Furthermore, with the state of Yu having confirmed its allegiance to Zhou, this crown prince must first address this issue. Otherwise, once the momentum is established, how can we hope to turn the tide with only the central province in sight? The clash between the 2 armies is as formidable as a prison, with the blood of hundreds of thousands surging like a dragon, capable of dispelling all forms of dharma and spirit. The elite forces of the Great Zhou, those who oppose and those who remain motionless, have long since descended into chaos. Whether this crown prince can prevail against the allied forces of Chu and Yu remains uncertain. Not to mention the sacred lands and noble families lurking in the shadows. In conclusion, Kunin summarized, his defeat is inevitable. It is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing Kunin's words, Ku Jian immediately displayed a look of realization. It seems that the abbot possesses great insight. Just as he was about to speak further, a frenzied monk burst into the room, exclaiming, "It's bad, it's bad, Yuanhui, what has caused such alarm?" Ku Jian furrowed his brow. The monk Yuanhui, panting heavily, replied, "The Zhou Heaven ranking has been established." "The Zhou Heaven ranking?" Ku Jian paused in surprise. "Isn't that determined once every 60 years? It has barely been half a cycle since the last ranking. Why the urgency?" His gaze shifted towards Kunin. The implication clear. In this turbulent world, with great upheavals on the horizon, an early establishment of the Zhou Heaven ranking is indeed not unusual. Kunin remained non-committal, stating, "Such rankings are merely superficial titles. There is no need for concern." Ku Jian, however, held a differing view. Isn't the reason why the Great Illumination Temple stands at the forefront of the 3 sects precisely due to Master Kunin being ranked 10th in the Zhou Heaven ranking? Do hurry and retrieve it." Very well, very well." Yuanhui presented a jade slip to Ku Jian. "The influence of the sacred lands knows no bounds. Take, for instance, the Jixia Academy. Should they establish a ranking, whether it be the once in 60 years Zhou Heaven ranking, the decade-long mountain and river ranking, or the annual Qingyun ranking, it could spread across the realm of the divine province within a single day, and places like the top 10 orthodox sects can receive the news almost instantaneously." As Ku Jian accepted the jade slip, the essence of martial truth emanated from iti. In the next moment, his expression abruptly changed. "This Yuanhui is excusable, but how can you, as a master uncle, be so startled?" Kunin took the jade slip, his thoughts surging like a tide as he swiftly analyzed its contents. The Jixia Academy has actually re-ranked individuals from the sacred lands in the Zhou Heaven ranking. What does this mean? The information flowed forth, revealing 36 individuals ranked from bottom to top, including 2 from the sacred lands, an unprecedented occurrence in centuries. Each ranking typically sees only one individual from the sacred lands rise to prominence. And to be ranked means to dominate the world. How could this be? As he examined the rankings, he noticed the 10 orthodox sects, noble families, and even overseas celestial islands had individuals appearing on the Zhou Heaven ranking this time. As Kinnan continued to scan, he quickly found himself at the 17th position. His rank had plummeted so significantly, yet he paid it no heed as he continued to read. Then, Kinnan also let out a gasp of disbelief. There it was, Zhou Heaven ranking 10th, King Kong Secrets X Bachelor Zhou Heaven ranking 9th, the national master of the state of Chu from the pure Yang Dao sect, ranked among the top 10 orthodox sections. Zhou Heaven ranking 8th, the Blade Madman from the western regions, who had only been second to Wan Guqing in the Zhou Heaven ranking 5th, Wu Luyan from the Three Immortal Islands. Zhou Heaven ranking 4th, Cui Shenwei from the Cui family of Qinghai. Zhou Heaven ranking 3rd, the monk Kongchen from the Great Thunder Zan Temple. Zhou Heaven ranking 2nd, Wan Guqing from the Zhixiao Palace. And at the pinnacle of Zhou Heaven ranking 1st is none other than the great Zhou Crown Prince Gu Yuan. Zhou Heaven ranking 1st is the number 1 in the Divine Province, at least in the eyes of the Zhixiao Academy. No one expected that Gu Yuan, in his debut on the Zhou Heaven ranking, would soar to the top, directly surpassing Wan Guqing, who had dominated the world for 200 years in an instant. The Divine Province trembled. Countless gazes converged upon this future son of the great Zhou, eager to witness whether he could create miracles once more, whether he could prevail over Chu and Yu, quell the rebellion, and even overshadow the sacred lands. In the state of Yu, Jingong, Yun Qingyi gazed at the same name soaring at the top of both lists, lost in thought. Jian Xian almost shattered under the weight of it. To hold the first place on both lists, this 13th brother truly knows how to surprise people. Ming Wang Gushang remained steadfast as a mountain and promptly issued orders, inform the North Yuan Khan that if they do not comply, they shall be our enemies. Furthermore, convey to my second elder brother that I have agreed. In the western regions, atop the Tianling mountain, a rugged and towering peak, a man sat cross-legged, a long blade resting across his knees. He remained motionless, as if he were one with the entire Tianling mountain, resembling a massive boulder. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed and landed in the man's hand. Zhou Heaven ranking 1st, I shall see if you are worthy of this title. The Blade Madman ventured eastward, eager to contest the Zhou Heaven ranking. Chapter 60. The True Dragon descends south, aiming to annihilate Chu and Yu. Zhou Heaven ranking 1st, in the divine capital, the Eastern Palace. Gu Yuan gazed at the information on the Zhou Heaven ranking, chuckling and shaking his head. Why should I rely on the Zhixiao Academy to determine the number 1 in the world? One day, your highness shall sweep away all disloyal subjects in the divine province. Ahead, Ji Yunfan knelt on the ground. This former member of the Holy Fire sect now serves as the Great Zhou's Jingmu division's pacification envoy. His fortunes have risen with Gu Yuan's ascension to the Eastern Palace, having been promoted from deputy envoy to the envoy himself. He had come to report on matters concerning the Holy Fire sect. There is no need to concern yourself with the Holy Fire sect. When I have the time, I will handle it myself. It is just a pity about the great Sun Dharma King. Gu Yuan said indifferently. The matter of the great Sun Dharma King had transpired over half a month ago. It was unexpected that this individual had already perished, and the Holy Fire sect had not submitted. However, to speak plainly, the current Gu Yuan truly looks down upon the mere fortune brought by the Holy Fire sect. It is not that he does not need it, but rather that it is not worth expending effort. With his control over the Eastern Palace, he has already amassed nearly decades' worth of fortune flowing in daily. This is merely due to his grasp of a quarter of the Great Zhou. If he were to control the entire territory of the Great Zhou, the fortune would be inexhaustible, an endless source that could continuously increase with Gu Yuan's dominion over the Great Zhou. Indeed, Ji Yunfan replied. Additionally, organize personnel to gather all matters related to the Heavenly Man Marshal Saint across the central 9 provinces. Ji Yuan issued the command. Ji Yunfan responded affirmatively and subsequently withdrew. With so many affairs to attend to, they must proceed step by step. Ji Yuan closed his eyes, and within his mental realm, a spark of spiritual light surged forth in all directions. The thoughts of the sage, amassed over 1500 years, have already been sufficient. After Gu Yuan eliminated 6 innate grandmasters and slew numerous princes, the Great Zhou nurtures dragons in this manner. Each prince possesses extraordinary fortunes. Compounded by the loyal civil and military officials, this forms the very core of the Great Zhou. Not only has it nurtured the sage's thoughts, but it has also been over 100 years since there has been a place to apply them. The northern 9 provinces and eastern 12 provinces are temporarily stable. My 2 royal brothers have merely raised flags without further intentions. I in the west, with Zhao Rong dead and Fang Tianqing alongside Duke Lu and others. They are sufficient to quell the unrest, only the south remains. Gu Yuan's eyes suddenly opened. An imperceptible wave transformed into tangible ripples of impact, shaking the void, resonating with the voice of the sage. He then rose to his feet, adorned in a golden dragon robe, soaring away, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. All necessary arrangements have been made. In the divine capital, there are not many soldiers capable of battle. And they must also defend the royal city. It is better for one person to proceed, although this might be beneath the dignity of a prince. There is no alternative. After all, the current divine capital truly lacks capable personnel. One can only hope that Yang Shuo will prove somewhat useful after breaking his seclusion. With a 1,000-year-old azure flower, Gu Yuan bestowed it upon the most steadfast Grand Commander of the Black Dragon platform. Your Highness has already departed. In the Qingtian monitor, Gu Chongxian suddenly opened his eyes. Fang Tianqing heads west while Yang Shi remains in seclusion. At this moment, there is only 1 in 8 Grandmaster in the divine capital. The pressure is indeed overwhelming. As for whether Gu Yuan's southward expedition will falter, that has never been within his realm of consideration. Days later, in the Great Zhou in Shuzhou, the very heart of the southern 10 provinces, serves as the sole pathway for the army heading towards the central 9 provinces. The divine martial king leads the Longxiang army to confront the state of Chuhir. On a river, boats traverse the waters. At this moment, several individuals are seated on a boat. The leader is none other than the national master of the state of Chu, the newly ranked Wang Tiangang of the Zhou Heaven ranking. Master Wang, scouts report that the great Zhou Crown Prince has already left the divine capital. Counting the days, given his abilities, he may have already arrived in Shuzhou. A man in fine garments spoke in a low voice. He has arrived. Wang Tiangong's eyes shimmered with a pure yang spiritual light, seemingly reflecting a true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, freely dancing above Shuzhou, stirring the winds and clouds. Let us go and witness this Zhou Heaven ranking first. Wang Tiangang slowly rose, booming. Suddenly, the entire boat shook violently. Following it headed towards the riverbank. A splash. The waves roared. Greetings, Master Wang. Upon reaching the riverbank, there were already people respectfully waiting. Wang Tiangang nodded slightly, then issued commands. Raise the flag. Set sail. Today marks the day we Chu annihilate Zhou. As the words fell, suddenly, a crimson banner unfurled with great vigor, radiating brilliance akin to a blazing sun, emblazoned with the character for Chu. The flag fluttered fiercely, resembling an unparalleled beast of prey. A resounding blast of horns echoed, reverberating across the vast expanse. From above, one could observe the northern bank of the river, where a camp stretched for 700 miles. A mighty army surged forth like a torrent amidst the fluttering banners. It seemed to obscure the entirety of the land, an overwhelming aura of slaughter simmering in the air, as if boundless crimson flames were igniting, instilling a sense of dread. This was the elite of the state of Chu, the Black Blood Army, totaling over 200,000, accompanied by an auxiliary force of 100,000, alongside 200,000 troops of the Great Zhou, amounting to a staggering 500,000. Boasting a might akin to 1,000,000. Throughout the millennia, no innate Grandmaster had ever emerged from such a formation. Alive attack. With a thunderous roar from the vanguard general, the mountains and plains erupted in a unified roar as the army bellowed, their battle cry shaking the heavens, their sights set on the city of Xubei, where the Longxiang army resided. At this moment, at the city gates, formations of armored soldiers stood resolute, weapons at the ready. At the forefront, the formidable god warrior king, clad in armor, bore a piercing gaze. He wielded a silver spear with an imposing presence. Behind him stood the 3 great commanders of the cavalry, ready to engage. The state of Chu was poised to act decisively. The god warrior king took a deep breath. Was the intention to resolve matters before the court's arrival? A dream. Summon my orders. Beat the drums. In an instant, the war drums thundered, resonating through the void. The earth trembled as an iron-blooded momentum surged forth. Yet, compared to the Chu army, the disparity in military might was insurmountable. After all, the Longxiang army comprised merely 50,000. A stark contrast to the true elite of the Great Zhou. Just as the 2 armies were about to clash, an unexpected change arose above the heavens. The winds surged, and a terrifying sense of oppression enveloped the battlefield. In a daze, countless eyes seemed to witness the emergence of a figure that dominated the celestial realm, a true dragon descending, intent on annihilating Chu and Yu. Chapter 61, The Way of War. Heaven's palm descends above Xubei city, the previously clear sky transformed into a shroud of gloom. More astonishingly, layers of dark clouds coalesced, obscuring all light while continuously swirling, resembling a pair of divine eyes surveying the mortal realm. With a single force, this great Zhou true dragon indeed transcended the ordinary. Wang Tiangong's spirit swirled like leaves caught in a tempest, fluctuating ceaselessly. His admiration for Gu Yuan's might soared to great heights. This true dragon seemed to have merged with the very essence of the universe, perhaps having touched upon the threshold of a heavenly transformation. Yet, alas, this era does not belong to you. The great calamity has not yet passed. Even if the Supreme Demon Lord ascended to the realm of celestial beings, it would occur within the confines of the cave heavens. Even after obliterating the seven heavens' holy gate, one would still fade into obscurity. How could a mere true dragon defy the heavens? As long as one does not become a celestial being, once the formation of this 500,000-strong army is established, no matter how formidable one's martial prowess, how could one contend against it? No matter how monstrous or extraordinary, in the end, all must perish. Your Highness has arrived. Soldiers, follow me into battle, the god warrior king bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder across the lands. He led the charge, surging forth. Unlike Gu Yuan, he lacked such prowess. On the battlefield where hundreds of thousands of troops intertwined, the very atmosphere felt nearly solidified, and not a trace of innate manifestations could break free. Boom! From within the Chu army, a Grandmaster of innate prowess emerged. The two engaged their techniques, their terrifying auras colliding, instantly clearing a swath of battlefield. General faced general, soldier faced soldier, and in an instant, the cries of battle soared to the heavens. Yet could not pierce through the ever-thickening canopy of ominous clouds. In a brief moment, the great Zhou was inevitably at a disadvantage. Will we not make our move? Wang Tiangang gazed at the heavens, his brow furrowed. If they did not act soon, the great Zhou would face a catastrophic collapse. This was the bittersweet nature of military formations. The amassed forces were indeed powerful enough to subdue any innate Grandmaster. Yet an innate Grandmaster could traverse like the wind. If they chose not to engage, what could one do? Despite Wang Tiangong's arrogance, he did not believe himself to be a match for this true dragon of the Zhou. What he feared more was the possibility that this great Zhou true dragon might feel overwhelmed. If he were to descend southward towards Chu alone, the destructive force of the number one on the Zhou's celestial ranking would undoubtedly eclipse that of these hundreds of thousands of troops. At that moment, who would emerge victorious was truly uncertain. Thoughts racing, Wang Tiangang moved forward quietly. Should this figure remain idle, he would unleash his thunderous might and swiftly eliminate the god warrior king. Boom! Above the heavens, the inky clouds grew ever heavier, pressing down upon every heart. Crackle. As time passed, it seemed as if the sound of thunder and lightning descended from above. The principles of military formations, truly remarkable in the art of war. High above the clouds, Gu Yuan gazed down, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden glow. At this moment, his true energy surged like a tempestuous sea, constantly circulating within him. However, it was of no use to me. With this thought, the Moko Wuliang and the Huangji Jingshi scriptures resonated in unison. Boom! Gu Yuan stepped forward. Had he finally reached his limit? A cold smile crept onto Wang Tiangong's face. He had awaited this moment for a long time. Boom! Like the chime of a colossal bell, in an instant, the energies of hundreds of thousands of troops resonated together, forming a terrifying force capable of devastating the heavens and the earth. Wang Tiangang stood among them. Resembling a god of war, it is known that the pure Yang Dao sect, while a lineage of Taoism, had once produced an extraordinary figure thousands of years ago, renowned as the subsage of warfare. Leaving behind 3 tomes of military strategy, Wang Tiangang was the inheritor of this lineage. This was why he, as a disciple of the Dao sect, ventured forth to become the Grandmaster of the Great Chu. This was a method of honing one's skills. The Black Blood Army had been cultivated by Wang Tiangang himself, and now, as their energies intertwined, they fatally formed a colossal figure that stood between heaven and earth. Its essence like smoke, soaring into the skies, resembling him exactly. In this moment, he became the very soul of all soldiers, and this invincible army was merely a part of this martial soul. This move was named the Divine Presence of the Warlord. Attack! Wang Tiangang roared, akin to a deity striking the heavens, his every gesture shaking the firmament. Yet the ensuing scene caused his pupils to constrict in shock. Above the heavens, Gu Yuan had already stepped into the Chu army's formation. His demeanor calm and indifferent, with each deliberate step, he descended gracefully, as if taking a leisurely stroll. The martial momentum, martial soul, and bloodlust seemed to have no effect on him. Below, the brutal clash had unconsciously ceased. Even the God Warrior King and that formidable Grandmaster of Chu were no exception. It was not that they desired to halt, it was that they had no choice but to stop. An all-encompassing will of martial prowess descended from the heavens, seeking to subjugate all of the Emperor's will. The hearts of the people united. On this vast battlefield, all lay beneath this singular will. How could this be possible? How did he achieve this? Wang Tiangang was astounded. Countless Grandmasters had uttered similar exclamations upon encountering Gu Yuan. Each had once brimmed with confidence, yet all were destined to be disillusioned. How could one treat this military formation with such disdain? Ordinary innate Grandmasters, let alone suppressing others with their will, could not even manifest a trace of their intent before such a colossal military force. And what of Gu Yuan? He moved about freely, unabated by the overwhelming momentum that crashed upon him like tidal waves, as if he were simply strolling through a garden. He remained unaffected, even from a distance. Wang Tiangang could sense that absolute dominance, that unparalleled supremacy that surpassed all beings, a divine presence reigning over 1,000 miles, his intent overshadowing 10,000 troops. This was akin to the might of a celestial being. Yet, in this world, where could one find a true celestial being? I refuse to believe you truly possess the strength of a celestial. Wang Tiangang remained obstinate. In the realm of military strategy, one aligns with the righteous and conquers with the unexpected. Since the military might cannot contend with you, let us see whether you can withstand the path of warfare. A tempest surged, true energy spiraled. Suddenly, Wang Tiangang soared into the skies, boundless power infusing his being. A fierce and savage aura radiating outward. Kill, he bellowed. Various weapons materialized around him, swords, spears, staves. 18 types of weapons coalesced into a torrent surging towards Gu Yuan. It was as if the inky clouds painted upon the canvas of the sky were swept away by this flood, revealing the brilliance behind. Alas, the indifferent words fell from above like a decree from the heavens. No one knew what he lamented. Gu Yuan halted, raised his hand, and with a simple motion, he pressed down. It was plain and unadorned, devoid of any fiery display, yet with that single gesture, the torrent of 18 weapons collapsed in an instant, ceasing to exist. The towering colossal figure also erupted in a moment, bursting into waves of energy. Boom! Following this was a deafening crash. Wang Tiangang was hurled backward, his chest caved in, blood gushing forth, his body plummeting to the ground like a kite with severed strings. Wang Tiangang opened his mouth, intending to utter something, but the words died on his lips, transforming instead into a roar of despair. No, the earth trembled as if a dragon were awakening. Clouds of dust billowed. Strange sounds echoed. Within a radius of several hundred miles, the ground that bore the weight of tens of thousands of Chu soldiers began to collapse and shatter. A single palm, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Chapter 62, Divine Retribution. The Celestial descends to annihilate you. The power of a single palm was indeed terrifying. The God Warrior King stood dumbfounded, as if not facing an innate Grandmaster. If in earlier battles in the capital, Gu Yuan's techniques had seemed to remain within the limits of innate ability, now this godlike might was undoubtedly beyond that. Had His Highness truly transcended to the realm of celestial beings? Yet, he too shook his head, mirroring Wang Tiangong's thoughts. In the face of calamity, transcending to celestial rank was not so simple. However, this battle was likely to conclude here. The state of Chu was utterly incapable of resistance. The God Warrior King lamented as he surveyed the scene. Everywhere was wailing, everywhere was death and injury. Gaping chasms appeared on the surface, while once mighty peaks crumbled into ruins. This horrifying spectacle truly resembled the wrath of the divine, evoking an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Some Chu soldiers, having survived due to proximity to Zhou's forces, were left alive. At this moment, a significant portion of the crowd knelt upon the ground, paying homage to the towering figure in the heavens, reminiscent of a celestial deity. Meanwhile, another faction bore expressions of sheer terror, lacking even the courage to entertain thoughts of escape. Any such notion was swiftly extinguished upon its inception. It was not only the Chu army that faltered. Within the ranks of the great Zhou Longxiang army, the majority of soldiers also bowed in reverence before the altar. Did the number of individuals truly hold any significance? An involuntary thought surged within the heart of the divine martial king. The armies of various nations were ostensibly their strongest assets, yet in the presence of the altar numbers lost all meaning. What then was the purpose of their existence? The divine martial king dared not ponder further. Gu Yuan, at this moment, Wang Tiangang had not yet succumbed to death, but was already drenched in blood, his hair disheveled as he struggled to rise from the ground, gazing at the figure that stood like a pillar supporting the heavens. With a single force, he had slaughtered hundreds of thousands. You will incur divine wrath, Wang Tiangang shouted fiercely, his eyes ablaze with fury, fingers forming a mystical seal. Had it not been for the military formation, that earlier strike from the heavens would have rendered him utterly lifeless. The mere fact that he still drew breath was due to the Black Blood army bearing the brunt of the assault. Divine wrath, Gu Yuan replied nonchalantly, his tone calm. In this realm, there exists but one heaven, and that is it. Boom. As his words fell, Gu Yuan raised his right hand, fingers splaying as a searing golden radiance coalesced within his palm. In the next instant, he clenched his fist tightly. Bang! the entire void quaked as if thunder had erupted. Golden streams of light pierced through the air, hurtling towards Wang Tiangang with unimaginable speed. This strike was so swift that Wang Tiangang barely had time to mount any defense. This time, no military formation would shield him. He was directly obliterated. The imperial master of the Chu kingdom, the inheritor of the pure Yangdao lineage, Wang Tiangang, perished. Alongside him, a vast portion of the Black Blood army met their demise. With a single palm, a solitary strike could extinguish an army of 100,000. Whoosh, a figure shot through the air as another Grandmaster of the Chu kingdom fled northward, desperate to escape. He had narrowly avoided the earlier divine strike due to his confrontation with the divine martial king. Upon witnessing Wang Tiangong's death, he could no longer contain himself and turned to flee. But could he truly escape? Before the divine martial king could act, Gu Yuan's gaze turned frigid. Boom! In the next moment, he flicked his finger, and a beam of sword light erupted from his fingertip. Moving at an astonishing speed, slicing through the sky and locking onto the fleeing Grandmaster of the Chu kingdom. Thud! In just 3 blinks, the Grandmaster, who had only just turned to flee, let out a wretched scream as a massive blood hole appeared in his back. Blood gushed forth, staining the void crimson. This formerly formidable Grandmaster of the Chu kingdom fell at that moment. Jiyu Qianbei, the task now falls to you. Jiyu Yuan stepped forward, seemingly flickering to a location miles away. Strike down those who must be struck, and capture those who must be captured. Yes, Gu Qianbei, fully understanding, responded with a resounding affirmation. Divine wrath. What a farce! Jiyu Yuan traversed the heavens. Above him, the sky appeared to gather storm clouds. As if to corroborate Wang Tiangong's proclamation, yet, upon a glance, Gu Yuan, the celestial sovereign, comprehended completely this was not the so-called divine wrath, but rather the might of celestial phenomena. It could also be described as the aura of imperial rule. The people provide for the dynasty, and thus the dragon aura condensed by the dynasty will naturally protect the populace. Jiyu Yuan's singular devastating strike evoked the attention of the Chu kingdom's dragon aura. For this army of 300,000 could be considered a significant portion of the Chu kingdom's wealth. To simplify, the fluctuations of the earth's veins in dragon aura had stirred the heavens. As for why Gu Yuan could be locked onto, it was due to Wang Tiangang. As the national master, he could naturally invoke the dragon aura of the Chu kingdom, and it was his focus that led to this situation. Otherwise, even if Gu Yuan's slaughter was more pronounced, this imperial dragon aura would have been powerless against him, remaining indifferent, for the so-called dragon aura lacks the wisdom and perception of humanity, possessing only the most basic instincts. The carnage of the mortal realm is merely a cycle. Jiyu Yuan remained unperturbed. The Chu army's incursion into Zhou had undoubtedly brought calamity to countless subjects of the Great Zhou. Now, this was merely a matter of retribution. Next, it would be the turn of the Yu kingdom. Jiyu Yuan headed southward, where the forces of Yu still rampaged through the Zhou territory. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, storm clouds continued to brew. Had the Earth's dragon begun to stir? Within the military camp, a burly general stood beside a table, when suddenly his expression shifted. He sensed something unusual within his mind, akin to the Earth's dragon stirring restlessly. However, he quickly shook his head. If it were indeed the Earth's dragon stirring, such a subtle sensation was still far removed from their Yu army's encampment. There was no need for concern. The priority was to demarcate territories and divide the vast lands of the Great Zhou with the Chu kingdom. General, lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching the entrance. What is it? The general inquired upon seeing a soldier enter with urgent news. This soldier was one of his most capable subordinates. Known for his calm demeanor and reliability, reporting to the general, I just caught a glimpse of unusual activity in the northeast. The northeast, isn't that the direction of Shuzhou? The burly general was about to ask further when he suddenly heard the rumble of thunder. He dashed out of the tent, only to witness an overwhelming scene in the northeastern sky. Dark clouds loomed ominously, and countless bolts of lightning danced wildly, as if the heavens were enraged. The air crackled with electricity, and thunder roared as if the celestial wrath was descending. As the burly general scrutinized the storm, he discerned a figure standing amidst the tempest. Chapter 63, The Law Manifested, the Emperor's Law Body in Void. Walking the thunder, electric light obscuring 9 rivers. In this transcendent scene, akin to the fury of the heavens, a solitary figure stood resolutely. The brilliant lightning shimmered like silver serpents in chaos, yet could not harm that figure in the slightest. It was as if he were a god amidst the thunder, poised to judge all beings of the world, or a demon defying the heavens, exuding an air of supremacy over all. What is happening? Could it be that the heavens are wrathful? May Buddha protect us. At this moment, chaos erupted within the U Army's camp. Countless soldiers, filled with terror, gazed upward, unlike the U Army general, who possessed extraordinary vision and could see the figure standing amidst the layers of thunderclouds from dozens of miles away. They believed it to be a divine punishment, sensing the ominous signs of impending doom. The innate Grandmaster, along with the burly general, felt their expression shift. He had no time to issue orders for military discipline. For the thunderclouds were advancing toward them. Quickly, summon the Swordmaster. In matters involving Grandmasters, it was imperative that a corresponding expert be present to maintain order. The Yu Kingdom had entered Zhou much later than the Chu Kingdom. And at this moment, only the vanguard troops were present. Even if they formed a military formation, they would be powerless against a true innate Grandmaster. Moreover, such terrifying celestial phenomena could not be resolved by mere military formations. Retreat! We must retreat! With the sound of horns blaring, the soldiers within the U Army camp began to withdraw in disarray. A bizarre scene unfolded as thousands of U soldiers fled, pursued by an overwhelming storm of thunder. As if demons from hell sought to devour all living beings in their path, the boundless earth bore the scars of destruction, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake within the endless thunderclouds. From an external perspective, it appeared merely as a chaotic web of lightning. However, within, a different spectacle unfolded. The primal energies of heaven and earth surged like a tempestuous ocean, boiling and roiling with each thunderous strike. Destructive shockwaves radiated outward, causing turmoil and dimming the landscape. Such a magnitude of celestial power could not be stirred by the dragon aura of the Chu Kingdom. Gu Yuan stood tall amidst the storm. Majestic and imposing, his figure akin to a great mountain, though the torrential thunder rained down upon him, he remained utterly unyielding. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that as each bolt of lightning was about to strike him, ripples would emerge, dissipating into nothingness. These ripples resembled miniature whirlpools, redirecting the force of the thunder elsewhere. Countless bolts of lightning could not touch him, so was there someone manipulating events from behind the scenes? Gu Yuan's gaze flickered as he perceived the rise of a faint, almost imperceptible will lurking within the storm. I found you. Gu Yuan's eyes narrowed, locking onto the target in an instant. An overwhelming, unparalleled martial will surged forth, dominating the landscape like a volcanic eruption, producing a sound that instilled fear in the hearts of many. The air split apart, creating layers of ripples. With a muted gasp, a consciousness shattered and exploded. In that instant, the tumultuous thunderclouds began to dissipate. A mere innate being, not even a celestial entity, dared to pry into my affairs. Truly, they were oblivious to their own mortality. The consciousness shattered, yet the individual did not perish. Gu Yuan was not one to concede defeat easily. His gaze sparkled as he seemed to catch a glimpse of the individual behind that consciousness. Another manifestation of the formless six desires. Did they truly believe that distance could shield them from my reach? Gu Yuan waved his sleeve lightly. Previously he would have required various mediums to assist him. But now, bearing the imperial classic of governance, his strength had surpassed any expectations. Even Gu Yuan himself, lacking a point of comparison, could not ascertain the extent of his current power. Boom, a manifestation of martial law took form. Though the terms law body and law manifestation differ by a mere character, they represent an abyss of disparity. With the stars and moon above his head, and the mountains and rivers beneath his feet, he embodied the Emperor's law body. Come to me and perish. Boom. The previously calmed energies of heaven and earth erupted once more, surging like a relentless tide. The Emperor's law body opened its mouth wide, devouring all the primal energies of heaven and earth in one fell swoop. Suddenly, he fiercely grasped towards the hidden master of the heart and spirit, thousands of miles away. The thunder ceased. What is that? The soldiers, who were originally fleeing for their lives, halted, gazing at this terrifying scene. Their expressions frozen in astonishment. Before their eyes, the rolling thunderclouds in the sky suddenly dissipated, replaced by a colossal figure, ethereal and divine, soaring into the clouds, standing between heaven and earth. It resembled an ancient divine mountain. Majestic and grand, impossible to articulate its splendor. Could this be the deity from legends? The crowd looked up in awe, unable to suppress their trembling hearts, nearly kneeling in reverence. The thunder was merely a celestial phenomenon. Yet this towering figure descended as if a true celestial being had arrived in the mundane world, exuding an indescribable power. Not only the soldiers of the Yu Kingdom, but also the citizens within a radius of thousands of miles knelt on the ground. As if venerating a divine spirit, the manifestation of such a law was indeed a remarkable feat. The hurried Meng Shintong gazed into the distance, his countenance changing dramatically. As a Grandmaster, he understood the implications of this moment. The will of martial arts intervenes in reality, but it can only be achieved through the heart and spirit, yet this figure had already shattered such constraints. His heart and spirit had merged with the entire world. Even a mortal could perceive him. Nearby the great Zhou true dragon Meng Shintong stood another figure, dressed in white with a sword slung over her back. Her ink-black hair was elegantly tied with a jade sword. Her features breathtakingly beautiful, yet her expression was as cold as the ice of Tian Shan. The extreme whiteness, the utmost chilled it seemed Wang Tiangang had already been defeated, and even the hidden cards of the demonic sect could not contend with this true dragon. The white-clad woman spoke softly. With a celestial being absent, this one has indeed become invincible under heaven, truly living up to the reputation. Even the southern sword immortal is no match, Meng Shintong exclaimed. This white-clad woman was not an ordinary figure but belonged to the Jiangong's Zhan Tian lineage, the master of Yun Qingyi. Her name was Qing Shuang, known as the Sword Immortal. Her swordsmanship was extraordinary. And while she was hailed as the sword sect of the world before this southern sword immortal, she appeared as a mere fledgling, easily crushed. Yet, could such a person truly feel inferior to Gu Yuan? Chapter 64, A Heart and Spirit Halfway. There is enough. I am not a celestial martial saint. How could I possibly compare to this true dragon? South Qing Shuang glanced at Meng Shintong with indifference, saying, the world is ignorant, unaware of the vastness of heaven and earth. This great Zhou true dragon is evidently not of the same ilk, possessing strength that reaches the heavens and the earth. Were it not for the barriers of heaven and earth, he might have already ascended to the realm of celestial beings. With such capability, it is no wonder he is confident and arrogant. Disregarding the world of Shenzhou. As she spoke, South Qing Shuang shook her head. Unless a certain holy place intervenes, otherwise he cannot be touched in the slightest. But which holy place in Shenzhou would dare to take such a risk and strike first? After all, the current Great Zhou is not like the previous one. A single bite could shatter one's own teeth, leading to a significant loss. Furthermore, since the Great Zhou true dragon became renowned, each opponent he faced was stronger than the last, yet he had never been at a disadvantage. Who could know the depths of his heart and spirit, or if he had hidden trump cards? Slaying dragons and extinguishing Zhou is, at the very least, impossible now, South Qing Shuang concluded. If we do not leave soon, when he regains his senses, we will be unable to escape. Meng Shintong felt a knot in his chest. He understood South Qing Shuang's meaning all too well. It was merely to abandon the army below and return to the Yu Kingdom using the means of a Grandmaster, yet the army below was composed entirely of elite soldiers of the Yu Kingdom. In his hesitation, a streak of light suddenly appeared. Meng Shintong grasped it and crushed it. In the next moment, his expression changed abruptly. The transmission talisman revealed 11 prominent characters. The true dragon's hand annihilates the Chu army of 300,000. Meng Shintong's mind jolted. He did not doubt the authenticity of this transmission talisman. In an instant, he had made up his mind. Let us depart. This place is not suitable for lingering. What a jest! What manifestation of reality, what step into the celestial! None could compare to this hand that annihilated 300,000. Forget 300,000, even if it were merely 100,000, Meng Shintong would turn and flee. An army lost can be replenished and trained anew. If he were to perish, that would be the end. With Yun Qingyi absent, he had no void-shifting talisman in hand. If truly targeted, it would mean certain death. Thus, Meng Shintong's sword light flickered as he prepared to follow South Qing Shuang. However, the two, having traveled from afar, were met with an unexpected barrier. Suddenly, the heavens and earth were sealed off. Gu Yuan stepped forth, blocking their path. Buzzed in the next moment, the world trembled, as if the sun and moon had sunk. Gu Yuan walked upon the void. With each step, the weight of the world seemed to increase, until eventually the entire realm felt as though it bore down upon him, suppressing everything. Moreover, a torrent of heavenly essence surged, coalescing into a massive magical array that enveloped Meng Shintong and South Qing Shuang, trapping them in place, unable to advance or retreat. At the same time, an immeasurable force emanated from Gu Yuan, akin to the worldly Buddha descending upon the mortal realm, transforming into an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon Meng Shintong and South Qing Shuang, completely locking down their escape routes. Master Meng Jian, since our last parting, I thought you would no longer dare to enter the Zhou territory. Who would have thought you had the audacity to venture forth again? Gu Yuan inquired curiously. Do you presume that with the Jiangong's backing, you can act without restraint? Meng Shintong's expression was as dark as storm clouds, nearly dripping with water, yet he remained silent. The current situation was beyond his control. Gu Yuan, are you truly determined to stand against the holy places? South Qing Shuang's beautiful eyes brimmed with murderous intent. A sword intent so sharp it seemed capable of cleaving the heavens surged forth, stirring the clouds, yet it could not break through the grand array of the heavens and earth. I must correct you, it is not I who wishes to oppose the holy places, but rather it is you who choose to oppose me. The Gu Yuan replied casually, I have no desire to engage in verbal sparring with you. Asa swordsman, South Qing Shuang valued directness, taking everything from under the sword. She had no interest in flaunting the true abilities of the Jin Gong. Calmly she stated, if you let us go now I can treat all of this as if it never occurred. Otherwise her words trailed off. Her cold gaze fixed on Gu Yuan, her autumn-like pupils harboring endless killing intent. Gu Yuan remained unafraid, laughing heartily. You think you can come and go as you please, treating this place as if it were your own? Before he could finish speaking, Gu Yuan suddenly roared boom. The earth shook, and the heavens seemed to echo with a thunderous roar. South Qing Shuang's sword behind her resonated, ringing with a sound as though provoked. The sword that slays heaven, Gu Yuan remarked nonchalantly. No wonder you were so confident. This sword ranks among the top 10 on the divine weapons list, surpassing even the heavenly demon golden book. Its immense power is self-evident to I in the hands of someone at the innate extreme realm. It far surpasses the former heavenly demon Satis. Since you are aware, why not quickly? South Qing Shuang suddenly moved. Her voice sharp, you were stalling for time, your martial will has yet to return. Good. Before me, South Qing Shuang, you dare to come with a mere remnant of your body. What of the remnant? Gu Yuan scoffed. Even with this half-hearted spirit, it is still enough to vanquish you. Indeed, that law body had not returned. It was traversing the void, seeking to slay the demonic sect expert. Yet, as Gu Yuan stated, even without the law body containing the human emperor's scriptures, he still bore the thoughts of Maha Wuliang. He could still sweep away all enemies, not to mention, there was the true dragon imperial seal. Even if not in the capital, it could still summon the dragon's energy of the Great Zhou. Though the true dragon imperial seal might fall short of the top 11 divine weapons, all divine weapons ultimately depend on their wielder. Utterly arrogant. Hearing this, South Qing Shuang's gaze turned frigid. The sword that slays heaven hummed ominously. Eager to act. If you doubt it, you may certainly try. Gu Yuan remained indifferent, speaking with detachment. However, I can offer you a chance. Kneel before me, submit to me, and only then will you have a sliver of hope. Otherwise, his tone grew cold. It will be a dead end. How dare you? South Qing Shuang's eyes were icy. She knew there was no time to waste. Gu Yuan's true essence could return at any moment. When that time came, it would be dire. If they did not seize the opportunity to defeat him now, they might not have even a sliver of hope left. Perhaps they could even take this chance to eliminate the Great Zhou True Dragon. As South Qing Shuang contemplated this, she struck out, receive my sword. In the next moment, with a clang, a crisp sword cry tore through the heavens. South Qing Shuang drew her sword from its sheath. The silver-white blade shining with endless brilliance, poised to cleave the heavens. In an instant, the world darkened, and only a brilliant swordlight surged forth, as if to engulf the 9 heavens. Wind and thunder roared, and all was silent. It sliced towards Gu Yuan. I had intended to spare your lives. Gu Yuan said calmly, since you were so ungrateful. Then, boom, the eyes of a world-honored being shone with 2 beams of brilliant light, as if celestial lamps ignited, aiming to incinerate the vast realms. Witness your own demise. Chapter 65, Slaying Heaven, Severing Earth. Inquire the vastness. Boom, a jade seal, engraved with a 9-clawed golden dragon, materialized, hovering in midair, showering down a myriad of dragon energies that enveloped Gu Yuan. Maha Wuliang, limitless and boundless, the true dragon imperial seal, master of mountains and rivers, the two combined formed a terrifying aura that swept forth. The void trembled, producing a deafening sound akin to thunder exploding, as if a tsunami were rolling. The air within a radius of dozens of miles seemed to explode under the pressure of this formidable force, shaking like a canvas. The sword energy from the slaying heaven sword technique, meant to sever heaven and earth, to annihilate all, crumbled under the sweeping aura, vanishing into the void. Yet, just as this force was about to engulf South Qing Shuang, it blurred and then dissipated, vanishing without a trace. This figure was but an illusion. Meng Shintong, on the other hand, suffered greatly. Even though he was not the target of this strike, the remnants of its might still hurled him away with tremendous force. No matter how he wielded his black and white sword technique, he could not withstand this infinite blow. Meng Shintong suddenly spat out blood, his eyes wide with horror, his complexion pale, his entire being appearing utterly deflated. Was this the true strength of the Great Zhou True Dragon? Merely the residual might was sufficient to injure him. Even in its prime, it was not formidable. How terrifying this is, in perfect condition. Would it not mean death at a mere brush, annihilation at a mere touch? Is this truly a Grandmaster of the innate realm? Meng Shintong felt as though his status as a Grandmaster was but a fade. Moreover, was he so powerful during their last encounter? How could this true dragon have cultivated to such an extent? Even from the womb it seems implausible to attain such might. Meng Shintong struggled to stand firm. This injury, for a Grandmaster of the innate realm, was merely a minor wound, hardly a concern, reversing the innate, forging pure yang, even with a broken body, severed limbs, as long as one is willing to expend mental fortitude. Regrowth of severed limbs is not an insurmountable task, yet now, regardless of whether Meng Shintong fared well or poorly, it could not alter the grand scheme. He could only hope that Nanxing Shuang, the sword immortal of the Sword Palace, could triumph over this true dragon of the Great Zhou. Otherwise, when the sword sings like celestial music, by the time Nanxing Shuang reappears, she would already be in another realm. Waves of silvery sword energy cascaded like a waterfall, sweeping across all directions. Witness my demise, absurd. After failing to strike, Nanxing Shuang coldly snorted repeatedly, once more channeling her inner true energy and intent, fervently pouring it into the Sword of Heaven's Severance. The Sword of Heaven's Severance rang out, its resounding clang echoing as if it sought to pierce the eardrums. The energy grew sharper and more formidable. Swish, she unleashed another strike. Simultaneously, her thoughts whirled frantically. Although that previous strike was powerful, it could not injure her. It seemed this true dragon was truly absent-minded, his strength likely reduced to a mere 2 or 3 layers. Nanxing Shuang assessed the situation. Comparing it to the prowess of ancient abyss as per the records of the Sword Palace throughout the ages. In her view, it could not be mistaken. Nevertheless, despite this, the true dragon remained a force to be reckoned with. As her thoughts twisted and turned, her gaze turned icy, the aura of death palpable. This battle held immense stakes. Should she falter, she would meet her demise at the hands of ancient abyss. If she were to emerge victorious, the Sword Palace would undoubtedly seize the initiative in this calamity. Furthermore, she could leverage this achievement to ascend within the Sword Palace. Thus she resolved to employ the technique. Nanxing Shuang calculated all possibilities. The Grandmaster of the Wushang sect should be in Xuanzhou, thousands of miles away from this place. No matter how profound the true dragon's mental strength and will, it would require at least half a moment to regain composure. Half a moment was sufficient. During this interval, she would undoubtedly be able to slay him. The Sword of Heaven's Severance was a technique of fortune, a culmination of all efforts, solely for that final strike of severance. Coupled with the mysteries embedded within the Sword of Heaven's Severance, Nanxing Shuang remained resolute. The intent of her sword soared like the heavens, severing all distractions within her heart. At this moment, she was singularly focused on subduing this true dragon of the Great Zhou. With a single stroke, she unleashed her true energy, billowing forth like a silver serpent in a chaotic dance akin to a waterfall cascading backward. Where her sword energy reached, the heavens appeared to tear apart. Seeing this strike, ancient abyss remained unmoving, his form as steadfast as a towering mountain, his energy akin to an unfathomable Buddha. The radiance descending from the true dragon's seal formed a barrier, blocking her offensive. In an instant, sword energy and light clashed, creating tremendous ripples, as if a boulder had plummeted into a lake. Nanxing Shuang remained unhurried, a glimmer of insight igniting in her eyes, the eye of disruption. A clarity emerged between her brows, as if she discerned myriad truths. With a casual slice, her mental essence transformed, manifesting as a transparent sword suspended in midair, its chilling aura imbued with boundless intent to slay. It struck the weakness of the barrier beneath the eye of disruption. Boom! The sound reverberated like metal clashing. But then, a thunderous explosion ensued, shaking the entire void. The barrier shattered, the defense of the true dragon seal broken. Was it truly so simple? Nanxing Shuang was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to believe it. Despite her momentary shock, her actions did not falter. Within the chaos of true energy, she struck forward with her sword. A force that could not be contained erupted forth, transforming the surroundings into a realm of swords everywhere. The sounds of swords rang out, radiating with brilliance. The might of this strike far surpassed any previous blow. The fifth form of the Sword of Heaven's Severance, the ultimate question to the vast expanse of the heavens. This was the final form of the Sword of Heaven's Severance, the ultimate killing move of the Severance lineage. With this strike, it was said that nothing could withstand it, nothing could evade its destruction. Nanxing Shuang, with her wealth of combat experience, seized the opportunity and committed wholeheartedly. This strike encapsulated nearly all her strength. In that fleeting moment, her spirit, will, and true essence fused into one. Within the Sword of Heaven's Severance, an ineffable energy began to awaken, empowering this strike further, rendering it even more formidable and terrifying. Boom! In the domain enveloped by the sword, a terrifying power of annihilation erupted forth. This strike, akin to the antelope's horn, appeared without warning. Swift, it reached an apex of speed. It became an unfathomable force. It buzzed. The resplendent strike swept across, obliterating the ambient light. In the expanse of the world, it seemed as though only this overwhelming sword existed. Truly, a disciple of the Sword Palace possesses remarkable prowess. Ancient Abyss's indifferent voice echoed. But that is where your limits lie. You are still far from enough. Boom, as the words fell, ancient abyss remained undisturbed, a peerless aura radiating from him, vast and profound like an ocean. With a slender finger raised, he pointed lightly, as if a divine being sought to crush everything into dust. He struck directly at the edge of the sword of heaven. Severance a buzz. The momentum was boundless, resonating like the tolling of evening bells and morning drums. That strike, meant to sever the heavens and annihilate the earth, became utterly insignificant in the face of this divine being. As fingertip of the Buddhist chant surged forth, transcending the world. What sword light, what sword domain, stood no chance against a finger as lofty as the heavens. Chapter 66, Millennia of Fortunes and Charisma. Outside Subei City, the mad blade suppressor, with a single finger down, it seemed as though it sought to collapse the very fabric of reality. The indestructible essence of the uncreated and unending stirred the air, transforming it into a tempest, howling and rampaging. The overwhelming might caused the surrounding void to appear as though it were collapsing. Boom! First came a thunderous explosion, signaling the shattering of the sword domain. Crack! Then came another sound, the collapse of the sword energy. Following that, a cacophony akin to porcelain shattering echoed from all directions. Boom! The sword intent, which had spanned the heavens, the supreme killing intent that sought to sever heaven and earth, erupted into fragments beneath that finger. In the vast cosmos, only boundless Buddhist light illuminated the surroundings, sacred and inviolable, as majestic as towering mountains, suppressing all. Nanqing Xuan, who had believed victory was within her grasp and that she would return after slaying the true dragon, suddenly paled. Her unwavering sword heart wavered at that moment. An expression of disbelief and horror flickered in her eyes. How could this be? Her true energy was as vast as the ocean, remarkably profound. Her sword intent was honed to perfection. The sword of heaven Severance had been cultivated to the apex just below the realm of the divine, with the sword of heaven Severance in hand. Throughout the millennia of the Sword Palace, few could claim to surpass her in the innate realm, yet now, this true dragon of the Great Zhou not only surpassed her, but even in a state where his mental clarity and martial will were largely absent, he could still shatter her peak strike with a single blow. Had it been before, Nanqing Xuan would have scoffed at such a notion, yet now the stark reality lay bare before her. Her sword heart, tempered for 2 centuries, quivered uncontrollably. It was not a matter of desire, but an instinctive tremor from the depths of her soul. That power, which towered above all beings, gazing down upon them, seemed utterly beyond the reach of the mundane. Perhaps this being was no longer human nor a mere prodigy, but rather, a celestial. What martial art is this? A raspy voice escaped from Nanqing Xuan's lips. In a situation where her true energy fell short, her blood vitality lacking, her divine weapon inadequate, and even her mental essence inferior, ancient abyss, relying on a martial art from the Buddhist sect, had decisively defeated her. This utterly subverted Nanqing Xuan's understanding of the world. Where and when could there be martial arts that stood atop the sacred grounds? Such a notion seemed utterly fantastical, incomprehensible. She was determined to grasp the truth. Even in death, you wish to learn. Ancient Abyss replied with a smile. If you can survive, I truly can teach you. Mahawuliang embodies the essence of boundlessness and infinity. As long as Ancient Abyss cannot be slain, one can only watch him grow increasingly powerful. Nanqing Xuan thought she could rely on a buildup of strength to slay Ancient Abyss, unaware that this played directly into his hands, although Ancient Abyss understood that Mahawuliang could never be truly limitless after all. The Mahawuliang Sutra lacked the fortunes of the Huangji Jing Shiji. Within the innate realm, no one could force out the limits of Mahawuliang. After all, the martial arts of this world are akin to a realm. Authentic paths fail, demonic sects fail, and even sacred grounds fail. If a Grandmaster of the innate realm were to break through, it would undoubtedly be due to a prior breakthrough in their martial arts. Just like Xuanzhen Daoist, who first created a martial art, achieved perfection, and then condensed his Xuanzhen will step by step, yet Ancient Abyss was not like that. In his case, will is will, realm is realm. And martial arts are martial arts. He arrived at the pinnacle without needing martial arts. Without martial arts, one could still possess martial will. Without martial will, martial arts could likewise reach completion. Such reasoning, if spoken, would find no believer. Thus Ancient Abyss felt no need to elaborate. After all, Nanqing Xuan could not possibly survive. Boom! Before Nanqing Xuan could contemplate further, Ancient Abyss had already stepped forward. Instantly, the heavens and earth trembled. An overwhelming force surpassing Nanqing Xuan by twofold, even tenfold, abruptly swept through the cosmos. With each step he took, the very fabric of reality seemed to shudder. Boundless Buddhist radiance manifested like halos behind him. Amidst the rhythmic chanting of sacred sounds, a punch descended, as though the entire world were crashing down upon Nanqing Xuan. Bang! Nanqing Xuan's expression froze, even with the sword of heaven Severance in hand. She could only watch helplessly as this punch descended, although her true energy erupted forth in an attempt to resist. Before Ancient Abyss's rising Mahawuliang, it ultimately proved insufficient. The punch fell. The Sword Palace's Nanqing Xuan was instantly obliterated by a single blow. The Southern Sword Immortal, Meng Shintong, stood rooted to the spot, utterly at a loss. The impact of this scene was simply overwhelming, leaving even a congenital Grandmaster in a state of stupor, gazing blankly at the magnificent Jinlong of the Great Zhou, which seemed to embody the essence of both divinity and enlightenment. He was completely bewildered, as if turned to stone. Not even the formidable blow of the sky-piercing fist could rouse him to action. He then followed in the footsteps of Nanqing Xuan. Thus, the matter concerning Chu Yu was resolved. Gu Yuan traversed the void with ease. In a mere flicker of his expression, the Emperor's divine form had already struck down the master of the Wuxiang sect with a single palm. He returned through the skies. However, it would be remiss not to reciprocate. Thus, I too must pay a visit to this land of Chu Yu. Gazing around, Gu Yuan extended his hand and grasped the legendary Sword of Heaven's Destruction. Alas, without the true essence of the Sword Palace, I am unable to wield this blade effectively. The Sword of Heaven's Destruction emanated an unparalleled intent to kill, resisting his grasp. Yet, the current Gu Yuan was no longer the same as before. The Emperor's divine form now returned, unleashed boundless power that swiftly subdued the Sword of Heaven's Destruction. The divine weapons in my possession are indeed numerous. The Celestial Demon Golden Book and the Sword of Heaven's Destruction each hold significant power. Regrettably, none can rival the assistance provided by the True Dragon Imperial Seal to Gu Yuan. It is unfortunate that I have yet to find a Dao fruit. With the destruction of the Chu army and the slaying of several Grandmasters, Gu Yuan's fortune has truly become as vast as the ocean, spanning millennia. A few more Imperial classics could easily be cultivated from it. I hope my forthcoming journey to Chu Yu will not disappoint. With a single step, Gu Yuan traversed what seemed like mere inches, and upon reappearing, he was already 30 miles away, hundreds of miles outside Xubei City. A burly man carrying a sword ambled along the official road. Though he walked, each stride spanned hundreds of feet, the thoroughfare teemed with vehicles and pedestrians, yet none could perceive this man with the sword. As the Chu army assaulted Shannon, the man's eyes glinted with determination, revealing a contemplative expression. Such a grand battle is clearly not one that can be decided in a short time. It is rumored that the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou is coming this way. I can only hope that by the time I arrive he has not already perished within the encampment of the Chu army. As thoughts raced through his mind, his pace quickened. His target was none other than Xubei City. Or rather, the Great Zhou Crown Prince, the future emperor. This individual was none other than the sword maniac, Yu Duzuan. However, as the former second of the Zhou Tian, he was suddenly struck by a change in expression upon approaching within 100 miles of Xubei City. What is this? Chapter 67, The Sword Maniac's Defeat. The world in turmoil. The soldiers of the Chu army were ushered into Xubei City, where King Xinwu was diligently managing affairs across the southern 10 states. The deaths of various governors and the surrenders had left him bearing the weight of all military and political matters alone. This was unprecedented in the 400-year history of the Great Zhou. Never before had a leader commanding troops from outside intervened in local governance. Even if there were no capable individuals available, it should have been the central authority dispatching suitable personnel. Otherwise, with military and political power consolidated, could the emperor residing in the Central Plains rest easy? Yet, the reality was that not only did Gu Yuan remain unperturbed, but King Xinwu also conducted his duties with utmost diligence, not daring to harbor even a hint of disloyalty. His every action revolved entirely around Gu Yuan's principles. Suddenly, King Xinwu sensed something. He detected a surge of energy approaching from outside Xubei City, an overwhelming, tyrannical force. This aura belonged to the sword maniac. Yu Duzuan rose to fame throughout the realm, and it was during this time that King Xinwu ascended to the congenital realm, thus recognizing him. Is he here for the Crown Prince? Alas, King Xinwu shook his head. In the presence of the Crown Prince, even the sword maniac must bow low. If he were to act obediently, restraining any disrespect, or if he were to arrive a few days later, it might not pose a problem. However, should he choose to act contrary and show disrespect toward the Crown Prince, he would likely face dire consequences. After all, 400 of miles south of Xubei City, countless traces of the Crown Prince's true intent lingered. Boundless and overwhelming, ordinary warriors had no hope of even touching it, let alone those who had comprehended the true essence. With that in mind, King Xinwu chose to disregard the matter, regardless of his actions. It would have no bearing on the situation. It was far more pressing to attend to important affairs. Buzz, the sound of a blade resonated. The tyrant's blade broke free from its restraints, soaring forth. Gleaming in the heavens, resembling a ferocious dragon coiling upwards to it exuded an intense aura of slaughter, as red as blood. A wisp of blade energy descended, cleaving through the air, leaving behind jagged scars. This was the manifestation of a divine weapon possessing spirit. Instinctively sensing a threat and responding, resplendent as the sun, could this be the true dragon? In Yuduzuan's eyes, an astonishing light ignited. Within his perception, from 100 miles away, an incredible aura reverberated, as if an emperor governed the mountains and rivers. Majestic and overwhelming, compelling all to kneel and worship, truly he lived up to his reputation. Yuduzuan laughed heartily, unafraid. His journey had led him to hear numerous tales of Gu Yuan, of how he had thwarted the 7 paths of the demon sect in the battle at the imperial city, and how he had slain 6 congenital grandmasters within the Zicheng Palace, invincible in the world, ascending to the pinnacle of Zhoutian. The tales were grandiose, claiming he was unmatched on heaven and earth. Yet, Yuduzuan had risen from humble origins, overcoming countless trials, relying solely on the blade in his hand. What is heard and spoken cannot compare to what is seen in a single strike. As he laughed, the skies trembled. With the blade in hand, Yuduzuan continued forward, with the true dragon ahead and the aura in sight. To retreat now would be to squander such a splendid moment. The strong must raise their blades against the stronger. Yuduzuan feared not that Gu Yuan was weak, but rather that he might not be strong enough. The tyrannical intent of the blade erupted at that moment. Akin to a raging wildfire or a flood surging forth. In an instant, it engulfed the entire void, yet such a terrifying intent could not aid Yuduzuan in taking even a single step further. The imperial intent hovering in the firmament surged forth. In the midst of a tempestuous change, a power as vast as a great mountain bore down upon Yuduzuan, imposing an unimaginable weight that held him in place. The tumultuous blade intent instantly shattered, leaving Yuduzuan unable to move. The ground beneath him rumbled before fracturing. What is happening? This scene startled the nearby pedestrians. The blade intent dissipated, and the true intent faltered, rendering Yuduzuan incapable of maintaining his ghostly prowess, leaving him exposed to the eyes of others. However, he had no time to ponder such matters. At this moment, Yuduzuan's eyes reflected a towering figure, a sovereign of mountains and rivers, ruling over countless subjects. An emperor's aura transformed into a dark robe enveloped him, the majestic crown radiating divine light from a myriad of paths. It accentuated his stature like a legendary saint. Commanding the great land of Shenzhou, every move he made seemed to embody the might of heaven, unfathomable and inscrutable. Though the true sovereign was absent, with merely a trace of true intent, he dared to attempt to suppress me. Yuduzuan laughed in fury. His true energy surged forth like an ocean, breaking free and tearing through the 4 corners, yearning to escape its bonds, yet it could only swirl within a radius of several feet. Trembling restlessly, no matter how he struggled, he could not break through that radiant aura of imperial might. I do not believe it, Yuduzuan roared. The tyrant's blade sang, and he suddenly struck with ferocity. A dazzling arc of blade light erupted, slicing through the heavens like a meteor plummeting to earth. A thunderous roar reverberated through the cosmos. It was the sword maniac, the 8th of the Zhoutian rankings. At this moment, a pedestrian finally recognized the identity of this sword maniac, their face displaying a mixture of shock and terror. Although Yuduzuan had recently fallen several ranks in the new Zhoutian ranking, a congenital grandmaster was still a formidable figure in the world, impossible to ignore. Many faces changed dramatically, and they dared not linger. Hastily retreating from the area, only a few bold souls dared to watch from a distance. To provoke this man was to invoke the wrath of a congenital grandmaster. Boom! The overwhelming blade intent surged like a tidal wave, roaring forth, tearing the heavens and rending the earth. I possess a single strike capable of severing all things. Yuduzuan unified his spirit, energy, and essence, charging forth without hesitation. Bang! He finally moved, taking a steady step forward. Come again! Yuduzuan's expression hardened, his gaze sharp. The glow atop the tyrant's blade grew ever more intense. He even felt that his blade intent was becoming more pure, as if at any moment he could ascend to a higher realm. However, before Yuduzuan could take his second step, the Supreme Emperor, seated in the realm of the mind, seemed to sense something and cast his gaze upon Yuduzuan. In that instant, Yuduzuan felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, he felt as if he were facing an ancient holy mountain. Immense and unyielding, it descended upon him like a collapsing sky, crushing him beneath its weight. I, Yuduzuan, could only utter a single word before I could no longer maintain my stance, collapsing to the ground amidst a swirling cloud of dust. At the moment of his fall, the blade intent shattered, and his spirit was extinguished. Had it not been for this, with that single glance, Yuduzuan might have been struck dead on the spot. Hiss, someone gasped in astonishment. The renowned sword maniac of the western regions was so easily defeated. In an instant, everyone was left in a daze. Only a few knowledgeable individuals understood the true nature of the sword maniac's predicament. As news spread like wildfire, the tale of the sword maniac's defeat, alongside the Chu army's 30,000 elite forces being obliterated by a single strike from the True Dragon, echoed throughout the land of Shenzhou. Once again, the world was set ablaze. Chapter 68, Fortune Arises. The difference between two kings deep within the mountains. Gu Yuan suddenly felt a shift in expression. His eyes shimmered like the sun and moon, encompassing the myriad phenomena of the world. As if he had witnessed the moment the sword maniac was defeated. Unaware of the consequences, he retracted his gaze, lowering his eyelids to conceal his emotions. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached a level where a single glance could surpass that of a congenital Grandmaster. Alas, should a celestial being not emerge, I would truly wish to test the prowess of the Supreme Demon Lord. Ning Wujiao. Essentially, he was the most formidable figure that Gu Yuan could currently comprehend and know of. In the realm of caves and heavens, Gu Yuan steadied his mind. One day, all that exists in this world shall hold no secrets before my eyes. At this moment, Gu Yuan had already stepped into the land of Chu. Following the emperor's sensing of fate, he began his descent. He harbored a premonition that, upon stepping into the capital of Chu at the opportune moment, he would reap unforeseen rewards. Previously, he had received the Imperial Supreme Book of Governance through a similar intuition. This time, he could only wonder what kind of astonishment this foresight would bring to Gu Yuan. A few days later, in Donghaezu, with the newly appointed Eastern King, the former second prince of the Great Zhou, Gu Zong, scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, his expression frozen in disbelief. Was this news genuine or fabricated? The voice of Eastern King Gu Zong resonated with incredulity, raspy and laced with an undercurrent of concealed fear. The intelligence from the heavenly mechanism pavilion had never been erroneous. Opposite him, a man clad in azure attire gently fanned himself, speaking in a calm tone as if he were unperturbed by the revelations. Yet, a closer inspection would reveal that his eyes reflected an astonishment that surpassed that of Gu Zong's. One hand had annihilated 300,000 troops of Chu, who could remain unafraid in the face of such overwhelming might. What shall we do next? Gu Zong implored, casting a desperate glance towards the azure-clad gentleman. Despite having formed a defensive alliance with the third prince, the Ming king, to combat Gu Yuan, the shocking news had thrown him into disarray. 300,000 elite black blood troops, this was no trivial matter. Even if they were merely 300,000 pigs, they should not have been so swiftly obliterated. If one hand could bring about such devastation, would it not mean that with his 13th brother's arrival in Donghaezu, the situation would be resolved in an instant? Gu Zong could only count his blessings that Gu Yuan had not targeted them first, but had instead dealt with the Chuiwei coalition. Otherwise, they would surely be the ones facing annihilation. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The azure-clad gentleman finally spoke after a lengthy silence. For now, the best course of action is to withdraw. When the tides of destiny shift, we shall return to reclaim our ground. Gu Zong's maternal clan hailed from the Yunshao lineage of the Three Immortal Islands. The azure-clad gentleman was a martial arts master from Yunshao Island. Intent on assisting Gu Zong in his quest for supremacy, however, little did they know that this quest had scarcely begun before it had seemingly reached its conclusion. Is there truly no other recourse? Gu Zong's face displayed signs of struggle as he reluctantly stated, if sending for aid is not an option, then. The azure-clad gentleman shook his head. Even if the current Three Immortal Islands were to intervene, they could not contend with him. It would be absurd. If they could, what need would there be for your involvement? They would have acted long ago. Gu Zong was loath to relinquish the prospect of the sacred ground. How could I possibly discern the machinations of the 6 great sacred sites? The azure-clad gentleman responded coolly. Even if a gamble were to be made, it would be orchestrated by the island master. Implying that Gu Zong lacked the requisite qualifications. Very well, Gu Zong gritted his teeth, prepared to discuss the arrangements for the aftermath and gather all that he could take. Just then, a raucous laughter echoed from afar. Ha ha, Eastern King, the Three Immortal Islands, look at you all now. The resounding clamor rolled forth like thunder. A figure appeared in the distance, riding the tempest, exuding an aura of boundless malevolence, as if a demon had descended upon the world. Slaughter of 10,000 evils. The azure-clad gentleman recognized the figure, leaping skyward to conjure a barrier of water to shield against the oncoming gale of malice. You are not even of the innate realm, yet you dare show your face before me. Are you seeking death? Ha, Zheng Taijing, you may certainly try. The slaughter of 10,000 evils laughed heartily. The Eastern King has slaughtered 3,000 of my kin. This blood feud has finally granted me an opportunity, and what of you? Zhang Taijing dismissed him with a scornful glance. Just then, another voice interjected. A black-robed elder approached, his hair and beard white yet his complexion remarkably youthful. With bright, spirited eyes, the Lord of Xinming Island, you are still alive, Zhang Taijing exclaimed, his pupils constricting in astonishment. The vast expanse of the Divine Land and its myriad islands composed the overseas martial world. With the 3 immortal islands reigning supreme, however, the other islands were not to be underestimated. Since Gu Zong's appointment as the ruler of Donghaezu, he had relied on the naval power of the Great Zhou and the martial prowess of the 3 immortal islands to sweep through the smaller islands. The process had been undeniably bloody. The slaughter of 10,000 evils, the Lord of Xinming Island, was such a figure. Their immense strength and favorable fortune had kept them hidden from view, and as time passed, the 3 immortal islands ceased to concern themselves with him. As long as the 3 immortal islands remain, this old man shall not perish. The Lord of Xinming Island laughed heartily. You rebels of the Great Zhou, I shall claim your heads and present them to the true dragon, securing the protection of the Great Zhou. What can your 3 immortal islands do to me? Come and die. The Lord of Xinming Island wasted no more words and launched an attack. In the Ming King's palace in Tian, Gu Chang sat at the head of the hall, his demeanor as calm as a tranquil lake, betraying no hint of emotion. 3 Shocks to the world, what a marvelous feat! After 10 years of silence, a thunderous emergence, Gu Chang's eyes shimmered with a golden aura. What does my 3 uncle think? He suddenly inquired. Wang Jingyang, his subordinate from the Langyue Wang clan, appeared solemn as he replied. It is not to be confronted. It cannot be engaged. Are the Langyue Wang clan then prepared to abandon the lone one? Gu Chang remained motionless, his tone unwaveringly serene. Wang Jingyang paused, sighing. It is but a temporary retreat. When the heavens and earth return to order, there shall be a reckoning. When the heavens and earth return to order, Gu Chang mused with a smile that lingered in his eyes. Will it be in 10 years? 20 years, or perhaps 30, your highness does not seem inclined to concede. Concede? Gu Chang rose abruptly. From the moment I arrived here, I have never contemplated surrender. I in the battle of dragons in the wilderness. Their blood is of a deep hue, only the warrior who dies in battle is a true king. There are no cowardly survivors. Suddenly a fierce aura erupted from him, reminiscent of an army of thousands. Surging forth, your highness is indeed fortunate, Wang Jingyang observed quietly. Upon my return, I shall report this matter to our ancestors. You may proceed. Ji Yu Chang strode forth, his presence resounding throughout the city. He summoned his troops and set forth northward. Chapter 69, The Coronation Ceremony. Various parties wished to celebrate Dai in the northern Yuan Khanate. The heavens stretched vast and boundless. From a distance, a black stone city stood sentinel. This was the royal court of the northern Yuan. A stronghold built by the warlord who unified the tribes of the steppe, modeled after the Great Zhou. Outside the city, a dark tide advanced slowly. This troop was meager, numbering scarcely 2,000. Clad in black armor, they rode blood-red steeds, warriors of the Vajra sect, known as the Azura. Each was bestowed with secret techniques, impervious to blades and possessing immense strength. They were the most elite soldiers of the northern Yuan and the only force capable of contending with the surrounding armies of the Great Zhou. For reasons unknown, they directed their military might straight towards the northern Yuan royal court. Master, I have treated you well. Why do you betray me? A middle-aged man in northern Yuan royal robes shouted coldly from the city gate. This man was the current Khan of northern Yuan, Shumu Tai. His brow furrowed in rage as he gripped his dragon-headed scepter tightly, gazing at the imperial master who had once saved the northern Yuan from ruin. Amitbot, O world-honored one, Bachelor intoned, his voice deep and resonant. It is not that this old monk has betrayed the Khan, but rather that the Khan has betrayed the world-honored one. Nonsense, Shumu Tai retorted, his fury palpable. How could such a thing exist in this world? Before he could finish, Bachelor erupted with the wrath of the Vajra. You dare blaspheme the world-honored one, you shall die. As his words fell, he struck out with a palm. Boom. The void trembled, akin to a thunderclap. A colossal palm of golden energy coalesced, instantly slaying the Khan of northern Yuan. Since the demise of that warlord, the tribes of the steppe had fallen under the dominion of the Vajra sect. Had Bachelor not emerged, the northern Yuan would have long since fragmented. Now, it was merely a matter of time. The northern Yuan royal court was completely obliterated within a day. To personally congratulate the world-honored one, Bachelor fervently chanted the name of Guyuan, his devotion unwavering. A single point of Buddhist light emanated from his forehead, embodying profound wisdom and great enlightenment. I in the Zishao palace, before the pond adorned with blooming blue lotuses. Wang Guqing sighed, the tide has turned, let it be. We shall bide our time, for the future still lies with us. He snapped his fingers, and a beam of purple light flowed forth, conveying his will. The Zhixiao Palace withdrew from the struggle for supremacy, ceasing to support any prince. When the heavens and earth returned to order, they would converse with Guyuan once more. The true Martial Mountain and the Zhixiao Academy observed coldly. They had no intention of stepping into the fray at this juncture. The calamity had commenced. The time for them to unleash their formidable methods would come when the world was restored. Meanwhile, in the Sword Palace, at the epicenter of the Sword Path in the Divine Land, a towering spire loomed, adorned with countless swords, sword energy intertwined, radiating an ominous aura. A resounding sword cry echoed, reverberating across the land. Deliver a congratulatory message to the capital, stating that for the coronation ceremony of the true dragon our Sword Palace shall undoubtedly attend, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the holy ground of Buddhism and the foremost temple of the Divine Land. The highest sanctuary shone with resplendent golden light. Sanskrit swirled, transforming into blooming lotus flowers. Melodious chants resonated from the sacred hall. The true dragon of the Great Zhou shares a connection with our Buddha. The future Buddhist disciple should personally deliver a grand gift. Jiyu Chang, fiery as a blaze, declared, "Everything shall unfold as it should. We are not of the saintly lineage and cannot act recklessly. On the day of the emperor's coronation, my Wang clan's phoenix shall personally present our tribute." Voices from the Langya Wang clan reverberated softly. At the three immortal islands, the Yunqiao lineage reported, "The Lord of Xianming Island has acquired an extraordinary method to break the evil energies and dismantle the Eastern Army's formation. My disciple has proven inadequate and failed to protect the Eastern King." Izhan Taijing knelt, his voice trembling with fear. "When fate surges forth, a true dragon shall emerge in chaotic times." An aged voice echoed gently, "Let us set aside matters concerning the Great Zhou for now. As for the Battle of Zubicheng, the Chu army has been vanquished, the national master has fallen, and the Yu army has surrendered. The chaos unleashed is akin to a meteor crashing into the Divine Land, provoking colossal waves. Even days later, the uproar it caused has yet to subside. The 6 great sacred sites, the demonic sects, the 8 major factions, and the 10 orthodox lineages, every corner of the overseas realm, the western regions, the northern Yuan, and the southern frontiers, everywhere warriors tread has been rendered speechless by the upheaval. The first place on the Zhou Tian rankings, the true dragon of the Great Zhou, is indeed as formidable as the legends proclaim. This is still because the world remains unaware of the sword immortal from the Sword Palace, Nanqing Shuang. Otherwise, the shock would have been even more profound. As news spread, the local aristocrats in the Great Zhou, who had taken advantage of the chaos, quickly fell silent. The rebellion in Shiguan was swiftly quelled with the arrival of the heavenly soldiers led by Marquis Wuan. With the destruction of the allied forces of Chu and Yu, tranquility reigned across the vast territory of the Great Zhou. Yet, beneath this serene facade, a cataclysmic event unfolded. The king of Donghai Prefecture, Dong Wang Guji, met his demise within the city of Donghai, slain by the master of Xianming Island, his severed head sent to the divine capital, seeking an audience with His Highness the Crown Prince. However, before this news could reverberate throughout the realm, that enigmatic living Buddha of the esoteric sect, the teacher of the Northern Yuan, had audaciously dismantled the Northern Yuan royal court, proclaiming dominion over the vast grasslands. He declared them all to belong to the Great Zhou. Simultaneously, Ming Wangushang raised his forces to march northward, an unstoppable tide of military might that left the world in astonishment. Why did he not strike earlier or take advantage of Gu Yuan's absence to head south? As the attention of the world turned towards the grasslands, whispers emerged of encountering the true dragon of the Great Zhou in the land of the Chu River. Days passed, and in the capital of Chu Yingdu, how did the master of Yen convey his thoughts? The emperor of Chu sat upon his dragon throne, gazing downward, his countenance dark and brooding. "Your Majesty," a Chu official hesitantly replied. His head bowed, unable to articulate his thoughts, yet his intentions were unmistakably clear. Wang Tiangang fell at the hands of that Gu Yuan, yet he, a rightful master of the Tao, pays no heed to this grievance. It is utterly unfilial. The emperor of Chu was incensed and inquired further, "What do the Tai Sword sect and Lianqin Zen Monastery say?" The Tai Sword sect and Lianqin Zen Monastery, the pinnacle of power within Chu. Alongside the Tianyuan Martial Pavilion and Haoran Mansion of Yu, the Kunlun Dao sect beyond the northern deserts, and the Tianwu Dao of the southern frontier, together with the Kanglin Sword sect, Xintian Dao sect, and the Great Bright Temple within the Zhou territory, were collectively known as the 10 Great Orthodox Sects, since Gu Yuan's southern campaign and the annihilation of the 30,000 Chu troops. The emperor of Chu had been consumed by thoughts of how to counter Gu Yuan, unable to eat or sleep. Of the 3 great Orthodox sects were the emperor's hope for allies, yet the pure Yang Dao sect declined. While the Tai Sword sect closed its gates, and the abbot of Lianqin Zen Monastery, Master Yuan Jue, refused to see anyone, the Chu official bowed his head, lamenting internally ever since the Kanglan Sword sect and Xiantian Dao sect failed to contend for the dragon. The territories of these two orthodox sects had diminished significantly. The once great Jinhai gang of the martial world had long since faded into obscurity. Why? Was it not due to the true dragon of the Great Zhou? In the current state of affairs within Chu, who could withstand the wrath of the true dragon, it was no wonder the three great orthodox sects remained passive observers, even with the demise of a lineage master in the pure Yang Dao sect. They acted thus. There were even rumors of sending gifts to the grand coronation ceremony of the Great Zhou. Chapter 70. 30,000 years ago, the divine sovereign of heaven. You are all quite clever. The emperor of Chu gritted his teeth. Begone, all of you, get out, he roared repeatedly, causing a group of Chu officials to tremble in fear as they retreated. Once they had departed, the emperor regained his composure and coldly remarked, "Does the holy sect have no stance on this matter?" A fleeting, ethereal voice abruptly resonated. "The holy sect has its decrees. The world today belongs to the true dragon. Your majesty would be wise to enter the demon realm." Securing a strategy for survival, it was that ethereal woman clad in white named Linglong, appearing before the emperor like a specter, her eyes shimmering with a starlit glow. Raising an army against the Zhou was the holy sect's demand. I complied. "Yet this is how you treat me?" the emperor questioned, his gaze sharp and laced with malevolence. Linglong chuckled lightly, treating his aura of malice as inconsequential, and replied calmly, "Your majesty is no child. How could you fail to perceive the circumstances? 30,000 elite Chu troops in this realm, not even the holy sect, let alone the 6 great sacred lands, would dare to confront such might. Your only course of action is to enter the demon realm. Otherwise, all will be lost." With that, she turned and vanished into the depths of the palace, leaving only the emperor behind. Within the vast hall, he stood alone. The words of the ancestors of the demon sect rang true. These individuals were utterly unreliable, the emperor muttered, his tone icy to the core. As his gaze shifted, he seemed to perceive a towering presence. "I shall never become a ruler of a fallen nation. The great Chu, having thrived for 400 years, cannot be extinguished again." However, unbeknownst to the emperor, Linglong wore a smile of intrigue. Did this emperor possess any hidden cards? How dare he oppose the true dragon? In a world where the cosmos had yet to be restored, such an endeavor was something even the lineage of the heavenly demons would not dare to undertake. What audacity did he possess? It was evident that whatever could elude our sight was no ordinary entity. A chilling voice pierced the void, reverberating within Linglong's mind. The Chu nation has only been restored for 400 years. He would never gamble on the future but would seize the present. This emperor is indeed a talent. Linglong shook her head. It is a pity he encountered the true dragon of the Great Zhou. That individual is no mere child of calamity, certainly not. If he were, the sacred lands would not remain indifferent. Moreover, the Tianji pavilion has not reported any news of him being entangled with fate. This is rather peculiar, Linglong mused. Why is this individual so formidable? The will of heaven is like a blade, inscrutable. We are but observers, the voice continued. Is the time ripe? Gu Yuan traversed the earth, his gaze sparkling with brilliance. Let us hope not to be disappointed. He had waited an eternity for this opportune moment. As his gaze reflected, it seemed he could already foresee the impending storm of blood and carnage. A great terror loomed on the horizon, yet Gu Yuan remained unfazed. Before me, there exists no rival. Let me witness what techniques you possess in Chu, Yingdu, the most prosperous locale of the Chu nation, bustling with merchants and traffic. Symbolized the zenith of Chu's glory. Yet today, Yingdu lay shrouded in an eerie silence. The entire city was enveloped in a strange atmosphere. Not a soul could be seen on the streets, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of blood. It was as though Yingdu had transformed into a hellish sea of blood. The emperor of Chu had gone mad. In the shadows, Linglong watched as the seemingly deranged emperor unleashed a bloody purge upon Yingdu. Mercilessly slaughtering everyone, from royal kin to commoners alike. Was he not seeking the continuation of the Chu nation? What was he attempting to achieve? Taiyinzi, Linglong inquired, wishing to ascertain whether this holy spirit of the sect had uncovered any information. Yet, a strange occurrence transpired. No matter how Linglong probed or stirred her consciousness, she could not connect with Taiyinzi. What is happening? Linglong exclaimed in astonishment. Taiyinzi, a sacred spirit of the holy sect, possessed unfathomable power and numerous mystical abilities. How could she not be reached? No, I must leave at once. A sense of foreboding surged within Linglong, and without hesitation she sought to depart. Yet, the moment the thought crossed her mind, the emperor seemed to sense her presence. Casting his gaze in her direction, in an instant Linglong froze, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Her thoughts and spirit felt entirely immobilized by that gaze. It was not the gaze of a mere human. She had never encountered eyes like those. They bore the weight of divine authority, as though they transcended the mortal realm. Having lingered for so long, why do you not depart? The Emperor of Chu smiled enigmatically. Come, in the realm of reincarnation, speak my name, I am the sovereign of heaven. Boom. In Linglong's eyes, it was as though a gaping maw of blood had opened wide. Only then did her dulled consciousness finally catch up. No wonder even Tei Yinzi could not be reached. In myth and legend, the supreme deity of the Chu region was known as the sovereign of heaven, ruling over reincarnation and governing all of this seemed only a tale. Yet Linglong was acutely aware of its veracity. The sovereign of heaven truly existed eons ago. Before the 6 great sages descended to impart their teachings, countless deities governed this land, presiding over the fates of all beings. Among them was the sovereign of heaven. How had this emperor unearthed the sovereign of heaven? Linglong's spirit trembled as she grasped the entire situation. This emperor sought to perform a blood sacrifice to the sovereign of heaven in an attempt to vanquish the true dragon of the Great Zhou. Yet unexpectedly, the first to perish was none other than himself, usurped by the sovereign of heaven, dead beyond resurrection. A true deity in this world, who could withstand such a force, even in a diminished state? A god was born of the very fabric of existence. They were not bound by the constraints of fate. Their power emanated from the multitude, from within themselves, rather than from the cosmos. An overwhelming and inexhaustible allure surged forth, consuming her in an instant, pulling at her very essence. Linglong could not even muster a scream before being engulfed by that gaping maw of blood. Boom. Subsequently, that maw closed, and tranquility descended once more. The emperor remained rooted in place, as if nothing had transpired. In the world of mortals, 30,000 years hence, all appeared unchanged. The emperor, or rather the sovereign of heaven, spoke with an almost obsessive reverence. Suddenly the gaze of the sovereign of heaven shifted sharply. Outside the heavens of Yingdu, a figure descended from the sky. The mountains and rivers seemed to sway beneath his feet, and the sun and moon appeared to crown him. All beings and multitudes became his garments. He strode through the void like an ancient sovereign, surveying the realms. Chapter 71. The supreme divine form, sovereign of heaven without limits. Of this figure, clad in golden robes adorned with dragon patterns, exuded an air of cold indifference as he gazed downwards. It was Gu Yuan. With every step he took, the clouds and winds around him shattered, the firmament trembled, and the earth seemed to lament. An inexhaustible force radiated, extending across the 8 directions, oppressing all around. Collect the paths of the multitude. The sovereign of heaven revealed a hint of murderous intent but did not act immediately, sensing a subtle yet potent threat from this figure. This individual possesses some formidable prowess. The Great Zhou's top contender, Gu Yuan, having supplanted the Emperor of Chu, the sovereign of heaven naturally inherited the memories belonging to him. Thus, he was acutely aware of the myriad changes that had transpired on this divine land since his slumber of 30,000 years. The gods had departed, the sages had transmitted their teachings, the 6 great sacred lands stood high above, ruling over everything. Of the 5 deities, Yutian, Qiantian, Mantian, Xintian, and Shutian, had become relics of the past. These 5 deities, mightier than even the sovereign of heaven, had emerged victorious in the divine struggle for supremacy, governing the myriad phenomena of the divine realm. Even the sovereign of heaven had been suppressed and imprisoned, leaving only a fragment of divine consciousness lingering outside. 30,000 years had slipped by in a blink. By a stroke of fate, he was fortuitously acquired by a sovereign of the Chu kingdom. The kingdom, under the dominion of dark sects and sacred lands, had long been in search of an opportunity to overthrow the oppressive burdens that loomed over them, much like the Great Zhou dynasty had once done. Thus, when this divine consciousness revealed its formidable power, it became the secret future of Chu. After generations of offerings and sacrifices, the celestial deity finally regained a semblance of strength. Ultimately, the Chu army of 300,000 was annihilated, and the true sect of the dark arts retreated, leading the Chu emperor to lose his final grasp on reason. The result was that the celestial deity, using the Chu emperor as a conduit, conducted a blood sacrifice upon a city, re-emerging upon the lands of the divine continent. Now, the celestial deity's foremost objective was to rediscover and awaken his divine form, to manifest in an invincible state as a true god upon this earth. However, the true dragon, a laughable notion, could the strongest entity of the divine continent, 3,000 years hence, truly be so feeble? The celestial deity's eyes flickered with insatiable greed. He felt he had arrived at an opportune moment, with the gods absent and the sentient beings ungoverned. Perhaps he could ascend to the exalted position of supreme godhood. As for the slight traces of murderous intent, even if he was not in his original form and lacked the power of his peak, the pride of the celestial deity still led him to regard mere humans as inconsequential, requiring no caution. They would either submit or be reduced to mere sustenance. Indeed, he had set his sights on Gu Yuan. intending to recruit him as a divine general to assist in the quest for his divine body. While the celestial deity assessed Gu Yuan was equally scrutinizing him, the Chu emperor? Or perhaps the divine figure of Gu Yuan surveyed Yingdu, once one of the three great capitals of the world, now reduced to a desolate wasteland, devoid of life save for a few humans who were as good as dead. The vibrant bustle of yesteryears had vanished without a trace, leaving only boundless bloodshed to saturate the city. A profound silence and decay enveloped everything around. It resembled a sacrificial rite, with the city as the offering. What had the Chu emperor summoned forth? Gu Yuan's mind raced, quickly grasping the crux of the situation. This fellow could not possibly be the opportunity sensed by his celestial divination, could he? Who are you? Gu Yuan queried coldly. Regardless of whether this was a chance encounter, this individual was fated to perish. The blatant malice was unmistakably reflected in his psyche, akin to an ancient evil lurking. Fixated on its prey. I am the celestial deity. The cold voice of the celestial deity reverberated. Mortal, kneel before me and offer all that you possess. I shall bestow upon you eternal life and supreme glory. At that moment, it was as if thunder rumbled. The divine aura of the celestial deity surged, akin to the abyss or the very earth itself, crashing down like a tidal wave, seeking to subdue Gu Yuan. Celestial deity, Gu Yuan scoffed, sensing a familiar essence. This seemed to be his own line. After all, a mere remnant of consciousness dared to claim divinity. In an instant, Gu Yuan had pierced through the foundation of this so-called celestial deity. If you are a god, Gu Yuan declared, his sleeves billowing as he forcefully pressed down, then I shall be the lord of all gods, with a hand that seemed to collapse the heavens. Boundless true intent surged forth, brilliant and overwhelming, descending to impose its will. Arrogance, the celestial deity's fury ignited. At this moment, he abandoned the thought of subduing Gu Yuan. To disrespect the divine must result in death. This was a consensus among the gods of the primordial age. Humanity was meant to be servants, mere fodder. Now, he only desired to devour Gu Yuan. How dare this insignificant insect scoff at our celestial beings? Die! A roar that shook the mountains and rivers echoed through the vastness. In an instant, a terrifying surge of divine energy erupted into the sky, tumultuous and radiant as the sun, blinding to the eyes. Ultimately coalescing into an immense phantom. It descended as if from the heavens, looming ominously, like the sun in the sky. It threatened to eclipse all light. The expansive Yingdu transformed into a divine realm, isolating itself from the outside world, rendering both sun and moon powerless, and the earth devoid of color. In terms of power, the celestial deity far surpassed those who falsely claimed divinity from the dark sections. Boom! The true intent, akin to the weight of the heavens, was instantly shattered. The essence of the heavens? Truly weak. To stand before a god without kneeling is your greatest folly, the celestial deity's indifferent voice rang out. The enormous divine phantom extended a hand that obscured half the sky, striking directly at Gu Yuan. A rumble, it swept across, obliterating the air in its wake, engulfing everything in endless darkness. Were it not for the desolation of Yingdu, countless lives would have been lost under such an onslaught. Gu Yuan's expression remained placid, devoid of any sense of urgency. This mere strike, which rattled the very foundation of Yingdu, was no more than a slight annoyance to him. However, as an opportunity, this being proved quite competent. Rank, 4th tier Dao fruit, supreme divine body progress, 100 to seize the profound mysteries of creation and gather the thoughts of all beings. Forging the supreme divine body, time required, 1000 years. Rank, 4th tier Dao fruit, 100 calamity divine pill progress, 100 to undergo 100 calamities to form the pill, transforming into the 100 calamity divine pill. Time required, 150 years. This was the first time Gu Yuan had encountered two suitable Dao fruits within a single individual. In this regard, the celestial deity truly lived up to the name of a divine being. Extraordinarily wealthy, in Gu Yuan's vast reservoir of fortune, the essence rapidly coalesced. The pill entered the void, the law entered his psyche. Within his mental realm, the Mayamen Sutra, which had previously occupied the center, was instantly displaced. Only the supreme text of governance radiated an astonishing aura, dominating the space without yielding. The supreme divine body was indeed an opportunity. All beings ought to revere me, neither more nor less. The divine way, the Buddhist path of the myriad paths, I have already grasped. It is a pity that the Buddhist path falls short in many aspects, especially in comparison to the Tao, which is the most inferior. Gu Yuan, multitasking, effortlessly deflected the weighty hand that bore down like a mountain, his gaze sweeping across his mental realm, conjuring myriad thoughts. Mortal, to engage with a deity and still dare to be distracted. The celestial deity roared, being merely a remnant thought. He had absorbed boundless life essence, yet his wisdom had languished. He remained oblivious to the moment when the supreme divine body entered Gu Yuan's psyche. Where a faint yet imposing aura emanated. He bellowed, divine light surging like an ocean, divine might akin to a prison, the celestial realm is boundless, subduing the divine and grounding the earth. Chapter 72, You have done your best. Little god of humanity, boom, the celestial deity descended, the very void seemed to stagnate, transforming into a dark vortex. This was the most powerful strike that the celestial deity's form could unleash, reminiscent of the majesty he once wielded in Shu 3,000 years prior. Insects are ultimately insects, the celestial deity chuckled coldly, filled with confidence. In his eyes, this battle was devoid of suspense. A remnant thought of a god was utterly unworthy of challenge. Gu Yuan's gaze remained indifferent. The aura of the dragon of the celestial path surged forth, even in a place beyond the Great Zhou, it could not be obstructed. The true dragon's imperial seal radiated with unparalleled brilliance, transforming into a radiant sun that enveloped the 8 directions. Amidst the resounding sounds of the Buddha, 2 majestic figures emerged from the brilliant sun. One governed the world, while the other held dominion over all beings. 3 formidable powers merged into one, forming the most fearsome means of assault. Boom! In an instant, the divine realm shattered, the celestial deity crumbled, the chaotic and violent waves of energy surged forth in all directions, causing the expanse of Yingdu to tremble as if a great dragon had stirred. The celestial deity, who had just expended all his strength, believing victory was assured, stood frozen, staring at the 2 towering figures before him. Particularly the one on the right, the divine light surged, illuminating like the sun and moon overhead, a celestial being descending, poised to judge the world and its inhabitants, appearing more godlike than the current celestial deity. How is this possible? The celestial deity emitted a roar that transcended humanity. This aura, this divine intent, felt akin to a true god of the primordial era descending. It was overwhelming and blinding. I do not believe it. Mortal, you, the celestial deity frantically summoned his divine power, only to find himself utterly restrained, unable to move, unable to resist. Even the immense power within him was thoroughly suppressed. You have done your best, came a voice as indifferent as a deity, gazing down upon all life, akin to the final judgment, crashing into the will of the celestial deity. Little god of humanity, Yingdu was no more, once one of the 3 great capitals of the world. It had now become a desolate ruin, and no, it was not even worthy of being called a ruin. Only endless smoke and scorched earth ravaged the land, as if heaven and prison, as if deity and dragon. A man clad in black hovered in the air, sighing, what terrifying power this is! This true dragon is indeed extraordinary, unparalleled in history, but as the true dragon obliterates all, what transpired in between, the man in black? Or perhaps Taiyinzi felt a surge of confusion, dark energy flickered in his eyes, yet he could not discern the truth. After a moment, the black-clad man shattered, as if something had directly broken him apart. In his place, only the lingering echoes remained. Calamity energy, why has it intensified? In the state of you, deep within an ancient forest, a young boy, bow in hand and quiver on his back, stumbled upon a long-abandoned cave. What is this? The boy, clearing the thorns, gazed at the images on the cave wall, instinctively reaching out to touch them, the heavens above, the gods below, and the multitude of people submerged in despair, in the Great Zhou. In the Dingzhou of the western 9 provinces, near the Western Pass, this was the region most severely affected by the rebellion of the former dynasty Daong, although the main forces had been vanquished by the Marquis of Wuhan. The ensuing plagues and famines from the turmoil had left countless commoners displaced. Qi Qingting was among them, a resident of Dingzhou, merely 15 years of age. At this moment, he struggled alongside a throng of refugees. Trudging onward, the western province was nearly within reach, the imperial army was already present, and peace should soon return. Qi Qingting harbored hopes for the future, touching the stone pendant resting against his chest. The last relic left by his parents. I will survive, I must. In the western regions, amidst the Tianshan mountains, a shepherdess played a melodious tune. As the white horse galloped across the snowy plains, a beam of heavenly light, moving faster than the eye could perceive, struck directly upon the shepherdess's head. Oh, is it raining? The shepherdess raised her head, her countenance radiant. Above her, a boundless azure sky stretched without a single cloud in sight. The Tianji Pavilion, a place shrouded in enigma, was known to all, yet its location remained a mystery. Renowned for its prophetic abilities, it was said to be unparalleled across the realm. Messages that emerged from the Tianji Pavilion had never known failure until now. The fates had shifted, the future hung in uncertainty, and divination could no longer be employed. Within the Tianji Pavilion, a figure scoffed coldly. Surrounding a colossal compass stood solemn elders, each enveloped in an aura of profound mystery, as if they could peer into the threads of destiny. Yet at this moment, their faces wore expressions of gravity, clearly troubled by the impediments encountered in their attempts to foresee the future. Even facing backlash, a matters of fate could not be forcefully intervened with. The Master of Calamity had appeared, but why were there three, one true and two false, or perhaps all true or all false? Regardless of their authenticity, the message to the Holy Land must be conveyed. Indeed, the future had changed. Calamity would descend within 2 decades, and we need only to wait in silence. To the north of the northern pass, a mighty army surged forth, their iron hooves thundering, banners fluttering, a formidable force. The elite 9th Army of the Great Joe, once the strongest at the borders, advanced directly into the grasslands. Within mere days, they had slaughtered dozens of tribes, staining the land with blood. Your Highness, this slaughter disturbs the harmony of heaven, a candid advisor in the Ming King's tent urged. Those who are not of our kin will surely harbor different intentions. Gu Shang coldly replied, if we do not carve out a path to ascendancy, how can I contend with that 13th brother? Your Highness, the strategist attempted to dissuade further, even if we vanquish the northern Yuan, how shall we face the numerous grandmasters and armies of the Great Zhou? Blades and swords are blind. No matter how strong the 9th Army is, they have suffered substantial losses these past few days. Without the support of the Great Zhou's central command, these battle-hardened soldiers will dwindle in number. No need for further words. Gu Shang dismissed the advisors with a wave. I alone understand the gravity of this situation. Relay orders to the army to continue the assault. Once the ministers had retreated, Gu Shang's gaze darkened, as if a white tiger's fierce aura was rising. Not enough, still not enough. If I can harness the essence of the white tiger's formidable energy, I shall have the chance for a counterattack. The clamor of battle rang out. Suddenly, a messenger arrived. Your Highness, in the north and south, 2 and 8 grandmasters have arrived simultaneously. To the north, Bata stepped forth alone. To the south, a sword from the sacred capital advanced northward. Chapter 73, The White Tiger's 7 Killers. I humbly beseech the world-honored one. The sword ascended from the Imperial City's Black Dragon platform, wielded by Yang Shua, the Grand Commander of the Black Dragon platform, who had just emerged from a 10-day seclusion after consuming the celestial blue flower. At that moment, he soared through the air, drawing in the boundless energies of heaven and earth, transforming them into an even swifter force. Your Highness commands respect across the realm. All are in submission, yet only the rebel King Gu Shang remains oblivious. The sword light blazed, illuminating half the horizon. Wherever it passed, the atmosphere shattered, producing a thunderous roar. Yang Shua gazed towards the distant tide of iron cavalry, the clamor of battle rising. The Black Dragon platform was the sharpest sword in the hands of the Great Zhou Emperor, effective both externally and internally. Yet the present prince, the future emperor, seemed to have no need for such a weapon. Having received the celestial blue flower, Yang Shua had envisioned establishing an extraordinary achievement upon his emergence. Little did he expect that in just a short span of 10 days, the realm had already begun to take shape. Except for Gu Shang, all had been dealt with by Gu Yuan alone. Leaving Yang Shua, who had once felt triumphant, now filled with unease. He vividly recalled the peculiar gaze of Gu Chongxian when he had just begun his seclusion. Fortunately, there was still Gu Shang with every breath. Yang Shua was engulfed by the surging primal energy, swirling like a dragon of sword energy ever present. Let me lend my strength to your highness. The Black Dragon platform was unlike the Qingtian Observatory or the Divine Martial King's residence. One commanded celestial phenomena while the other held dominion over the military of the Great Zhou. The Black Dragon platform was merely a sword. Even figures like the Master of Xianming had been subdued by the prince. If Yang Shua, the Grand Commander of the Black Dragon platform, did not exert himself, how could he stand firm amidst the unprecedented upheaval in the realm, even if one were to be a dog? One must know how to bark. On the grasslands, Bata walked barefoot upon the earth, his brow lowered, reciting sacred texts. Thus, if the world-honored one were to witness this, a brilliant golden light would illuminate the grasslands, transforming them into a resplendent hue of gold. Yet Bata remained oblivious, his mouth uttering sacred sounds, as a faint golden glow rose behind his head, growing ever more intense, revealing layers of radiant brilliance. He walked forth unperturbed by the great army before him. With each step, he traversed hundreds of feet, and in the blink of an eye, he had crossed thousands of soldiers. No matter how the cavalry charged, they could not inflict a single scratch upon Batu, not even brushing against the hem of his garment. It was as if they existed in entirely different realms. Monk, stop him. Even generals of the transcendent realm, leading their troops, set up formations, yet they could do nothing to impede Batu. Throughout this, Bata did not raise a hand, maintaining the same posture as he advanced step by step. The golden light radiating from him illuminated his bones, casting a golden hue. His vigorous blood surged like a mighty river, roaring and rushing. This was the transmission of the world-honored one's teachings. To Batu, these soldiers were all manifestations of the world-honored one. Between them, there was no distinction in rank. merely a temporary divergence in their paths, a momentary loss of self. His purpose was to guide them back into the embrace of the world-honored one. To the north and south, one was a Buddha and the other a sword. The two forces surged ever higher, even parting the clouds above. The undefeated Ninth Army of the Borders, which had conquered thousands of miles, was suddenly pressed down. Batu was formidable, but how could Yang Shuo be so powerful? Beneath the banners of the Central Army, Gu Shang narrowed his eyes, observing the scene before him, astonishment flickering in his gaze. This Grand Commander of the Black Dragon platform had always been regarded as the weakest innate Grandmaster of the Great Zhou. All his lineage stemmed from the Black Dragon platform. How was it that he now stood on equal footing with Batu? A figure among the top 10 on the celestial rankings, yet Gu Shang waved his hand. As long as my 13th brother does not personally arrive, what have I to fear? His gaze turned cold, and he stepped forward. Generals, follow me to slay the enemy. In an instant, the heavens and earth turned upside down. The Ninth Army was instantly unified, centered around Gu Shang, supported by 17 transcendent grandmasters and hundreds of divine generals. Forming an earth-shattering battle formation, the White Tiger's 7 Killers slaughtering formation. This formation was shrouded in mystery, with origins unknown, yet with Gu Shang's military acumen, he understood this was not a formation of the realm. It was either from the Pure Yang sect or the ancestral formation of the Great Zhou, but none could compare to the White Tiger's 7 Killers slaughtering formation. This was because no formation had ever grown stronger from the essence of slaughter and bloodshed, yet this one could. However, the repercussions were immense. Otherwise Gu Shang would not have waited until news of Gu Yuan's military annihilation reached him before considering this formation to counter Gu Yuan. Boom, blood surged to the heavens, and the sinister energy coalesced. An ethereal white tiger leaped forth, roaring towards the sky, as if it had come to life, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. It instantly shattered the oppressive aura of the two innate grandmasters. The White Tiger's 7 Killers, this was an omen of ill fortune. Batu, towering like a mountain, remained unmoved beneath the onslaught of the sinister energy. The radiance of the glazed dragon elephant's diamond body enveloped him, protecting every inch of his skin. Even facing the magnificent malevolence, he stood unwavering. This military formation? Yang Shuo's mind wavered momentarily but quickly steadied. Monk, shall we strike together? Yang Shuo's voice rang out, resonating through heaven and earth. The sweeping sword of the universe slashed down, sending forth waves of lethal sword energy that collided with the aura of the White Tiger's 7 Killers slaughtering formation, producing indescribable waves of terror that rippled for miles. No need. Batu slowly shook his head, showing no sign of action. His voice echoed around Yang Shuo. I humbly beseech the world-honored one to descend. Batu's voice resonated like the tolling of a bell, deafening and resonant. What is this monk doing? Gu Shang furrowed his brow, perplexed yet sensing a hint of danger. That he must not be allowed to act. Boom! The White Tiger surged forth, lunging at Batu. In an instant, the winds howled and clouds surged, the air itself torn asunder, the battle resonating throughout the realm. Namo, world-honored one. Batu did not flinch or close his eyes, continuing to recite sacred texts. Suddenly, a sword energy shot from the heavens, cleaving into the ethereal White Tiger. With dazzling sharpness, it pierced through everything. Amidst the cries of agony, over 100 soldiers were caught in the wake, their bodies exploding in death. It was Yang Shuo. Though he had no understanding of Batu's intentions, he could not permit such a spectacle to unfold, but Yang Shuo was too distant. Despite his attempts with the sword energy, he merely hindered the White Tiger momentarily. Just as the White Tiger surged forth once more, poised to pounce upon Batu, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. The sky darkened suddenly, as if the sun and moon had dimmed. What had once been a clear azure sky was now thick with ominous clouds. We honor the world-honored one. Batu lifted his head, his face filled with reverence. Thus, if the world-honored one were to witness the past Buddha, a fierce wind howled, and amidst the flashes of lightning, a towering figure gradually emerged in the heavens, majestic and grand. It appeared as a divine being descending unto the earth. Chapter 74. The radiant divine might, unifying the realm. The colors of heaven and earth shifted. As if a deity had arrived, the sacred aura radiated, causing the void to tremble as if it were a canvas being shaken, ready to shatter at any moment. As it solidified, an overwhelming force spread forth, filling all directions. Endless divine light poured forth, shaking the mountains and valleys. What of the ethereal White Tiger? What of the White Tiger's 7 Killers slaughtering formation? Under this overwhelming aura, they were instantly obliterated. The resplendent divine might suppressed all, it annihilated everything. If I were to return, all laws would be as I decree. This was an extreme and tyrannical pressure, transcending the mundane realm, entering a deeper dimension. Is this Gu Yuan? Gu Shang exclaimed in astonishment, unable to contain himself. That figure donned a golden robe adorned with dragon patterns, boundless divine light radiating as if a celestial crown adorned his head. Who but Gu Yuan could it be? Yet, compared to the image of Gu Yuan in the scrolls, this figure was utterly transformed, like a divine being, like a Buddha, like the heavens and the earth. It seemed to oversee all beings. His eyes were tranquil, devoid of any ripples, yet they seemed to hold within them countless worlds. Is this your highness? Yang Shuo was taken aback, his eyes widening to their fullest extent. What extraordinary means are at play here? What unfathomable power is this? Such divine might, can it truly be grasped by a congenital grandmaster, like a deity, like the heavens, like an abyss, like a prison? Yang Shuo mused inwardly. Suddenly, he felt as if he could only play the role of a mere dog, destined to bark in vain. Gu was unconvinced. Gu Shang clenched his fists tightly, roaring infuriated. He could not accept this scene. Could not accept it all. Why must there exist such a person in the world? He should be the true dragon, battling through bloodshed, dominating the realm, standing atop the pinnacle, ascending to the throne, and gazing down upon the vast lands of the Middle Kingdom. Instead, he found himself in a position of subservience. Boom! Gu Shang's entire body resonated, his vital energy surging like a colossal beast, roaring in madness. He yearned to once more invoke the White Tiger Seven Fiends slaughtering God formation. Yet, no matter how fiercely he struggled, or how hard he tried, he remained unable to escape the overwhelming force that filled the heavens and the earth, an omnipresent might that kept him firmly suppressed. This was the disparity. One was but an ant in the mortal realm, while the other was a divine emperor above the 9 heavens. This was not a contest of the same tier. At that moment, as if the embodiment of the ancient abyss had descended, the figure finally moved, casting its gaze downward. It looked upon the vast expanse. It seemed as if celestial sounds descended, shaking the very heavens and the earth. Kneel, thud, the mere sound struck like a tempest upon the land. The terrifying resonance unleashed visible ripples that spread outward, bursting the air and forming rolling waves. Gu would never submit. Gu Shang gritted his teeth. Even in death, he could never bow to the ancient abyss. His spirit roared like the white tiger, the mysterious military seal he possessed, yearning to unleash boundless killing energy for one final struggle. However, the foundation of the White Tiger Seven Fiends was steadfast, loyal to Gu Shang through thick and thin, ready to charge into the flames of battle, the elite forces of the 9 armies at the border. These unparalleled warriors, these ironclad soldiers, who had carved their names into the annals of history through bloodshed, all knelt at this moment. It was an incredibly shocking sight. Across the vast grasslands an endless expanse lay before them. With hundreds of thousands clad in armor, a dark sea of warriors, even the warhorses seemed to have gained sentience, kneeling as if they were human before the sole figure in the heavens and earth. At that moment, only Gu Shang and 17 transcendent masters remained standing, conspicuously so. Among them was Su Ho, yet even now, Su Ho trembled, his face pale, filled with horror and an indescribable complexity of emotions. How could this be? This was his final thought. As hundreds of thousands of iron cavalry knelt, the boundless aura seemed to finally halt. The towering figure, akin to the vast heavens, gradually blurred and dissipated. Gu Shang stood in a daze, confused and lost. Then, alongside the 17 transcendent masters, he perished. He had not even received a glance from me, nor had he struck once before my demise. With this uncertainty, Gu Shang lost all perception, plunging into an eternal slumber. Ming Wan Gu Shang, the last rebel of the Great Zhou, met his end amidst the army he was most proud of. After his death, a white tiger seal, 2 inches long, flew forth from his brow, seeking to ascend to the heavens. Yang Shuo was startled, wishing to intervene, yet, before the sword light could descend, it was dispersed by the fierce energy of the white tiger. In an instant, the white tiger seal transformed into a shooting star, vanishing into the celestial expanse. This is the White Tiger 7 kill seal. Batter approached, speaking slowly. Are you familiar with this object? Yang Shuo turned to ask. Indeed, Batter nodded. It is mentioned in my esoteric texts on the Vajra Great Method, where it is said that the White Tiger 7 kill seal is a treasure of the martial family. Forged from the essence of weapons and the slaughter of 1,000,000 souls, a treasure of overwhelming might. Legend has it that in ancient times a 7 kill star descended, refining itself into this seal after slaying millions. Yang Shuo gasped upon hearing this. Such a treasure, why would your highness? Batter seemed to perceive Yang Shuo's thoughts, joining his hands in reverence. The world-honored one is the only one of his kind in this era. All matters in the world are merely a question of desire and intent. Desire and intent. Yang Shuo felt dazed. He suddenly thought he might not even be worthy of the status of a dog. Batter, truly a person of profound fortune, with such keen perception, could summon my power with a mere invocation of reverence. Gu Yuan withdrew his gaze, revealing a hint of admiration. Even he himself was unaware that this supreme divine form could project its power across tens of thousands of miles. It was not a matter of capability but rather of distance, with no diminishment of its might. It is worth noting that Gu Yuan had only just set foot in the southern 10 states. This was not the mere intention of entering a devil's gate. It was a tangible force that shattered the void and descended. Although the duration was brief, such means could indeed be deemed extraordinary. The fortune has already reached 10,000 years. Gu Yuan murmured Dai, and that unseen realm of the void. Fortune flowed almost as if it were tangible, rich to the brim. This was Gu Yuan's current state. It is a pity that the fundamental issue remains. The Tao fruit is still insufficient. Gu Yuan shook his head. Waiting for the celestial emperor's divination would take far too long. There are changes brewing in the Middle Kingdom. As Gu Yuan's strength continued to grow, his comprehension of the heavens and the earth naturally elevated. It appears that I must hasten my pace. Gu Yuan steadied his mind, remaining vigilant even in repose. Although he was already invincible in the world, the depths of the waters in the Middle Kingdom remained unfathomable. At first, I shall return to ascend the throne. Then, Gu Yuan set forth towards the imperial city. To unify the Middle Kingdom, Chapter 75, observing Zhou rituals and practicing Zhou laws, engaging in great departure matters, with the demise of Ming Wan Gushang and the surrender of the elite 9 armies at the border. The Great Zhou, which had been like a roast over an open flame, finally welcomed its first moment of tranquility after the emperor's passing. Not to say that all seas submitted, but there was certainly no one daring to respond. The northern Yuan entered Zhou, and the Chu lands fell to Zhou Dai. In the realm of the Middle Kingdom, it could be said that a significant portion had come under the control of that great Zhou heir. The true dragon of the mortal realm, such a great achievement in the annals of Middle Kingdom history, is exceedingly rare. Even the founding emperor of Ur had not possessed such audacity or capability. Let alone this individual, who was still under 20 years of age. Given the lifespan of a congenital Grandmaster, would he not secure the throne for over 200 years? Such an accomplishment is truly astonishing. The vast Middle Kingdom seemed poised to enter the embrace of the Great Zhou. However, these were merely the thoughts of ordinary martial artists. In the eyes of certain established families, the perspective was entirely different. Regardless of how strong Gu Yuan may be, it is only a fleeting strength. As long as the Holy Lands endure, the outcome is nearly predetermined. Even the sage of the historical Great Li dynasty, known for its 3,000 years of legacy, could suppress the powers of the 10 orthodox sects with a single military unit. It is important to note that during that time, the Middle Kingdom was rife with competing philosophies and rising teachings. Each sect was as formidable as the orthodox sects of today. Why, after several millennia, does only the name of the 10 orthodox sects remain? Is it not because they were all eradicated by the Great Li? Yet, why did such a powerful Great Li vanish? Was it not because, after sweeping through the Middle Kingdom and finding no rivals, they turned their gaze towards the 6 great holy lands that governed the laws of the world? However, how formidable are the 6 great holy lands, even with the inheritance of sages and the suppression of fortune, and a multitude of martial masters like a flood, their military prowess was overwhelming, shaking the very world. Yet, before the 6 great holy lands, it remained feudal. The final result led to a tragic fate of a broken nation and shattered rivers and mountains. History books speak of the foolish king of Li, whose debauchery and cruelty disregarded the welfare of the people, leading to their suffering and the collapse of the state. Qian Taizu responded to the people's hearts, rising against the divine will, vanquishing the heroes of the 4 corners, and establishing a new dynasty. Thus, the Great Li was utterly destroyed, but in truth, it was the Holy Lands experts who emerged in unison, employing supreme means to sever the dragon vein of the Great Li and support Qian Taizu, replacing it. From then on, the Middle Kingdom was thoroughly under the dominion of the Holy Lands. Every dynasty is subject to fate, and this fate lies with the Holy Lands. However, some contend that Gu Yuan is not a match for the Holy Lands, while others believe he can subdue them. After all, at just under 20, he has already swept through the Middle Kingdom without rivals, the true dragon of the Great Zhou, given a little more time. Who can say how far he might ascend? To suppress the Holy Lands is not an insurmountable task. As thoughts arise and fall, countless factions in the Middle Kingdom turned their gaze towards the Great Zhou, towards the imperial city. On the 9th day of the Huai sequence, the dragon ascends to the heavens. It is the coronation ceremony of the Great Zhou heir. From the celestial expanse, one can see figures making their way to the imperial city. Eager to witness the Emperor's ascension, within the Yangxin Hall, Your Highness Gu Chongshuan's gaze was filled with utmost reverence. The present Gu Yuan, renowned as the foremost in the Zhou heavens, having vanquished the Chu lands and unified the 9 armies. With only a few months passing, the day of his coronation will surely be one of universal respect. What is it? Gu Yuan lowered his gaze, his eyes akin to divine light illuminating the universe. This is the proposed ceremonial process drafted by the Zhangrenfu, the Ministry of Rites, and the Jiangsu province. I humbly ask Your Highness to review it. Ge Chongxian respectfully presented the memorial, offering it forth. Accepting the memorial, Gu Yuan perused it briefly. Let it be so. He closed the memorial and passed it to his aides, casually instructing, the coronation is merely a formality. It does not affect Gu Yuan's authority. As long as strength remains, everything is in place. Should strength falter, then all would cease. There is one more matter requiring Your Highness's decision. Ge Chongxian now held great power. Within the imperial city, the prime minister and other key ministers had perished. Yet no new individuals had risen to take their place. All affairs were managed by Gu Chongxian. However, the multitude of matters was overwhelming, and it posed a challenge, just as now, within the vast imperial capital. Countless figures from the martial world had gathered in a frenzy. Ordinary martial artists were one thing, they could simply be quelled by the Jingwu division. For those a bit more formidable, it merely required the Black Dragon Terrace to take action. The strength of the Black Dragon Terrace had surged dramatically, especially with the Xianming Island Lord, a congenital Grandmaster, joining as a deputy commander. Yet, curiously, those coming to observe the ceremony were among the most prominent factions in the Middle Kingdom. All individuals of notable repute, some even bore grudges against the Great Zhou, the current leader of the Kunlun Dao sect Zhou Xuanzi, the current swordmaster of the Tai sword sect, the last remnant of the once great Xianling sword sect, and the Taisu Daoist of the Pure Yang Dao sect, as well as Master Jingchen, the abbot of the Lianxin Zen Institute. Even the celestial emissaries from the distant southern frontier have dispatched their representatives. Moreover, the 3 esteemed sects within the Great Zhou, along with numerous noble families, have also arrived. Prominent forces such as the Great Guangming Temple, the Shenanwu clan, and the Beihai Han clan, those who either did not partake in the contest for the dragon or could not arrive in time, are present. Not to mention the Langyue Wang clan, once supporters of the third prince but who withdrew at a critical moment. Even the Kanglin sword sect and the Shen-Tian Dao sect have made their appearances. With their leaders coming in person, this is precisely where Gu Chongxian finds himself in a predicament. After all, since the battle at the Zikan Hall, Gu Yuan has yet to clarify how to deal with these treacherous factions. Gu Chongxian is reluctant to overstep his bounds. There's no need for concern, Gu Yuan remarked casually, seemingly indifferent. Once we enter Zhou territory, as long as we adhere to the laws and rituals of the Great Zhou, that will suffice. As for other matters, they will neither impact nor could they possibly impact us. As he spoke, Gu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, yet the ambition to engulf the realm was palpable, leaving Gu Chongxian unable to suppress his awe. To uphold Zhou's rights and laws, is His Highness planning to undertake a significant undertaking? Gu Chongxian mused inwardly, maintaining a composed exterior as he respectfully withdrew. Handling various affairs was but a matter of a mere moment. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Gu Yuan reclined on his couch, lost in contemplation. 35 third-tier Dao fruits gradually passed by Fuyo sword, Ruoyudan Qihua Shengshan sword, and so forth. Half of these treasures were procured from Ji Yunfan. A search for celestial artifacts. However, none of these celestial artifacts even reached the 4th tier. The other half consisted of Dao fruits yet to be planted within the imperial city, such as those in the royal treasury and the Qingtian observatory. For Gu Yuan, these items had lost their utility. At present, whether in terms of his physical vitality or mental fortitude, he had ascended to an entirely different realm. Nevertheless, for Gu Yuan now, nurturing these third-tier Dao fruits hardly squandered much fortune. In fact, their consumption paled in comparison to the fortune that had spontaneously emerged in recent days. They could only serve to cultivate his subordinates. Gu Yuan shook his head, redirecting his gaze to a nearby array of 7 portraits. Neatly arranged, these were the celestial portraits sent by Yang Cheng'an, previously overlooked. They now seemed to hint at the presence of a deity within. Gently caressing the portraits, an unusual glimmer sparkled in Gu Yuan's eyes. The once heart-stopping power had dissipated into nothingness, or rather, it could no longer instill fear in him. Let me see what you truly are. The Emperor's Qi observation technique activated, his gaze embodying the rising sun and moon. With the enhancement of the Mahawuliang Sutra and the Huangji Jing Shu, he momentarily glimpsed a sliver of mystery. A look of intrigue emerged on Gu Yuan's face. How fascinating. Chapter 76, The Sword Buddha's Title. The emperor receives the worship of the people as the sun rose in the east. The eternal peace gate of the capital city buzzed with activity, a cacophony of voices filling the air. This grand city stands as the most prosperous in the world, with countless merchants coming and going daily, undeterred even by the recent battle against the dragon of the demon sect. Today, the already bustling city gate was even more tumultuous. Tomorrow marks the grand coronation ceremony of the great Zhou's true dragon, with heroes from all corners converging upon the imperial city, aside from the heroes of the martial world, envoys from the western nations. Southern clans and various tribes from the grasslands, as well as governors and pacifiers from the 59 states, have flocked here, regardless of whether they would meet the future emperor. Their intention was to establish a proper stance. On the 9th day of the first lunar month, as the dragon traverses the universe, the Tao reflects the celestial realm, thus merging life and fate into one. Clad in a white cassock, a monk appeared weary. Perhaps from a long journey, gazing up at the sky with calm, untainted eyes. Is this the Buddha? The monk murmured, holding a golden staff as he slowly made his way into the city. He entered a tea house bustling with people, engaged in lively conversations, yet all centered around the great Zhou's true dragon. Only one table remained serene, a sword resembling autumn water casually resting atop it. The teacups on the table still exuded steam. Shrouding the sword in a veil of mist, a man sat at the table's edge, eyes closed in tranquil meditation. His long hair was tied back, clad in black, with fair skin and a sharply defined face, exuding an air of coldness as if he were a piece of ancient ice. Instilling a sense of reverence, the monk recited a Buddhist chant and seated himself opposite the contemplative man. "Waiter, a bowl of clear tea, please." "Certainly, please hold on a moment." At that moment, a barrier seemed to shatter. Other patrons turned their attention toward the table. "Oh, how is there still an empty seat here? I didn't notice before." The meditative man's eyes snapped open, sharp and piercing like an eagle's, fixating on the monk. It seems the future Buddha of the Great Thunder Sound Temple has been underestimated by the world. The man spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, as if merely sitting before him was a privilege. In the entire realm, only one individual could bear the title of the future Buddha, the monk Xuandu of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, who had recently secured the 10th position on the Qingyun ranking. In the following years, he remained unchanged. "You flatter me, Master." Xuandu replied, his expression still serene. "The young monk still remembers me." The man's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a smirk. "The renowned name of Yu Jianzun, the sword master Yu, is naturally known to me. Why Yu Jianzun? Yu Yuanqing, the most outstanding figure from the Sword Palace in the last 500 years. Yet after entering the innate realm, he vanished without a trace. Who would have thought to find him here?" "Oh, so the young monk has come to the Great Zhou for what purpose?" Yu Yuanqing inquired with raised eyebrows. Intrigued. To witness the true dragon and observe the grand ceremony, Xuandu replied, taking a sip of tea. "And what brings Sword Master Yu here?" "To slay the true dragon and extinguish the Great Zhou." Yu Yuanqing answered coolly, the same words, yet imbued with an unmistakable aura of menace. Strangely, neither the nearby patrons nor the bustling waitstaff seemed to have heard a word. "Indeed, Sword Master Yu remains unchanged," Xuandu remarked. "With the 4 great sacred lands in retreat, why does the Sword Palace dare to take such a risk? With the 4 great sacred lands in retreat, why does your Great Thunder Sound Temple choose to curry favor with the Great Zhou?" Yu Yuanqing countered bluntly. "The 3 courts of the Tao sect wield significant influence across the realm. We merely seek a path of retreat." Xuandu was well aware of this. The 6 great sacred lands, from an outsider's perspective, appeared as a unified entity, at least in overarching direction. Yet, this was not the case. The 3 courts of the Tao sect naturally banded together, while the Sword Palace, Jisha Academy, and Great Thunder Sound Temple formed their own alliances, a 3 against 3 dynamic that held its ground. However, the battle a millennium ago, the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism, had devastated the eastern half of the realm. Had it not been for the arrival of the Lingniate era, a decisive victory would have been inevitable. Although this had no direct bearing on the Great Thunder Sound Temple, it was evident that among the 6 sacred lands, apart from the already established Zishao Palace, only the Great Thunder Sound Temple had secured a position among the top 3. This spoke volumes. "Sword Master Yu, I advise you to consider, all things arise from cause and effect. Once a cause is born, why cling to a deadlock?" Xuandu shook his head. "Alas, I cannot control that. I am merely the wielder of the sword." Yu Yuanqing remained noncommittal. "Sword Master Yu, like a candle flickering in the wind, should you wield your sword now, there may be no future left." Xuandu rose. "If the Sword Master is willing, you may enter the Great Thunder Sound Temple's Thunder Pool, extend your time by 30 years, and await the arrival of the Great Era. Perhaps you may achieve further progress." This was a bid to lure the sword palace. Yu Yuanqing merely smiled faintly, offering no response. But I take my leave, Xuandu said, seeing this and choosing not to linger. He stood, grasped his staff, and leisurely exited the tea house. The Great Thunder Sound Temple indeed demonstrates a willingness to invest. Yu Yuanqing watched Xuandu's retreating figure until it vanished, then turned his gaze back to the sword on the table, chuckling softly. Yet my disciples of the Sword Palace only trust the sword in their hands, the true dragon. The situation grows intriguing. At noon, a young Taoist clad in green entered the imperial city. I wonder if the demon-tainted true dragon can aid my Taoist cultivation? Within the carriage on the street, a woman lifted the curtain. The sage has spoken, the emperor is unkind. A scholarly-looking youth stepped into the imperial city, one step at a time. The following day, on the 9th day of the first lunar month, Guyuan emerged from the eastern palace, donning the dragon-patterned robe of the emperor, its black fabric embellished with gold threads, further accentuating his noble demeanor. He ascended the dragon chariot, heading towards the Huangji Hall. The coronation ceremony was exceedingly intricate, involving rituals to honor heaven and earth, ancestral temples, and various ceremonies layered upon one another, seated upon the dragon chariot. Although the affairs of the coronation were complex, they did not require his active involvement. With a mere thought, it felt as if the heavens themselves were parting. The fortune flowed like a golden dragon. Marking a complete affirmation of his status, Guyuan smiled faintly, sensing the generation of fortune accelerating dramatically. At this pace, a single day would equal 3 prior days. As Guyuan pondered, the myriad rituals within the imperial city reached completion. What followed would be the true spectacle. He could only wonder how many lives would be taken this time. Gazing at the soaring golden dragon of fortune seated within the emperor's chariot, Guyuan's mind was as clear as a mirror. Exiting the imperial palace, the emperor received the veneration of the people. Chapter 77. The emperor, like a deity, receives the salutations of the sword palace. Throughout history, every Zhou emperor's coronation involved a procession from the imperial palace into the capital. Traversing the divine city and receiving the homage of the masses, the imperial guards led the way, followed by officials, creating a magnificent spectacle akin to a great dragon. Along the route, citizens knelt in reverence, chanting "Long live the emperor." In such moments, where the emperor's entourage passed, no one was permitted to step onto the roads. All buildings lining the streets were strictly off-limits. Every guard station and courtyard was fortified. While this was effective for ordinary martial artists, for true powerhouses, it was merely an inconvenience. With the true dragon's emergence, unrest spread across the realm. Within a tall building in Tian'an Square, the master of the Xinling sword sect gazed at the grand procession reaching the end of the street. Unable to suppress a sigh, here he was, a dignified sect master, commanding dominance over 10 states, not even regarding the emperor of Chu. Yet now he found himself compelled to come to the Great Zhou, to the imperial city, to present gifts and witness the ceremony. He couldn't even stand higher than the emperor's chariot or extend a sliver of his spiritual power while observing. "Yet you still came," remarked an elder with a humble appearance, seemingly a villager who had journeyed from the southern frontier. Smiling faintly, he gazed into the distance at the imperial carriage, as if beholding a transcendent sovereign wielding dominion over the vast expanse of the realm, commanding the sun and moon and governing the heavens and earth. Merely observing this spectacle sent ripples of awe through his very soul. The master of the Xinling sword, with a self-deprecating smile, mused, "Alas, I fear that our Tai sword sect may face extinction. The lessons of past misfortunes serve as a warning for the present. If a nation can be extinguished at will, how much more vulnerable is a sect?" Excluding a few formidable clans from the Yu territory, those who could attend have already gathered. The village elder opined with a calm demeanor, in the presence of such a divine sovereign, who among us does not tremble with trepidation? A dynasty that can summon numerous sects to witness its grandeur is a rarity that has not occurred in millennia, yet, to command such attendance without imposing any restrictions is unprecedented. Only the current Great Zhou can achieve this. Only the present emperor holds such power. Not necessarily, interjected an individual ascending the stairs, his voice resonating with authority. Adorned in a striking azure garment, he embodied the essence of mountains and rivers. Who else could he be but a member of the Kanglan sword sect? The elders from the Tianwu Dao and the master of the Tai sword turned their gazes toward him. Recognizing the newcomer, Yu Hongguang, the current sect leader of the Kanglan sword sect, however, both refrained from speaking, for this Yu Hongguang was merely a mere Xian master, lacking both strength and seniority compared to them. Thus, they deemed it unworthy to respond immediately. With the death of the Sword Maiden, even if the Great Zhou bore no ill will towards them, it would take centuries for them to recover. The master of the Xinling sword shook his head inwardly. The Kanglan sword sect had long languished at the bottom of the 10 sects, sustained solely by the efforts of the Sword Maiden. Her absence was akin to adding insult to injury, making recovery even more arduous. Besides, could the Great Zhou truly spare them? The invitation from the Sword Palace signified that matters were far from resolved. Yu Hongguang felt a tumult of emotions that he had come representing the Kanglan sword sect. Yet he could not even enter the inner courtyard, let alone extend apologies. Even the minor attendants of the Jingwu division dared to treat him with disdain. Such behavior was a reflection of the upper echelon's attitude. This filled him with both astonishment and indignation. The Great Zhou seemed resolute in its intent to deal with the Kanglan sword sect, yet, at this critical juncture, Yu Hongguang appeared to suffer from selective amnesia. It was they who had initiated the conflict with the Great Zhou over the Dragoness contest. The master of the Xinling sword from the Sword Palace was among the few powerful figures who held a favorable view of Gu Yuan. He spoke solemnly, even if emissaries from the Sword Palace arrive, they will likely find themselves powerless against this true dragon of the Great Zhou. What a jest! The invitation from the Sword Palace has been brazenly delivered to the Imperial City. Yet look at the demeanor of the Great Zhou. Does it appear to care even a whit? Even the Dragon Chi formation, which had operated for 400 years, was completely sealed off after Gu Yuan's return to the Imperial City. This is a display of absolute confidence and undeniable resolve. It is an overt declaration to the world. We await your arrival. What does Huan Lao think? Upon hearing this, Yu Hongguang immediately directed his gaze toward the elder with a peasant's appearance, Huan Shirlu of the Tianwu Dao. He sought to rally these innate grandmasters to unite against the Great Zhou. However, this was already the second location Yu Hongguang had visited. Aside from the empathetic Xuantiando sect, all other factions, even the Langyue Wang clan, had outright rejected him. These two were his last remaining prospects.